Spring rain quietly fell upon Blazing Sun Mountain as evening approached, and the sun dipped below the horizon. A gentle breeze accompanied the rain as night drew nearer. Yu Zhu, an outer elder of the Blazing Sun sect, found himself tasked with managing the arena's fights. He lived up to his title as an elder with his long white beard and a nearly bald head. Despite his dissatisfaction with being there, Yu Zhu had little choice in the matter. As an outer elder, he was at the bottom of the leadership hierarchy, and even in the rain, the tournament had to continue. All the participants were body-tempering cultivators. Liu Feng and Jia Man, please step into the arena, Yu Zhu called out to two disciples. With a wave of his hand, he created a barrier around the arena by activating the inscription arrays on the walls, forming a translucent barrier. Most of the disciples looked at him in wonder and began murmuring among themselves, discussing the prowess of cultivators. Yu Zhu knew this admiration wasn't the result of his own cultivation, as he had just activated the inscriptions on the walls. But he had no intention of convincing the young disciples otherwise. Liu Feng was the first to enter the arena, donning a gray robe that epitomized the image of a cultivator. He possessed long dark silky hair, sharp features, and an expressionless face. Even his demeanor exuded the aura of a seasoned cultivator. Though he wasn't one. Yu Zhu recalled information about the youngster. He hailed from a clan in the southern part of the White Tiger continent, a relatively small clan that had recently grown wealthy. As Yu Zhu remembered, the youngster had a few family members in the inner sect, and Liu Feng considered himself a full-fledged cultivator. In contrast, his opponent, Jia Man, was a young man with short red hair, a muscular build, and a more barbaric appearance than that of a typical cultivator. However, what stood out most about him was the overwhelming sense of pressure he exuded. It was a sense that made it clear to everyone that he would fight tooth and nail to win. "Get ready to fight upon my command," Yu Zhu repeated the same speech he had given countless times today. The thought of having to do it all over again tomorrow with the semi-finalists made him contemplate breaking a limb or two to use injury as an excuse to return to his cultivation. He wasn't getting any younger. Furthermore, Yu Zhu was aware of who was likely to win. Jia Man was at the 9-star body tempering level, whereas the other youngster was only at 7 stars. Neither of them had exceptional talents, which was why they were competing in a tournament where the victor would earn a place in the inner sect. This annual tournament was a chance for those with limited talents to enter the inner sect. "Although my clan is a cultivator clan, my family branch hasn't produced one since my great-grandfather," Liu Feng stated. He took a basic fighting stance with fists forward. "Amongst my numerous cousins, I was chosen to defy the heavens, and it is my fate to one day become an immortal." Yu Zhu would have chuckled at this young man many decades ago. Yet now it seemed perfectly common, with how often he had seen ambitious young men proclaim something like that. Cultivation talent was a rare gift, often making youngsters feel like they were chosen by the heavens. Especially when they were raised in a village where they have never even seen a cultivator and think of them as mystical beings. Yu Zhu had once been one of those dream-eyed people. But now, at nearly 100 years old, he no longer cared about being a chosen one. Yu Zhu had learned his lesson and knew there was nothing special about him. Instead of striving for a breakthrough, he was here babysitting these kids, nearing the end of his lifespan. The Blazing Sun sect higher-ups no longer thought he could break through, and they were giving him these time-wasting menial jobs. Yu Zhu sighed and raised his hand, silencing the chattering students. The fight was about to begin, and every one of the youngsters kept their gazes on the fighting stage. Fight. Both combatants charged simultaneously, but it was evident to Yu Zhu that Jia Man would emerge victorious in this bout. Last time someone with a lower cultivation level had won in a tournament like this was about 5 decades ago, when Grand Elder Zun Gan defeated a 9-star body tempering practitioner as a 7-star. Could Liu Feng be another exception, he wondered. As soon as they closed the distance, Liu Feng attempted a palm strike, but Jia Man swiftly countered with a punch to the face, sending Liu Feng flying. Liu Feng edged into the arena wall, leaving many disciples in shock as blood streamed from his head. Well, it seemed that Liu Feng wasn't as exceptional as he'd hoped. "Take the disciple to the infirmary," Yu Zhu instructed one of the attendants responsible for tending to injured disciples. The last bout had clearly shaken them. Jia Man snorted and walked away without glancing at his fallen opponent. He demonstrated raw and a ruthless side, showing he might win the tournament. Now there was someone who could be considered special. If he wasn't old and still had the time to take on disciples, Elder Yu Zhu would have offered the young red-haired man the chance to become his personal disciple. Nestled on the fringes of the outer sect's territory was a large medical complex. Within these hallowed walls, the air seemed to reverberate with a harmonious blend of herbal notes, the subtle allure of pharmaceuticals, and the refreshing essence of mint. Amidst the medicinal aroma, a man with vibrant green hair moved gracefully among the injured disciples sprawled on the floor. This man was Qi Cheng, a healer of the Blazing Sun sect, known as the Green Elder, owing to the color of his hair, a testament to his mastery of poison and medical techniques. Today was unlike any other day, as Qi Cheng found himself tending to several more wounded disciples than usual. Among them were the impulsive young fighters who engaged in daily brawls and frequented his domain. However, with the ongoing tournament, an even greater influx of injured disciples needed medical assistance. Qi Cheng's gaze wandered toward a young man, one of the patients who had suffered injuries during the competition. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. At first glance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the young man. His talents were average, and he did not possess any apparent uniqueness. Yet Qi Cheng had observed a few intriguing aspects about him. When the young man had regained consciousness, he displayed an unexpected resilience. Unlike others who would bemoan their misfortune, he had not despaired or cried out. This puzzled Qi Cheng, who had anticipated the typical reaction of a disciple losing a match protests and complaints. This particular disciple, named Liu Feng, was engrossed in reading basic texts about the theoretical aspects of cultivation and healing manuals that Qi Cheng had placed within his reach. His concentration on these materials was so intense that one might have mistaken him for an ordinary mortal encountering such knowledge for the first time, rather than a disciple who had been part of the sect for nearly a year. When Liu Feng had woken up and consumed a minor healing pill to mend his battered face, his reaction had been one of astonishment. Considering the length of time Liu Feng had spent within the sect, it was inevitable that he had consumed numerous healing pills, leading Qi Cheng to suspect possible brain damage. Therefore, he decided to keep a closer eye on the youngster, holding him under medical stay for longer than usual. "Let's hope this tournament concludes by the end of the week," Qi Cheng muttered quietly. I flipped another page, pretending not to notice the green-haired guy with bags under his eyes who was staring at me. He looked like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a while. But I didn't have time to worry about him. I was still admiring the new world I had transmigrated into 3 days ago. It seemed like that punch from Liu Feng's opponent had given this guy quite a shock, literally punching the soul out of him. Liu Feng, the guy who swore against the heavens, was dramatic as fuck and chased after jade-skinned beauties when he lived back in his clan city. Thinking about the Liu clan, my family in this world, I couldn't help but smile. My clan wasn't in a bad situation and was rising in They had recently even had enough wealth to allow them to send us to cultivate at one of the most prestigious sects on the continent. No matter how I looked at this situation, I didn't seem like protagonist material. I had no rival, no one had humiliated me, and my engagement with my fiancée had not been broken. However, my life wasn't that fortunate either, but I couldn't say I was unlucky. The worst thing that had happened in this guy's life was getting defeated in this tournament. But even then, that wasn't something shameful, as no one else could have done any better if they were in the same position. In Click Cultivation stories, fighting an opponent only 2 minor realms above them guaranteed a win for the protagonist. But in reality, most people weren't like that in a fair fight. One would need better martial techniques to win against someone stronger. "Good, you look better," the healer finally said, breaking his silence after staring at me for a good minute. "That was quite the head injury you had. Now that you're awake, you can take this healing pill. In case the pain comes back, use it." I got up and walked out of the infirmary room, which looked like nothing more than a Chinese-style room. People were fighting in the nearby arena, but I didn't bother staying to watch who would be the winner of this tournament. What interested me more was the green pill in my hands. This thing had healed a broken nose in seconds. The memories of this body supplied that a broken nose was a minor injury, something a Tier 1 minor healing pill could heal. But as someone who came from a normal world, this was nothing short of a miracle. As an avid reader of Xianxia stories, I read those things for the same reason many others do, the face-slapping and mountain-slapping cultivators. But living in those worlds was a whole different thing altogether. I shook my head, attempting to refocus on the present. As exciting as this situation was, I needed to remain composed and avoid raising any suspicions. The previous inhabitant of this body seemed oblivious to any reports of body takeovers, and it would be best to play it safe. Information about such occurrences might be restricted to the higher echelons only. Nevertheless, impersonating the original Liu Feng posed quite a challenge. If I had to sum him up in one word, it would be click. He was a brash and arrogant young man who went around declaring himself as someone chosen by the heavens and all that nonsense. His behavior was the sort that could easily lead to my death at the hands of an arrogant young master or a wannabe protagonist. Despite his average talents, Liu Feng incessantly boasted about battling the heavens. Yet despite all his flaws, I held a degree of respect for him because of his relentless work ethic. He trained diligently for hours every day. It was tragic that his life had ended so abruptly, as the cultivator seemed oblivious to the dangers of head trauma. I silently offered a prayer for the departed Liu Feng and continued my journey along the desolate roads. Most of the outer sect's disciples had flocked to the tournament. This world lacked diverse forms of entertainment. In this realm, there were 5 known stages of cultivation: body tempering, chi gathering, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul. Each of these stages had minor substages, ranging from 1 to 9 stars. There were rumors that breaking through to the nascent soul realm could lead to immortality. But the original Liu Feng didn't know shit about that. If this world adhered to the cliques of Xianxia, it was almost certain that there were stages beyond the nascent soul realm, possibly even higher realms where a nascent soul cultivator would be considered a mere servant. Or perhaps I was letting Xianxia tropes cloud my judgment, as why would a nascent soul realm cultivator work as a servant when they could rule these lands? Regardless, none of this directly concerned me. I was merely a 7-star body tempering nobody. I wasn't overly fixated on pursuing any grand aspirations. While reaching greater heights would be nice, I wasn't consumed by ambition. Maybe later, but for now, I was more curious about other things like these pills, techniques, and seemingly mundane things that these people took for granted. I wasn't necessarily dissatisfied with my position in the sect. Sure, I wasn't an inner disciple, and my talent in cultivation wasn't exceptionally high, but it wasn't too low either. Moreover, very few could become inner disciples in their first year. If one reached the Qi gathering realm before the age of 20, they were usually accepted as inner disciples without needing to participate in any tournaments. Speaking of cultivation talent, in this world, it was measured by the number of branches on a person's spiritual route. I had 53 branches, while 50 was considered average. Those with 60 or more could become inner disciples with some effort. I didn't care to compare myself to my peers. Instead, I gazed at the horizon and noticed it was late. Damn, the library must be closed by now, I muttered. My dorm room was located in one of the outer buildings of the Blazing Sun sect. Since the entire sect was situated on a massive mountain, it meant I had to descend a considerable number of stairs. Fortunately, due to my new body, I barely felt winded when I reached my lodgings. Dorm buildings were 3 stories high, made of wood, and had a Chinese-styled roof. Thankfully, there were no other disciples here, as the tournament would last another couple of days. Most students would sleep in their dorms and watch the fights. I entered the building and noticed doors every 4 meters. However, I continued past all those doors until I found one numbered 314. It was odd because there were definitely not 314 rooms in the building. Even the original Liu Feng didn't know what this was all about. Perhaps it was some way of ranking the students. Taking out an iron key, I unlocked the door and it made a loud clicking sound. These locks were somewhat outdated compared to modern versions, but there were probably doors with strange inscriptions that didn't even need a key to open. Upon entering the room, it was small. It barely had enough space for a bed, a desk, and a chest next to the desk where I could store my belongings. The place was dusty, with scrolls and books scattered around, the bed was in disarray, and clothes were strewn everywhere. I ran my finger along the desk, and a thin coating of dust collected on my fingertip. I immediately opened the windows and sighed. Well, time to bring some order to this place, I said as I rolled up my sleeves. An organized mind could only work in an organized room. An hour later, the small room was spotless. Scrolls and books were neatly arranged on the desk. Clothes were folded into 2 piles, clean ones and ones that needed to be washed. With the room organized, I collapsed onto the bed as I heard some students returning from the arena. While they were still celebrating, I decided it was time to sleep. I couldn't help but feel excited about tomorrow. Despite being here for over 3 days, my heart beat excitedly at the thought of learning about this world. Zinma, the outer elder responsible for the library, had a head of black hair with silver strands, something many said made it hard to determine his age. He also sported large circular glasses, which was a peculiar Lodier artifact that helped him read faster. The library allowed free access to all the library books, as long as they remained within the building's walls, or they could borrow one for some time. But the disciples sometimes tried to sneak some extra books out. They were unsuccessful, as there were inscriptions on the walls that stopped someone from taking books out of the place. Though none of the disciples knew that tidbit of information. Despite the occasional annoyance of his job, Zin Ma cherished days like these when events drew away most disciples, sparing him from dealing with the troublesome youths. Sighing, he watched the countless rows of shelves, reaching as high as the ceiling, housing a vast repository of low-level techniques and knowledge on basic cultivation practices. However, despite his enthusiasm for reading about techniques, he had long since learned that these shelves were useless for those beyond the body-tempering realm. Though still considered young among his peers, Zin Ma harbored greater ambitions in life and aspired to rise beyond his current status as an outer elder. He yearned for a path of cultivation, rather than spending his days among dusty tomes. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of a cane striking the wooden floor broke the library's silence. Zin Ma immediately recognized the source, without even turning his gaze. As an old man came into view, he looked like he had one foot in the grave. With a peculiar goat-like beard jutting from his chin, small beady eyes, and a hunched back, the old man leaned on his broom as a makeshift cane for support. Known as Goat Geezer among the sect members, few knew his actual name. Zin Ma remembered that this old man had been part of the sect since his own days as a disciple. The old geezer's name was Shan Sha, a cultivator who never advanced past the chi gathering stage. His unwavering loyalty to the sect was the sole reason for him still being around. Another one of those bloody tournaments has come around, the geezer snorted as he settled into one of the many chairs lining a long table where disciples would usually read. I swear it's all just useless peacocking. They're doing it solely to please the Grand Elder. Aside from the man himself, no one believes another like him will rise from the outer sect to become a Grand Elder. Even after easing into the chair, the geezer continued to breathe heavily. A simple walk had already become quite a challenge for him. You're still kicking it, Shan Sha Zin Ma joked. The old man responded with a wheezing laugh. Don't worry, I'll outlive all of you. Normally, Zin Ma wouldn't allow the old man to make such remarks in front of others, as it would cause him to lose face. But since it was just the two of them, he didn't mind the jests. These conversations with the geezer were what made his days bearable. As the old man gathered his breath, he continued, by the way, when will the acceptance ceremony take place? I wouldn't wish to be you at that time, even if I were to regain my youth. Zin Ma winced, and the old man cackled at his reaction. When new disciples arrived, they were often curious, rummaging through books and causing trouble. Of course, they grew bored of reading and moved on after a month or two, but it was still a hassle to deal with every year. Please don't remind me of that whole thing. It is one of the damn reasons I don't want to stay as an outer elder. We are all just glorified servants with fancy titles. The inner elders would never suffer something like this, Zin Ma ranted. I barely have time for cultivation in the evenings. I wish I had the same problems as you youngsters. The old street sweeper shrugged. After enjoying the free breakfast at the dining hall, I immediately made my way toward the library. The entire Blazing Sun sect was built atop a mountain, with the whole sect fit inside that mountain. But it was a big-ass mountain, so everything took climbing an ungodly amount of stairs to get anywhere. Fortunately, there were some blessings to this whole thing. Like how most disciples skipped breakfast to attend the tournament fights. So at least I didn't have to wait in line. I walked up the countless stairs, clutching a notebook and brush in my hand. The only sounds accompanying my footsteps were the chirping of birds. At least the scenery was pleasant, with trees all around and lush greenery as far as the eye could see. Upon reaching my destination, I breathed out a sigh of relief. Even this body was beginning to feel the fatigue of climbing so many stairs. The library was like a large, Chinese-themed tower. At the entrance, there was a statue of a scholarly-looking man, with a book in one hand and a sword in another. There was no one around here, and I took a moment to appreciate the scenery. This place was built high enough that I could catch a glimpse of the arena, where my compatriots were beating each other to death. Though from this distance, it was hard to tell who was fighting. Walking closer to the statue, I searched for memos that might reveal the scholar's identity. Unfortunately, cultivators were shit at cataloging things, so there was no information about the statue. With a disappointed sigh, I walked through the entrance, which was spacious enough to fit people 3 times my height. As soon as I stepped into the building, the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustling of leaves vanished. Was this some kind of noise-canceling array? Furthermore, the scent of the trees dissipated, leaving behind only the unmistakable aroma of ink and paper. The library was filled with an astonishing number of books. So much so that it made me doubt what I knew about the technological level of this world. This world lagged thousands of years behind modern times, remaining stagnant for generations. So how did they even get this much paper? There were shelves many times my height, all brimming with books. There was even a staircase that led to a second floor. Thankfully, there were no people around, so I could study supernatural that made no sense without anyone bothering me. The only other people in the room were the librarian, a middle-aged man with Harry Potter-esque glasses and strands of white in his dark hair. There was also an old man sitting at a long desk. Liu Feng's original memories weren't particularly informative about the old man's identity. He could have been someone beneath Liu Feng's notice, or perhaps an elder from the inner sect he had never met. It was better to be cautious and assume the old man was a super-erful cultivator with unassuming looks. Approaching the librarian, I clasped my fist and bowed respectfully to them before addressing the librarian. "Excuse me, honorable elder. Can I study here today? I don't see any other disciples around." The librarian nodded and replied, "Yes, the library is always open to those willing to learn." I expressed my gratitude with a nod and proceeded to explore the library, despite the somewhat disorganized state of the shelves. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. When disciples took a book to read, they returned it where they could and rarely where they found it. The original Liu Feng was the same, as he had been excited many times to train the technique he had read about to care for small things like putting the books in their proper places. But there were certain parts of the library no one cared about, and they were somewhat organized. These areas were dedicated to topics unrelated to cultivation techniques, and only scholars frequented them. Fortunately, scholars tended to respect the library and return books to their original spots. This was the impression I gathered from Liu Feng's memories. I began my studies with a basic book tucked away in a quiet corner of the library. It covered the fundamentals of body tempering, a subject typically taught within families or among fellow disciples by word of mouth. Consequently, not many bothered to read such books. I selected a few similar texts and carried them to a nearby desk, where I settled down to read, starting from the very beginning. Body tempering, 1 star. When someone entered this stage, their strength was still the same as an average person, except that all the impurities are excreted from the pores, and the body becomes prepared for cultivation. I hit a hurdle on the very first page. What did it mean for the body to be prepared for cultivation? How did achieving 1-star body tempering result in the expulsion of impurities? Furthermore, who decided what was beneficial or detrimental to the body if everyone expelled these impurities? How could one claim they were harmful for cultivation when no one had tried cultivating with impurities? I would need to study dozens or hundreds of people, breaking through to 1-star body tempering to understand even something as simple as this. If expelling these impurities was indeed beneficial, was there an optimal method to achieve it, a supposed close to perfect practice? Ultimately, I sighed and shook my head in frustration. I lacked the necessary resources to delve into this subject at the moment. The rest of the book remained consistent, with content cultivators often took for granted. It lacked in-depth explanations for everything. Moving on to other books, they discussed the talent ratings in this world and various related topics. Talent rating in this world was somewhat complex. In some regions, one could be considered average, while in others, one would be seen as talented. Take the original Liu Feng as an example. In his clan, he was considered relatively talented. However, here, he was merely average. The book delved into great detail about what different regions considered talented. However, I disregarded this information, as the perception of talented could vary if someone was in a different location or period of time. Instead, I grabbed my notebook and began jotting down my own ranking system for clarity, which would help both myself and future readers. I decided to categorize it from A to D ranks. Having a minimum of 20 branches in one's spiritual route was essential to embark on the path of cultivation. Technically, those with fewer branches could attempt training, but their progress would be severely limited. A range of 20 to 39 branches in their spiritual route would be noted as D-rank aptitude. I added the latter part myself. Individuals with this level of talent usually remained at the body tempering stage and rarely advanced to the chi gathering realm. Although there were exceptions, they usually reached only 1 or 2 stars in that realm. C-rank aptitude encompassed 40 to 59 branches in their spiritual root, the same rank as mine. In larger sects, this was considered average talent. On average, those with this level of talent could become chi-gathering realm cultivators and might reach the upper echelons of that realm. However, there was a slim chance of breaking through and becoming foundation establishment realm experts. B-rank aptitude included 60 to 79 branches, marking the stage where talent became critical. These individuals possessed the potential to reach the core formation realm and serve as the backbone of any sect. Some might even have the opportunity to become sect leaders in smaller sects. Rank aptitude comprised 80 to 99 branches, representing the stage where the next generation of major sect leaders was born. With a stroke of luck, one could even reach the nascent soul realm. This was generally what Liu Feng already knew, but I organized it more clearly. What followed, however, was new information that Liu Feng had no previous knowledge of, talents that surfaced only once every few hundred or thousand years. S-rank aptitude was denoted by exactly 100 branches in one's spiritual root. These individuals possessed perfect cultivation physiques, extremely rare and emerging only once every century or so. There wasn't much additional information about this rank, but there were a few sentences describing talent levels beyond 100 branches. I decided to write down this information, even though there was little information available about it. S+ rank aptitude, with over 101 branches. They're known as extreme physiques, extreme because despite how fast they cultivate, they die young. I had some other questions about what determined the number of spiritual root branches or how they worked exactly, but those were the kinds of questions I wouldn't have answers to anytime soon. Are there any books on alchemy around here? There must be some pills that help with impurity extraction. After all, there are healing pills, so something like that would make sense if it existed. Maybe the alchemists will have a clearer explanation of what it means to expel impurities from the body. Now that I thought about it, I couldn't help but be curious about one thing. Who tests these pills if they do test them? Do they take into account any long-term effects? I went and put the books back where I found them, as I had already written down the useful information. I looked around for any books that seemed related to alchemy. Some basic medical books here gave instructions for an outdated method of first aid, but nothing else appeared to be related to alchemy. Maybe I just don't know the location of such books in this huge, disorganized library. With that in mind and an anxious heart, I approached the librarian. The old man was already gone, so the librarian was the only senior left, and I could only hope that this guy wasn't going to start a blood feud by asking a question. It sounded kind of dumb when I thought about it. But this was a world where young masters exterminated clans just so they wouldn't lose face or for some other dumb reason. "Excuse me, honorable elder, do you know where I can find some books on the basics of alchemy?" I asked, trying to stroke his ego as much as possible without coming off as insincere. Books about things like artifact creation, inscriptions, or alchemy aren't something you'll find in a library for free, the man explained, pushing up his glasses slightly. To get access to that kind of information for free, you either need to be an inner disciple training under an inner elder or be a core disciple. Though for someone like you, your best chance is to look around the markets. But because of the tournament, no one is there to open any stalls. Well, that sucks. But there isn't anything I could do about it for now, so it was better to turn in a different direction. Also, Liu Feng had no savings. The guy didn't even think about what would happen if he failed the exam and had to stay another year as an outer disciple. Well, hours passed and I finished my daily reading session. I put the books back in their respective places and prepared to leave. I had learned a little more about the basics, mostly reaffirming what the original Liu Feng already knew. For instance, in the body tempering realm, talent didn't carry as much weight yet, since we didn't utilize our spiritual roots or chi. While talent played a minor role in one's progress within the body tempering realm, hard work and access to resources were more crucial. At least when it came to the speed of advancement. As I exited the library, the midday sun kissed my face, and the sounds of birds and rustling leaves once again filled my ears. Now it was time to go and do some physical training. After all, I didn't want to get my brains plastered by some goon or end up like one of those bullied protagonists, because my progress was too slow. However, as I strolled along the stone pathway, a approaching the descent down the stairs, I noticed an old man with a smile on his face, busy sweeping leaves at the side. He was the same elderly man I had encountered in the library, likely a janitor. At least that's what an ordinary person from this world would think. But having read dozens, perhaps even over 100 Xinxia novels, I had developed a keen eye for clicks. An old man janitor, I could spot the trope from a mile away. There was a decent chance that this old man was a hidden Urhouse. Perhaps he was a revered elder or even a clan ancestor. Should I try to approach him going by click standards, he shouldn't be a villain, and having someone to watch my back in case I inadvertently offended some young master could prove invaluable. However, what if I was wrong? He might just be an ordinary old man. My entire assumption was based on a click that might not even be true. Regardless, even if he wasn't some hidden boss, there was a lot of wisdom to gain from an elder like him. With that thought in mind, I changed course and approached the old man. Please be a super monster in hiding. Though I hated clichés in my last life, I wouldn't mind it now if it ended up improving my situation. It was the kind of situation where I wouldn't watch a show about a multimillionaire with no problems in his life, but I would love to be one. Hello there, do you need any help? I asked the old man, cautiously bowing and clasping my fist in respect as one would to a senior. He looked at me, raised a questioning brow, and frowned. Who the hell are you? I'm the guy who was reading in the library and noticed that you were working hard, even at your age. Even someone strong should take care of their health more. I tried to soften my words by indirectly calling him strong, just in case this guy was really just an old janitor. There was no losing option for me as long as I didn't provoke the old man too much, especially if he was a Urhouse. Or maybe he was a Urhouse in hiding, and I could end up as collateral damage. Perhaps I shouldn't have gotten involved with this. No, I don't need anyone to help me with my job. The old man snorted and went back to sweeping, his hands shaking a bit as he had to lean on the broom every now and then to take a rest. I stood there and stared. Maybe he really was just an old man. Now I felt a bit bad for trying to take advantage of him. He was probably just an elderly man who had to work here because he had no other choice. It seemed like I didn't have that protagonist luck after all. Still, I felt sorry for the old guy, and there was no doubt some things I could learn from him. So I could go and bring you your lunch. Okay, I probably said that in the most awkward way ever. But the stairs in this place were crazy, and even I would get tired walking up and down those, not to mention someone his age. The old man sighed and turned around. What's your deal, kid? Honestly, I stopped for a split second, thinking about how to phrase my words. But instead, I decided to be truthful. I feel sorry for you, and for old people in general who have to work laborious jobs even after their retirement age. Sometimes I wonder if this isn't just me trying to be nice, but maybe I too am afraid that I might end up like that one day. If I do end up like that, I would like someone young to offer some help when they can. Oh, and I was also hoping to learn a thing or two from someone who has lived so long in the sect. There is plenty to learn from an old man in a profession where people die young. He stared at me, and it was hard to tell what he could be thinking behind that stern look on his face. But he sighed again and shrugged. Go and get me some tea then. Well, I didn't get slapped into a fleshy smudge, so that was a win for now. I turned around and started walking down the stairs, and halfway down, it became clear that this was going to be a bit tiring, even for me. By the time I returned, the old man was still sweeping around the same place, and I had a wooden cup of tea with a small cover above it. Fortunately, since I was running, it didn't take me even 10 minutes to get back here. However, I was breathing heavily, and my lungs felt like they were on fire. This was good training. Maybe I should consider stair climbing for endurance. Here is your tea. I offered him his tea. The old man raised a questioning brow as he took the tea from my hand and gave it a sniff. Then he sat down on the ground near the scholarly statue and patted the spot next to him. I took that as a sign and went to sit down. As I settled, he remarked, "You're either exceptionally kind or just generally foolish. Why do something like this? Do you think a cultivator has all the time in the world you should be training?" Running up and down the stairs was excellent training, I replied, smiling despite the old man's comments. I leaned against the foot of the statue and continued, whether I live for 100, or 1,000 years, life is meaningless if you don't do what you want during that time. I wanted to bring you some tea, and I did. I wouldn't call that a waste of time. Even if I live for 1,000 years and spend 900 of those years in indoor cultivation, did I truly live longer than 100 years? Some cultivators could live quite long. However, what was the use of living for 100 years if you spent 90 of those years indoors training? That was one of the many things I didn't understand about cultivators. The old man was also viewing things from a cultivator's perspective. I turned toward the old man and was surprised to see his wide eyes. Was he that shocked by my answer? Ha, the old man chuckled. I never looked at it that way. That was when I realized that this guy could still be some formidable old master cultivator. So I cupped my hands in respect. Of course, that is only my humble opinion as a disciple. I could be wrong too. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to ask you some questions, wise elder. Go on then, this is the most fun I've had in years. The old man's chuckle deepened. Why aren't there many explanations for different paths than the standard one? There are no records of them, I asked. He must have lived here for decades, witnessing tens of thousands of sect disciples throughout the years. The old man shrugged. What's the use of writing down failures? Though earthful cultivators can have a long lifespan, no one wants to waste their time on useless things. Hess, kind of like how you are wasting your time on me. I wouldn't call you useless. You have already helped me quite a lot with that answer, I nodded. The old man shrugged and took a sip of his tea, clearly dismissing my compliments as useless comments. Well, let me tell you. The current way of cultivation has been perfected through tens of thousands of years by our ancestors and hasn't changed for thousands of years. He looked at the sky as if recalling a distant memory. That didn't make sense. I understood that cultivation had been optimized, but by that assumption, the current cultivation methods should be the best. Yet it was widely known through stories and legends that in the past, there were stronger cultivators, even outliers of the whole system, who somehow became strong and defied their natural cultivation aptitude. In the distant past, there were stories about immortals beyond the nascent soul realm roaming the lands. I shared my thoughts with the old man, and he rubbed his goat-like beard, deep in thought. You make some good points. But that's because what cultivator would share a technique they worked hard on with others? Things like that could get lost in time. Also, it could have been an elixir that no longer exists. Or maybe there was more chi in the air back then. He continued to offer various other reasons, like a treasure trove of assumptions from people across the ages. But I somewhat understood why cultivation would halt at a certain stage. Knowledge was literally in this world. Knowing a certain technique was Cultivators sharing their technique was like, by modern standards, it could be compared to telling a potential enemy how to create an atomic bomb and providing them with the tools to do so. In the past, there were many legendary cultivators whose defied common sense, the old man said. Even the creator of this sect, the 10,000 Sun Saint, was such a figure. He couldn't be harmed by flames, and some said he could wield the of the sun from the palm of his hands. Okay, that had to be exaggerated a bit over the years. Because it had to be, such absurd would be catastrophic if it existed. But there had to be some hints of truth to it. Maybe immunity to fire could be real, even if it contradicted everything I knew about physics and biology from my previous world. But that was the most exciting part of this whole thing, figuring it out. Although I might need to change my mindset regarding how I perceive the world and even the laws of physics themselves. You have been honest with me, kid. So I will be honest with you too. I don't have the answers to most of your questions, and I never asked questions like that or even wondered about them. With a final clack, the old man put the empty wooden teacup down. Maybe that was what held me back from advancing further in my cultivation. But I can still give you one piece of advice. I can tell that you're a curious kid, but don't try experimenting with things on your own body. I technically wasn't a kid, and I wasn't going to try things like that. I might be curious, but I'm not dumb. That might be so, but I can tell that you're different from others. The old man turned toward him. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Different how so? A lot of kids your age would have tried to force me to talk if they wanted answers. Break my fingers one by one, and then threaten to break my limbs too. Holy shit, okay, that was way too extreme. Who even goes around beating on old men like that? Right, Xyxia nonsense and saving face. Of course they never succeed, the old man snickered. After all, most of the servants here are related to cultivators, but had no talent or little talent to cultivate. The last thing we want is for someone to slip through and poison our sect's food at a feast and kill us all. Poison, yeah, with that even a mortal could kill a careless cultivator. Did that happen before? I asked, unsure. Oh yeah, the great sage of divine slaying poison. He was known for killing his enemies and slaughtering whole clans like this, he nodded. But don't worry, the sects have taken countermeasures against something like that. It will never happen again. Though some have been worried since the great sage of divine slaying poison hasn't been seen in hundreds of years. Okay, first, great sage of divine slaying poison, that name was way too much of a mouthful. But long and confusing titles were synonymous with Xianxia. Well, I have to get back to work, and you should spend your time more wisely than with an old man like me. I already have a foot in the grave, he joked. I shrugged and got up. Come on now, old man, don't go around telling youngsters what to do. That is uncool. He got my jesting tone and slapped me on the back. You're an okay kid, so train hard so you don't die a useless death. Also, next time you come and bother me, don't forget to bring a cup of tea. Then I will make sure to bring a cup of tea every day. I stood up and started walking away. The old man sighed but didn't refuse my offer. There was much to learn from someone like him. He had lived a long life in such a dangerous world, all while being a less-than-average cultivator. What were his methods for surviving so long in a profession where men usually met an early demise? Next time, I should ask about his survival tips in a forest. He probably went on a lot of expeditions outside throughout his lifetime, and those were the things I was dreading, as some were mandatory. No rule in the world said I wouldn't meet a nascent soul house on my first outing. Many might consider survival tips from nearly 100 years ago outdated. However, that wasn't the case in a world like this. It was likely that the same exams, enemy sects, and petty rivalries that the old man had to deal with during his disciple years were the ones we were currently facing. How could such a thing happen? Probably because the people in charge remained the same. If I were to guess why this world had seen few advancements over thousands of years, it was because, in 2 millennia, only 2 or 3 generations had passed at most. Even though younger generations that were next in the line of were hundreds of years old. Those who lived for centuries focused solely on their cultivation and cared little for progress elsewhere. I descended the stairs and wandered into one of the many forests surrounding the mountain. Generally, the area was safe as I was still inside the sect's walls, making it an ideal training ground that remained hidden. My first task was to place the brush and notebook atop a nearby boulder. Then I approached a tree, clenched my fist, and prepared for a punch. Instinct and logic told me that I wouldn't break my hand by punching a tree with all my might. However, remnants of my past life still held me back. After gazing at the tree for a few moments, I closed my eyes and imagined it as a fluffy bear. With that image in mind, I unleashed a full-force punch. Upon opening my eyes, despite what I expected, I saw a dent in the solid tree. The tree was thicker than my waist, far from flimsy or soft. Holy shit. This is so amazing. I have superpowers. No, I must calm down despite how amazing it felt to be superhuman. I could nerd out later. I wasn't here merely to test my raw strength. Instead, I took a deep breath and focused on a specific technique, winding my fist back once more. This time, I pushed aside the fear from my past world, where fists were one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Here, it was like a dream, where my fist was unbreakable and my limitless. I needed to visualize the perfect punch and employ that martial technique. My fist shot forward, and as I rotated it, the air around my fist twisted, forming a small twister that resembled a fang. The end point of this twister was the tip of my knuckle. Piercing fang fist. As soon as my fist made contact with the tree, I felt it shake and crumble under the of my punch, taking out a large chunk. In the end, I stared with my mouth agape at the missing piece, as if a giant drill had been used on one side of the tree. How was this possible? It didn't make any sense. The laws of physics seemed to be mere suggestions here, but it was so incredible. The tree fell to the ground, and I found myself in a trance, staring at it for a couple of minutes. I knew this would happen. Piercing Fang Fist was the martial technique that Liu Feng had perfected over the years. Despite my muscle memory, I couldn't execute it quite as well as he could on my first try. It was astonishing that this was considered one of the lowest grade martial techniques. In this world, martial techniques were categorized into 4 grades. Mortal grade, Earth grade, Sky grade, Heaven grade. Piercing Fang Fist belonged to the mortal grade, the weakest category. Something you could even buy in the market with a bit of luck. Mortal grade techniques were considered attainable by normal people, yet it was still so incredibly impressive. Just the thought of higher grade techniques made my heart race. How earthful would a Sky or Heaven grade technique be even Earth grade was bound to be something amazing. Techniques were further rated within each grade, divided into low, middle, and high tiers. My technique was a middle-tier mortal grade. I attempted the technique again, and a whip-like motion followed as I didn't aim at anything. I experimented with hip twists and from my legs, trying to apply knowledge from my previous world, but my long hair kept hitting my face like a horse's tail. It even stung my eyes a bit. Damn, why did that idiot think keeping long hair was a good idea? I rubbed my stinging eyes and then gathered a handful of hair. Taking out a roll of bandages, I used some to tie my hair into a ponytail. Even then, as I moved quickly, my hair continued to slap me or obstruct my vision. That's when I realized something crucial. The hair has to go. The original Liu Feng cherished his hair, but it would be a hindrance in any fight. Besides, I knew from Liu Feng's memories that longer hair was harder to maintain, requiring extensive conditioning. A waste of time, in my opinion. Blasphemy. Called a part of me. That part was the original Liu Feng's memories that I decided to ignore. However, there was one lingering concern. Would anyone notice after all? Liu Feng was quite fond of his hair. Perhaps I could use the excuse that I cut it to strengthen my resolve. With a touch of anxiety, I decided to cut my hair after this training session. Xinma managed his library as he always did, but at least today had been a bit more interesting. It wasn't every day that someone became so engrossed in books about the basics. At least the kid had some basic decency, refraining from making noise or attempting to sneak the books out of the building. He even returned the books to their proper places. This had quickly become Xinma's favorite disciple generation, which wasn't a difficult threshold to cross since he didn't like any of them. They usually just made his job more difficult. Suddenly, someone else entered, and with the unmistakable sound of something hard hitting the floor, Xinma knew that the old man had arrived. However, unlike before, the old man had a smile on his face as he took a seat with an empty wooden cup in hand. You won't believe what I saw today. A dragon with crow's legs. No, something even rarer. A likable disciple, the old man nodded. He actually felt sorry for me as I cleaned. Cleaning, Xinma wondered, then realized what had happened and chuckled, with the old man following suit. In certain areas of the sect, such as the library and its surroundings, having cleaners posed a security risk. Instead, the sect employed an inscription master to create cleaning arrays and similar solutions. Moreover, having an old man undertake strenuous work posed its own security risk. Fatigued individuals were more susceptible to bribes or external influences seeking to exploit them for personal gain. There had been numerous instances of such incidents in the past, and the Blazing Sun sect wouldn't have risen to become one of the most irful sects in the White Tiger continent by being careless. The only reason the old man was still around, performing cleaning duties, was because he had nothing else to do in his old age. He had long since given up on his cultivation, and now only wished to spend his remaining days in relaxation. What kind of brat could make even an annoying fellow like you fond of them? Xinma cracked a smile. He knew how difficult it was to like the old man, Shan Sha, who was far too grumpy. Hey, I can be nice when I want to. It's just that young people nowadays lack the patience to earn someone's respect, the old man grumbled. Even though they didn't look like it, many people in the Blazing Sun sect were old. But among all the older people Xinma knew, this old man was the grumpiest. Yet despite his prickly personality, old Shan would never talk behind your back. If he had something to say about you, he'd say it to your face much better than those scheming elders in the inner sect who pretended to be friends and stabbed you in the back with smiles on their faces. Still, won't the acceptance trial take place soon? Hopefully, there won't be any exceptionally talented new juniors. Since he's still far from 18 years old, he can enter the inner sect as long as he wins the tournament next year, Xinma suggested. The brat isn't the type to be deterred by something like that. From what I've seen, he doesn't seem to care about such matters. As long as he reaches Qi gathering before the age of 20, he'll be able to enter the inner sect that way. The old man shrugged and adjusted his chair. For some reason, the old man believed this youngster would make it. Well, Xinma wished the young man good luck. Entering the Qi gathering realm before the age of 20 without external aid was hard, as it was a well-known bottleneck in cultivation. Hey, Liu Feng. A young man with a large belly called out, rushing to sit next to me in the bustling cafeteria. Even that short dash through the cafeteria seemed to leave him breathless. I didn't see you anywhere in the tournament stands. Despite his weight, I was surprised he was tired. After all, he was a cultivator too. Maybe this was a side effect of a martial technique he might be practicing. Unlike the emptiness of the week before, the cafeteria was filled with hustle and bustle. It now resembled a mess hall, abuzz with conversations about cultivation, and some used the time to read while they ate. A few peculiar guys even balanced themselves on sticks while dining. Perhaps that last one was some sort of training method. I was using that time to rest, I replied to the plump youth. Since I had Liu Feng's memories, I should know who this guy was, as they apparently were friends. However, Liu Feng had not bothered remembering the guy's name. Liu Feng had assumed he would be out of the outer sect after the tournament, and would be a useless waste of time to bother remembering the name of some non-name loser. At least that was what Liu Feng considered him. This was kind of ironic because, by that view, Liu Feng himself should also be a loser. But I wasn't here to judge how much of an asshole the previous owner of this body was. He had his faults and was young. At least he hadn't gone around making enemies or bullying people who would have come for revenge down the line. I almost didn't recognize you with the short hair, the fat guy said. At that moment, an overwhelming sensation surged through me, and the world around seemed to freeze. A rush of adrenaline flooded my veins, causing my heart to skip a beat, then another, until it seemed to hang suspended in the air, its rhythm silenced momentarily. The faint hum of life's constant motion faded into a distant echo, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. Every detail, every nuance, became magnified in the clarity of that suspended moment. Had he noticed anything strange, Liu Feng was known to take care of his hair. Anyway, the tournament was exciting. It's a shame that most of us couldn't get through, but the participants this year were above average. Even some of those who lost were taken in by the outer elders as personal disciples. He sighed and shook his head. Yeah, shame, I nodded. It seemed like no one gave a shit about me cutting my hair. They barely even noticed, which kind of made sense. I was just paranoid about it, and even Liu Feng had rarely talked with people from the outer sect. The closest person to Liu Feng in the outer sect had been this chubby guy, and even then he wouldn't have gone as far as to call him a friend. At best, the chubby guy was an acquaintance, but often acted more like Liu Feng's errand boy. Liu Feng had been more concentrated on training, so he could enter the inner sect and make real friends, his thoughts, not mine. He was kind of stupid for thinking that. What made Liu Feng think the people from the inner sect would look at him in a better view than he looked at the outer sects? Though I didn't agree with his ideals, I could understand where he came from. Liu Feng grew up in the Liu clan, where he always had to kiss ass to get cultivation resources. He had grand dreams, and there was no low he wouldn't stoop to if it helped advance his cultivation. Sadly, even that demeanor was nothing special amongst cultivators. How many passed the exam to go into the inner sect, I asked. Bin Bao passed by winning the tournament, and Wen did due to the talent he displayed, he sighed, jealousy reeking out of his voice. Hundreds of participants, and only those two passed. Neither of those names sounded familiar. I shrugged. Did anything else happen? Well, just the usual. At least the tournament was tame this year. Only 3 people got their cultivation broken, and only one was killed in an accident, he shrugged. Also, one of them who had their cultivation broken started a blood feud between his and the opponent's clans on the outside. What the hell, they were really something. What could I even say to that? Thankfully, I hadn't participated too much in that whole mess. There was a good chance I won't participate in the tournament, even in the next year. Getting my cultivation broken didn't sound good, and even if I won, there was a good chance some of my defeated opponents would take offense and call 13 generations of his ancestors. At the body tempering stage, we didn't have chi yet, so breaking the cultivation essentially meant breaking the body in ways that someone would no longer be able to advance as a cultivator. I would rather spend my time reading and talking with interesting people than starting feuds and getting my cultivation crushed. You dare! Suddenly, someone yelled and stood up on one of the tables. I will have your whole Yuchin clan killed by tomorrow. Come and try it, you Tang bastard. Yelled out someone else, putting his hand on the sheath of his sword. Yep, this was the time for me to get out of here. Standing up, I walked toward the counter, delivered my tray of leftover food, and asked, "Can I have 2 hot cups of tea? Make them as hot as possible." The server behind the counter nodded and handed me a tray with 2 still steaming cups of hot tea while taking my own. Thank you, I smiled. The man behind the counter had a small smile of his own. He nodded while handing over my previous tray to the dishwashers and turned back to me. Have a nice day. You too. I had never seen any of the other fellow cultivators who dined in the cafeteria thank them. Those who worked in the kitchen might be mortals or body-tempering cultivators at best. But it was always a good idea to respect the people who made your food. As someone who had briefly worked in the service industry as a part-time job after high school, the service staff sometimes got their revenge against rude customers. Yells and hollering in the distance alerted everyone else to what was happening, and soon disciples crowded around the two bickering disciples. Unlike them, I walked the opposite way and out of the dining hall while being careful no one knocked down my teacups. Once outside, I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the fresh morning air. After staring at the towering library in the distance, I went down the stairs with a smile. Even if, in the future, I never got that far in cultivation, I would at least end up with amazing glutes by walking up and down stairs so many times. Once again, my rule of never even being in the vicinity of trouble worked, and I arrived at the library without being hassled or starting a blood feud. The journey up and down the stairs had become easier. All this walking had amounted to something, and I was barely winded. People went in and out of the library, and I had to look around until I caught sight of the old janitor putting some books on a shelf. Like the cafeteria, the library was packed with people now that the tournament was no longer ongoing. I waved at the old janitor and put his cup of tea on the empty seat of the long table. I took my cup of tea and walked away while he smiled and sent me a brief nod. Others looked at me weirdly, but I acted like I didn't notice their gazes and got back to reading about some martial techniques. Since I already had an attacking fist technique, I needed a movement technique, defensive technique, and maybe stealth if I could find it. Maybe I should try and get a kicking technique in case my arms got broken or something. However, using my legs in a fight where my arms were broken would be dangerous since my legs would be better used to run away from danger rather than breaking them. I looked around a bit, gathered all the books about movement techniques, and planned to read them all and figure out which was the best. Learning 4 new martial arts was pushing it a bit. It would take some time to master them enough to be battle-ready. Also, to be more efficient, I had to be careful and pick the best martial arts I could while at the same time making sure they were compatible with each other. Liu Feng had considered mortal-grade martial arts inferior and not worth wasting time learning, and he wanted to learn Earth-grade martial arts. In his eyes, spending the same time learning Earth-grade martial arts was better than wasting time learning mortal-grade martial arts that he wouldn't use anymore after getting to a certain stage. He was right in a certain way, as learning 100 mortal grade techniques was still worse than learning 1 Earth grade one. It would be better to master 1 good technique than many bad ones. But he took it to the extreme and thought too far into the future. One could not start running before they could even walk. It was stupid when one thought about it this way, but I used to suffer from the same mistakes in my youth. The early 20s, when one felt like they had the world in their hands and could do anything. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Of course, those years ended with me setting ambitious goals and overworking myself. When I didn't overwork myself, I felt like a failure. That was what happened most often when people set strict schedules for themselves. Nobody should treat themselves like a robot. Instead, they should treat themselves like they would a friend they care about. Hours passed, and I finally found some technique manuals that sounded promising and were compatible with the piercing fang fist that I already practiced. "What has got you so worried, young man?" The old man's voice interrupted my thoughts. He had a smile on his face and a cup of tea. Was that the tea I had given him? It was still emitting some steam from the heat, but it should have turned cold by now. No, wait, maybe he had some technique to heat it. Whatever, now wasn't the time to be distracted by such things. I'm trying to figure out what techniques I should pick. Any suggestions? I asked. Also, do you know where I can find techniques that help with scouting or stealth? The old man leaned over and hummed. Even mortal-grade techniques that are related to scouting or stealth are rare. At least rare enough that you will never see such books on the first floor. Still, any suggestions? The old man shrugged. That would be me holding your hand through this. Make your own choices. At least they will be your own mistakes. That's how you learn. The only advice I have for you is that you shouldn't choose something just because it has a cool name. The old man took a sip of his tea and looked me in the eyes intensely with the wisdom he rarely showed. Sometimes the enemy of a good choice is the expectation of a perfect one. There is never a perfect choice in life. Since I already know the piercing fang fist, I was thinking of something that would complement it well. Elemental techniques are out of the question since I lack chi, and they often counteract each other too much. So I was considering something like the rushing bull step, a technique where one kicks off the ground to move at incredible speed, I explained. Among the myriad of options, none seemed as fitting for the piercing fang fist as the rushing bull step. Liu Feng might have been somewhat naive about certain aspects of life, typical of his age. But he was also a diligent young man who had honed the piercing fang fist to near perfection. Mastering another technique to the same level would require years of dedication. Thus, it seemed more practical to enhance the existing technique rather than starting from scratch. Perhaps acquiring an Earth-grade technique could be worth the change, but for now, this was the best I could come up with. Additionally, the rushing bull step lacked elemental vulnerabilities that plagued techniques like fire against water or wood against fire. A sound choice, the old man acknowledged, leafing through the martial manual's pages. The only weakness is that it can only move in a straight line, which is a major weakness in case you want to escape or evade. I have an idea to cover that weakness, I replied confidently. I needed an overwhelming offensive capability to compensate for my inexperience in combat and hunting beasts. It was the best path to survival. Coupled with a defensive technique, it would be pretty useful unless confronted with a vast difference in skill and You seem to have gathered more than movement techniques here. The old man eyed the other books. Yeah, I was also trying to find some scouting and stealth techniques, I admitted, hoping for guidance. Well, teaching stealth techniques would be like training assassins. The sect does not want its disciples killing each other, and scouting techniques are rare in itself. You usually need chi to use them, he explained. That complicated things a bit, but I couldn't help but smile. The array of technique combinations seemed limitless and added excitement to the whole thing. At least you have techniques that seem simple enough and would help you learn even when it comes time for you to get higher grade techniques, the old man muttered under his breath. I sent him a curious look. How? Your movement martial art requires kicking, and your attack martial technique requires punching. Even at Earth grade, while you might need to add chi and move it a certain way, the basics still stand. Most movement techniques require kicking, and most fist techniques require punching. So it won't be like you'll be learning everything from scratch, the old man smiled. Ah, that made sense. So I'm basically putting myself down a road with barely any knowledge. I sighed but still smiled. This felt like choosing what I wanted to study in college. How could you expect to know what you wanted to do for the rest of your life when you have barely lived it? That's life, kid, the old man shrugged and returned to his duties. I chuckled. This really felt like college now. If I wanted to change what I wanted in the future, it would be like changing professions. Some things never change. I took the rushing bull step technique manual and walked out of the library. The sky was red and the sun looked ready to set. But training in the cold nights never hurt anyone. Well, it did average people, but not cultivators. The forest around the sect was still the best and most private place to train. So once I arrived there, I put the already read book down and started using the technique written there. I crouched down, closed my eyes, and concentrated on the thighs. The book said a bunch of things with little meaning about how someone should concentrate all their strength on their thighs. So that was the only body part I focused on, and by the time I opened my eyes, my thighs had bulged up to almost twice their size. What the actual fuck? I released my hold on the ground and shot forward like an arrow. The world around me blurred, and the air stung my eyes. I put my arm up to cover my eyes, and the next thing I heard was the crunching sound of a tree breaking and the pain in my forearm. I came to a skidding halt and looked at the trail behind me as I tried to stop myself. There was a broken tree, and where I had kicked off from were 2 holes on the ground with cracks around it. Damn, this is amazing. Rushing bull step wasn't flashy compared to many other movement martial techniques, but it was useful and compatible with my other techniques. They call this not flashy, I grinned. I felt like a damn anime character, kicking off the ground and causing the earth below me to crack. Well, it didn't crack as the dirt had just shifted to make it look like that, but still. It took a while for the excitement to die down, and when it did, the numbness on my thighs, the pain in my forearm I had ed against the tree, and the tension in the joints behind my knees finally settled in. Slumping to the ground, I massaged my thighs as they felt like I just had a horrifying leg day at the gym. But despite the pain, this was exhilarating in some ways. This was the first time I had used the technique, and the more I did, the more my body would get used to the movements, and my muscles would grow to adapt to it. Meaning I would be able to grow stronger and faster. I stared at the broken tree. It almost looks like I punched through it like last time. Wait, and what if? Standing up once again, I brushed the dust off my clothes. The broken trees were a stark reminder of the first superpowered punch I had unleashed in this world. The tingling sensation and excitement still coursed through me whenever I recalled it. Surrounded only by trees, I turned away from the shattered trunk and crouched, pulling my fist backward. Like a bullet, I shot forward, though the wind pressed against my eyelids like a pressurized hose. Closing my eyes, I gauged the distance between myself and the tree, initiating the piercing fang fist. My punch collided with the solid tree before I could fully extend my arm, a testament to the inherent challenge of estimating distance without sight. An explosion followed, accompanied by the of multiple trees. When I opened my eyes, a trail of destruction lay before me. Holy shit. Awesome, I exclaimed. So this is what they meant by saying some techniques were compatible. I chuckled, attempting to suppress the mad cackle bubbling in my throat. The last thing I needed was for potential observers to think I was deranged. Of course, I hadn't fully unleashed the potential of the piercing fang fist. Imagine the when that happened. I gotta try again. Crouching down, I faceplanted into the ground, tasting grass. Hug. As the excitement waned, the fatigue and muscle cramps from utilizing such a potent technique set in. The movement had sent my body into shock. Despite the painful muscle cramps threatening to bring tears to my eyes, only one thought persisted. I couldn't attempt that technique combination again today. Should I even bother returning to the dorms? Tonight it was evident that no one cared. Even if I wanted to return, I doubted my legs could carry me. With those considerations weighing on my mind, I slumped back and attempted to fall asleep on the grassy ground. The setting sun gave way to a starry sky. Would there be a level of cultivation where one could reach the stars? Some said that cultivation was endless. Well, I wasn't going to find answers to such questions tonight. The soft, cool wind brushed through my body, bringing a comfortable sensation as the grass beneath felt more inviting than any modern mattress. Sleep enveloped me effortlessly, a welcome respite from exhaustion. Sometimes exhaustion made sleep a wonderful experience. It felt like the blink of an eye when sunlight gently kissed my face, rousing me from slumber. Damn, I was too tired to even dream, I muttered groggily. Standing up, I stretched, finding that yesterday's painful muscle cramps had faded into dull aches. I also reeked of grass and needed a change of clothes. Fortunately, the sect provided a place for outer disciples to exchange their dirty or destroyed uniforms for fresh ones. Should I return to the dorms like this, I needed a shower, but the hassle of bathing in this world involved lugging a large tub of water up the mountain to the shower rooms. It would be simpler to use one of the many ponds scattered around. Moreover, I was finding excuses to return to training as soon as possible. Yesterday had been exhilarating, moving at such speeds. However, I needed to acclimate my eyes to the wind pressure first, one thing at a time. Ensuring I had everything, including the book on the rushing bull steps, I prepared to find a pond. With a single jump, I landed on a tree branch, and then another jump brought me atop a tree. Surprisingly, I maintained incredible balance without stumbling, a skill unique to cultivators. I should try shit like this more often. Though techniques and other wonderful things had kept me quite busy. There was no rest needed when having fun. In the distance, several clear ponds shimmered nearby. It didn't take long to find one with crystal clear water. As I approached, I paused and called out, "Is anyone in there?" I looked around and ensured no jade-like beauty lurked nearby. By Xia click standards, encounters with such characters often led to them attacking the protagonist. The protagonist would survive by sheer dumb luck, and later would be revealed she was many levels above him. As for me, I would never survive such a thing, considering the vast discrepancy. There was no way I would allow myself to die due to something stupid like that after just arriving in this world. Disrobing, I stood naked as the day I was born, or as Liu Feng was born. After confirming privacy once more, I dipped into the clear pond. The water's chill, exacerbated by the morning air, bit at my skin, and a chill went through my body. But I quickly got used to it. Leaning against the pond's edge, I relaxed with the cold rocks pushing against my back like a comforting massage. Doing something I love every day. Was this what it felt like when those people blabbed about doing what you love, and it would feel like you never worked a day in your life? It would be a blessing if these days lasted forever. "So you're still around here looking for some new techniques?" asked the librarian, a friendly smile gracing his face. A week had passed since I learned the rushing bull step. Despite that, I made it a habit to visit the library daily, poring over texts and absorbing knowledge before my training sessions. While mastering many mortal grade techniques was a waste of time, reading about them didn't waste too much time and was my way of giving myself a break. Who knows, maybe this knowledge about mortal grade's techniques would be useful when fighting against someone who used them. Progress with the rushing bull step remained reasonable, as expected. Yet the challenge of mastering it and devising countermeasures against its straightforwardness was exhilarating. However, I struggled with its backlash. I couldn't use it more than 3 times a day, and even that was pushing it, as I no longer would be able to walk for a couple of hours. Nonetheless, it was good training for my legs, and I wasn't complaining. Yet, unless I miraculously achieved an 8-star or 9-star body tempering, that limit wouldn't budge. I'm searching for a defensive technique. Something that shields against both external and internal shock, I stated. The librarian nodded, though he offered no further input. I wasn't disheartened by his lack of engagement, as I was closer to the old janitor either way. Some disciples cast odd glances my way while I conversed with the staff. When I was courteous to the dining hall staff, they thought nothing of it since they were mortals. In their eyes, I was no doubt a fool wasting time talking to the servants. But having a good relationship with the librarian was another matter altogether. The guy was essentially an elder in the sect who guarded many techniques. Many might try to leverage that relationship and get preferential treatment if they were in my place. Hence, the old librarian was more approachable during off-peak hours, when fewer people were around and away from prying eyes. "Look who the cat dragged in here," remarked the old janitor. He was suddenly beside me. I glanced toward the front door. Nobody had come in a while. How did the old guy slip in unnoticed? I hadn't seen him on the first floor or enter from the front door. "Where did you come from?" I whispered. If the old janitor harbored hidden monstrous cultivation, he was good at concealing it. He cared little about trivialities or sugarcoating words to placate him. "Second floor," he replied nonchalantly, brandishing his ever-present broom. "Got to tidy up upstairs, too." The librarian chuckled discreetly, masking it as a cough to avoid drawing attention from the half-dozen disciples scattered throughout the library. Why did it feel like I was the victim of some inside joke? "By the way, why do you keep coming to the library so often? I haven't even seen you take any martial technique books with you," the old man inquired, raising a skeptical eyebrow. "It would be better to spend that time training or resting." "How could I miss meeting my favorite old man? Training wouldn't feel the same without your daily rants about how everything I do is stupid," I replied with a grin. "Besides, who else would bring your tea if I didn't come? I'm old, not crippled." "I can fetch my own tea," the old man grumbled, though his tone betrayed a hint of jest. I knew he wasn't entirely serious. Despite his gruff exterior, he was surprisingly friendly. "Also," the old man continued, "I thought by now you would have tried to read and learn every technique here, covering all bases and minuscule things. You seem like the kind of person who would attempt something like that." "I can't deny the temptation to learn a ranged attack just to cover all bases," I admitted. Unfortunately, pre-chi long-range attacks were rather ineffective, typically involving the use of a bow. While some techniques allowed for curved arrows, their practicality was limited. Arrows did little against opponents above 6 stars, and the time investment outweighed their usefulness. "Good, it's wise to keep such impulses in check," the old sweeper remarked, taking a sip of tea. "Where did he get that cup? Hadn't he already finished the tea I brought earlier?" "Well, perhaps if I ever transcend to immortality beyond the nascent soul realm and have all the time in the world, I'll return to learn every mortal grade technique here," I mused, settling onto a nearby desk to read the defensive martial arts manuals I had gathered the previous week. "An immortal learning mortal grade techniques," the old man chuckled, settling into a chair opposite mine and savoring his tea with continued amusement. "If I had eternity at my disposal, I'd seclude myself from the outside world and explore, witness, and experience the supernatural wonders of these martial techniques. I shared my dreams before I got back into my reading. I never thought about it before about how immortal life might suit me. How would someone even spend all that time? One thing I knew for sure was that I wasn't conquering worlds or anything like that. Well, it mattered little either way. That kind of realm was something I would never reach. However, something was troubling. Despite spending considerable time, the books I had gathered contained none of the defensive techniques I wanted. Perhaps I should make another attempt to scour the library for defensive martial arts. The first floor had a vast collection, and there might be overlooked books holding the techniques I wanted. Since my current selections proved not that useful, it would be a good idea to give it one last look. Amongst the books I had, the iron skin technique seemed the most promising option available. However, it wouldn't suffice for handling the internal shock from combining the piercing fang fist and rushing bull steps. Could I even handle using 3 techniques simultaneously, utilizing 2 already taxed me mentally and physically? Nonetheless, I might need to experiment or seek guidance from someone more knowledgeable. Deciding to take a break from reading, I rose from my seat and strolled back toward the library shelves, enveloped in the comforting aroma of books. Several disciples checked martial technique books, skimming through volumes before returning them to their places. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. As I traversed sections I had already examined, something caught my eye: a black book nestled in a corner, titled Turtle Shell Body. Though its name lacked the flair of something like Thousand Stone Diamond Skin, practicality outweighed aesthetic appeal in my opinion. However, something was bothering me. Had this book been here all along? I couldn't recall noticing it before. Due to my new body or maybe my cultivation, I had a keen memory. I surely would have noticed if the black book had been here before. Could a disciple have returned it? Regardless, I seized the book and began checking its contents. Meanwhile, 2 other disciples whispered nearby, instantly putting me on edge. I slid behind a shelf, feigning interest in the black book while discreetly eavesdropping on their discussion. "We should be out there practicing," remarked one of them. "Yeah, but we need a good technique." "We got trounced last time," grumbled the other. "We need a technique that will allow us to get stronger faster." "I think we need a more catchy and flashy technique." "Did you see that guy who lost, but was still able to get noticed by the inner elder? Even though he lost, he was still able to enter the inner sect. He had eye-catching techniques." "That's just bullshit." "I heard that the guy bribed one of the inner elders." "Okay, so they weren't discussing ambushing me." "It would be odd if they did, considering I didn't know them." Yet in this Xyxia world, some young masters made the spoiled rich kids from my previous world seem like Mother Teresa. "I don't care about any of that. We need something that will get us strong fast," insisted one of them, prompting me to tune out and refocus on my agenda. The only potential issue I had was their sole focus on their martial techniques provided. They took them for granted, without questioning their significance. Even the simplest techniques held supernatural potential to some extent. However, I wasn't here to impose my perspectives on others. They likely wouldn't adopt my viewpoint anyway. The turtle shell body technique's description hinted at a permanent defense boost, aligning perfectly with my current needs. Fate had smiled on me today to stumble on something like this. Sure, it was no cheat like a protagonist might stumble in every market around the corner. But it was neat. I had to test it right now. Returning to the librarian, I presented the book. "I'll be taking this outside to train with it." The librarian narrowed his eyes at the book, worrying me for a second. But he eventually nodded and replied, "Good luck. Disciples may take 1 book from the first floor to learn a technique contained within." Everyone knew that rule, so why did he phrase it so pointedly? Shrugging off my needless curiosity, I exited the library, excited to unravel the secrets of the new technique. Zinma removed his glasses, observing the young boy's departure. He polished the lenses, his gaze shifting toward the goat-bearded old janitor Shan Sha, a frown etching his features. He felt tempted to confront Shan Sha immediately, yet he restrained his emotions. Several disciples still lingered in the library. Hours slipped by, the sun dipping toward the horizon. The library emptied, with Shan Sha only ascending upstairs for tea refills. "How did a book from the 2nd floor end up here?" Zin Ma inquired calmly. "What are you talking about?" Shan Sha feigned innocence, his fingers grazing his goat-like beard. "I saw the book the kid had." "That's not something from the 1st floor. Do you take me for a fool?" old friend Zin Ma pressed. "What you've done violates the library's codes I oversee. Why jeopardize our friendship like this?" Shan Sha met his gaze, embodying the stubbornness often associated with his moniker, Goat Geezer. "I'm just an old man who sometimes misplaces things." "You misplaced something an entire floor down." Zin Ma raised a skeptical brow. "You're only permitted to fetch tea from the 2nd floor. You weren't authorized to handle the books. No ordinary servant would have access to items on the 2nd floor without explicit consent." While Shan Sha's demeanor was cantankerous, he had always been trustworthy and had never acted out in this manner before. Yet Shan Sha's actions endangered his life. There was little they could do about the youngster, as instances of disciples discovering martial manuals not belonging on the first floor weren't uncommon. Disciples were permitted to learn techniques from these books before they were returned to the second floor. Such rules governed the discovery of materials by disciples. However, Shan Shah would face severe consequences if his transgression came to light. If the judgment hall decrees death as my punishment, so be it. I have only a few years left at best, Shan Shah declared, effectively acknowledging his wrongdoing. Zin Ma replaced his glasses. I won't disclose this in light of our long-standing friendship, but understand that it strains our relationship. Should you repeat this offense, I'll personally advocate for the maximum penalty from the judgment hall. Thank the ancestors. This turned out better than I feared. I don't want to die just yet, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, sinking back into his chair. It appeared his bravery earlier had been more facade than substance. Also, just to clarify, I left the book for the kid to stumble upon. I never explicitly handed it to him. If he hadn't noticed it, I wouldn't have pointed it out. The book would have remained there for someone else to find, the old man explained. Ah, yes. Concealing the book in the section where we house most of the mortal-grade defensive techniques. But you're assuming the youngster, who we know meticulously covers all his bases and isn't swayed by flashy names, would miss it, Zin Ma sighed. Let's be honest, you practically served that martial technique book to him on a silver platter. You knew he'd find it. The old man shrugged, showing little inclination to dispute the accusation. It'll give him a head start against those born into more favorable circumstances. He's a good kid, and it'd be a shame to see him fall behind just because he lacks the Blazing Sun sex lineage. He has his own clan, don't forget that. He's not some resourceful mortal, Zin Ma reminded. Yes, but I chose to assist him regardless, the old man sipped his tea. Just think of this as a lucky encounter for the kid. Except there was no luck involved, the librarian interjected. Shan Shah shrugged once more, taking another sip of tea. Zin Ma couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the kid had won over his old friend simply by bringing him tea, despite there being free tea refills on the second floor. No wonder someone like Shan Shah hadn't progressed far in cultivation. He was too driven by emotion, in Zin Ma's estimation. Yet that was also why he enjoyed the old Shan Shah's company and would forgive him for this lapse. Few cultivators were as genuine as Shan Shah. I stood atop a boulder in the forest, engrossed in the intricacies of my newfound defensive technique. How had such a remarkable technique ended up on the first floor? It felt like a stroke of luck, the first time I could genuinely call myself fortunate in both of my lives. It was akin to hitting the jackpot. Despite being a mortal-grade technique, Turtle's shell body far surpassed those typically found on the first floor. It was a passive martial technique designed to gradually enhance the body's defensive capabilities, addressing a significant issue I faced. I struggled with using 3 techniques simultaneously, a feat made difficult by the rushing bull steps and piercing fang fist combination. However, Turtle Shell Body was a passive technique that would permanently increase my body's durability, promising to mitigate the strain and damage to my legs after each use of rushing bull steps and piercing fang fist once mastered. Yet there was one peculiar requirement for practicing this technique. I need to get a turtle. However, turtles were not commonly sold in the sex market. There might be monstrous beast parts, pills, and other things I didn't need. For the first time since maybe ever, it was inconvenient the sex market only sold cultivation-related things. Moreover, finding a turtle within the sex grounds presented its own challenges, as most animals had been purged out of fear they might evolve into monstrous beasts. With this realization, the next step in my plans became clear. I had to travel to a nearby mortal town and buy a turtle. Your name? Inquired a disciple stationed at the front gate. He appeared to be about my age, clad in a blue uniform signifying his status as an inner disciple, with a notebook and brush in hand. Liu Feng, I replied. The gates to exit the sect loomed large, as if crafted to welcome giants. Towering, marble-white walls extended as far as the eye could see, encircling the colossal mountain upon which the Blazing Sun sect was erected. Reason for leaving? The disciple queried. Visiting a mortal town, I stated. The disciple nodded and handed me a wooden badge the size of my fist. You're free to go. Remaining absent from the sect for more than a month with a badge like that will lead to your presumption of death and your name being eliminated from the sect's archives. Such a condition existed for a Xianxia sect. They had numerous security measures in place. Yet I surmised that such things were necessary for a sect to be around for millennia, or however old the Blazing Sun sect purportedly was. A shiver coursed down my spine the instant I stepped beyond the sect's confines. The air itself felt different, lacking a certain presence. It defied precise description, akin to a weightiness in the atmosphere, yet not quite. Shaking my head, I dismissed such musings. It was likely a barrier I had crossed, because giant marble walls weren't useful against most monstrous beasts or cultivators. Nevertheless, they served as a tangible boundary of the Blazing Sun sect's perimeter. Glancing back at the Blazing Sun sect, I couldn't help but marvel at the mountain's immense size. The upper half of the peak was covered in clouds and was barely visible. Mount Everest has nothing on this, I muttered, turning around to walk the stone path leading toward the world beyond. Liu Feng had sparse memories of the terrain surrounding the Blazing Sun sect. Nevertheless, following the main road should eventually lead to a town, city, or civilization. Yet taking over such a grand mountain, the Blazing Sun sect was exceptional. Though back then it was probably more of a house since the founder, the Blazing Sun Immortal, was still around. While less exciting than martial techniques, the history of this world was still noteworthy. For instance, the fate of the Blazing Sun Immortal remained shrouded in mystery. History here wasn't quite as forefront as the one in my world, where everything was written in books. After all, there were still people alive from many historical events. It was like asking Judas about Jesus. Also, nascent soul realm cultivators often disagreed on events dating back 1,000 years, which offered quite a diverse perspective on historical occurrences. If I ever ascended to the echelons of where I needn't fear ancient monsters swatting me out of existence, I was going to ask the elders so many things. But such things would take a while, even if I somehow survived to reach that kind of I took out a sack of coins the size of my fist from my inner pocket and inspected its contents. The bag was still brimming with gold coins that Liu Feng had received from his family before going on his journey to join the Blazing Sun sect. If I were ever low on gold, a mere request would suffice to gain another sack like this. No questions asked. Liu Feng had never truly valued such assets, deeming an ample supply of mortal currency commonplace. Nevertheless, he scarcely used the gold, favoring the currency of cultivators, spirit stones. Hence, when I took over, he only had a single spirit stone. In truth, his family had bestowed upon him a dozen spirit stones, giving him an advantage over his peers. Regrettably, he squandered them on acquiring resources for cultivation, thereby advancing from 5-star body tempering to 7-star within a year. It was kind of a waste of resources on his part. With 10 spirit stones, I would have paid for access to the library's second floor. Yet Liu Feng had planned to attain inner disciple status, which granted entry to the second floor for free. No doubt in his mind, spending spirit stones for such privilege equated to a waste of resources. An hour passed as I traversed the road, encountering no other soul. A formidable silhouette of the Blazing Sun sect mountain loomed in the distance. Why was the road deserted? Shouldn't merchants ply their trade, or carriages ferry provisions like food and clothing? By mortal standards, every damn cultivator was rich. Though the Blazing Sun sect's mountain was colossal, sustaining itself should be implausible. Or was it? What insight did I know about this Xinxia realm? Perhaps they cultivated crops within a subspace, although the existence of such domains was questionable at best. Liu Feng had no recollection of something like that existing, but storage rings were a thing, so maybe it wasn't impossible. Still, why were there no signs on this damn road? How did disciples navigate without them? Pressing onward, I quickened my pace to a jog. After running past a dense forest, I arrived at a small town. One notable feature of towns and cities in this world was their large stone walls. To lack such fortifications was to extend a direct invitation to monstrous beasts to feast upon the populace. Living near a dominant force like the Blazing Sun sect afforded a semblance of security, and the likelihood of a monstrous beast sighting was low. Nonetheless, the risk was never entirely 0%, and mortals stood no chance and were defenseless even against the feeblest monstrous beasts. A lengthy line had formed at the front gates, including individuals from diverse backgrounds. Some bore the appearance of weary farmers returning from toil in the fields, and others looked like merchants accompanied by their mules. I joined the line, assuming my place alongside the others. A dozen guards clad in chainmail and armed with spears were at the gate. As our eyes met, one of the guards looked shocked. Before the line could progress, the guard who had noticed me hurried over, his face fraught with urgency. His anxiety instilled a measure of unease within me. Had I looked suspicious? Honorable disciple, there is no night for you to wait in line. Blazing sect cultivators will always be welcome in Greengrass Town, the man announced. Ah, of course. I had forgotten for a second. I was no longer a nobody, at least amongst normal people. Thank you, I conveyed my gratitude, pressing my palm against my fist in a gesture of respect. The guard looked at my hands momentarily before offering a nod, a smile gradually gracing his features. Follow me, please. I will serve as your guide, the guard instructed. Of course, sorry for the trouble, I acknowledged, falling into step behind him. This is no trouble, honorable cultivator. It is my honor to serve you. As we crossed the threshold into the town, the scene unfolded with vibrant activity. Bustling thoroughfares were pedestrians and carriages weaving through the streets, friends engaged in lively talks, and street urchins sold strange flowers. If it isn't too much trouble, can you tell me where I can find a vendor to buy small animals like turtles? I asked politely. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. The guard cast me a discerning glance, his gaze narrowing in contemplation. Eventually he nodded, I know just the place. That's good. How much would it cost to buy something like that? I asked, as we proceeded down the cobblestone path. Several passersby cast furtive glances in my direction, their gazes lingering upon my gray attire. Some even took a discreet step backward, their demeanor betraying an air of uncertainty. It seemed apparent they had encountered cultivators before, and a few among our kind likely left a less than favorable impression. At most, a few coppers, the guard replied. Coppers, I realized I only had gold coins. Could you perhaps direct me to a place where I might exchange a gold coin for some silver and copper? I had what some would call rich people problems. The guard froze before chuckling nervously and saying, of course, the merchant hall should offer such services. Hopefully without any of the outrageous fees banks have. He abruptly changed directions in the middle of the road, heading toward what was likely the merchant hall. I followed along at a safe distance, mindful to remain beyond the reach of his spear. I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps the guard was leading me into an ambush. If so, I was prepared to strike swiftly and decisively, aiming to incapacitate him with my first move. Even in death, the Blazing Sun sect would seek revenge on my behalf. After all, they had their reputation to uphold, even for a mere outer disciple like myself. Besides, I had cousins who were inner disciples. In a world where betrayal and treachery were all too common, it was prudent to assume that everyone harbored some ulterior motive. There were countless tales of siblings turning against one another for cultivation resources. To some, such ruthlessness might seem cruel. Yet to any open-minded observer, the signs were glaringly obvious. In clans where children were pitted against one another, cousins and brothers fought for resources, and even uncles could become adversaries, was it any wonder that familial bonds were often fragile? Behaviors learned in childhood often persisted into adulthood. And with leaders boasting lifespans stretching hundreds, if not thousands of years, the pace of change crawled at a snail's pace, if it even occurred at all. So how's life as a guard, I asked, trying to take my mind off things. A bit boring, but better than most. While it would be dangerous in any other town, there are no beasts here due to the Blazing Sun sect, and people don't cause trouble for the same reason, he replied. By people, the guard clearly meant other cultivators. But he was being polite about it. Aujai had served as a guard at Greengrass Town for nearly a decade, witnessing an array of cultivators passing through its gates. It was a double-edged experience, the best and worst part of his job. He encountered arrogant cultivators, some sadistic and others kind-hearted. A few attempted to exude an air of mystery, which Maojai found rather absurd, especially when they were clearly young outer disciples, still just kids. However, he refrained from pointing out such observations directly to their faces. This time, Maojai encountered a different kind of disciplisomion, genuinely interested in the life of a guard. The youngster asked questions as if conversing with an old friend, and Maojai couldn't help but reciprocate, fostering a friendly atmosphere. Despite the cordiality, Maojai remained cautious, mindful of the risks associated with dealing with cultivators. He had no desire to leave his wife a widow or his daughter an orphan. Yet he couldn't ignore the youngster's respectful demeanor. By the way, there seemed to be no cultivators around here. Do you deal with them often, or is this the usual pace? The youngster inquired. Aojai shrugged. Usually, cultivators outside the Blazing Sun sect don't venture here. Even the entrance exams are conducted in the nearby city. This way, we maintain strict security measures. Things had changed since the ascension of the new sect leader half a millennia ago. He had ensured that if Blazing Sun sect disciples sought to explore the mortal world, they would converge here, minimizing conflicts with external cultivators. At least that was what people said. It wasn't like even Mao Zai was around to see such changes. The mayor of Greengrass Town for the past century used to be an elder of the Blazing Sun sect and still fostered deep ties with the sect. As a result, sect disciples seldom caused trouble, and any transgressions were swiftly addressed by the governor. The more he talked to the young man, the more Mao Zai felt the mystique surrounding the sects and cultivators gradually dissipate. Here we are. Apologies, but guards aren't permitted beyond this point. You'll have to proceed alone. Mao Zai gestured toward a temple-like structure, where elegantly attired individuals adorned with peculiar golden ornaments frequented. Several merchants cast furtive glances their way, but stifled any covetous thoughts upon noticing Liu Feng's Blazing Sun sect attire. In the eyes of the sects, mere merchants amounted to little more than inconsequential figures, paying annual fees for the privilege of existing within their domain. Regardless of one's wealth, antagonizing a cultivator spelled potential destruction. Thank you, Liu Feng acknowledged, tossing a golden coin in Mao Zai's direction. Mao Zai caught the coin instinctively, staring at it in disbelief. Guard's salary in Greengrass Town was considered substantial, yet this single gold coin surpassed a month's wages. Before Mao Zai could express his gratitude to Liu Feng, the latter had already vanished into the merchant hall. Minutes later, he emerged with a sack brimming with copper and silver coins. Thank you, Mao Zai bowed, ensuring Liu Feng understood his appreciation despite the briefness of their interaction. Liu Feng waved off Mao Zai's concerns with a smile tinged with amusement. Don't fret about it. We're both friends here. Then as one friend to another, you're quite strange, Mao Zai remarked, intrigued by Liu Feng's uncommon demeanor. It was unusual for someone of Liu Feng's status to engage with him in such a manner. After all, cultivators typically held themselves aloof, commanding obedience without question. I tend to treat people as I wish to be treated, Liu Feng replied with a nonchalant shrug. Once again, Mao Zai found himself baffled by Liu Feng's behavior. While the young man spoke of the sect in a matter-of-fact manner, demystifying its aura, Mao Zai couldn't help but harbor a growing curiosity about him. Liu Feng's nonchalant demeanor suggested he considered his conduct entirely ordinary. Were there more cultivators like him, perhaps only the arrogant ones frequented Greengrass Town. However, Mao Zai opted to keep his musings to himself, sensing that Liu Feng harbored his own agenda. He had no intention of disrupting his companion's plans. Do you know where I can buy a turtle? Liu Feng inquired, as they made their way toward the marketplace. Of course, Mao Zai replied. As they strolled, Mao Zai couldn't resist asking, if you don't mind my asking, why do you need a turtle? It is a requirement for one of the techniques I'm training. A spiritual turtle would have been better since they're somewhat attuned to qi and have better cultivation potential. But even tamed turtle monstrous beasts, considered one of the weakest kinds of monstrous beasts, are way too expensive for me to buy. They would cost at least dozens of spiritual stones. Why not search for one yourself? Mao Zai suggested. Finding a live turtle monstrous beast in the wild is challenging, Liu Feng explained as he purchased a turtle from a raw food vendor. He cradled the creature in his palm, noting its small size. I'm gonna name you Speedy, Liu Feng smiled, attempting to pet the little turtle, only to receive a ping bite. Thankfully, Liu Feng's cultivation level spared him any harm, while the turtle recoiled from its failed attempt. Careful there, little guy. Don't go breaking your teeth, Liu Feng advised the turtle. The turtles even have teeth also. The name Si Pai Dai sounded bizarre and awkward when spoken aloud. Thanks for everything, Mao Zai. Liu Feng expressed his gratitude, placing a hand on Mao Zai's shoulder, sincerity reflecting in his eyes. If I ever make it big as a cultivator, feel free to say hi. Are you suggesting I leech off my cultivator friend for life? Mao Zai quipped. Exactly, Liu Feng affirmed, beginning to walk away. No need to escort me back, I've memorized the route. Use the gold I gave you to take a break from the soul-sucking boredom of your everyday job. As Mao Zai watched Liu Feng depart, he couldn't help but smile. He had been so nervous when first meeting him. What a genuinely amiable fellow. Liu Feng was the type of person who effortlessly made friends. It was a bit weird for a cultivator, as they were usually solitary creatures and were said to cut off any ties to the mortal world. Oh, master, A nearby voice pierced the air, jolting Mao Zhai from his reverie. Turning around, Mao Zhai spotted a young man roughly Liu Feng's age. Unlike Liu Feng's polished appearance, the newcomer wore disheveled clothes, a black coat draped over his shoulders. Despite the bustling market, the young man's red hair made him stand out, but otherwise he was average-looking and wouldn't even stand out in a crowd. Though was he screaming, and who was he speaking to also? Why was he constantly glancing at his side as if somebody was there? Approaching the red-haired man, Mao Zhai observed the curious gazes directed their way. As a guard, he was obliged to address public disturbances. I can't believe the Blazing Sun sex acceptance trials aren't held in the nearest town. It doesn't make sense, the red-haired man sighed. But at least we didn't come here for nothing, as you spotted that Earth-grade technique master. Who was he addressing? Young man, could you refrain from talking to yourself? Mao Zhai interjected, his pleasant mood tempered by the need to maintain order. What was with the talk of an Earth-grade technique? In any other setting, such behavior might provoke violence, even though it likely stemmed from the young man's evident mental illness. After all, stumbling upon an Earth-grade technique was unheard of. All right. Sorry, I'm not used to it yet, the young man apologized, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. The first order of business after parting ways with the guard was to purchase a new set of clothes and change into them. Wearing the Blazing Sun sect uniform attracted undue attention, which I preferred to avoid for what I planned next. Since I found myself in the city, there were certain matters I wished to attend to. There was little chance I would take the unnecessary risk in the near future to travel out of the security of the sect. Moreover, there was something I had contemplated at the back of my mind. I wanted to do my own research into things rather than read it from books. Books only taught someone so much. Research thrived on data, and if I could get my hands on it, it would satiate my curiosity with the added benefit of helping me with cultivation. For instance, what was my true strength? I knew I had the strength of a 7-star body tempering cultivator, but how did that translate into actual numbers? How much stronger was I than the average individual? Setting up a rug on a sparsely populated merchant street, I called out, "Step right up. 1 copper coin for each man who dares to strike the palm of my hand. A single punch and you can go about your business." Some regarded me with curiosity, while others dismissed it as mere spectacle but lingered to witness the outcome. It didn't take long for the first challenger to emerge, a taller than average man, bearing a distinctive scar across his forehead. "So a punch to your palm earns me a copper coin?" he inquired. "Indeed, give it your all," I replied, extending my palm. Without hesitation, he drew back his fist and delivered an aggressive blow. Yet upon impact, his strike abruptly halted, leaving him visibly perplexed. "Why you?" he stammered, his complexion paling. "Are you a cultivator?" "No," I countered with a friendly smile. However, in my youth, I chanced upon a mortal-grade martial manual, a worthless technique known as the steady palm art. It serves only to block punches, and even then, my lack of cultivation prevents me from fully mastering it. Hence, I've pursued a path of research, and this experiment is part of it. He appeared wary but accepted his payment as I flicked a copper coin toward him. Following this public display, a steady stream of participants approached, each eager to test their strength. After dozens had taken their turn, I folded the carpet and departed. While some onlookers seemed tempted to follow me, I swiftly navigated toward an alley, increasing my pace. Should anyone attempt pursuit, they would have a hard time keeping up with me. I had already ascended to the rooftop by the time the first observer peered around the corner. I soared through the air, propelled by the sheer force of my momentum as I leaped from one rooftop to the next. The wind whispered against my skin, a gentle caress that danced with the strands of my hair, imbuing each leap with a sense of fluid grace. With every angle, I felt the world fall away, a weightless sensation enveloping me in exhilaration. As I picked up speed, the rooftops blurred into a mosaic of shadow and light, a silent witness to the bustling life below. Eventually, my airborne journey led me to a dimly lit alley, where the remnants of broken walls and abandoned buildings mingled with the garbage. I scrunched my nose as the air hung heavy with the smell of decay. Amongst the discarded trash, feline creatures prowled, their eyes gleaming like embers amidst the darkness. The cats moved gracefully, traversing the slumps of garbage while keeping their eyes on me, as if assessing if I was a threat. Setting the carpet upon the ground, I shed my clothes, reverting to the familiar garb of the Blazing Sun sect gray cloth uniform. With a sense of purpose, I hurried toward the gates, intent on leaving before drawing undue attention. However, upon reaching the gates, Mao Zhai, the guard who had accompanied me earlier was absent. He should have already been here by now. Maybe he took my advice to heart and took a break. Excuse me, but whereas Mao Jai we parted ways in the city. Did his shift already end? I inquired, noting the discomfort in the guard's expressions. It had taken Mao Jai some time to adjust to my presence, which was understandable given my outsider status. But I had no desire to cultivate an air of mystique. In my experience, genuine camaraderie was often better than formal authority. People would have an easier time telling something to a friend than their boss. Honorable Cultivator, one of the guards approached, bowing respectfully, with his comrades following suit. Mao Jai is chasing some thug that broke the town's laws. Is he chasing anyone dangerous? I inquired, considering offering assistance to my newfound friend, Mao Jai. If the threat was manageable for a guard, it would likely pose little challenge to a cultivator. No, he was just chasing some crazy homeless guy who talks to himself, the guard explained. In that case, I shall take my leave and leave you to your duties. Have a nice day. I bid them farewell and strode out of the town gates, ignoring the lingering stares that trailed my departure. The lush fields beyond the town stretched wide, living up to its name as Greengrass Town. I strolled leisurely, absorbing the tranquil scenery and relishing the purity of the air. Once sufficiently distanced from prying eyes, I settled onto the grass. The blue sky stretched like a vast blue canvas. While the day looked good to have a leisurely picnic, duty called, and I could not afford to stay here any longer. Retrieving the small turtle from my pocket, I gently placed it on the ground. Stretch your legs a bit and enjoy the fields, Speedy. Just make sure not to walk too far away, I advised, allowing the creature a moment of freedom amidst the tranquil landscape. Turtles made excellent pets. They didn't wander off, had a long lifespan, and conveniently fit into pockets. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Taking out a couple of berries I had gotten from the merchant after he sold me the turtle, I gave them to my newfound companion. Speedy devoured the treats with gusto, even attempting to nip at my finger in his enthusiasm. Indeed, turtles were easy to care for, given their diet of easily accessible foods like various fruits and vegetables. While dogs might be hailed as man's best friends, turtles were the best pets. Okay, I was making shit up here. But I already felt a connection with Speedy. Leaving him to his explorations, I retrieved 2 notebooks dedicated to my insights on cultivation, and the other was blank, freshly procured from the town. Following the town's experiment, I gleaned a rough estimate of the average human's capabilities, a vital metric for comparison. Initiating my observations, I recorded the quantifier 1, representing the average human capacity in something, serving as a benchmark for future evaluations. Putting the notebook down, I tested my strength and punched my palm with pure and no technique. Just like I had the men in the town attack. I struck my palm a dozen times with full to get a rough estimate of my pure strength, which left a red mark on my left palm from how many times I had hit it. After that, I did some other tests with speed, flexibility, and stamina. Despite a cultivator's excellent control over their bodies and all the tests I had done, there was still a minor margin of error. With meticulous detail, I documented every aspect gleaned from my observations, including my own status. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 7-star. Strength 7.5. Agility 7.2. Endurance 7.1. Chi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing Bull Step Mortal Grade. It was like my own status page, a record of my progress. If I ever wanted to check my progress, I could write down the rough differences and read the progress with my own eyes. My Walmart version of a gamer's status page, I muttered. However, it would be a bit annoying since I would have to manually measure the changes instead of just calling out, status page. As the hours waned and the stars illuminated the night sky, I wrote down everything I had learned in my recent journey. It might not be any groundbreaking knowledge, but it was a start. Speedy clambered onto my shoulder, determined to engage in his favorite pastime, nibbling on my ear. Despite his efforts, my resilient skin thwarted his attempts. One day, Speedy will be best friends, I mused aloud. Hearing his name, Speedy tried chewing on my ear even harder, which was ticklish. Hopefully, the little guy wouldn't hurt his jaw trying to bite too hard. He reminded me of my cat in my previous life. The guy didn't like anyone getting closer to him. But eventually, he would get comfortable with me. After a leisurely stroll, Speedy eventually grew tired after nibbling my ear and succumbed to slumber. In the peaceful night, the only sounds were the chorus of crickets and the gentle rustling of leaves. A part of me entertained the idea of setting up camp and getting some training done. But the risk of exhausting myself in this wilderness was a problem. Despite my battle against the temptation of training, there was an undeniable tranquility in walking through a forest at night. Enveloped by the starlit expanse and breathing crisp air, any fear of the dark was gone at the thought of how I could crush a tree with one punch. Yet after roughly 30 minutes of reclusive strolling, the silence shattered with the telltale shuffle of bushes. My instincts immediately flared, and I debated reaching for a rock, prepared for whatever might come out. "You can come out now," I called out. It could be just an animal or simply the wind. But if I was wrong, there was no one to see my embarrassment. The bushes parted to reveal a man brandishing a bow, his gaze fixated upon me with a poised arrow. His disheveled appearance had tousled hair, earth-stained nails, and a scar adorning his lifted at a rugged life, more akin to a farmer than a warrior. Yet appearances were often very deceiving. "Drop your belongings and walk off," a commanding voice resonated from behind a nearby tree, unveiling a towering figure wielding an axe. Another assailant emerged, armed with a spear, ready for a fight. This was the eureka moment, where I realized how much I needed any form of scouting technique. If non-cultivators could evade my detection, I stood at a huge disadvantage against other cultivators. What if a cultivator decided to ambush me? I had to keep an eye out for an ambush in the future. Contemplating their motives, I weighed the possibility of them being cultivators. However, that was unlikely, as they didn't recognize my uniform. Nevertheless, this was an opportunity to test my techniques on live targets. No one would miss some bandits disappearing into the night. Tufei was a farmer from a nearby village, rarely visited by outsiders. Despite what they were doing, he didn't consider himself a bandit. But his actions proved otherwise. He aimed his bow at the seemingly defenseless man, his heart racing amidst the chilling sensation of cold sweat trickling down his back. Unsettling unease gnawed at Tufei's gut despite how they had cornered the young man. It felt as though they were gazing into the eyes of a dangerous beast, and they had just put their hands in its mouth. Glancing at his second brother, who had the axe in hand, Tufei voiced his concerns. "Fudu, something feels off about this man. He doesn't look bothered by any of this. What if he's one of those cultivators?" Even under the threat of their weapons, the victim kept an air of amusement, akin to a child toying with insects in their front yard. Cultivators go around by flying on swords, not walking around like common mortals. Everyone knows that. Oftu interjected, his apprehension apparent despite his words, as he tightened the grip on his spear until his fingers turned white. Indeed, they had seen cultivators fly over their village while standing on swords. That cultivators were once revered as deities until a merchant visited and proved to them that cultivators were no deities. Despite Oftu's assertion, a sense of fear lingered, manifesting in tightened grips and wary gazes. Only Fudu exuded unwavering confidence, bordering on recklessness, as he dismissed their uncertainties. He looked ready to swing his axe. But this was how Fudu had always been. Their goal was simply rob some rich guy and then return home to provide for their mother. Since the merchants rarely came by their village, they knew little about the world around them. Tufei was nervous in more ways than one because of that. The guy is just acting calm. He is obviously bluffing. Fudu's determination wavered between conviction and self-assurance, his resolve evident in clenched teeth and furrowed brows. He thinks we are just a group of village hicks who know nothing. Well, they were village hicks, Tufei thought. However, maybe his brother was right. Always being too careful was one of his weak points. Despite the poor situation in the village, Tufei was the one who had been too afraid to come out and try banditry. "Screw this." Fudu's frustration erupted into action, his axe cleaving through the air in a wild arc aimed at the man they were trying to rob. Tufei held his breath as the axe approached the strange man. The younger man didn't blink, and their worst fears were confirmed when the man grabbed the axe blade midair and stopped it from moving an inch. Despite Fudu being larger than their victim, by many times over, said victim didn't even budge. The steel axe trembled, cracks spread around it, and the stranger's eyes widened. "Oh, what is this? I didn't think I was strong enough to destroy iron with my hands." At least the readings didn't show so. Was the average human in this world stronger, except for the physical advantages of simply doing more physical labor, making them a bit stronger? But that shouldn't be such a big difference that it would lead to something like this. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully and crouched down, picking a piece of the broken axe off the ground and looking at it in a trance as if he were in his own world. Fudu was frozen in place, looking in a trance at whatever remained of the axe handle in his hands. But the man didn't seem to pay much attention to it. His gaze settled on them, and he smiled. Sorry, I'm not usually so arrogant or rude as to ignore someone. But this really surprised me. Where do you get your weapons from? Maybe their metal was just that shoddy. The way he spoke was so polite that one might have thought he was just an unassuming and well-mannered neighbor's son. They immediately dropped their weapons, or whatever was left of his axe in Fudu's case. Tufei's mind worked 1,000 miles a second, as even his bow seemed to move in slow motion as it fell to the ground. Was this how they died, who would take care of their mother? Within 2 breaths, the 3 brothers were on their knees with their foreheads on the ground. Tufei could smell the green grass, and sweat trickled down his nose. But he didn't dare look up, no matter what. Please spare our lives. Tufei begged, and his 2 brothers followed along. Why do people think that bowing would solve any problems? Those words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over their heads. At that moment, Tufei knew the odds of them surviving plummeted. Maybe running away would work, he wondered. But such foolish thoughts disappeared as soon as they came. This wasn't someone they could fight or run away from. There was no other solution. Their fates were in someone else's hands, and there was next to nothing they could do about it. The way I see you guys is that you're scumbags with no redeeming quality. Honestly, a part of me is thinking of using you as a way to get used to killing humans. It is bound to happen anyway, since this is that kind of world, he sighed regretfully, but the cold look in his eyes did not lie. They weren't dealing with the kind of guy who would spare their lives. After all, what better victims for this than some murderous bandits nobody would miss? This was it. Tufei knew that they were going to die. In a way, he was okay with this. Sure, he wanted to live. But either way, life didn't have much in store for him. Even if he continued living, what was there to look forward to for the rest of his life? He had no dreams other than living and maybe finding a good wife. He would have had to still spend whatever remained of his life doing backbreaking labor on the farm. But what he did regret about this was pulling his brothers along to their deaths also. This had been his idea after the previous long winter. As the oldest brother, it was his responsibility to protect his younger siblings. However, even if he gave up his life and tried to buy time for his brothers to escape, there wasn't much he could do against someone like that young man. Was he even young to begin with? Sure, their victim looked young, but it would be no surprise if he was some centuries-old monster. We never killed anyone, Tufei stated. Sure, they had robbed people. But that was less troublesome than actually killing someone. If someone was robbed on a road, they would never cross that pathway again, at worst. However, if someone died, then their families would come out looking for their pound of blood and flesh. They were simple farmers and not gangsters who could scare people into not taking revenge. Sure, their reasons for not killing people might not have been done with the best intentions in mind. But this was the only thing Tufei could think of that would even have an inkling of a chance of buying them some time. Never killed anyone. Well, that changes things. Even I think that killing for simple thievery is a bit extreme. Also, it isn't like you guys would have been much of a danger to me to begin with, and are likely to continue being so. He rubbed his chin. Then again, your brother did swing his axe at me without an ounce of hesitation. What do you have to say about that? The guy was actually listening to what he was saying. Tufei had assumed the man was playing with them, as some predators did with their prey. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Relief washed over Tufei, and he felt like crying. But they weren't in the clear yet, so he hurriedly added, my brother was just panicking, great lord. He has always been a fool who would jump at things like this. He only did it because he thought we were in danger, and he would gladly give his life for us. You don't need to call me great lord or anything like that. It feels weird. The man glanced at the biggest brother. Were you really trying to protect your brothers? Fudu had the common sense to nod and not interrupt while the strange young man continued. Would you say he is someone prone to anger and a danger to those around him? No, never. Tufei insisted a bit too loudly. He realized he might have messed up when the man frowned. Did that annoy the cultivator? Were they going to die just because their older brother spoke too loudly? Tufei cursed internally. They were still on their knees, ready to bow their heads to the ground once more. The young-looking man sighed. It seems like my assumptions were quite wrong. I fell for the oldest mindset in the book of vilifying and demonizing my enemies. Tufei had no idea what to say to that, so he just kept his mouth shut, and when he noticed his brothers were about to say something, he sent them a glare. If someone had nothing good to say, sometimes it was better to keep their mouths shut. Tufei had learned this lesson in the village the hard way. It was the kind of lesson everyone would learn after a certain age. His brothers were coming up in their 20s, but even they hadn't been taught this lesson yet. The young man hummed, which sounded like the Reaper getting closer. Do you have anyone who would miss you? Be careful not to lie to me. I have a technique that can help me detect lies. If even one lie is detected, I will kill you all. Yes, Tufei answered carefully. Did a technique that could detect if someone was lying even exist? He didn't know. But he saw no reason why this man would lie to him. Oh, before I forget, the young man disappeared from his previous place, and Tufei only saw a blur. The next thing he felt was something flicking him in the forehead and appearing behind him. Tufei touched his forehead, where he felt a stinging pain, and his brothers copied his movement. Showing something similar had happened to them. The cultivator had touched them all before any of them could react. I have just placed a curse on all of you, one that will bring about your demise in horrific ways should you commit evil acts, the man smiled. Believe me, the deaths won't be quick. I'm not a sadistic individual, but the creator of this technique certainly was. Can you imagine he was hailed as a saint during his lifetime? What do you want from us? Tufei stuttered. He had never fathomed the existence of such a technique before. Yet, as a youth raised in an isolated village, he was beginning to grasp the vastness of the world. But what choice did he have except to trust the stranger? This man could kill them all before they even blinked. Why would he bother lying to them? I want you to guide me back to your village, he declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. Yes, my lord, sir. Tufei rose to his feet. His brothers followed suit as they treaded away from the rough pathway and toward the village, weaving through trees, bushes, and obscure forest trails imperceptible to the untrained eye. They had traversed these woods since childhood, knowing them like the backs of their hands. They were familiar with the perilous areas inhabited by strange beasts and monsters. Tufei contemplated leading the young cultivator to one of these dangerous locales. But guiding the cultivator and his brothers to such a place would likely result in their deaths. What if the cultivator easily killed the monster? It would only lead his brothers to death. Tufei preferred to rely on what he had seen with his own eyes, and the young man didn't seem cruel or a sadist. You know, you guys are very fortunate you didn't encounter other cultivators, the young man remarked. I know some cultivators who like exterminating entire family lines for even the slightest offenses. Most of the people who traversed the road I was on would have been cultivators at the same stage as I am. So you truly were lucky not to encounter any of them. Tufei contemplated his next words very carefully. You have only been doing this for less than a month, and you're the sixth guy that we tried to rob. Then that is even better luck, as there is still a chance you didn't offend the mortal family of some cultivator or someone like that, the man nodded. I understand how hard life can be sometimes. Before I became a cultivator, I too was just some average working man. Though the closest thing to compare my job to would be something like a scribe, so working in the fields must be even harder. Not like we had much of a choice after the long winter. Tufei nodded and stopped in his tracks. What had he just said? Why was he talking to this man like he was just some friend when he had clearly threatened them with death not even a dozen minutes ago? He had gotten so absorbed in the atmosphere and the way the cultivator acted that he had talked to him like an equal. Tufei swallowed and glanced at the cultivator, praying to all his ancestors and gods that he hadn't taken offense. To his relief, the cultivator continued acting as if nothing had happened. Not long after, they arrived in the village, which consisted of straw and mud houses situated on the side of a mountain and close to a small river. With less than 100 inhabitants, the population dwindled each year due to monstrous beasts or migration to the nearby greengrass town in search of opportunities. Tufei had contemplated doing the same at one time, but lacking funds and special skills, he found himself limited. His cousin had ventured there but returned, finding little opportunity for village folk like them, who weren't even considered for labor jobs like construction. As they walked to their own house, Tufei glanced at the people around them, pondering. Whatever it was, he hoped the cultivator wouldn't unleash his wrath on the innocent. Mother, we are back, called out Oftu, spear still in hand. Their elderly mother, who relied on a walking stick to move, emerged from the hut, her familiar friendly smile lighting up her face. Oh, how was your hunting trip? Then her gaze shifted toward the cultivator. Who is this? Is he one of your new friends? Tufei felt a lump in his throat as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Their mother remained unaware of their banditry, believing their excursions to be hunting trips where they sold their goods to wandering merchants and returned with coins. Mother Wee Tufei began, his heart weighed down by the impending confession. How could he tell his mother that despite her sacrifices in raising them after their father's death, they had turned to banditry? But before Tufei could utter another word, the cultivator stepped forward. The people in the village showed no fear towards the sibling trio upon their arrival, meaning they were likely honest with what they told me. Especially now, observing their palpable nervousness around their mother. As the bow-wielding brother began to stutter, I stepped forward, clasped my fist against my palm, and bowed slightly to show respect. Hello, ma'am, my name is Liu Feng. Sorry if your sons weren't able to get much hunting done today. I was lost, and they kindly offered their assistance. It was evident the trio cared deeply for their mother, and her gentle gaze and amiable demeanor revealed she would never condone her son's criminal activities. I could use this in the future as blackmail in case I needed these guys to do something. Ah, don't worry. My sons have always been helpful, and sometimes their kindness is rewarded. But the true reward for good deeds lies not in this life, but the next, she remarked. Next life did the common folk in this world believe in an afterlife or deity. Liu Feng's clan, as per his memories, revered their ancestors and clan founder, but never delved into concepts like deities. It seemed the general populace believed in things that immortal-seeking cultivators like him would disregard. Then I am sorry to intrude further, but could I stay the night? I inquired. With darkness descending, attempting to rest in an unfamiliar forest seemed dangerous. Despite the unlikely presence of threats, given the blazing sunset's efforts to purge the area of dangerous beasts. But even their influence had its limits. Oh, you must be similar to the young girl who visited earlier today. She was searching for someone, but you don't match the description, she nodded. Regardless, I've prepared some rice porridge. You're welcome to have some. Young girl, there was someone else before me. I got the impression this village was desolate and rarely visited by outsiders. It was clear they were poor, and taking from such a kind old woman didn't sit right with me, so I shook my head. No, but thank you for the offer. A healer advised me to abstain from eating for the next 2 days, as I consumed some tainted food in Greengrass Town. That sounds dreadful. The old woman's expression shifted to concern. Is everything all right? Now I felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her. But it was too late to retract now. I had to forge ahead. Yeah, just some unscrupulous food stand that the authorities have shut down. Apparently, the vendor was peddling spoiled pig meat salvaged from butcher shop trash. However, my fabricated backstory wasn't what troubled me. The individual searching for someone set me on edge. This proximity to the blazing sun sect hinted at potential danger, and there was a good chance the other party was a cultivator. Would an enemy from a rival sect dare to venture so close? It seemed improbable, yet caution was warranted. Did they describe the person they were looking for? The old mother shook her head. I have no idea. She only spoke with the village elder. It seemed like she was in search of something. And where might I find this village elder? I inquired. Just up the hill there. His home isn't any grander than ours, but it has the high ground. She chuckled as if reminiscing about some private joke. I nodded. Then I will go and talk with him. It would be impolite to arrive in someone's village without the elder's knowledge. I'm a stranger, after all. Oh, don't fret. I doubt he would mind, she reassured me. Nevertheless, I smiled and added, I prefer to stay on the side of caution. I had a negative experience in a village once, so now I always take precautions. Also, I should inquire about the arrival of merchants or caravans. Perhaps I could secure passage with one to reach a nearby town. You are right, she nodded. Nowadays, the forests around here have grown much more dangerous. Did you know that a couple of years ago, one of the lumberjacks in the village died? No, I did not know. Because I just came to this village. Despite my thoughts, I kept my smile and nodded politely. My previous life experience in handling old people came in handy, really poor man. I know, right? His poor wife was pregnant with their third child. Her family was taking care of her as she had to move back in with them, but her mother also died during the long winter. Horrible stuff all around. She continued telling me other stories and tragedies of where people died. Old people sure loved their stories. But hopefully, if I ever become old enough to ramble like this, the youngsters will be polite about it. Treat others how I would want to be treated in this situation. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. I would have liked to know if my sons were two-bit criminals, but that would not solve anything. Mother, I will take Liu Feng here to see the village elder. Fudu broke his axe trying to fell a tree, and Oftu is going to help him get a new one. See you later, Two-Face said, sending an uncomfortable smile my way. His mother hadn't called him out on it, so she probably couldn't see that well at that age. With a nod, she sent us away while inviting me once more for dinner, and I had to refuse again. After we were a dozen steps away from the mud hut, Two-Face leaned in and whispered, "Thank you for not telling my mother about our deeds." "I see no need to punish the elderly for the mistakes of their foolish children," I said. Also, at that age, learning that her sons were going around acting like hoodlums can't be good for her heart. He nodded and once more said a quiet thanks. The village elder's house really wasn't that much different from others, except that it was at one of the higher altitude houses on the mountain they had built their village. Either this village elder was truly corrupt, or they were all just that poor. It was probably the latter. Two-Face walked up in front of me and knocked on the rough wooden door. A thin old man opened it. He had a long beard and falling white hair and used a cane to walk around. He looked like someone who already had one foot in the grave. "What do you want?" The old man frowned at them. I stepped up. "Hello, sir. My name is Liu Feng, and I was wondering." "I don't care about your name," the old man interrupted me. He was one of those grumpy old men and already seemed angry. But I knew how to handle such people and didn't react to his provocations. "I heard a girl came around here looking for someone. Can you describe what she or the person she was searching for looked like?" The village elder's frown deepened, and he looked me up and down. "That ain't just some girl. She was a cultivator. She said she was looking for a young man with crimson red hair who talks to himself." A chill went down my spine. Someone talking to themselves. She was a cultivator. Had I stumbled upon some kind of cultivation, cult Sunto battleground? That's what most of the crazy dangerous cultivators usually were a part of. "If it's not much of a bother, can you tell me what she looked like?" I asked, trying to calm myself. "Well, she was a beauty, that's for sure," he smiled. "But not like any other beauty. She stood out with dark hair with strands of silver. She was beautiful like jade." A jade-like beauty straight out of legends. As soon as the words jade-like beauty left the old man's mouth, my decision was already made. Yeah, I was getting the fuck out of here. I wanted none of whatever that stuff was. Turning toward Two-Face, I said, "Tell your mother I said goodbye and thanks for the dinner offer, but something came up." Okay. Two-Face's response sounded more like a question. He was confused and I couldn't eye him. "I came here to determine whether the bandits had people who cared about them, and to guarantee they would choose the right path from now on." The former I had already figured out. They were not mere fourth-rate villains from some Xianxia novel. They were real people with families, loved ones, and their reasons. As for them choosing the right path from now on, that was somewhat dubious, depending on whether they believed my curse on them was legitimate. It was not, of course. It was merely a fabricated technique conjured on the spot, bolstered by a contrived backstory about its saintly creator. Having achieved half of my objective, I was fairly sure they wouldn't continue their former ways, at least not out of fear. If they did, they would inevitably encounter someone who wouldn't tolerate their behavior, and by then it was no longer my concern. But when jade-like beauties became involved, it signified the start of some craziness. Something I wanted no part of and had no curiosity about. After all, curiosity killed the cat, and unlike felines, I didn't have 9 lives. As for resting during my journey, I was a cultivator. Though still in the early stages of cultivation, I should be capable of enduring days without sleep, without suffering short-term physical or mental degradation. "Welp, I have to go now," I declared, propelling myself off the ground and dashing out of the village and into the forest. I stopped when surrounded by greenery and far away from the village. I tried to catch my breath and exhaled a sigh of relief. I focused on my heightened senses, listening intently for any signs of pursuit. However, there were no unusual sounds, only the familiar rustling of leaves in the wind. The absence of crickets or any other insect noise was strange. Then a small earthquake rumbled, causing the ground to shake violently, nearly causing me to stumble. This was followed by a massive explosion that sent me tumbling to the grassy ground. I scrambled to my feet and stared toward the village, where a mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. The explosion was dangerously close to the village. For a fleeting moment, I entertained the idea of rushing to help, but what emerged from the mushroom cloud stopped me in my tracks. A gigantic boar, towering over the trees like an apartment building. The monstrous beast's thunderous echoed through the forest, uprooting trees with its sheer In the face of such a mighty creature, my previous notions of paled in comparison. Monstrous beasts possessed at least a bit of chi, and beasts were typically stronger than martial artists of equivalent stages. This beast, at least a chi-gathering level monstrous beast, presented a formidable threat. I stood no chance against it. Part of me yearned to intervene and aid the villagers, but the beast was still some distance away. However, there lingered the looming possibility that it could charge toward the village at any moment. But what could I realistically do? Even if I mustered all my strength, the beast would likely shrug off any attack as if it were nothing more than a scratch. I had momentarily forgotten the absurdity of Xinxia worlds, vast differences in between individuals, even just a single stage apart. Vug. Now a moral dilemma was in my hands. While it was evident that I wouldn't be able to save the entire village if disaster struck, I believed I could at least rescue some of the villagers, particularly the children. However, while I wouldn't label myself heartless, there was a limit to the risks I was willing to take for strangers. My lips felt dry, and my body remained frozen in place, as every instinct screamed against moving even a single step toward such imminent danger. But then a sudden chill enveloped the air, diverting my attention from thoughts of my next move. A large crystal formed above the monstrous boar, causing it to in response, its steamy aura swirling around its massive form. As the crystal shimmered in the moonlight, I managed to get a clearer look at it. It was no crystal, it was a giant icicle. Despite my weakness compared to the beast, the icicle descended and pierced the creature straight through its spine, exiting from its abdomen. What the fuck had I stumbled into? With the villagers now safe, there was no longer a reason for me to wrestle with moral dilemmas. Whatever food shortages they might have faced would now be resolved by the colossal beast that had been killed in their backyard. With the innocents secure, I turned on my heels and sprinted in the opposite direction. The trees blurred past me as I pushed my body to its limits, propelled by the agility of rushing bull steps. Though I knew I would likely have to deal with pain for days to come from abusing rushing bull steps, I felt I had no other choice. Battle would undoubtedly draw the attention of any nearby cultivators, and the situation could quickly escalate into a bloodbath scenario I wanted no part of. Cultivators were greedy, and I knew there was a high probability of encountering death battles, even if I were fortunate enough to avoid many cultivators noticing something I highly doubted. As I continued to flee, I gradually began to tear off my sect uniform. There was no telling how many enemy cultivators or spies lurked around the Blazing Sun sect, ready to exploit the chaos. They might seize the opportunity to target Blazing Sun sect disciples amid the turmoil. Trees blurred around me, and I tried to run as fast as possible when a sharp, swishing sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, I ducked, narrowly evading a metal sword that whizzed over my head. My heart almost jumped out of my chest as I looked up and saw my reflection in the steel blade. This was a situation I had thought about countless times, but reality was often quite different from what the mind conjured up. There was little time for thinking, so I relied solely on my instincts. I retaliated with a swift kick, but the attacker did a backflip over it and dodged swiftly in midair. But I rotated my hips, built momentum, and sent another kick toward his face. There was no chance for him to dodge this time. But as my kick connected, he barely blocked it with the side of his sword. With deft grace, he landed on a nearby tree branch. His wavy dark hair was pushed to the side by the wind, revealing his intense, dilated brown eyes. His sword gleamed in the sunlight as he tightened his grip on it, its edge seemingly razor-sharp. The weapon emitted no chi, indicating it wasn't an artifact. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. No words were exchanged between us, none were needed. He had made an attempt on my life, and unlike the bandits I encountered earlier, this guy was a genuine threat. There was an invisible connection between us, and for that brief moment, I wasn't sure if it was just my delusions, but it felt like I could understand this man's intentions. Was this the so-called learning to know another person through fighting? Either way, it was clear that neither of us would emerge from this encounter unscathed. Clad in simple attire, he bore the semblance of a rogue cultivator unaffiliated with any sect, or perhaps he, like me, concealed his sect association. With a crouch, the sinister feeling around him intensified. The branch below his feet trembled and shattered into pieces as he shot toward me like a bullet. I leaped backward as his sword sliced downward, effortlessly cleaving through the branch I had stood on like a razor, leaving behind a clean, precise cut. His swing left him momentarily exposed. I seized the opportunity and kicked off another tree, charging at him and using the piercing fang fist technique. As the air around my fist twisted and edged toward his face, his eyes widened, a grimace contorting his features as he barely raised his sword to block the attack. A resounding echoed through the air as he was thrown backward, accompanied by the ing of metal. A sudden piercing pain shot up my arm, and warmth trickled down my elbow. The man edged through a nearby tree, but rose to his feet almost immediately, showing no visible signs of damage. From what I could discern, he possessed strength comparable to many a 7-star body-tempering youngster, likely accustomed to killing foes swiftly with decapitating blows. Prolonged battles didn't seem to be his forte. Glancing down, I observed a deep gash spanning from wrist to elbow on my right arm, blood gushing forth in alarming quantities. Panic surged through me. How had I been cut? A chill went through my heart. I hadn't even seen the blade strike me. Could it be some sort of sword technique? Struggling to quell my racing thoughts, I took deep, shaking breaths of futile attempt to calm myself in the face of bleeding out. Despite the gruesome wound, I felt no pain. Was the blade poisoned some creatures, used numbing agents to mask their venomous bites? I prayed that it was merely adrenaline dulling my senses. Observing the man as he crouched, it became apparent that neither of us possessed extensive experience in prolonged combat. However, unlike him, I lacked any experience in taking a life. Yet that was what I needed to do. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Clarity settled over me, my heart rate steadied, and my senses sharpened to an acute edge. I could almost feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, the rhythm of his breaths. Poison, blood loss, and pain could wait. The immediate threat demanded my full attention. Why worry about something that could kill me later when there was something that could kill me right now? Yeah, all I had to do was move. Just keep moving. As the man lowered into a crouch, his hand pressing into the ground, it became evident that he was preparing to employ a movement technique. His posture was unusual for a swordsman, suggesting he lacked a suitable technique for his discipline, likely opting for the only choice available to him. This revealed quite a lot. The chances of this guy being a young master were slim to none, meaning no one was backing him up. Otherwise, he would have gotten himself a better technique. His fingers dug into the grassy dirt, muscles in his thighs bulging, veins pulsing along his palms. Amidst the flurry of techniques racing through my mind, the many dozens of them I had memorized, while reading in the sex library, one stood out: the burst tiger step. With a flash, he surged forward, akin to a wild beast in pursuit of its prey. While his speed was remarkable, true mastery of the burst tiger step demanded a quadrupedal stance, a limitation that hindered its full potential. Unlike the rushing bull steps I had chosen, the burst tiger step distributed pressure evenly across 4 limbs, allowing for agile movements even in rough terrain. However, like many techniques, it possessed vulnerabilities. Its feline-like assault left the user vulnerable midair, unable to evade a counterattack, a weakness I had accounted for in my selection. Bending my legs, I initiated the rushing bull steps, the world blurring around me as tunnel vision set in. With the target fixed before me, his midair vulnerability presented an opportunity. The forest landscape shifted, and for a fleeting moment, I debated targeting his head. Yet even airborne, he could evade such an assault with a simple tilt. The chest was the obvious target. There was no time to think. The next thing I knew, my fist sank wrist-deep in blood. I could feel the bone and soft, fleshy things touching my hand. By the time I realized what happened, my opponent was staring at me wide-eyed. He coughed a mouthful of blood, some of it turned on my face, and it smelled like copper. Small chunks of flesh slid down my face, and I used my injured hand to wipe it off. What was left was small chunks of flesh in my hand. Did he cough out a part of his lungs? I pulled my fist back, blood squirted, and chunks of flesh and pieces of lungs came with it. The guy's gaze met mine as a tear rolled down his eyes as his body plummeted to the ground. I picked off the pieces of flesh from my fist and tried to wipe the sticky blood away, but it left a red smudge. I had to put up with this and the flesh bits under my nails, as there was no water nearby to wash it off. Staring at his body and caving in the chest, something rose up my throat. Ugh. I leaned against a tree and threw up. But in that moment of weakness, something shifted in the grass and someone came out. Shit. Why did I waver here? I hurriedly pulled my fists back up, the taste of vomit still in my mouth, and the feeling of wanting to throw up went away. Though I blocked the first attack, a cracking noise rang out as I flew back and ed into a tree. A painful tingle went through my arms. I looked down, hoping they hadn't been broken. Thankfully, they were okay, except for the black swelling in the middle of my forearms where the hit had landed. Though the attack hadn't broken my arms, there were probably some cracks along the bones. I looked at my new opponent, and unlike my last one, this was a female. She had long dark hair in a ponytail, cold dark eyes, and a lanky body with a long face. "Leave this body to me and you can go," she stated coldly. I narrowed my eyes on her. How should I deal with this? She obviously couldn't be trusted, and it would be foolish to turn my back on her. I was wounded, yet she refrained from attacking. Why was she hesitating? She had been observing the skirmish between me and the man, so she likely smelled an opportunity to kill me. However, despite the repulsion I had felt witnessing the man's gruesome death, I remained vigilant. Fear coursed through my veins. There was little chance I would win this with these injuries. But I straightened my stance, and a facade of false bravado enveloped me like never before. "Why extend such an offer?" I smirked. "Aren't you confident in taking me down? Believe in yourself a bit more, young lady. Self-confidence is key." Whether this bravado stemmed from the original Liu Feng or myself was unclear. Perhaps it was a weird fusion of both. Regardless, an irrational and angry opponent was easier to deal with than a calm and rational one. Even if these insults failed to provoke her, each second of rest I gained after exerting myself was an advantage. Moreover, engaging in verbal sparring soothed my nerves. "You talk mighty well for someone who was just throwing up for killing someone." "What kind of man does that?" she muttered, assuming a pugilistic stance, her silver brass knuckles dripping with red liquid, a telltale sign of previous murderers, because that wasn't my blood. Her choice of weapon suggested she was a fistfighter. However, I remained vigilant for any potential tricks. Though it would be mighty inconvenient for her to go through all this trouble just to give the wrong first impression. What can I say? Deep down, I'm a tender-hearted man who recoils at the sight of blood, I sighed, shaking my head in mock regret. Her eye twitched, her grip on the brass knuckles tightening. Did she think that not being a murderous maniac was something to be ashamed of? Well, maybe it was in this world. It was a stark reminder of the harsh realities of this world, where strength often dictated one's fate. This situation reminded me of an old saying: "It is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war." Here I stood, akin to the hapless gardener thrust into the midst of battle. If I hoped to survive, I needed to shed the guise of passivity and embrace the mantle of a warrior now. Not next year or next month, or even tomorrow. I had to do it now. My arms bore the scars of the previous skirmish, the gash inflicted by the man's blade reminding me of my vulnerability. Meanwhile, my legs felt numb from the untrained use of rushing bull steps without the accompanying defensive technique I had intended to master. "Talk about a shitty day," I muttered under my breath, casting a glance at the man's lifeless form, his chest caved in. Normally, the sight of his wide, lifeless eyes would have repulsed me, yet now I felt an eerie calmness. My stomach no longer churned. The only concern occupying my mind was the enemy before me, intent on killing me. There were no thoughts of the uncertain future or the enigmatic jade-like beauty who likely lurked nearby. My sole preoccupation was with ending this girl before she ended me. So odd. The notion of taking someone's life didn't evoke the slightest hesitation within me. Perhaps the awareness of the inevitable necessity of such actions in this world dulled the shock they should have elicited. You know, when a woman attempts to slay a handsome young cultivator, she often finds herself joining his harem in the end, I jest. She gritted her teeth. "Well, you're far from handsome." Oh, the Xinxia girl had some comebacks. Never thought I would meet someone like her in this world. Under different circumstances, perhaps we could have been friends. Regrettably, her unwavering intent to end my life left me no choice but to reciprocate in kind. "You're breaking my heart, lady," I retorted, my tone dripping with sarcasm. Her response was immediate. With silent grace, she surged forward, her movements fluid and deadly. Her eyes burned with a palpable intensity, sending shivers down my spine. The girl's nimble footwork made it seem like she was hopping from blade to blade of grass. Her strange movements made no sound, and it was hard to read from her steps what she would do next. But the strangest thing was that despite how she was dancing on the grass, there was no sign she had stepped there. A testament to her skills and stealth, her techniques were more suited for assassination. How intriguing. These techniques revealed quite a lot about her. What kind of sect taught their disciples assassination techniques also? Why wasn't she running? While it might be hard for her to be able to defeat me without a surprise attack, it was still quite clear that if she wanted, she could escape. What kind of footwork is that? I inquired, even as she drew her fist back. Unfortunately, my rushing bull steps lacked the versatility to evade her attacks, a flaw I resolved to address in the future. As she lunged forward, her left brass knuckle grazed my chest, tearing through my robes and leaving a deep gash. Her frustration was palpable as she cursed under her breath and prepared for another assault. "Oh, that was the wrong move, little lady," I taunted, my voice dripping with feigned confidence as I sought to goad her into making a fatal error. The tension was heavy between us. Despite how hard she tried to hide it, it was clear as day she grew angrier. I smiled and continued talking. "Now that you've lost the advantage of charging speed, there isn't much difference between us." The air crackled around my fist as I swung at her head, ready for the gruesome outcome if my blow landed true. However, my hand went straight through her head. An afterimage. As if a peasant like you would ever know anything about good techniques, she snorted and appeared next to me. In the blink of an eye, pain exploded through my ribs as her fist connected with a force that sent me hurtling through the air. I could feel something crack, likely a rib, and prayed it wasn't something more vital like an organ. I was not elated to find out what this would feel like once the adrenaline wore off. With my arm still bleeding and no means to staunch the flow without risking further injury, I realized the need to be better prepared for such encounters in the future. Bandages would have been a wise addition to my arsenal. It wasn't like she would have stood by the side and waited for me to stall my bleeding. Despite every instinct urging me to flee, I held my ground, acutely aware that showing her my back would seal my fate. I was determined not to meet death again so soon, especially when I had barely scratched the surface of what this world had to offer. I had no idea what she was like or how it felt using an Earth-grade technique. The girl cautiously encircled me. I kept my eyes on her while also keeping my ears open in case she had a companion attempting to exploit a moment of distraction to finish me off in a single attack. Everything about her pointed to her being an assassin for hire. If I were to hazard a guess, her assignment likely involved eliminating individuals in the vicinity. Judging by her strength, she was probably tasked with dispatching disciples or ordinary mortals who stumbled upon whatever was happening here. Now that she had lost her element of surprise, she stood little chance against me. Even the afterimage technique was a one-time use, and we both knew it wouldn't work a second time. "You can't get out of here alive," she stated, her breath trembling as she glanced at my legs and arms. "This place will be raised by forces much stronger than us. So why not surrender, and I'll ensure your death is painless." Oh, was she already offering compromises? I mean, it wasn't much of a compromise, but still significantly different from her earlier stance. Perhaps she was on a deadline, or she didn't want to linger longer than necessary, or it was a combination of all these factors. How intriguing. I was beginning to think I wasn't even her primary target. Was her assassination target the other guy I killed? Well, it was clear now that she wouldn't have let me leave, considering no assassin worth their salt would allow their actions to be exposed. Bringing my fists up, I assumed a defensive stance and crouched. The girl's eyes widened, and she retreated, positioning half her body behind a tree. A bead of sweat trickled down her cheek, and her eyes dilated, as if she were awaiting something. Oh, now that was interesting. "I think I know what's happening here," I grinned, attempting to conceal the jolting pain coursing through my body, and how the only arm that wasn't bleeding like a fountain had started swelling and was hard to move. "You watched me use my technique against the sword wielder, and now fear I might use it against you. Why are you not confident in your speed to dodge it?" Of course, she wasn't, because if rushing bull step had the kind of weakness where it was slow enough to be dodged by someone at just the body tempering stage, I wouldn't have chosen it. Neither would I have chosen it if I hadn't seen the potential to mitigate its weaknesses and transform it into something more. But now wasn't the time to experiment. Unlike the protagonists in Xinxia novels, who often pull out new techniques they've never used before out of thin air, doing so in reality was incredibly risky. I hadn't attempted to change directions midway while using rushing bull steps because I could risk breaking my legs. That wouldn't bode well in any battle, let alone one to the death. I crouched down and charged at her. She instinctively jumped to the side to evade. "Shit," she exclaimed, realizing too late that it was just a normal charge. I hadn't used rushing bull steps. I crouched down again and activated rushing bull step, leaving her no room to dodge as she was almost within arm's reach. Despite her efforts to lean to the side, my fist still landed on her side, and I felt her flesh yield as her ribs cracked like the strings of a guitar. The young woman grunted and was sent flying, ing against a tree and shattering it into 1,000 pieces. As the dust settled, she struggled to her feet, wincing in pain as blood leaked from her side and bones protruded. Despite her agony, I maintained my distance, ensuring not to get too close as my legs throbbed with pain and shook. Using rushing bull steps a fourth time in a row would be a gamble I wasn't willing to take. While I preferred to end her life, I wasn't prepared to risk mine just to take her down with me. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. However, I still preferred to eliminate her, rather than leave the possibility of her surviving and seeking revenge after becoming stronger. Suddenly, before I could gather my thoughts and strategize the next move, there was a massive explosion in the distance. It was the kind of explosion that one saw before hearing it, and before either of us could react, the shockwave sent us both flying off the ground, like ragdolls, propelled far away despite our efforts to hold on. Yep, this was my sign to get the fuck out of here. This was way above my level. Whatever was happening out there, I wasn't even their target. Yet I was still flung away by the aftershocks of whatever the hell that was. Instead of resisting the blast, I used it to my advantage as it pushed me away. I leaped from tree branch to tree branch, putting as much distance between me and the epicenter as possible. I didn't bother turning around to see what the explosion was about, and I had long lost sight of my opponent in the chaos. I had hoped to search the clothes of the man I killed in case he had an antidote on him. But if I had been poisoned, symptoms would have already surfaced by now. No one in their right mind would coat their blade in a poison that acted days later, with no benefit in battle. If that had been the case, he would have fled immediately after cutting me, knowing the poison would do the job for him. He might have just been a battle maniac, but if that was the case, using slow-acting poison on his blade made even less sense. Now all around me were trees forming a maze-like path, and I had no clue which direction would lead me back to the road toward the sect. Did I even want to return to the road? Damn it, I had tried to get out of there as soon as I heard about the jade-like beauty, yet here I was, caught in the aftermath of whatever the hell was happening. It was almost enough to make me want to cry. But showing weakness on a battlefield was dangerous, and that wasn't a lesson I needed to learn twice. Soon there were no more trees to jump from, and I landed in a grassy field. What the hell was I supposed to do now? The pain from the fight, the queued-up arm, probably a broken rib, torn leg muscles, and a couple of concussions. It all hit me at once, and for a split second, everything went blank as I fought the urge to collapse and cry out in agony. My body shook as my mind was overwhelmed by the sensation of extreme pain. But who knew if any more enemies were lurking around, so the most comfort I allowed myself was a soft whine, the only release before I refocused my senses, wary in case the girl had somehow tracked me. Okay, back to business. No thinking about the future, just concentrate on the present. Distracting myself from the pain was easier said than done. I was half tempted to pass out here. But that would mean almost certain death, and I wasn't ready to die yet. First things first, I needed to address my injuries. The cracked ribs, barely working legs, and the concussion were beyond my immediate control. However, the gash on my arm, bleeding profusely, demanded attention. Tearing off a strip of cloth from around my mundane disguise, I fashioned a makeshift bandage and wound it tightly around my arm, somewhat stopping the bleeding. Now I could only hope that a cultivator's immune system was superior to that of a regular human. There were no records of cultivators falling prey to common ailments like colds, and the diseases they were susceptible to tended toward the supernatural and rare. Recalling what little medical knowledge I had gleaned from the sex library, most of it centered around identifying poisonous mushrooms and herbs with healing properties. However, information on common herbs was scarce in the cultivator's domain. One thing was certain, once I emerged from this ordeal alive, I wasn't leaving the sect for a long while. Surveying my surroundings, I heard nothing but the rustle of leaves, and the only notable sight was a distant smoke cloud. Yes, getting further away from here seemed like a good choice. A whole day passed, spent running in the opposite direction of whatever had caused that explosion. Only then did I feel comfortable enough to pause by a clear stream of water. Also, I no longer had much of a choice as it felt like any minute now, I would pass out. Carefully, I removed the cloth from my injured arm, inspecting the wound. The blood around it had hardened, and the injury seemed to have closed somewhat. I could move the arm with discomfort, but was grateful for having a cultivator's physique, which likely meant a more robust immune system and faster recovery. Either that or I got lucky for some reason. As I began to undress and assess my injuries, a little turtle poked its head out from one of my inner pockets, attempting to nip at my finger. I almost forgot about you, little guy, I chuckled while checking to ensure that the 2 books I always carried were undamaged. Thankfully, they remained intact. While my status book served as a record of my stats and for future reference, my information book, containing all the knowledge I had gathered about cultivation, was more important. Standing naked, I cautiously dipped my toes into the water, feeling a chill shoot up my spine and my teeth chattering. Well, it seemed my cultivator's body didn't shield me from the cold, as I had hoped. Disappointment, perhaps an overreaction, but I had grown accustomed to the superhuman capabilities my body now possessed. Washing every part of my body, I tended to my wounds, ensuring there were no lasting injuries. Aside from the cracked bones in my arms and possibly cracked ribs, everything else seemed to be healing well, particularly the cut in my arm. At least I didn't suffer a concussion from colliding with all those trees, I remarked to the little turtle, still rummaging through my clothes. Isn't that right, little guy? Speedy's only response was to continue chewing at my clothes. Was Speedy already in his rebellious teenage phase? Kids grow up so fast these days. I reminisced about the younger years of my last life, when even the internet was not a big thing yet, and not everyone had a smartphone. Not a phone in sight, and people were experimenting with weird substances, burning things, and getting drunk. I never understood why people complained about the younger generation always being on their phones. It was better than the shit we did. Shaking my head, I stopped reminiscing about the old days. Part of growing up was always reminiscing about those good old days. Imagine not having to worry about work or taxes. Unironically, it was one of the main reasons why I liked this world so much. At least someone had a chance to have the to do whatever they wanted, and the few could win against the interests of the many. However, it also had the disadvantage of the crazy few getting into As I washed off all the blood and dried myself, I put my clothes back on and then laid down on the grass, feeding the little turtle some grass and tree roots. Carefully, I ripped the long sleeves out of my clothes and made them into rough bandages, washing them before setting them on some stones near the stream to dry. I looked around, making sure the grass was tall enough to hide my form, and then lay down. After a while, Speedy stopped fighting and no longer resisted my love. The little guy lay on my shoulder and snoozed off while I stared at the deep blue sky. It was early in the morning. The sun wasn't bright enough to hurt my eyes yet, providing a pleasant view of the sky. Weight was spaced the same in this world, as in my last one had any sword-flying cultivator attempted to reach space. With such questions in my mind and pondering the wider world, I waited for my new bandages to dry and put them on. After that, I did some stretches to ensure no underlying injury would affect my mobility. Finally, I put the little turtle, who had gotten a taste of freedom during our stay, back into my pocket. Don't worry, Speedy, if I ever make it as a big-shot cultivator, I will buy you a mansion and get you a harem of turtles, I reassured the little guy as he peeked his head out of my pocket. I set off and ran through the grasslands until I stumbled upon a rough road with carriage tracks, which I followed westward. There wasn't much else I could do, so I walked along the tracks until I finally reached what looked like a town. It had high walls tinted pinkished with dark markings along the walls, likely some inscription or array. Or perhaps it was just there as a bluff to deter low-level cultivators from causing trouble. Either way, I was going to try and find out. As I approached the gate, 2 men in crimson medieval armor with dark swords in their hands kept their eyes on me. Unlike Greengrass Town, there was no long line waiting to get in. "Excuse me, good men," I called out before reaching them. It was clear these guards were on edge. The last thing I wanted was to aggravate them or look suspicious for any reason. They frowned as they saw me approaching and unsheathed their dark swords. "Who are you?" I raised my arms. "I'm just someone looking to return to the Blazing Sun sect." "There is no such thing around here," one of the guards said. He was the taller one among the 2 of them and looked more dangerous. How far had I run where people had no idea where the Blazing Sun sect was? Soon, the guards on the ground were joined by a dozen more guards on the walls. Unlike the people below, those up there had crossbows and were probably calibrated strong enough to kill a cultivator. I had no intention of testing out how arrow-proof I was. What was more worrying was that these guys had no idea which way the Blazing Sun sect was. But after thinking about it for a bit, I remembered the average Greengrass Town citizen knew nothing about a way to reach the Blazing Sun sect. I was not sure whether even the guards knew, though they did know such a sect existed somewhere nearby. Maybe having a nearby mortal town who knew nothing about the sect wouldn't be so strange when those things were taken into account. Maybe only someone high up in this town's hierarchy would know anything. It sounded kind of absurd due to the literal mountain the sect occupied and the giant walls around it. However, the Blazing Sun sect had somehow managed to hide itself from mortal eyes. Though it was weird, despite how big the mountain was, I couldn't see it once I walked a certain distance from it. Then can you tell me which way to go to Greengrass Town, I asked, and this time there was a trace of recognition in their eyes. Less the monstrous eyesight cultivators had. Even from such a distance on a bright sunny day that would have hurt my eyes, I could see their faces quite clearly. And why would you need to know such things? Friend, the large guard asked. Okay, they were suspicious now. Did I say something wrong or what? That was my original destination. If some kind of weird explosion hadn't scared my horse, I would be there by now, I explained. Though my horse wasn't the only thing scared by that freaky event. I ran away as far as my feet could take me and ended up here. Now that I thought about it, these red walls, dark swords, and how no one was around. Was this a secret town or something? No matter how small, people would be coming in and out of a town. Please don't be some kind of evil demonic sect hideout. My luck was never that good, but it wasn't bad either. Stumbling into an evil sect's hideout would be too much misfortune for someone with average luck like mine. The guards shared a look and I tensed up, ready for anything. They had armor on, so I was confident in outrunning them. However, no matter what, I was not getting into another fight. I was in no shape for it. Were you close to the explosion? Friend asked the guard. The way he talked about it seemed like they knew something. Not close enough to see what happened, but close enough to feel the aftermath. But even then, the aftershock of the explosion, which rocked me off my feet, I sighed. Tell us anything you know, and we will show you the way to Greengrass Town. We will even give you the supplies needed to go there. However, we are in lockdown, and no one is allowed in or out of the town, the guard said. Sorry for the late introduction, but you're in Red Lotus Town, where the Red Leaf Clan, Crimson Sword Clan, and Black Scale Clan rule. Clans that meant there were cultivators here, and these guards were probably low-ranked body-tempering cultivators also. Were they acting when they said they had no idea that such a thing as the Blazing Sun sect existed? Maybe the clan patriarchs were using their to suppress such knowledge, to stop their people from finding some better alternative than being in their clan. Or perhaps they kept all their fighters here as they were in some rough balance of and any fighter leaving would break that balance. Whatever it was, I had no notions of getting involved. I can't say much about it, since I don't know much. But during these things, it's safe to assume that some kind of cultivator was involved. Probably a fight between cultivators, I explained. By the unsurprised looks in their eyes, they had reached the same conclusion. Though unlike them, I had my own suspicions. There was a high chance that one of the said cultivators involved in causing that explosion was probably the Jade-like beauty. Wait, was this the Xianxia version of racial profiling? One of the guards sighed. I thought so. Big Guard nodded and whispered something to his fellow guard on the ground, and the latter slipped through the large wooden doors and went into the city. I will have my comrade bring you some basic necessities for your journey. Greengrass Town is south of here. The guard seemed weary when he said that. Make sure to be careful on the road. This incident has spooked many monstrous beasts, and some of them have a taste for human flesh. Come by again, and Red Lotus Town will welcome you with open arms. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. I get it. It was just bad timing, I nodded. How are you handling it? By the way, it couldn't have been easy. Well, the three clans help keep the town safe and take out their fighting to the sidelines. There has not been any monstrous beast wave yet. But it is only a matter of time, as scouts have reported dangerous moon wolf hordes on the west. The guard explained the situation in the town. He looked both pleased and irritated. The younger generation is also competing with each other by killing moon wolves to show who really stands at the top of the Red Lotus Town. Young Master Zhang has reached 5-star body tempering at only 15 years old, so many say he will have a bright future ahead of him. He continued talking about the clans and whatnot. It looked like he was bragging about the younger generation, who somehow seemed talented in his eyes. Also, this young Master Zhang, or whatever his name was, reaching 5-star body tempering at 15, was a bit slow for Blazing Sun sect standards. Hell, I was more talented than him, and that was saying something. If this young master joined the Blazing Sun sect, he would likely enter as a chore disciple and would stay that way until the day he decided to leave. But then again, I was also considered talented in the Liu clan. However, in the Blazing Sun sect, I was about average. This was the equivalent of doing well in high school and thinking you were good at math, and then majoring in civil engineering in college, which would show you were trash all along and knew nothing about math. It seemed like the explosion had caused quite a stir in the cultivation world. Finally, the other guard returned with the supplies, and the big guard picked them up and walked close to me with his hand on the handle of his sword. Was he just cautious, or were the supplies something he was using as a trap to distract me? Should I just run away? No, that would be way too suspicious. I smiled and approached him, and once we were within arm's length of each other, every part of my body was ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The man handed me the sack, turned his back on me, and walked away. Okay. Maybe I was a bit too much on edge. Putting the sack on the ground, I clasped my palm and fist in respect to them. Thank you for this generosity. Ming Farong will remember the generosity the Red Lotus town has shown me. I picked up the sack that was the size of my head and started walking toward where they had told me Greengrass town was. Hopefully this wasn't all just an elaborate scheme by a demonic sect, though I doubted someone would dare pull something like that so close to the Blazing Sun sect. After I walked far enough from the town and out of their eyesight, I checked inside the sack. There were dried meats, some vegetables, and other things like flint and steel, bandages, and what looked like healing ointments. These things would sure make the journey a hell of a lot easier, and the bandages seemed cleaner than mine. These were some actual medical supplies. I tied the sack shut and put it by the side of the road, just out of view in the grass, and walked away. If there was nothing wrong with it, some other guy or gal would be fortunate enough to find it. For all I knew, there could be some invisible tracking inscription, or poison in the food, or the medical ointment or bandages were doused in invisible venom. There was no way to tell, really. The guards had seemed like good men doing their job, and even went out of their way to help me. But it would be arrogant of me, some average Joe, to think I was somehow an expert at telling when people were lying to me. Because if someone wanted to poison me, they would for sure do it with a smile on their face, and not do some cliché shit like snickering like a two-bit villain. Real people were not actually that dumb, and unlike what shows in Hollywood made it seem like, most murder cases went unsolved. People were smart and elaborate when it came to these kinds of things. Well, it took hours before I finally ended up in a familiar place, with the walls of Greengrass town in the distance. I had been traveling as fast as my body would allow, about the speed of a scooter, when I finally reached the town. With Greengrass town in sight, I knew how to return to the Blazing Sun sect. As I turned around and was about to start another journey back to the sect, I stopped. Many things had happened that I wasn't aware of. Unlike Red Lotus town, Greengrass town was closer to the incident, and they might have even been able to see the action with their own eyes. Making my decision, I turned toward the town again and walked to the front gate where the guards were checking someone's carriage. At first, the guards looked at me cautiously, but amongst them were some of the same guards who had welcomed me into the town. Despite the lack of my uniform, I was recognized. "Liu Feng, you're back," one of the guards called out to me. Said guard was, of course, Mao Zhai. He was the guy I had gotten along quite well with, as he had escorted me through town during my last visit. In hindsight, it wasn't that long ago, but it felt much longer. "Mao Zhai," I called out to him and walked closer with a smile. But once I was close enough, and the other civilians trying to enter town wouldn't hear me, I asked, "What was this I am hearing about an explosion? Is everything all right?" An uncomfortable smile made its way onto his face. "All right, things are far from all right, my friend. Everyone is on edge, and from what my friends who work at the governor's office say, it seemed like everyone who was even remotely close to the explosion had died." "Everyone died?" I asked. "There were some far away, but they either died due to the clash between two houses, or one of the said houses killed everyone after that to cover their tracks," Mao Zhai sighed. "Until now, we haven't found anyone who knew anything, and the governor is in a frenzy." A chill went down my spine. I could have been one of those unlucky people. I had definitely been close enough to the explosion. If I had been keeping an eye out, I would have been able to see the cause of the disaster. Since I was attacked twice, it was safe to assume there were a lot of people at that distance away from the explosion. But they had all ended up dead. It seemed like getting the fuck away from there was the best decision I had made in this life. "You were that way too, right? Were you close to the explosion?" Mao Zhai asked. His question was nothing more than one of curiosity, and from what I had seen so far, Maojai wasn't the kind of guy who would spill the beans even if I told him the truth. No, thankfully I was occupied by some things just on the outskirts of the forest and decided to do some training. I shook my head, lying through my teeth. I usually like going out of uniform and talking with normal people. Helps get rid of the annoying edge that comes with being a cultivator and thinking everyone is after you. He chuckled, so you just decided to spend some time with us mortals. Whatever had happened in there, I wanted no one to even think I was close to such a thing. Much more fun than being around some pretentious cultivator. By the way, did anything new happen around here while I was gone? What I said was more of my way to try and change the subject, but the grimace that returned on Maojai's face said enough. My healing injuries hadn't bothered me much on the way to Greengrass Town, showing the resilience of a cultivator. But just seeing the grimace on Maojai's face made those injuries act up again. Someone stole from the Greengrass auction house, he said with his grimace growing. Wanna know the worst of it? That was already more than enough of a reason for me to get the hell away from here. Not really. Well, I'm gonna tell you anyway, he shrugged. The Blazing Sun sect sponsors the auction, and they're already breathing down our necks. The inner sect elder is currently in the governor's office, and some say he is a core formation realm expert. As expected of my intuition that had grown from reading many Xianxia novels. I really should be getting the fuck away from here. The last thing I wanted was for suspicion to fall on me. But before I could turn around, Maojai grabbed my wrist, glanced at his fellow guards and said, "Can we talk by the side here? I have a message for you from one of the merchants you bought something from." I could easily overpower him and get the hell away from here. But Maojai's gaze seemed solemn. He wasn't the kind of guy who would do this for no reason. So I followed him. We walked 30 feet from the other guards, and he leaned on the wall. He sighed and looked around to make sure no one was around. As we were far enough out of earshot, he explained, "Okay, that thing about the merchant was a lie. But I had something to tell you." "What is it?" "A good friend of mine that works in the governor's manor told me that the Blazing Sun sect elder that came here wasn't just because of the things stolen from the auction, but also because he was trying to get something for his great-grandson to help with his cultivation." He whispered and looked around carefully again. "A spring of was discovered somewhere around here, and the clans will fight fiercely to get it. They say there is enough for someone to bathe in the damn thing." A spring of was a natural gathering of pure chi. The chi was compressed and so dense that it turned into liquid form. Bathing in it or even drinking something like that was beneficial. But it usually was better to do so when someone was at the chi gathering stage. However, even body tempering would cleanse impurities, help with strengthening the body, and make the breakthrough from body tempering to the chi gathering realm much easier. I was tempted, but that was only my greed speaking here. It was like knowing that there was money in a bank vault, and there was a reason why it didn't usually go well when someone tried stealing it. This would have been free real estate if I were a cliché Xianxia protagonist with plot armor. But the chances of me stealing that from chi gathering and perhaps some foundation establishment cultivators were slim to none. On the other hand, the chances of me dying were high already, and it was guaranteed death with the core formation guy around the corner. Also, I could see the signs, a jade-like beauty around, a secret treasure that spawned, and many clans gathering around. There was only one thing I should do for now. I had to get the hell away from here. It felt like this was all just a time bomb waiting to blow up. Some might call it stupid and superstitious, but I had no intention of tempting fate. "Thank you," I put a hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eyes. "You're putting yourself in danger by saying this information, and it means a lot to me that you're going through such troubles just to help me with my goals. You're a true friend." I wasn't even lying because I hadn't known Maojai for long. But this was a Xianxia world. Maybe friendships developed easier here. Either way, I took out all the change money I had left from exchanging that one gold coin and sneakily put it in his pocket. Make sure the other guards don't see you with that money, or they might get ideas to take a part of the share. Also, don't spend it all at once. People might think you're involved in unsavory things to get this money. With that said, I turned around and waved. "Ha, that old cod. He is always trying to tie me up with some of his granddaughters," I said loud enough for the others to hear. After saying some things unrelated to what we had previously talked about, I departed from Greengrass Town. As I walked away, I couldn't help it as a sense of worry fell over me. It felt like an invisible weight on my shoulders. The kind of tiredness that was comparable to working for 8 hours straight in the office plus another 2 hours of overtime. My body wasn't tired. However, my mind was. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Unlike the last time, I chose not to take the direct path toward the blazing sun sect. Instead, I opted for a roundabout route, steering clear of the site of the explosion. Fortunately, the road I traversed appeared devoid of trouble. I moved stealthily from tree to tree, striving to minimize any noise. Finally, the white walls surrounding the giant mountain appeared in the distance. I stopped and released a sigh of relief. The wind, gentle and cool, brushed against my face, carrying with it the soft aroma of grass and trees. With each breath, my lungs filled with the purity of the night air, rejuvenating my spirit. I had learned a profound lesson during this journey. Engaging in battles fueled by supernatural urs held a certain allure. After all, crushing trees and flesh under my fist had its charm. Yet it was not something I relished or liked. With each fight, death loomed like a guillotine over my neck, with only a strand of hair stopping it from falling down. Who could predict when a cultivator 2 major stages above me could appear no matter how hard I fought? Someone at that stage could reduce me to a smudge on the ground with a single slap. Abruptly, movement stirred in the grass, and a rabbit emerged, its ears perked. Swiftly, I altered course and charged toward the unsuspecting creature. While its senses detected my approach, I seized it by the ears. With swift, decisive action, I twisted its neck like a screw, snuffing out its life in an instant. I had barely eaten anything while outside the sect. Now, with the opportunity to sate my appetite, I refused to enter the sect on an empty stomach. Who knew what awaited me there? After all, typically I had a weak stomach when it came to bloodshed and gore. Yet having killed someone with a fist through their chest, killing a rabbit and skinning it with my bare hands seemed a trivial task. Igniting a fire proved equally uncomplicated a matter of coaxing flame from dry grass and sticks through vigorous friction. As I surveyed the rabbit meat skewered on sticks, I grabbed a piece of meat, devouring the chunk of meat in a single big bite. The second and smaller piece I offered to my little turtle buddy as he poked his head out of my pocket. "Hey there, little guy, you hungry?" I inquired. Unlike myself, he lacked the supernatural fortitude of a cultivator, capable of sustaining boundless energy for days on end. However, a nagging concern surfaced: did turtles even eat meat? To my relief, the little fellow eagerly devoured the bits of meat, as though they were a rare delicacy. Do turtles eat meat? It wasn't a question I'd ever contemplated Googling in my former life. Whenever turtles crossed my mind, I envisioned creatures munching on grass, carrots, or tree bark. Only now, removed from the vast expanse of the internet, did I realize how effortless such inquiries had been in my prior existence. Regardless, perhaps turtles feasting on meat was a phenomenon unique to the realm of Xianxia. Following that brief, all-natural brunch interlude, the formidable walls of the blazing sun sect finally came into view. Towering marble structures surpassed any fortifications within the neighboring towns. Retrieving my wooden badge, I clutched it tightly in my palm. Though without my uniform, the badge was proof of my affiliation, warding off suspicions of espionage. Holding it in clear view was a matter of life and death, should the guards opt for a shoot-first, question-later approach. In a world where police brutality was not an anomaly, but rather the accepted norm, one couldn't afford to take chances. As I neared, it became apparent that something had shifted since my last encounter. Previously, youthful sentinels, perhaps Chi, gathering disciples from the inner sect, had manned the gates. Now, however, 2 elders, their scalps nearly barren save for tufts of wispy, white hair, greeted me. One sported a robust, bushy beard, while the other boasted a lengthy chin adornment reminiscent of a goat's. By Xianxia standards, the older and frailer they looked, the stronger they usually were. Their gazes locked onto me like hawks as I approached, and I clasped my left fist into my right palm. "Honored elders, I'm outer disciple Liu Feng, returning from my excursion outside the sect," I announced. They scrutinized me in silence for what felt like an eternity before the bushy-barded elder spoke, his voice gruff. "Did you find what you sought outside?" What kind of question was that I wasn't out there on some treasure hunt? Yes, I replied tentatively, bowing my head as a show of respect. The elder cleared his throat and issued an unexpected command. "Okay, seize him and escort him to the dungeons." "What?" Before I could react, 4 disciples clad in blue robes encircled me, swords poised at my throat. The chill of their blades pierced the air, even without physical contact. "Honorable elders," I interjected, thrusting forth my wooden badge. It might seem audacious, but I had to clarify the misunderstanding. This badge signifies my authorized presence outside. The bush-I-barded elder waved dismissively. Take him away. Two disciples sheathed their swords and seized my arms. The world spun as I found myself atop the wall, then blurred again as I was dragged along the road toward an unknown destination, presumably a prison cell. Seniors, please wait a moment. I protested, but their grips were unyielding, like iron chains digging into my flesh. I have no involvement in whatever is happening. I am Liu Feng, an outer disciple of the Blazing Sun sect. I have cousins from the Liu clan and their inner sect disciples. They can vouch for me. Silence. The elders can hear us, even from this side of the wall. One disciple rebuked me with a frigid glare. I wanted to protest further, but the two disciples with unsheathed swords silenced me with a single glance. What the fuck did I even do to get in this situation? In the end, there wasn't much I could do, but let myself be escorted to the sect's prison, a bit of a surprise, as I hadn't known such a facility existed within the sect. Technically, it didn't, as they led me to a small boat. Said boat wasn't on the water, but it was there on the grass. Get in, instructed one of them, and I complied, joining them in the vessel. It was a somewhat absurd sight, 5 men in a boat on land, all wearing serious expressions. However, the situation soon changed as the boat trembled and emitted a steam-like aura. Gradually, we lifted off and began to ascend toward the side of the colossal mountain, housing the Blazing Sun sect. Glancing over the edge, a shiver ran down my spine. This felt like a hardcore airplane ride without any safety measures. At least we moved slowly enough to avoid the full force of the wind. Surveying the somber faces of my companions, I inquired, so, do any of you know what the prison looks like? Only from the outside, replied one of them. Wei Zemin were not permitted to converse with prisoners, cautioned another. Wei Zemin shrugged and sighed. That's not an official rule, just common courtesy when elders are present. Besides, it's only fair to inform him. You don't want a repeat of the last 10 individuals who resisted. One even attempted to leap from the cloud sailing boat. They likely had something to hide, frowned another. No innocent person would resist the sect's security so vehemently. The sect doesn't punish the LS. Clearly, this one was a hot-headed youth, steadfast in his belief that the sect's authority was infallible. Many adhered to such a mindset, akin to the school mentality of unquestioning trust in authority figures. Yet with time, they'd come to realize that age or credentials didn't necessarily equate to wisdom or righteousness. However, considering how sheltered individuals within the sect tended to be, it would likely take some time for someone like him to outgrow such behavior. Apologies for the interruption, honorable seniors, I redirected their attention to me. But may I inquire as to why I'm being detained? I believe I've committed no wrongdoing, but if I have, could you kindly inform me so I can avoid repeating it? Oh, don't fret. It's nothing too severe, Wei Zemin reassured me. Given recent events outside, we've implemented a new protocol to investigate everyone who was outside the sect during that time and bring them in for questioning regarding their knowledge of said events. His tone suggested that this might entail an indefinite period of confinement. It wasn't ideal, but there was little I could do, and I doubted they'd detain us for long, perhaps a month at most, considering that holding disciples in cells didn't exactly instill confidence in the others or how people saw the sect. If there was one thing I could count on in Xianxia, it was the need for the strong to save face amongst themselves. Now that clearly there was no escape, I decided to make the best of the situation. Can I train while in imprisonment? Of course, Wei Zemin confirmed. You'll even receive your monthly allowance. Just to clarify, you're not truly a prisoner. You simply need to question all disciples who have been outside and verify whether any spies have infiltrated, perhaps by using skin masks. You'll also keep your belongings. There's no chance you could escape cells designed to contain individuals of higher cultivation, the hot-blooded youth interjected. Well, wasn't he a bundle of joy? He appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s, still quite young. Hopefully, he wouldn't metamorphose into an arrogant young master and instead contribute positively to society. Who was I kidding, knowing this world? He'd soon be spouting lines like, courting death. After several seconds of uncomfortable silence punctuated by the rush of wind, I couldn't resist breaking the tension. So what exactly happened to warrant such high security measures? What happened? Wei Zemin sighed wearily. It'd be easier to list what didn't happen. Careful, the hot-blooded youth cautioned, his brow furrowing. We're not supposed to disclose anything about the incident. It could compromise the investigation. Relax, I wasn't planning on revealing anything. Wei Zemin dismissed his fellow disciples' concerns with a wave of his hand. They'll all find out soon enough, one way or another. As they spoke, we approached a rocky section of the mountain, a treacherous landscape of sheer cliffs and jagged rocks, with the only relief being a cave-like opening. Its perfectly rounded shape hinted at it being man-made, likely the handiwork of a past cultivator's amusement. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. As the boat neared the cave, the winds intensified. Unlike the others, I abandoned any pretense of appearing composed and clung to the vessel for dear life. I had no intention of risking my life for the sake of pride or some foolish display of bravado. These guys were likely in the chi gathering realm and unable to fly on swords. It seemed foolish not to hold on, as even chi would not protect against such a steep fall. Despite the biting winds feeling like icy blades against my skin, the boat smoothly entered the cave, and the wind vanished as if it had been an illusion. Looking back at the entrance, I noticed inscriptions etched into the cave's shadows, likely forming a barrier to block the winds. Inside, the cave was illuminated by flickering torches which, I hoped, was the presence of some artifact sustaining their perpetual flame. Without light, this place would quickly transform from prison into solitary confinement. In the corner sat a desk, attended by a chubby middle-aged man in a dark uniform, reclining in a creaking wooden chair. Despite looking more like a dad with 4 kids who wouldn't seem out of place overlooking a barbecue, this inner elder exuded a formidable or likely, at least middle foundation establishment. With a nonchalant mood around him, he yawned, another one just kids caught outside during some commotion. Why is everyone acting like the sky's falling? These poor kids are scared shitless, no matter how many times I reassure them. The discomfort among the inner disciples was palpable at his words. Ignoring an elder was deemed disrespectful, yet agreeing would be tantamount to insulting the sect in offense with dire consequences. Inner disciple or not, they had to trod carefully, a predicament I didn't envy in the slightest. Excuse us, honorable elder. We have other duties to attend to, the hot-blooded youth bowed, his fist against his palm, followed by the other inner disciples. Maintaining the bow for respectful duration, they departed in the boat, leaving only the elder and me. His gaze settled on me, and I couldn't help but gulp. This was likely the strongest individual I had encountered in my life. How old are you, kid? He inquired with bored indifference, making it clear that he didn't care about what he was asking about. I'm 16 years old, sir, I responded. Glancing at the paper in his hand, he sighed. What's with these ridiculous questions? Who even writes them? Throwing away the paper, he propped his elbows on the desk, resting his head on his palms. Anyway, kid, what's your take on teenage dating? Excuse me. What the fuck were we talking about here? Did I zone out, or was this question out of nowhere? I don't really have a strong opinion on it, I replied, trying to keep a calm facade. Why not? He pressed, his brow furrowing. Because it never really affected me. I never really thought about dating. I'm more focused on training and delving deeper into cultivation itself, I explained. Dedicated and hardworking, that's good, the man smiled warmly. That's a very commendable answer. Did you know I have a daughter around your age? Of course I didn't know. How could I even know about something like that? We just met. I refrained from voicing those thoughts out loud. This wasn't the internet, where one could blurt out anything without consequence. Despite my reservations, it seemed he wasn't particularly interested in my response, his expression turning melancholic. Even though she was born with average talent, being an inner elder allowed me to kickstart her cultivation journey as an inner disciple. Was he confessing to corruption while it was an open secret? Most elders preferred to keep such matters behind closed doors. Do you know what she said when I offered her that? His eyes welled with tears. She said she wanted to start on equal footing with everyone and didn't need the advantages offered to inner disciples. She said she wanted to prove her worth to herself. As he spoke, he retrieved a porcelain bottle from beneath the table, its potent aroma reaching me even from a distance. Taking a sip, tears streamed down his cheeks. On one hand, I was so proud of her, but on the other, I wanted to explain just how misguided such a decision could be. Coming from a regular civilian background, I understood the hardships she would face. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sympathy for him. It was evident he was intoxicated, which explained his behavior. What parent wouldn't seek solace in alcohol if their child met an unfortunate end due to decisions made with the best intentions? Regardless of one's cultivation prowess, no heart was made of stone. Even with centuries of life experience, the love for family and children remained undiminished. I think she went down there to meet up with a guy. She definitely has a lover. His hand met onto the table, causing the cave to tremble, yet strangely, the table remained intact despite its shoddy appearance. That's the only explanation. Have you heard any rumors about her? Has she been courting anyone? I will kill that bastard in 5 generations of his family for daring to deceive my beautiful, gentle, smart, cute, and kind daughter. His intense gaze bore into me, and for the first time since arriving in this world, I felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. Seriously, bring back my sympathy, you bastard. Here I was, feeling sorry for you, and you're out here fretting over whether your daughter is dating someone. And what was with asking me if I knew anything I didn't even know her name? Of course, I would never voice such thoughts to his face. No matter how absurdly he behaved, this was someone who could obliterate me with a single blow. I struggled to think of a response. I don't really know much about these matters. I don't belong to any social circles and avoid rumors. I've heard nothing about your daughter. His intensity waned, and he wiped the tears from his eyes. You're right. My honest daughter would never deceive me. She'll always keep the promise she made when she was 4, that she won't see any boy until she's at least 30. My old heart couldn't bear to see my girl grow up so quickly. What in the world was my life, and who the fuck thought it would be a good idea put this guy in charge of the prisons? I gazed up at the familiar stone ceiling, coldness seeping into my back as I lay on the stone floor. It was a strange sensation, the stones colder than one would expect ordinary rocks to be. Perhaps they were magical rocks, capable of withstanding the of a cultivator. Despite the bizarre circumstances of my first day in this new prison, subsequent days passed relatively uneventfully. The warden, when sober, proved to be a fairly ordinary guy, though he undeniably harbored a soft spot for his daughter. No one dared mention her, even in his sober moments, let alone when he was intoxicated. No one was eager to discover the consequences of such a thing. I learned that he often indulged in alcohol during the evenings, a revelation I made on my second day of imprisonment. 3 days had already elapsed since my arrival, and I had to admit, the accommodations weren't all that terrible. Other inmates occupied nearby cells, and while sunlight was absent, arrays prevented us from hearing each other, a stark contrast to the guards, who could listen to our every word. That was probably for the better, as I didn't want all the noise usually associated with the prisons. The rocks retained a dampness at night, inducing a slight chill, but nothing a cultivator's body couldn't endure. Inner disciples dutifully delivered our preferred meals daily, their roles reduced to that of mere servants within these walls. It seemed even among the talented inner disciples, hierarchy prevailed, with the lying in the hands of the elders. True in their hands was more important than the disciples, who only had the potential to hold such The environment might have been drearier had I not spent my days engrossed in training or playing with Speedy when fatigue set in. On a positive note, my wounds had healed. The prison provided top-notch medicine, with a healer ensuring my recovery before giving me the green light to resume activities. My cell exuded a faint mustiness, and the thin futon served as my bed, but all in all, it was relatively spacious for a cell at least. I even had my own toilet hole tucked away in a corner, mercifully distant enough not to assail my senses. Now that I thought about it, there was no way my sense of smell wouldn't have picked up something like that. So some poor bastard had to put an array over that so it wouldn't smell. My recent journey in the wild had given me a newfound appreciation for such basic comforts. This was still a far cry from the harshness of sleeping in the cold wilderness, where the threat of a monstrous beast lurking around any corner loomed ominously. The solid rocks enclosing the cell ignited a longing to continue training in piercing fang fist. With little else to occupy my time, I saw this confinement as an opportunity to catch up on the training I had missed outside the sect. Though there was an instinctual urge to test my fist against the wall, I hesitated. It wouldn't put us in a prison we could break out of. I would probably end up breaking my fist instead. Even if by some miracle the wall broke, what would I gain just a caving, and I wasn't willing to gamble on surviving something like that, cultivator or not. Rising to my feet, I assumed my training stance, eager for another session. If I overexerted myself and ended up injured, there were medicines and medical staff readily available, no need for unnecessary concern. Presuming I broke anything by overtraining, it wasn't my problem to deal with that. Really, putting me in this prison with nothing to do was like putting an alcoholic in a brewery. Nothing held me back from going to lengths I had never gone before. Time for another 4 hours of relentless training, I mused aloud. Perhaps this time I'll finally push myself to the brink and collapse from exhaustion. It would certainly break the monotony. The recuperative abilities of a cultivator were nothing short of remarkable. A brief pause following an intense training session, and I would be ready to repeat the process in less than 5 minutes. After an exhausting routine of a couple of hours, during which I used nothing but the piercing fang fist, generating gentle winds in the aftermath of my swings swishing through the air, I sat down for a small break as it felt like my arms were about to fall off. I placed the little turtle on my head. Speedy had grown accustomed to me and no longer even attempted to bite. He simply fell asleep on my head. Maybe I should call you Sleepy instead of Speedy, I chuckled. Were turtles supposed to sleep this much? Maybe I should have the medical staff check on him the next time they come around. Perhaps his shell was more comfortable than spending time with dear old me. It feels like yesterday when I bought you, and now you're already in your teenage phase where you don't want to spend time with anyone. Even if it wasn't due to needing him for my new technique, I was glad I had bought Speedy. After all, it would have been rather odd if someone was spying on my cell and saw me talking with myself. I ceased dwelling on peculiarities and closed my eyes, taking a deep breath and focusing on the connection between me and Speedy. I adopted strange rhythmic breaths, and the turtle on my head now felt much heavier, akin to a stone the size of a bowling ball. I made a concerted effort not to move even an inch, as the turtle body technique required the user to remain still during training. Stolen story, please report. Soon enough, the pressure in my head spread throughout my body like a voodoo curse, making me feel significantly heavier. My muscles strained, and it felt as though my arms were on the verge of dislocation due to the increased weight. Despite the realistic sensations, I reminded myself repeatedly that it wasn't real. It was merely an illusion intended to trick the body into becoming stronger to cope with the heaviness. My muscles began twitching and flexing autonomously, as if they were beating against my bones like drums. I could feel the blood coursing through my body, everything internally colliding with one another in the hopes of recuperating and growing stronger. There were countless techniques out there, and most of those I had trained until now required movement to train them. Yet somehow, chanting a mantra internally with a sleeping turtle on my head caused my body to beat itself and grow stronger. The weirdest part was that I could sense something changing within me. Hopefully there wasn't some secret drawback where I would turn into a humanoid turtle. The technique book had been pitch black. Maybe it was a demonic technique. All along, did some demonic practitioner put it there to mess with an orthodox sect? Damn, I really didn't want to become a ninja turtle. Now I really wished there was more room in the cell to practice rushing bull step. Suddenly, the metallic door to my cell opened with a loud. I immediately halted my training and opened my eyes, a bead of sweat rolling down my cheek. The newcomer was an old woman who looked like she already had one foot in the grave. She was hunched and used a walking stick. Her hair was tied in 2 braids that fell down to the front of her shoulders. Despite her frail appearance, I was instantly on guard. Her red robe signified she was a core elder in the sect, one of the super big shots just below the sect leader. How had it come to this, where I had to meet with such a prominent figure by this point? Even I was curious about what had happened to involve so many people. "Hello, you're Liu Feng, correct?" she asked, with a gentle and grandmotherly smile on her face. Before I could even answer her, she took out a sack and opened it. "Do you want some candy? My granddaughter took most of my strawberry-flavored ones, but you can have some orange-flavored ones." Flavored candies in this world, well, some cultivators flew on swords. But flavored candies felt more modern. I didn't know much about the history of candies, either way. "Yes, thank you, if you wouldn't mind," I replied, attempting to mask my nervousness, though it wasn't easy. Granny likely noticed, but it wasn't uncommon to feel nervous when in the presence of someone who could potentially assume leadership of the sect in the event of the sect leader's absence. Sorry if this was some kind of test, and I wasn't supposed to take the candy. No need to worry about tests. I always carry candy with me, and my granddaughter loves them, she sighed. It must be difficult for someone your age to spend time in prison. All the other core elders refused him, but just because of the suspicion of one core elder, we have to disturb all the others. Can you believe he insisted on putting my granddaughter here and almost took her just because she was outside during that time? She clenched her fist and ground her teeth as veins popped on her forehead, creating quite a haunting appearance that sent chills down my spine. So I nodded along with whatever she said. When she mentioned her granddaughter, I doubted it was actually her granddaughter. As a core elder, she was likely hundreds of years old and appeared aged, so her descendant might be more of a great-great-granddaughter. Hey, bring me a chair. She called out, and one of the inner disciples promptly entered with a wooden chair. The young man bowed and then left without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the old lady settled onto the chair, producing a notepad with a swipe of her hand. Right, Liu Feng. The Liu clan has another 3 members in the inner sect, with you being the only one in the outer sect. All 3 of your relatives have vouched for your innocence and affirmed that you were never involved in anything untoward during your youth. What do you say to that? Her gaze shifted from the tablet to me. Unlike the previous grandmotherly look, her expression now bore a more serious and calm demeanor. A weight settled upon my shoulders, and bile rose in my throat, threatening to spill over. However, I pushed through and took a deep breath. My cousins are fair people, I responded. I didn't know much about my relatives in the inner sect. Liu Feng wasn't the most friendly guy, even back home. Sure, he knew what the Liu clan head's daughter looked like, but everyone did, and it wasn't like they were particularly close. Especially since the generation now in the inner sect were at least 2 or 3 years older than him, and when they had left the clan, Liu Feng had been 13 or 12. Liu Feng had his own petty rivals in the clan, but thankfully none of them had made it to the Blazing Sun sect. Even if they had, I doubted they would have spoken badly about their cousin. After all, they knew that whatever conflicts they had within the family, it was better to keep it in-house and not involve outsiders. Well, now that we've warmed up a bit, how about we get to the real questions, the old woman said, smiling, revealing rows of missing teeth. Do you know anything about the explosion on the road between Blazing Sun sect and Greengrass Town? No, I replied. I heard that there was an explosion, and rumors suggested that many people died. But it's just hearsay, and I'm not entirely certain if anyone actually died due to the explosion. The old granny hummed thoughtfully and jotted something down in her notepad. It was beyond dangerous to lie to someone of her caliber. With centuries of experience under her belt, I doubted I could match her in scheming or deception. Whatever was behind that explosion, it didn't take a genius to realize that having my name associated with it would be a disaster waiting to happen. It was a ticking time bomb, and I wanted no part in whatever was brewing. As far as I knew, no techniques or artifacts could accurately discern if someone was lying. While there might be methods to detect changes in heart rate or other physiological responses, those signals didn't definitively indicate lying. Moreover, I genuinely knew nothing about the explosion, even if such techniques existed. Good, she remarked shortly. Now, when you came to the sect, you were injured. What happened there? A man attempted to ambush me. He wielded a sword and brass knuckles. Though I hesitate to call it a fight, I must admit that I fled and barely escaped, employing various tactics I recounted. You claim you fled from him the cut on your arm, I understand, as you may have used your arm to defend yourself. Her gaze intensified, sending a shiver down my spine. But what about the injury to your side ribs from what you've described? You ran from your assailant. Yet a rib injury typically happens when one is not fleeing, but engaged in a fight. Usually, people who run sustain injuries to the back. So what do you make of that? We had a brief confrontation before I made a run for it. When the guy edged my arm, I froze a bit in shock. Then he aimed for my neck again, but I managed to dodge, only to be caught off guard by a surprise attack to the ribs. I scratched the back of my head nervously and offered a strained smile. Honestly, I don't remember the exact details of what happened after that. It's all a blur, like I could sense my opponent's bloodlust lingering in the air as I escaped. Well, I'm not here to pass judgment on whether running away is good or bad, the old woman shrugged. And there's no need to be so nervous. You're just a body tempering outer disciple. Nobody suspects you or anyone else at your level of being involved in this mess. Yeah, that made sense. But the old lady gave me a scare for a second there. Thankfully, it seemed she wasn't too invested in this investigation, and her questions lacked enthusiasm. Or did they? For all I knew, everything she had done until now might have been to put me at ease. I couldn't afford to let my guard down. She was a dangerous woman who would pick up on any inconsistencies in my story. The best I could manage was to offer her some half-truths, wording my responses so that if there were any means to detect falsehoods, my words would technically hold true. It sounded much simpler than it was, considering I had to concoct responses on the fly. As far as I knew, I was the only survivor of that incident, and if I outed myself now, I would have to get involved. There was no other way around it, and depending on who that young girl who had tried to kill me was, and who eliminated all the other people who were observing. It had to be a group of people covering things up, and they had a list of people to take care of and who knew where I sat in that hierarchy. While the Blazing Sun sect would protect me to a certain degree, there was a limit to where the costs would outweigh the benefits of protection. Then they would likely throw me to the wolves. She continued probing me with miscellaneous questions about my activities outside the sect. I mostly stuck to the truth, mentioning my visit to the Greengrass town market and the purchase of the turtle, conveniently omitting the encounter with the three bandits and replacing it with an altercation with someone else, which accounted for my injuries. The story contained enough truth that I could recall the details. If anyone decided to investigate, they wouldn't find anything incriminating. The three bandit brothers were my only vulnerability, though they were likely victims of the explosion, given its proximity to their village. I hoped the villagers had managed to escape, despite the weakness it might pose to my case. They were decent folk. Either way, even if they miraculously survived, they couldn't provide a detailed description of me. My face had a lot of average features. Dark hair, dark eyes, and somewhat pale skin that described most of the cultivators out there. Well, that concludes our session. I may return with more questions, perhaps the same ones, perhaps not, she announced, rising from her seat with a sour expression as if she'd prefer eating a raw lemon to this task. Honestly, the sect leader places too much trust in that paranoid old coot. It was ironic that she was calling someone old, but I held my tongue and bowed respectfully toward the elder woman. Thank you for your time, honorable elder. Don't mention it, brat, she waved off my gratitude. I'll attempt to persuade the sect leader to abandon this foolishness, so you can return to focusing on your martial arts. And I'll ensure you're all compensated for the time wasted here by that old fool. What did he hope to achieve by imprisoning over 100 kids? She was surprisingly amicable. Or perhaps she was playing the good cop to coax me into lowering my guard. As she exited, the door edged loudly behind her, and I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Relief washed over me. I was still curious and wanted to inquire about the whole incident, but I bit back my questions. After all, the prison had our silence erased, preventing even the prisoners from discussing what had occurred. Prison life wasn't terrible, meals were delivered, and I had ample time to train and only train. Though I did miss the old man's company and his snarky remarks. Welp, little buddy. Time to get back to training. I scratched Speedy's head and resumed my meditation where I had left off. 3 days passador at least, I believed they did, judging by the 9 meals I'd received. It was challenging to gauge time without sunlight. Despite the circumstances, I had grown somewhat accustomed to prison life. There were no complicated schedules and no curfews to abide by. I didn't fret over meetings, readings, or conversations. I simply woke up, ate, trained, and slept. Occasionally, the old lady would drop by, feigning interest as she posed her questions. Her disdain for the situation couldn't have been clearer. She was vehemently opposed to it. From what I noticed, it seemed like her granddaughter was also entangled in this mess too. Today unfolded much like the previous ones. Upon waking, I felt rejuvenated and brimming with energy, ready to embark on another grueling training session until my arms threatened to detach. However, I deviated from the routine today, opting to assess my progress. After a series of swift tests, I recorded my stats in my trusty notebook, crossing out the previous entries. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 7-star. Strength 7.5, 7.7. Agility 7.2, 7.5. Endurance 7.4, 7.9. Chi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing Bull Step Mortal Grade. Turtle Shell Body Mortal Grade. My endurance had soared, evident in the lengthy duration it took for the turtle shell body technique to induce fatigue and discomfort nowadays. Previously, I'd feel the strain almost instantly. Now, it would take hours. Still, according to my calculations, achieving an 8 in endurance should propel me to 8-star body tempering. I felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. While a 1-star improvement might appear insignificant, it marked a minor bottleneck that many struggled to overcome. Liu Feng had relied on body-strengthening pills to forcibly advance from 6-star to 7-star body tempering. Even then, the breakthrough had been arduous and painful, requiring multiple attempts. Yet despite it all, a surge of excitement coursed through me at the prospect of experiencing a breakthrough to the next level. While I had Liu Feng's memories of such an event, undergoing it myself was a wholly different sensation, and I could not wait for it. Lost in my daydreams of advancement, the door to my cell creaked open, and I scarcely needed to glance to determine the visitor's identity. The familiar sound of the old lady's walking stick tapping against the ground had become second nature. "Well, you seem to be enjoying yourself," she remarked. The fact that she could observe me training and going about my routine was unsettling. It amounted to a gross invasion of privacy, but this is the realm of Xianxia, so there was no use whining about it. Even if I did, who would even bother to listen? I'd be having even more fun if I had enough space to practice the rushing bull step technique, I reminisced. She leaned her cane against the doorframe, and 2 teacups appeared in her hands with a flick of her wrist. "I learned during the investigation that you enjoy sharing tea with the old janitor." "Yes." "Don't look so uncomfortable. It kills the mood," she chided gently, sipping from her cup before offering me the other. "By the way, your frequent interactions with the old janitor essentially clears you of suspicion. He's been around for quite some time, and his integrity is well known." Her words lifted my spirits, prompting a grateful smile as I accepted the tea. "Thank you. Anyway, about this rushing bull step technique and your desire to train it more. Why exactly can't you practice it here?" "Well, this space is confined, and the technique involves kicking off the ground and charging forward blindly. I can't exactly halt mid-motion, and the technique only allows forward movement." She arched a skeptical brow, regarding me as though I had uttered the most absurd statement. "So what?" "So what," I echoed, equally puzzled. The corner of her lips curled upward. "If your technique is direct and would result in you ing into a wall, then master it until that's no longer the case. Every technique's weaknesses can be overcome with mastery." What she said was very basic, yet its simplicity held profound wisdom. After all, while techniques could be learned, true mastery allowed for personal imprint and refinement. "Also, don't fret about breaking the stone," she chuckled, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. Okay, that laugh was a tad unsettling. "You break your face and every bone in your body before the wall even registers a hit. This stone wall was built to withstand forces far greater than you, brat." At that moment, everything clicked into place. It was a eureka moment for me. "May I begin training now?" I inquired. "Go ahead," she shrugged. "Chair," she called out, and an inner disciple promptly brought in a chair before departing once she was seated. "There's no use questioning you further. Nobody suspects you anyway. You're mostly here because certain inner elders would complain if their sons remained confined while you walked free. But don't worry, the longer you stay, the more that paranoid bastard will have to pay in reparations." I only half listened to her words, focusing instead on crouching and setting aside the teacup. In an instant, I launched myself off the ground, activating rushing bull step. Suddenly, within the confines of the room, new ideas began to flow. "Control it. Control the I mentally urged myself as I felt my thighs swell, though not as much as usual. First and foremost, I realized I didn't always have to employ rushing bull step at full force. Furthermore, I discovered that I could manipulate my movements within the technique, allowing for strategic positioning. With each landing against the wall and subsequent rebound, my speed increased. The old granny waited patiently until I finally grew fatigued, offering only a nonchalant hum when I ceased. Thankfully, my legs didn't ache more than they would from a brief run. The turtle's shell body was perfect for what I had lacked. "Since I'm not free, may I inquire about what's happening outside?" I asked, retrieving the tea I had set aside. Its flavor mirrored the tea I often enjoyed with the old janitor. "Well, a spring of was discovered near Greengrass Town, and someone managed to steal it right from under our noses. There's now a hunt for the thief," she explained, her expression clouding with disapproval. "At least that bastard's nephew didn't get his hands on it." The notion of someone stealing from a prestigious sect like ours sounded straight out of Xianxia protagonist material. Stealing such a valuable resource that sects invested considerable effort to obtain required exceptional skill and audacity. Even when rival sects were involved, such resources were safeguarded with utmost vigilance, given their critical importance in cultivation. Stealing something of that magnitude was akin to making a horde of enemies, each eager to exact revenge. I often joked about the tropes of Xianxia protagonists. But this situation really resembled a character who stole from dangerous sects and formidable adversaries, only to find his own clan targeted once his adversaries couldn't apprehend him. Some were hypocritical enough to decry their enemies as dishonorable scum for such acts, conveniently ignoring their own similar tactics. It actually something as ridiculous as someone favored by the heavens exist a so-called protagonist. I was curious, since if they did exist, I would have to take a second look at everything I knew about this world. A week had passed since I began practicing the rushing bull step in my cell. During that time, little had changed aside from my continued training regimen. The prison environment had grown increasingly dull. The initial sense of novelty had faded, leaving a longing for the simple pleasures I once took for granted, like sharing tea with the old man or venturing into the forest to inhale the clean air before demolishing a few trees. To alleviate the monotony, I conducted some tests and compared my current stats to those from the previous assessment. As I recorded my findings, one number caught my attention, prompting a frown of confusion. This can't be right. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 8-star. Strength 7.7, 7.9. Agility 7.5, 7.9. Endurance 7.9, 8.2. Chi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing Bull Step Mortal Grade. Turtle Shell Body Mortal Grade. It made no sense. All of Liu Feng's past experiences breaking through minor realms contradicted this outcome. Liu Feng had previously relied on pills that forcefully strengthened his body to achieve breakthroughs, a method considered normal in cultivation circles. It had felt as though his body was being torn apart, utilizing pills to stimulate muscle growth, cleanse bone marrow, and eliminate impurities. So how then had I seemingly broken through a bottleneck? Was my method flawed? Had I miscalculated the numbers somewhere along the line? Oh, already at 8-star body tempering, congratulations, the old woman remarked, startling me quite a bit. I hadn't even noticed her arrival. Truth be told, I had grown somewhat weary of her presence and conversation. Despite being the sole individual I could interact with, her company left much to be desired. Nevertheless, as a core elder in the sect, she possessed a wealth of knowledge about cultivation. While I harbored numerous questions, chief among them, how she had discerned my breakthrough many seemed trivial thoughts of a curious mind. Unlike me, who relied on physical indicators like strength and punch to gauge my progress, she seemingly could assess one's cultivation level with a glance. Well, this breakthrough is as surprising to me as it is to you. I didn't even feel it passing, I admitted, furrowing my brow to convey a sense of concern. In matters of cultivation, being an outlier could lead to unforeseen consequences. I had no desire to be such an anomaly when I knew so little. What do you think caused it? Likely a combination of factors, such as real life and death experiences, as well as you training every waking minute, she replied calmly, indicating she had already discerned the underlying reasons. Also, you don't seem to have used pills. As expected of a core elder, her insight into cultivation was extensive. This development didn't seem like a bad thing. While elixirs and pills often worsen bottlenecks, especially the cheaper stuff, they can also quicken progress and save considerable time. If someone were to train for an hour a day with pills, it would yield results equivalent to training around the clock without them, she advised, her gaze sharpening as it always did when she was about to say something important. Finding a balance between pill usage and training is crucial. Additionally, allow your body time to recuperate from the impurities left by pills and elixirs. Pushing yourself to extremes, working 16-hour days, and piling on pills could prove dangerous, potentially resulting in permanent damage. I knew someone in my youth whose danshin ruptured due to greed and overconsumption of pills while fatigued. However, concerns like danshin ruptures are typically reserved for higher realms. I contemplated her words, committing them to memory. Overall, it seemed that while pills could offer shortcuts and expedite progress, they carried their own set of risks and pitfalls. For me, rushing through cultivation in my youth held little appeal. I wanted to savor the journey, experiencing cultivation without the need for shortcuts. After all, I had my entire youth ahead of me and intended to make the most of it. This wasn't the kind of experience one could enjoy twice. The joy of cultivating, even the mundane aspects, held a special allure for me. Skipping through it would be akin to missing the climax of a thrilling movie. No, I had no intention of tainting my body with those pills. We even tested them what human trials were conducted, and what about long-term effects I doubted anyone cared much. Users were likely more concerned with immediate chi gains than future consequences. Perhaps when I grew older and found myself unable to progress, or if I fell too far behind my peers, I might consider pills and elixirs. But for now, I was content. Besides, I wasn't exactly flush with spirit stones, so the choice wasn't entirely mine to make. For the time being, reveling in day-long training sessions brought me more satisfaction. There was little entertainment better than feeling the course through my body as if I were living in a dream. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Following the interview, I anticipated another day dedicated to training. However, a few hours after the old woman's mandatory visit, during which she shared anecdotes about her granddaughter's sweetness and other trivialities, an inner disciple arrived with an impeccable blue robe and a gray one in hand. "This is for you. As of today, you're free. After a thorough investigation, the elders have concluded that you're innocent and have no connection to the events outside." "I still don't know exactly what happened," I remarked. "Can I at least learn why I ended up here?" The inner disciple nodded and closed the door behind him, likely activating any silence array embedded in the cell. Despite hearing doors opening nearby, I never caught a whisper from neighboring cells. Silence arrays seemed the only logical explanation unless I was the sole prisoner, and they were going to needless extraordinary lengths to deceive me. Nobody is entirely sure what happened. Apparently some treasure surfaced, leading to the deaths of a few outer elders and the injury of an inner elder, he explained. "I'm sorry, but even we inner disciples aren't privy to all the details." At least he was respectful, and I couldn't help but appreciate the kindness I had encountered from most inner disciples thus far. It made sense, the young masters likely wouldn't be tasked with such mundane duties. As we exited the cell, the absence of the inner elder who usually manned the desk caught my attention. Distant light from the cave entrance beckoned, and I spotted a boat waiting at the edge of a floating vessel akin to the one that had brought me here. Stepping onto the seemingly ordinary wooden boat felt peculiar. One would expect it to sway, yet it remained as rigid as a rock. Hey, magical boats were rather awesome. Finding a comfortable spot proved futile. This was just like any other small wooden boat in that department. "Do you know where I could get one of these?" I inquired. Seated across from me, the inner disciple met my gaze. "Yes, but it's rather impractical for anything beyond transportation, given its slow speed. Also, I'm unsure if outer disciples can possess items that enable them to fly over the sect's walls." "Fly over the walls isn't there a barrier array meant to prevent entry and exit?" I questioned. "Probably. I haven't tested it," he shrugged. "Where should I drop you off?" "Just somewhere in the nearby forest." "I'll find my way back," I replied. Navigating back wouldn't pose a challenge, with the library tower serving as a landmark. However, for now, I enjoyed the thought of resting beneath the shade of a tree after a rigorous training session. It was the simple pleasures in life one learned to appreciate, and prison had been sorely lacking in such comforts. The inner disciple regarded me with a quizzical expression. But given the recent events, he was rather nonchalant and listened to my request without insistence. No doubt he, too, wished to return promptly to his cultivation training. I knew that feeling well. As soon as my feet touched the grass, I felt as light as a leaf carried by the wind. The crisp outside air enveloped me as I plopped down and rolled in the grass, eventually settling with the little turtle resting on my chest. After a brief pause, the next moves were clear. I changed into my sect uniform the disciple had given me and went to the dining hall, where I fetched 2 cups of tea and walked toward the towering library in the distance. The library greeted me with its familiar atmosphere, bustling with disciples engaged in various activities. The librarian acknowledged me with a nod and a faint smile, but otherwise his reaction was subdued. Scanning the room, I searched for the old goat to no avail. Just as I was about to ask the librarian, something nudged me to the side, and there stood the old guy. "What took you so long to notice me? Brat, were you deliberately ignoring me to be rude?" he grumbled, his tone laced with aggression. But that was the old man for you, always blunt. With a polite smile, I handed him his cup of tea. "Here, take care of your tea addiction, old man." He huffed, accepting the tea begrudgingly. "Well, it's good to see you back, kid." "I'm glad to be back," I replied, a genuine smile gracing my lips. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, or had it? An uncomfortable sensation gnawed at my stomach. Tales of stolen treasures from the auction, the mysterious explosion, the spring of earthy lingered in my thoughts, breeding a sense of unease. Perhaps it was just paranoia, but something felt off. I had entertained thoughts of protagonists in cliched novels, but the likelihood of such a scenario seemed slim. The notion of someone favored by the heavens, advancing at an unprecedented pace, felt more like fiction than reality. Though my situation made such things much easier to believe. Personally, I harbored little concern for others' cultivation speeds. I had long realized that comparing oneself to others was a futile endeavor. Each person moved at their own pace, and comparisons only led to disappointment. Even if there were heaven's favorites out there, as long as they stayed far away from me, I'd continue training in my mortal grade martial arts as always. Complaining or getting angry about such things was futile. It would only distract me from my training. The world was unfair, and I had accepted that before coming here. Some people were born rich and wouldn't have to work a day in their life, while others would have to break their backs to be able to live. "What's got you looking so serious?" the old janitor asked. "As a hardened criminal, I have much to contemplate nowadays," I joked. He shook his head. "Hardened criminal, do you think I don't know about those cells? They're better than most mortal houses, and you don't have to worry about things like the cold or excessive outside noise due to the engraved arrays." Actually, the cells were pretty chilly if someone were immortal, but I decided not to mention that. "You're just jealous that I'm a hardened criminal now, and you're not. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll throw this tea in your face," he threatened, his eyes narrowing. It seemed like he might actually do it, but then his demeanor softened, and he sighed. "Just make sure to take care of yourself, kiddo. The world out there is a crazy place." Despite our banter, my thoughts kept drifting back to the peculiar incidents involving the spring of and others. For now, though, I lacked proof of any such occurrences. I resolved to keep an eye out, as everyone who had read a Xinxia novel knew that while a heaven's favorite might benefit from misfortune, they were often surrounded by disaster. "I'll have you know that I fought 8 guys in prison. All one realm higher than me, and I beat them all to show dominance," I boasted. "Try coming up with a more believable lie," the old man retorted. "We both know you're not the type to do that. You're more of a background guy." Damned, he knew me well. "And as I already told you, I know how comfortable those prisons are," he added with a knowing grin. My third day out of prison began like many others, with breakfast in the cafeteria. I was never much of a breakfast person in my previous life, but since inhabiting Liu Feng's body, I found myself adopting his habits. I actually quite enjoyed breakfast now. Sometimes I wondered just how much of Liu Feng's personality I had inherited. It would be worrying if I started spouting phrases like "you're courting death." But dwelling on such thoughts served no purpose. I knew just the thing to shake myself out of such ruminations: a grueling 12-hour training session. After that, I wouldn't be thinking much of anything. "Liu Feng." A familiar voice called out to me, and I knew there was only one person who would address me in the cafeteria. It was the overweight guy, whose name I hadn't bothered to learn yet. I regretted not asking him when I took over as Liu Feng. Now asking would be too awkward. Despite that, he was a nice guy and good company. He was the only one who kept me informed about the happenings around the sect, as I paid little attention to rumors. After all, with at least 12 hours of training a day, how could I keep up with gossip? "Yeah, hi, man," I replied as he sat beside me, his plate containing a surprisingly modest portion of food. Was his obesity the result of a technique, or perhaps he was one of those people who ate little but still ate often? "You know, I was quite worried about you when the inner disciples came and started asking strange questions. They only mentioned it was for an investigation," he sighed, finishing his food quickly. Turning to me, he wore a concerned expression. "You're the only friend I have here, and I'd be really sad if you were executed for treason or something." His words struck a chord, and I suddenly felt guilty for not knowing his name and being so self-centered since arriving here. I was a pretty lousy friend. "You know," I nodded, meeting his gaze. "I would also be pretty sad if something happened to you too." The young man smiled. I knew there was a soft side hidden behind that tough exterior. Yeah, make fun of the tough guy," I waved him away. He chuckled at the jest and leaned in closer. "I've been hearing rumors about the prison since I heard you were imprisoned. It seems like you got into a bit of a complicated situation. Are you going to tell me what happened already, or are you just going to tell me how screwed I am?" I asked, half-jokingly. "I could keep you in suspense a little longer," he teased. "But seriously, there's a whole conspiracy thing going on. Many cultivators died, even some at Foundation establishment level. There were no survivors, not even anyone who witnessed it from afar. So there were no living witnesses to the incident. I felt a rush of relief knowing I had escaped before getting entangled in such a mess. However, amidst the chaos, there was a silver lining. The girl I left behind during the fight probably wouldn't return seeking revenge like a typical villain who miraculously grows stronger. Probably was the keyword here, as one never knew these things. I could only hope she was not the daughter of some monstrous cultivator or sect leader. It was the main reason I hadn't mentioned her during the interrogation with the core elder. There was no way to tell who she was. For all I knew, this was just needless worry, and she was some rogue cultivator with no connections. Still, knowing all this, it was likely the village had been destroyed. I winced at the thought. For ordinary people, clashes between cultivators were akin to natural disasters. It was a shame the villagers had seemed like good people. Sadly, they were too close to the explosion. But there was a good chance that the jade-like beauty, and perhaps the person she sought, had survived the ordeal. Also, the whole prison situation turned sour when internal sect politics started getting involved. Some of the elders' sons, nephews, and grandsons were caught doing some suspicious activities. Rumors say that it wasn't anything too bad, just the normal abuse of as expected from them. But rival elders are heads about that, and pulling up obscure sect laws and how the lustful sons and nephews of the elders could have been goaded. The chubby guy continued explaining inter-sect politics that I cared very little about. But I was a polite friend if nothing else, and whenever he finished a sentence, I would nod and agree with him. To make a very long explanation short, some of the higher-up sons were involved with brothels, laziness, and many other debauchery things. Just like any other rich kid born into money who never had to try for anything in life. Not really surprising, but some elders were using those incidents as ammo against their rivals. The core elder in charge of questioning me in prison hinted at something like this. But I paid little close attention to it, since these things had nothing to do with me. The Blazing Sun sect was too big, and people were from many different backgrounds. Unlike clans, there were barely any blood relationships in the sect's higher-ups. It was no surprise there would be some forms of conflict up there. But that had nothing to do with me. However, it was a bit worrying how jade-like beauties and inter-sect turmoil were coming up at the same time. It made me nervous, and it was as if at any moment it would all boil over in some horrible catastrophe. I had no control over something like that, and there was little I could do about it. So there was no need to even try to think of a solution to those things. Cultivators much more erful than me were involved. For now, the only thing that could cause trouble would be the payment the core elder had promised me for being held for so long in prison. But even then, I wasn't knocking down nobody's door for that. So what do you think you should do now? My fat friend asked. What else is there to do? I shrugged. I'm just going to continue living my life. He looked more worried than me after I said that. But sometimes in life, one had to understand when they could do nothing. It was like learning the company was closing down and I would be out of a job. No whining, worrying, or crying on my part would change anything. There was literally no reason to stress oneself out about these kinds of things. Maybe a younger me would have worried, but life was going to do its thing, and beating myself while I was already down would only make things worse. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. After finishing my food, I stood up, delivered the tray back to the staff, said thanks, and was about to walk out when my chubby friend called out, "Where are you going?" "To train." The next couple of weeks were relatively quiet, and I spent most of my time in the forest training like there was no tomorrow. With my turtle shell body, now I could handle using rushing bull steps continuously, and I tried addressing most of the weaknesses that the last fights to the death had exposed. After another day of training, the sun was about to set. I wrote down the last recorded stats. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 8-star. Strength 7.9 8.1. Agility 7.9 8.2. Endurance 8.2 8.6. Chi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing Bull Step Mortal Grade. Turtle Shell Body Mortal Grade. All of my stats were now fully into the 8-star body tempering level, or maybe they were there already, and I made some mistakes in my calculations. Either way, my endurance also seemed to have skyrocketed, though it had slowed down recently, as there was not much progress due to my strength and agility having to keep up with it. Also, Turtle Shell Body was still only a mortal grade technique and couldn't work miracles. However, bringing me halfway into 8-star body tempering was already more than I had expected. It really was an amazing technique. At the rate I was going in about half a year, I should be able to break through into 9-star. Maybe even faster, depending on how much of a bottleneck I would end up having to deal with. Ironically, my training speed surpassed that of the original Liu Feng when he relied on cultivation pills, albeit the cheaper ones within his budget. These pills left his body laden with impurities that would take time to naturally flush out. He had been in a bit of a rush to enter the inner sect and gave his body no time to rest. Additionally, I was trained with a more diverse array of techniques, fostering somewhat balanced growth. Turning to the second book, I transcribed the knowledge I had gleaned from reading and from Liu Feng's memories. When one attained one-star body, tempering, and embarked on the journey of cultivation, they didn't necessarily become instantly stronger. However, they did expel the impurities hindering their progress, and their mortal limitations were lifted. With rigorous physical training or the aid of alchemical pills, they could embark on the cultivation path. As night descended, I rose from the forest floor and returned to the dormitories. Spending excessive time secluded in the forest and only returning to the sect when necessary wasn't prudent for someone recently cleared of suspicion. Employing the rushing bull step at a subdued intensity to avoid damaging the ground, I dashed through the forest, the trees blurring around me. Speedy stirred in my pocket, likely adjusting after a long day of slumber. It seemed these days he only woke up to eat and shit. Was the turtle's shell body technique having an effect on him? The book said nothing about what the martial technique did to the turtles the cultivators worked with. Hopefully it wasn't anything that would hurt him, and the little guy was just a growing turtle who needed a lot of sleep. Upon arriving at the dormitories, I encountered students engaged in conversation, some scanning their surroundings. Stealthily, I slipped past them and entered my dormitory room, a simple place furnished with a bed, chest, and desk. Scrolls were neatly arranged on the desk, and the bed was impeccably made, despite my infrequent visits. Shedding my clothes, I sank onto the bed, and sleep came almost immediately. Next day, I headed straight to the cafeteria, finishing my meal before making a beeline for the library with 2 teacups in hand. Upon arrival, I spotted some familiar faces, and the old janitor waved at me while nodding his head toward the librarian. Did he want me to go and talk with the librarian? Did something happen? As I approached, the librarian leaned in and whispered, "Yesterday, an inner disciple came looking for you. Mentioned something about a reward." A reward? I hadn't held much hope for it after weeks had passed. "Where do I need to meet them to collect it?" I told him I'd store it here for you, he whispered back, gesturing for me to come closer. "But I'll give it to you after working hours, when there aren't any other disciples around." I wondered why he wouldn't give it to me now, but scanning the library, I noticed the other disciples engrossed in their studies. "Well, I could catch up on some reading in the meantime," I replied. Despite his gruff exterior, the librarian was relatively kind compared to most cultivators, diligently performing his duties. The reward must be significant if the old janitor thought it necessary to keep it under wraps. As I contemplated my reading options, my gaze drifted toward the technique books. Perhaps I'd get lucky and stumble upon something akin to the turtle shell body technique. Sadly, even as darkness fell and the library emptied out, I found no hidden secret technique waiting to be discovered. It seemed that the first find had truly been a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. I had familiarized myself with enough martial techniques that there were few mortal techniques used by outer disciples that I wouldn't recognize. Still, I had the reward I had been looking forward to. As soon as the last disciple left, I approached the librarian's counter and asked, "Can I get the thing now?" The librarian closed his eyes, and a shimmering pulse emanated from him, sending a chill down my spine. "Good, no one is spying on us," the librarian said as his ring shimmered, conjuring a sack larger than 2 fists combined. "There are 100 spirit stones in here." For a moment, my mind went blank as I processed his words. In the outer sect, a disciple received 1 spirit stone a month as an allowance. 100 spirit stones were nearly a decade's worth of resources for an outer disciple. The reward was generous, far beyond my expectations. However, in a world where people killed for resources, having an abundance of wealth could be a liability. I was like a free Thanksgiving turkey, ripe for the cutting. "Fuck," I muttered under my breaths. "By the look on your face, I can tell you understand the gravity of this situation," the librarian remarked. "And he said fuck, so that's a clear indicator of just how much in deep shit he's in," the old janitor sighed. He was the only other person present besides the librarian, and oddly enough, I trusted the old man. After all, what use did he have for cultivation resources at his age? The librarian remained unperturbed by the old janitor's remarks and interjected, "There will be many disciples who will want to see you dead. While the sect's rules may not endorse murder, no core elder will step forward to enforce such rules in person in the outer sect, so tread carefully." Some disciples would go to great lengths to eliminate any evidence. Though outsiders may deem the Blazing Sun sect tame compared to its rivals, the sect leader supports survival off the fittest tactics. In a world like this, it was likely that the sect leader himself had employed such tactics in his youth. Despite hailing from an ordinary mortal family, he had risen through the ranks, surpassing countless clan children and relatives of elders to claim the top position. While his exceptional talent played a role, one couldn't overlook the immense effort he must have exerted to secure his position. I sighed, accepting the sack of spirit stones. Opening it revealed a radiant glow emanating from the sky-blue stones nestled within. A decade's worth of cultivation resources, I remarked, closing the sack. Finding an outer disciple who wouldn't kill for these would be more challenging than finding one who would. That is true, the old janitor took a casual sip from his tea, as if the matter didn't concern him. Turning to him, I declared, "If I die, I'll haunt the hell out of this library. You'll be my main victim." The old man merely shrugged. "You should haunt my broom and do some chores instead. That way it would be more productive." The sack of spirit stones in my hand felt heavier than anything I had ever held. I swallowed hard, trying to wrap my head around how to handle such a situation. But it all seemed overwhelming, beyond my expertise. Perhaps burying them somewhere and living in the forest around the mountain until I reached Chi Gathering and became an inner disciple would be the safest option. Yet that plan had its challenges. I would have to avoid appearing in the cafeteria too, and there were no ordinary animals on sect grounds due to the fear of them turning into monstrous beasts. Maybe I should focus on learning about edible plants to survive in the forest. But would the lack of nutrition and protein slow my cultivation progress? I suggested to the other outer elders that we keep it a secret for now. So we closed down all the channels, and no one in the outer sect knows about the rewards, the middle-aged librarian explained. Even the inner elders agreed. They didn't want chaos in the outer sect, with disciples massacring each other. But you should still be careful. Someone might have leaked information. For example, the inner disciple who delivered your reward, or perhaps one of his friends in the inner sect, has a relative in the outer sect. I winced. This sounds like it's only going to bring trouble. It would have been better if I hadn't received a reward in this case. You could always stay in the library day and night, suggested the old janitor. Though his smile didn't offer much reassurance about the seriousness of the situation. He nodded towards the librarian. No one from the outer sect would dare attack you with an elder keeping an eye here. I can't sleep in the library, I sighed. You're right. It is against the rules, the librarian confirmed. Doing something like that would only spread rumors that I have the spirit stones and a reason to stick around elders or secure places, I added, trying to make sense of the situation. When that girl attacked me while throwing up, it became clear that cultivators didn't care much about honor. Even if I stayed in places like the library or the arena where others were constantly around, it was unrealistic to expect safety at all times. Someone could attack me while I was vulnerable, like when using the restroom. Wait, what if I instead spread rumors that I spent all the spirit stones I suggested, grasping for a solution? It might work temporarily, but people would still come after you for whatever you bought with all that money, the librarian countered. Also, people aren't stupid. They'll eventually see through that ruse. The only thing such rumors would accomplish is to advertise that you have something worth stealing and risking your life for, the old janitor added, dashing my hopes. Their points were valid, and I realized my suggestion had been impulsive and lacking thorough consideration. I needed to calm down and think things through more carefully. Yeah, you're both right, I conceded, rubbing my chin. Many of my other ideas were quickly dismissed for similar reasons. I had to weigh the pros and cons of my situation. On the positive side, I had few friends and minimal interaction with others, making it less likely for anyone to suspect my time in prison. I often disappeared to train in the forest without anyone taking notice. Well, almost no one. There was one guy in the outer sect who considered himself my friend, the overweight guy whose name I didn't know. Perhaps some others, like my dorm neighbors, had some inkling of my whereabouts, but it wasn't common knowledge. For now, I needed to tackle one problem at a time. Where do you think I should hide the spirit stones? I asked them for advice. Because I'm definitely not keeping them on me. These two were the least likely to steal from me. If they had wanted to, they would have done so already, and I wouldn't have been any wiser. You could leave it with Zin Ma here, the old janitor suggested, pointing at the librarian with his thumb. In contrast to the old man's proposal, the librarian frowned and responded firmly, that would be displaying blatant favoritism toward a disciple. The old man turned to the librarian with a knowing smirk. Oh, favoritism, weren't you already showing favoritism by holding his spirit stones so the inner disciple wouldn't declare it out in the open? Besides, as an elder, no one would question your actions. Despite the old janitor's attempt to justify the request, the librarian, an outer elder, shook his head. While I admire Liu Feng's work ethic and see parts of my younger self in him, I cannot risk jeopardizing my chances of becoming an inner elder. Displaying favoritism would not sit well with some core elders like Zungan. He is fair and expects the elders to act accordingly. The old janitor sighed and shrugged in response. I see your point. My apologies for putting you in an uncomfortable position. Consider it the ramblings of an old man who didn't think things through. The librarian's demeanor softened, and a smile graced his features. He seemed more at ease when others weren't around. Their camaraderie was unexpected, even to me. Thank you for holding the spirit stones for me. I don't know what I would have done if word got out. I expressed my gratitude with a respectful fist and palm gesture, offering a slight bow to the outer elder. Had it not been for the librarian's discretion, I might have found myself embroiled in fights with my dorm mates, rather than standing here in the library with an empty teacup in hand. Well, until next time. I have some wealth to stash away, I announced, tucking the sack of spirit stones into my jacket. With my heart pounding in my chest, I made my way toward the library door. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Before I could make my way out, the librarian called out, I'll sell you a spirit-suppressing talisman for 1 spirit stone. How I turned back, puzzled, while the old janitor's eyes sparked with amusement. Spirit-suppressing talismans help conceal your chi signature. In your case, it could be used to mask the chi released from your spirit stones, the librarian explained. Disciples in the chi gathering realm, or at the peak of body tempering, can detect chi. No matter where you hide your spirit stones, that signal will still be detectable, the old janitor elaborated, shooting a glance at the librarian and muttering, so much for not showing favoritism. The librarian's expression soured at the comment, but before he could retract his words, I retrieved a spirit stone and hurried to the counter. 1 spirit-suppressing talisman, please. The librarian remained silent, handing me a yellow paper inscribed with strange red symbols. Was that blood or red ink? I didn't dwell on it and promptly affixed the talisman to the sack of spirit stones. Rushing outside, I leaped into the moonlit forest, utilizing the rushing bull step. Through the night-shrouded forest, guided by moonbeams filtering through the dense canopy, I dashed. Each step reverberated in the silent darkness, leaves crunching beneath my feet as shadows danced on the forest floor. The air carried the earthy scent of pine and damp soil, fueling my urgency. My heart pounded in sync with the wild rhythm, branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. In no time, I reached my training spot. A dozen broken trees, and countless more bearing the marks of my fists, awaited me. I swiftly dug beneath one such tree, using my hands to dig, with dirt getting under my nails. I retrieved my sack of spirit stones, ensuring the talisman was securely attached, and buried it in the hole. I swiftly covered the hole and hurriedly left before anyone could spot me. The tree I chose was familiar, its bark bearing the imprint of my fist from previous training sessions. While others might see it as just another training spot and move on quickly to avoid provoking stronger individuals, I was also here often enough that I could keep an eye on things. As I rushed back toward the dorms, a sudden realization halted my steps. Should I even return to the dorms if word got out that I possessed spirit stones, someone would likely be waiting for me there. Perhaps even planning an ambush while I slept. With no better option, I decided to spend the night outdoors. I found a secluded spot beside a large rock and laid on the grass. The ground was uneven, and the air carried the scent of grass, punctuated by the chirping of crickets nearby. Though I often slept outside after training for convenience, doing so out of necessity felt markedly different. As I shifted restlessly, my mind wrestled with the uncertainties of the coming days. The next morning, I entered the cafeteria with cautious steps, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. While altercations were rare in the dining hall, I remained vigilant, aware that tensions could escalate quickly in such environments. The room buzzed with conversation, louder than usual, though the specifics eluded me amidst the noise. A few individuals appeared on edge, their hands hovering near concealed weapons as they cast wary glances around the room. Of course they would be noticed. Were those the same guys who started a blood feud a while back? After grabbing my tray of food, I scanned the cafeteria for an empty spot to sit. My eyes landed on a table where my only samaged friend sat, enjoying his modest portion of food. Had I overslept today, or was he here earlier than usual? I couldn't recall him arriving before me in the cafeteria. Normally, I would dismiss such a thing as a coincidence, but given that he was the only one who knew about my time in prison and the potential reward, I couldn't help but feel on edge. Despite my apprehension, I sat next to him and offered a friendly smile. "You're here earlier than me today. Did I oversleep or what?" There was a palpable tension in the air. Whether it was my anxiety speaking or a genuine atmosphere, it was hard to discern. He turned toward me and nodded, his voice somber. "2 people died in my dormitory. They had purchased some bone-strengthening pills, and someone noticed they had a lot of spirit stones. Apparently, every person who was in prison for a certain time was compensated based on their duration of stay. It seemed that the elders hadn't been able to contain the information at all. The grim and paranoid atmosphere in the dining hall confirmed it. At least I hadn't spent any of my reward money, so there was no way anyone would know through that avenue. Most of the outer sex markets were managed by students. It also became clear how tactfully the librarian had handled my reward. If there was an opportunity in the future, I should repay him. Also, it seemed like my chubby friend hadn't broadcasted about my time in prison. Perhaps he didn't want to draw attention to me, or intended to claim all the rewards himself. I had foreseen something like this happening if news of the reward spread. How many deaths have occurred in the outer sect because of this recent news? "As far as I know, at least 24, he remarked, pushing aside his empty tray. "We have to be careful, too. Who knows when someone might get the wrong idea and think we were in prison. Just suspicion might be enough for them to attack us." His words were a warning, delicately worded so that any eavesdroppers would remain oblivious. Still, the thought of 24 teenagers, with their entire lives ahead of them, perishing due to others' greed. They were just kids. I understood the cruelty of this world in certain aspects. I had even taken the life of a teenager who tried to kill me. It was a grim reality that left a bitter taste in my mouth. But there was nothing I could do about it. News of the rewards could have spread in numerous ways perhaps. Even the outer elders' personal disciples gleaned the information from their mentors. But at this point, it hardly mattered. The only individuals I felt I could trust were the librarian and the janitor. However, they could only serve as passive allies, ensuring my safety within the library grounds. Now the question loomed, could I trust my chubby companion thus far? He had only offered warnings, but betrayal rarely announced itself with fanfare. It crept in like a shadow, disguised behind a facade of trustworthiness. I imagined myself in his position. If I were intent on stealing from a friend, I'd likely work to alleviate their suspicions, just as he was doing. He provided valuable information, and any falsehoods could easily be debunked by a visit to the library. Undoubtedly, the old man and the librarian would also caution me to be wary, even if my chubby friend hadn't. Every person around me became a potential adversary. Things had become considerably more complicated. It reminded me of the tedious office drama from my past life, except this time, there was death involved instead of rumors of who was having an affair. Betrayal, in my mind, could only come from those close to you. As paranoid as I was, I half expected it. Someone might even say it was all according to Keikaku. But who was I kidding? I didn't have enough friends in this world for an unexpected betrayal to be possible. It was a sad thing if someone were to look at it from the outside, but something I had come to like. It wasn't like I was dying to make friends with teenagers with too much in their hands. Glancing at the chubby guy, I pondered my next move. Waiting to see if he would stab me in the back wasn't an option. So the question remained, what should I do next with this information? I knew next to nothing about my chubby friend's cultivation stage or his strength. It would be unwise to immediately resort to violence. My close brush with death outside the sect had left me paranoid, the scar on my forearm a constant reminder to be cautious. As if sensing my thoughts, the little turtle in my pocket poked his head out. I reached to pet him, feeling his hard reptile skin against my hand. It was harder than yesterday. Was Speedy finally growing? The turtle shell body technique was said to have some effect on the turtle the user practiced with. Martial technique books were often filled with metaphors and convoluted explanations. It would have been simpler if there were only objective explanations, making learning easier and reducing training time. But perhaps this was how some cultivators thought they could leave their mark on the world. The origin of the turtle shell body technique traced back to its creator's encounter with a turtle monstrous beast defending against attacks from a nascent soul realm cultivator. Inspired by the turtle's formidable defense, the creator dreamed of attaining a similar level of defensive Despite the cultivator's superior strength, the turtle's shell proved resilient, forcing the attacker to exert significant effort to penetrate its defenses. However, the technique creator's experiments only yielded a mortal-grade technique, falling short of his aspirations. Although at times the details seemed redundant, I found a certain charm in reading about the author's experiences and their martial arts creation. While some narratives were clearly embellished with bravado and falsehoods, they were still entertaining in their own way. After feeding Speedy and coaxing him back into my pocket for a nap, I briefly contemplated involving him in exercises. Yet larger concerns weighed on my mind than the well-being of my favorite turtle and the potential effects of the turtle's shell body technique on him. I nudged my friend, drawing his attention amid the bustling crowd. With our voices drowned by the said crowd, I whispered, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Initially bewildered by the unexpected question, soon realization dawned on his gaze, and he caught the implication in my words. Yes, I was offering to buy his silence, conveying that loyalty would serve him better than betrayal. Despite his strength, as an outer sex student, he would be naive to assume he could emerge unscathed from a confrontation with me. Even in a surprise attack, I was confident in delivering a decisive last blow. Whether that last move would inflict harm upon him or not, just an injury was already akin to a death sentence. It would signify to others that he had either been an ex-prisoner who had managed to fend off his attacker or an aggressor who had instigated an altercation and emerged alive. Either way, it would likely prompt most to assume he possessed a substantial stash of spirit stones. But out of all the potential reactions I had anticipated, and despite my numerous detailed plans, everything crumbled when the chubby guy regarded me with a puzzled expression as if I had sprouted a second head, and asked, "Why would I want to spend your hard-earned money? I didn't go through the pain to get any." Well, that caught me off guard. I felt like a jerk for harboring such low thoughts about him, especially since my paranoia persisted despite his statement. I was not going to lower my guard anytime soon. As a supposedly wise cultivator once said, words are like wind, and cultivation pills are like drugs, said wise cultivator being none other than myself. Exiting the cafeteria, a new scene unfolded before me. Pitter-patter. Fat raindrops plummeted from the heavens, drumming against the cafeteria roof and the stony ground, producing brittle sounds. Deluge persisted, forming small ponds and washing away the grime and dust from the stony paths. Despite being drenched by the heavy downpour, I used my hand to shield my pocket to protect Speedy from the rain. While I, as a cultivator, could endure such conditions, he might succumb to a cold or worse. Navigating down the cafeteria stairs, I remained vigilant as other disciples hurried past me. Despite displaying no signs of possessing spirit stones, I understood not to underestimate others' intelligence. Only a fool would assume others to be dim-witted. But soon enough, as the rain beat down on me, my mind wandered toward the potential of using this rain to my advantage. Should I attempt training in the rain, practicing on wet ground could serve as a valuable test to assess the efficacy of my rushing bull steps on slippery surfaces. Well, I could consider that later, but with the rain, my training session had to be cut short. Perhaps there was another activity I could engage in. Reflecting on the recent events, I realized it wasn't wise to push myself to exhaustion during training, despite enjoying the revitalizing sensation that followed a rigorous workout. It felt almost magical compared to the usual muscle soreness I experienced after a strenuous day's exercise. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Oh yes, I could retrieve my monthly allowance. I now 2 months' worth of allowance likely awaited me, a modest sum of 2 spirit stones, but still better than nothing. It was a task I couldn't postpone any longer, and the current weather presented an opportune moment. Descending the stairs, I reached the crosswalk nestled at the mountain's base, where numerous paths branched out to various destinations, most of which I had yet to explore. Fortunately, signs indicated the way to the library, arena, and dining hall, and after scanning the area, I located the administrative office. The administrative office served as a platform where one could go to one of the outer elders to file complaints. Though grievances rarely resulted in resolutions in this cutthroat environment, where individuals sabotaged each other's cultivation progress without a second thought. In essence, it was about as effective as a human resources department in the mafia. Despite its nominal function, the administrative office primarily dispensed monthly allowances to outer disciples, making it a familiar destination for most. As I made my way toward the administrative office, the road resembled its counterparts, leaving one to speculate whether martial arts techniques had been used in its construction or if it was the result of slave labor. Although slavery wasn't practiced in this realm, it wasn't as though anyone would challenge a nascent soul realm cultivator over such matters, especially not someone as formidable as the sect's founder, the Blazing Sun Immortal. He was above the nascent soul realm. Now that I pondered it, the notion of the Blazing Sun Immortal still being around was interesting. According to some tomes found in the library, immortals didn't succumb to the passage of time like mortals did. Also, it seemed useless for immortals to fight against each other, since all that effort to reach such a stage would be wasted to satisfy some fighting urge. So the only logical explanation was that immortals went into hiding after reaching that stage. Or perhaps something was killing them well, not like it mattered to someone like me. Even if the Blazing Sun Immortal did live, the likelihood of someone like myself crossing paths with them was next to none. Yet the prospect of conversing with someone who had lived for centuries stirred my curiosity. Arriving at the administrative office didn't take long. Despite its title, the building resembled more of an ancient Chinese castle, bustling with activity. Fortunately, the heavy rainfall meant fewer people were present, lending an air of tranquility to the surroundings. Stepping inside, a warm feeling pushed against me like I had squeezed through something. In an instant, my damp clothes dried, leaving behind a lingering sensation of warmness. I stood momentarily stunned. Even Liu Feng hadn't seen such a barrier around the administrative office. Then again, he had never come here when it was raining. Clearing my throat and composing myself, I suppressed any overt display of astonishment to avoid appearing foolish. Yet I made a mental note to delve deeper into the intricacies of arrays and barriers if there was ever a chance in the future. Within the castle-like structure, individuals hurried about, some clutching papers while others bore the attire of outer and inner disciples. It was evident that the elder overseeing this place, despite being of outer rank, wielded considerable influence. Ordinarily, inner disciples seldom collaborated with outer elders, given their comparable status as inner disciples with a chance of reaching foundation establishment. Yet the presence of inner disciples suggested otherwise, hinting at the elder's formidable authority within the sect hierarchy. Drawing from Liu Feng's memories, I strode past the occupants with little regard, navigating through several chambers until I reached the end of the hallway. There, a wide opening greeted me, lined with individuals seated in cubicles separated by glass panels, reminiscent of a modern airport check-in counter, albeit steeped in Chinese architectural motifs. The majority of the cubicles were occupied by attractive women, each attended by one or two young disciples. It seemed unlikely that all of them were there solely to collect their monthly allowance. Rather, they appeared more interested in engaging the servants in conversation. Regardless of the location, such people existed everywhere, even in the distant Xianxia world. While I understood what and why they were doing this, I couldn't help but silently assess them. In my previous world, countless people would have given anything for the opportunity to embark on the wondrous journey of superhuman cultivation. But these guys were wasting this opportunity. Yet to each their own. Who was I to dictate how others should lead their lives? Approaching one of the elder gentlemen stationed behind the glass, I leaned closer to ensure he heard me clearly. "Excuse me, sir. My name is Liu Feng. Can I withdraw my allowance?" The old man scrutinized me with his gaze briefly before retrieving a crystal and placing it against the glass. "Place your hand against the glass, young master," he instructed. A shiver ran down my spine at the title young master, eliciting a sense of repulsion within me. Nevertheless, I maintained a polite smile as I complied with his request. The crystal ball illuminated, displaying the number 2. The old gentleman nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving 2 spirit stones from beneath his desk and sliding them under the glass. "Have a good day, young master. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Thank you. Have a good day too," I replied courteously before making my exit. Standing by the entrance, I observed the relentless downpour outside. Holding the 2 spirit stones in my palm, I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't truly need them. There wasn't much I needed to purchase at the moment. Perhaps later, when my cultivation reached a plateau, the 100 spirit stone reward would prove more valuable. For now, it felt more like a burden. If only there existed a banking service for spirit stones within the sect, perhaps the rampant killings could be curtailed. However, I doubted the inner sect was concerned with our affairs. We, the outer disciples, were akin to unpaid interns, underpaid interns, relegated to menial tasks and serving as expendable pawns in conflicts, while the inner sect harbored those destined for true strength. Glancing outside, I saw the rain trying to enter the building, only to be thwarted by a barrier at the entrance. Wait, didn't the sect maintain a protective barrier around the mountain? Couldn't it be utilized to halt the rain? Yet, as soon as the notion crossed my mind, I realized the logistical challenges. The sect grounds spanned vast expanses, akin to a small country. Traversing from one end to the other would require days, even for a body-tempering cultivator. The sheer volume of water displaced for such a purpose would unnecessarily strain the barrier. Moreover, the rainwater was vital for nourishing the vegetation surrounding the sect, given the abundance of trees. With this realization, I determined my next destination, the market. It was time to spend these 2 spirit stones. I had to look out to ensure people didn't think I was one of those disciples who had been rewarded. Despite what was happening, disciples were still buying the needed cultivation resources. Only the big spenders were hunted, as far as I knew. Who knows, I might stumble upon an ultra-rare technique. With my resolve set, I strode out of the administrative office and stepped once more into the pouring rain. The cold water cascading over my head served as a catalyst for deeper contemplation about the future. I resisted the urge to rush toward the market and instead sought out a more secluded pathway. Fortunately, the streets lay deserted, reminiscent of the peaceful absence of disciples during the tournament's peak. It provided the privacy I needed to ponder some matters, particularly about my future. How would this life turn out? But before I could entertain such questions, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a disciple hurrying toward the dormitories. His demeanor was unremarkable, blending in with any other disciple. What drove him out into the rain? Was it just a coincidence? As he disappeared from view, the tension I hadn't realized I carried began to dissipate. Reflecting further, I wondered how many of these outer disciples harbored aspirations. Despite their supernatural prowess, they were still adolescents. When I was their age, I was clueless about life's direction. Yet unlike them, I lacked the urge to do whatever I wanted. Contemplating the trajectories of these teenagers' lives inevitably brought to mind one whose life had been cut short because of me. The one I had killed to save my own skin. There was no regret at what I had to do. After all, he had tried to kill me. Yet I couldn't shake the thought of how his life might have unfolded had our paths not crossed. He had parents, as everyone does, perhaps even siblings awaiting his return that would never come. Memory of my fist piercing his chest, the gruesome sight of him coughing up bits of lung onto my clothes, and the sensation of withdrawing my fist from his chest flooded my mind. Disgusting. It triggered a surge of bile in my throat, yet I managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Killing was a gross and grotesque act, one that I didn't like at all. Yet faced with a similar situation again, I knew I would make the same choice. Still, that experience had unveiled the grotesque nature of combat between individuals endowed with supernatural abilities. We were capable of tearing limbs and shattering bones as though they were mere trifles. In a world steeped in violence, I yearned to distance myself from its clutches. Even as I immersed myself in martial arts training, techniques honed for the purpose of ending lives, I found a perverse enjoyment in mastering them. However, wielding them for their intended purpose left a bitter taste in my mouth. Sometimes I'm a mystery even to myself, I sighed. Yet was this to be the trajectory of my existence, a life ensnared by violence, where my only action was reactionary to other people trying to kill me? No, violence held no allure for me. I preferred to lose myself in literature and personal indulgences. Truthfully, I felt like an outsider in the realm of cultivation, where strength reigned supreme and all pursuits were geared towards I harbored no aspirations for such dominance, content even if I remained an 8-star body tempering realm cultivator for the remainder of my days. Having already surpassed the limits of my previous life, I reveled in my newfound abilities as a superhuman. Martial arts had afforded me opportunities beyond my wildest imaginings. Yet I remained indifferent to combat. Had merely been an incidental consequence of pursuing my passions, not the driving force behind them. For the first time since arriving in this world, I realized how much of an outsider I was. Were I to express my beliefs to others, they would regard me as crazy, my reasoning completely alien to their understanding. That was when everything fell into place, striking me like a metaphorical bolt of lightning. I needed to gain sufficient strength if I wanted to spend my days engrossed in books and training. It was a straightforward notion that perhaps only someone like me could have overlooked, the need for to indulge in my desires freely. To rule the world, one would need to become an immortal. But to be left alone, I only needed to reach the foundation establishment. Foundation establishment represented the threshold of required to ascend to the rank of outer elder, ensuring that wherever I ventured, I would remain undisturbed. It was a realistic goal considering my talent, albeit it would be a challenging one. A wry chuckle escaped my lips involuntarily. Undoubtedly, countless people harbored grandiose aspirations of attaining immortality and reigning over the world like lords of a vast garden. Yet contemplating my path to strength brought forth another dilemma. What could I do differently? The irony lay in the fact that whether I aimed for foundation establishment, found contentment in my current stage, or even entertained thoughts of reaching the pinnacle of my daily routine remained unchanged. Heck, even aspiring for immortality wouldn't alter anything in my schedule. Oh, I chuckled to myself. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. After all the contemplation, I found myself right back where I started. The more things changed, the more they were the same. Nevertheless, amidst it all, I would never allow this world to corrupt me with visions of or immortality. Here, where people would go to extremes and sacrifice themselves for such aspirations, I refused to cave. Training was my pleasure, and I refused to let the prevailing attitudes of this world tarnish that enjoyment. The day I started training for only gaining more would be the day I would lose myself. I just had to make sure such a day would never come. Martial arts weren't merely tools to increase my They were an expression of art and a cherished hobby. I had already lived life once doing something tedious and soul-crushing for most of my life. I would have to be a fool to live the same way and fall for the same mistakes twice. As my thoughts reached their conclusion, I found myself at the market. The area resembled a labyrinth of structures, with stalls of varying colors and vendors clamoring to hawk their wares. It was the sort of place where one could easily lose their way. Unlike any typical day, the market was relatively tranquil, albeit with disciples meandering about, most of them equipped with umbrellas to shield themselves from the rain. Navigating through the maze of buildings, I attracted the attention of many merchants, predominantly fellow disciples with the occasional old servant interspersed among them. Cultivation pills guaranteed to vanquish any opponent in the body-tempering realm. Acquire an ancient technique to assert dominance among your peers, priced at a mere 10 spirit stones. Ancient scrolls unearthed from ruins, available for just 3 spirit stones. I tuned out the remaining calls, striding confidently with each step, trying to show that I wasn't just another newbie they could rip off. Since assuming the identity of Liu Feng, I hadn't frequented the market, leading the merchants to believe they could dupe me. For outer disciples, acquiring spirit stones outside their monthly stipend posed a challenge. While alternative means existed, such as undertaking missions beyond the sect's borders, they were dangerous. Some resorted to testing experimental pills for budding alchemists, which was extra dangerous. In this world, new medicines went straight to human trials, with scant regard for potential long-term repercussions. Despite the allure of tempting offers on cultivation pills and resources on the market, I bypassed them all. Even if some presented enticing deals, the honesty of their claims was dubious at best. Thankfully, no one attempted to grab me. Not that it would have posed much difficulty, considering my standing as an 8-star body tempering realm cultivator placed me among the upper echelons of outer disciples. Along the lengthy line of stalls, I veered to the right, closing in on a traditional Chinese structure distinguished by its red walls and blue roof. Despite the outer sect's resemblance to the Wild West in its lawlessness, certain areas fell under the inner sect's jurisdiction. This particular establishment was overseen by an outer elder, ensuring that the merchandise here was likely free of defects. The elder himself was an alchemist, and the stock maintained by his personal disciples had undoubtedly undergone thorough scrutiny. As I stepped inside, a welcoming warmth enveloped me, albeit lacking the of the barrier of the administrative office, which had dried my clothes, yet this was still better than nothing. Nonetheless, it served to chase away the chill from the rain-soaked exterior. The interior of the building mirrored the exterior, with glass cases prominently displaying pills, elixirs, and herbs, reminiscent of a jewelry store rather than a mere pharmacy. By the standards of my world, this establishment would be akin to a pharmacy peddling steroids on the side. Only 4 workers were in the place, a number seemingly insufficient to deter any wood thieves from attempting to steal from the display cases. Yet none dared to entertain such folly within the premises of an outer elder's domain, aware that such an act invited catastrophic repercussions and would be lucky if only their cultivation was crippled if they were caught in such an act. As usual, most patrons gravitated towards consulting with a demure, nervous-looking girl who appeared green in experience. However, it seemed the disciples weren't exploiting her naivety for fraudulent purposes. Rather, they behaved as if they were vying for her favor. Or perhaps they concealed their ulterior motives beneath a facade of courtship. Regardless, it had nothing to do with me. If it was someone's responsibility to help her, such a job would fall to her coworkers or the outer elder in charge of teaching her. Getting involved in these things would only create enemies from the disciples trying to talk to her. I directed my attention toward one of the other employees, who had no people looking for him. He was a robust, bald-headed youth, exuding an intimidating demeanor that deterred others from approaching him. "Excuse me, can I get a body-strengthening pill and a bone-coating pill?" I requested, echoing Liu Feng's usual order. These pills were a staple in the Liu clan, with one fortifying the body, while the other temporarily densified the bones to withstand the strain induced by the body-strengthening pill. From beneath the wooden counter, the bald youngster retrieved a light red pill the size of my thumb and an ash-colored pill the size of a mint. The young man placed them atop the glass, and their spherical shapes defied gravity, staying stationary as the man's gaze remained fixed on me. I took out 2 spirit stones, placed them on the counter, and took the pills. Just like that, 2 months' worth of allowance vanished in an instant. "Thank you for your business," he uttered, his eyes bearing the lifelessness of a dead fish. I never thought I would encounter the soul-sapped gaze of service industry workers in this world. "Thank you too," I offered, extending my well wishes. Having experienced service industry work myself, I empathized with him. The service industry was already bad in my previous world. Now imagine being annoyed constantly by the presence of arrogant young masters and forceful cultivators. Moreover, the influx of rain-drenched customers would undoubtedly add to his workload later. Exiting the shop, I pondered my next destination. My dormitory beckoned as the most private space to assess the effects of the pills on Speedy. Recent events dissuaded me from that course. "Well, the library it is then," I sighed, resigning myself to the decision as I stepped outside. The journey to the library proved lengthy, but upon entering, a comforting warmth enveloped me, drying my dampened clothes. The presence of a protective barrier that dried the newcomers made sense in a place with books. Now, where could I find a suitable corner to plan these things? The library was fuller than usual, likely due to people having nothing much to do in the rain. But that allowed me to blend into the crowd easier, and I found my own desolate corner and a small desk I quickly occupied. Unlike usual, I didn't even say hello to the librarian or the old janitor and immediately got to work. Taking out the bone coating and body strengthening pill, I put them on the table. Then I took Speedy out of my pocket and put him next to the pills. The little guy looked curiously at the pill before touching the red body-strengthening pill with its nose and rolling it away. He looked like he was playing with them. I watched him for some time as he played around before stopping him. "These are not for playing. Maybe I will buy you something like this later, and then you can play as much as you want." Still looking at the little turtle and the pills, there was a new problem. They were too big for the little guy to be able to swallow them. I grabbed the bone-coating pill and tightened my grip around it, crushing the pill into dozens of small pieces and then offering them to the little guy. Thankfully, he didn't resist and ate them all. Probably used to this by now, as I always fed him this way. I did the same thing with the other pill and waited for something to happen. I looked at the little turtle and he looked back at me. Speedy tilted his head and looked like a confused puppy. But I was more confused than him. By body weight composition, he had eaten the equivalent of me eating a bucket of body strengthening and bone coating pills. And yet nothing. Animals were not bothered by higher doses of cultivation pills. Usually an animal becomes a monstrous beast by eating too many cultivation resources. But this was still too little of a reaction. Also, while crushing the medicine might have caused it to lose some of its essence, it shouldn't have been much since I didn't let them sit around. As far as I knew, cultivation resources like pills were supposed to work on animals, albeit to varying degrees depending on their resistance to the medicine. I playfully bopped the little guy on the nose. "Come on now, you should be growing into a spiritual turtle or some other monstrous beast." I knew it was a jest. Creating monstrous beasts wasn't simple. Typically, monstrous beasts were born to 1 or 2 parents who were themselves monstrous beasts. Normal animals could stumble upon a cultivation resource, consume it, and instinctively gain cultivation. But the latter was quite rare, as cultivation resources in the wild were hard to find, and even when they were found, usually a monstrous beast had made its nest around it already. Speedy settled down, getting comfortable, and closed his eyes. A flicker of worry passed through me, prompting me to check his breathing by placing my finger in front of his mouth. Yep, he was breathing normally. Was he sleeping? Liu Feng's experience with this combination of pills suggested there should be a heaviness on the pill-taker's body. From his memories, I knew there were even instances of muscles twitching, causing piercing pain. Since the turtle was already asleep, what was I to do now? I had anticipated spending the rest of the day reassuring Speedy, helping him cope with the pain, and offering encouragement. With a sigh, I tucked the little guy into my pocket, and he didn't stir. Well, I better grab a book and talk to the librarian and the old goat. The title of Outer Elder of Books was the epithet Xin Ma had acquired upon assuming his role as a glorified librarian. Even among the outer sect elders, his position was deemed less prestigious, a fact well known to everyone. This deadened nature of his position drove Xin Ma to seek a way out. Yet no matter how hard he tried, there seemed to be no avenue for accumulating merits. What could he do to prevent someone from torching the library, who would be mad enough to do something like that? Even rivaling sect would at least try and torch the inner sect library, since this building only had mortal-grade techniques. Xin Ma was envious of elders like the alchemy outer elder, who had access to an endless reservoir of resources for advancement. There were also elders like the administrative office elder, responsible for wealth distribution within the outer sect. These positions were leagues above his own. Despite his longer lifespan, courtesy of being at Foundation establishment, Xin Ma was not growing old anytime soon, nor was he progressing to the latter stages of Foundation establishment. There was only one viable path to ascendancy: finding and mentoring his own personal disciple, someone exceptional enough to capture the attention of the inner sect and propel him to a higher station. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. It could not be just any disciple aiming for inner sect status. It had to be someone extraordinary. As the elder overseeing the library, one might assume he'd have better luck identifying talent. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He was relegated to dispensing books and lacked the authority to peruse personal files from the administrative office to assess the outer disciple's spiritual aptitude. This dilemma had plagued him for over a decade. Yet here he remained, confined to the library day in and day out. Was this to be the conclusion of his cultivation, journey-bound amidst dusty tomes? "Excuse me, how's your day been?" came a familiar voice. Liu Feng approached the counter, a book in hand and a genial smile gracing his features. "Good," Xin Ma replied. Among the disciples Xin Ma knew, Liu Feng was undoubtedly more talented than the usual rabble. However, he still fell short of becoming exceptional enough to warrant personal mentorship. Though the kid would have made a good assistant, possessing a character that was hard to dislike, Xin Ma wasn't about to tether him to his own fate, where he'd waste his time organizing books. In many ways, Xin Ma saw Liu Feng as a younger reflection of himself. Despite his friendly nature, Liu Feng was undoubtedly driven to exceed his current status, regardless of his talent or background, which condemned him to, at best, mediocrity as an outer elder of the Blazing Sun sect. Someone as diligent as Liu Feng undoubtedly harbored lofty aspirations. Perhaps he dreamed of assuming the mantle of sect leader, akin to Xin Ma's youthful dreams. Perhaps that's why Xin Ma was lenient with Liu Feng. The young man too closely mirrored his past. The sect leader. Nowadays, Xin Ma would consider himself blessed if he became an inner elder. As Liu Feng walked away to immerse himself in a book detailing the effects of pills and elixirs on monstrous beasts, Xin Ma noticed his recent penchant for delving into subjects unrelated to cultivation. He even perused tomes on wilderness survival and botanical knowledge. Xin Ma felt the urge to reprimand the youngster for squandering his time on such pursuits. Yet he refrained, opting to let Liu Feng learn from his mistakes. Besides, berating the youth before other outer disciples would only make him appear foolish. Shan Sha, the old goat, descended from the second floor, cradling a steaming cup of tea. He had a peculiar habit of appearing whenever Liu Feng was present. If Xin Ma didn't know any better, he might have suspected that the old janitor had begun to regard the young boy as the grandson he never had. However, the path to immortality was dangerous, and allowing such emotions to flourish would only lead to heartbreak. Throughout his life, Xin Ma had the privilege of knowing many people. Most were cultivators, and most were now dead. He sighed, removing his glasses to clean the lenses, a habit when he found himself stressed, but unable to display it openly. So many recent events weighed heavily on him, and the incessant rain only added to his unease. The old geezer attempted to surprise Liu Feng, as he often did. Yet unlike the previous times, the youngster turned around with a knowing smile. Oh. While the old janitor was at the bottom of the barrel when it came to cultivation, he had remarkable stealthiness when he used it, which explained how he had lived so long when he was so weak. Your senses have gotten better, brat, Shan Shah remarked matter-of-factly, sipping his tea. Well, I'd hope so. After all, I did break through to 8-star, Liu Feng nonchalantly replied. Almost too nonchalantly for someone who had gone through a breakthrough. Liu Feng made it seem like going through a minor bottleneck wasn't tedious. Did you have a hard time doing so? Inquired the old man. Liu Feng shrugged. Not really, I was quite lucky. Xin Ma was taken aback by Liu Feng's swift advancement to 8 stars. Based on their conversations, he recalled that the kid had barely broken through before the tournament. To progress so rapidly, Liu Feng must have ingested some potent pills or employed other means to surmount the bottleneck. Indeed, he was fortunate. Unless he had no social life, dedicating every waking moment to training, it would be difficult to ascend to the next stage so quick. Xin Ma didn't know much about Liu Feng's activities outside the library, but the young man's friendly nature suggested he likely had many friends. Honestly, it's kind of impressive, the old man remarked. You must have put in a lot of effort. Indeed, while he might not be training from dawn till dusk, pills and elixirs weren't miraculous curios that exponentially boosted one's cultivation. Alchemy aided progress, but it didn't bestow benefits without consequences. The important part is that I did it with a smile, the young man retorted, casting a smug smile at the old man. Ah, it's truly at the top. Being so talented can sometimes be a curse that makes me feel like. For a below-average brat, you certainly have the nerve to be so smug, Shan Sha quipped, swinging his cane at Liu Feng. The latter deftly dodged, and they launched into their customary banter. Their lack of shame, especially in the presence of other disciples, was unexpected. Xin Ma allowed them their amusement, intervening with a glare when their exchanges verged on being too loud. Despite this, Xin Ma couldn't bring himself to be overly stern with the young man. After all, body tempering was a stage where hard work and resources outweighed innate talent. When or if Liu Feng were to ever enter the Qi gathering realm, he would understand why the sect only accepted gifted disciples into the inner sect. Most outer sect disciples never advanced to the inner sect, as entering the Qi gathering stage required sensing one's Qi. While theoretically everyone possessed Qi, they had been born with it and have had it their whole lives. Their senses had grown accustomed to its presence without sensing or using it. Nevertheless, it would be some time before Liu Feng qualified for the bare minimum of even attempting to break into the Qi gathering realm. He would encounter the first real bottleneck between different realms, where many cultivators faltered. The disparity between cultivators who could manipulate Qi and those who couldn't was deep. The Qi gathering stage marked the first stride toward true cultivation. Those adept at wielding Qi inhabited a realm entirely different from others, perceiving the world through a different lens. Rainy days persisted long after the first, signaling a shift in the weather for the worse. It wasn't entirely unexpected, considering it was autumn, and seasonal changes were a norm even here. Yet despite the downpour, some constants remained, like the old goat's unwavering gaze as I attempted to read. Didn't this tea addict have anything better to occupy his time? He knew I was aware of his gaze, and there was a good chance he did it solely to provoke a reaction from me. Kids should be enjoying life and acting stupid. What's got you so stuck up, he remarked, bringing me a steaming cup of tea from the second floor before settling opposite my desk. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply and entering a meditative state. Every muscle, every subtle twitch, I felt it all. This state of heightened self-awareness allowed me to perceive every nuance within my body. With the rainy storm affording me some free time, it seemed like an opportunity to explore the development of a method to discern my own statistics without undergoing rigorous testing. It would be akin to crafting a martial technique. A mortal-grade technique allows one to gauge their own physical condition. However, I would require something akin to Qi to manifest the illusion or numbers before my eyes. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 8-star. Strength 8.1 8.2. Agility 8.2. Endurance 8.6 8.9. Qi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing bull step, mortal grade. Turtle shell body, mortal grade. I had progressed surprisingly fast, though my endurance continued to outpace other aspects by a widening margin with each passing day. Hey, you listening to me? Brat the old man sighed, but I did not entertain him, prompting him to shake his head, with disappointment etched across his face. I swear, youngsters these days. Eyes in the books and heads in the clouds. Did you know that back in my day? He scratched his chin, fingers threading through his goat-like beard, as if contemplating something before blurting out, "You know what, we didn't do things much differently in my days either." The brave ones who faced the world head-on rarely survived, and usually met a gruesome end. You're talking to yourself, old man. I thought someone your age would catch the social cue that when someone is not responding to you while reading a book, they don't want to talk right now, I retorted. You had your eyes closed. You weren't reading shit. I was meditating and trying to rest my eyes. Yeah, too much reading and it'll ruin your eyes. I had a retort ready, but a sudden thought gave me pause. Do cultivators even need glasses? I mean, our eyes are enhanced the more we advance. Even the old guy seemed taken aback. Huh, you're right. I know some cultivators who wear glasses despite their advanced cultivation levels. Maybe it's just for aesthetics, or perhaps they've worn them since their mortal days. Personally, I think they're just weirdos. As he made that last remark, the old janitor glanced toward the librarian, who wore glasses. The poor guy was catching stray shots without even saying anything. Don't act like I'm not here. Also, you're the weird ones. One moment you're at each other's throats, the next you're all friendly, the librarian sighed. Why do you act so grumpy for no reason? It's the rain. Haven't seen the sun in a while, the old man offered as his excuse. For someone of his age, he possessed a remarkable way with words. Yet surviving in a sect where people were maimed and killed for minor transgressions mandated a knack for diplomacy as a means of survival. It was almost regrettable that he used his talents primarily to wriggle out of responsibilities. I rather enjoyed our verbal sparring matches. I needed someone to engage in such banter with, though attempting it with anyone else risked sparking great offense and potentially triggering a blood feud that could end up with my cultivation shattered at best. It's all dark and gloomy, and even I'm grumpy sometimes, the old man remarked while sipping his tea. Sometimes I arched a skeptical brow, a small twitch betraying my attempt to suppress a smile. We'd have a tougher time figuring out when you aren't grumpy. Your eyes are on the books, but your mind is in the clouds, or down in shit. We exchanged verbal jabs a while longer before I closed the book in my hands and rose to my feet. The old goat shrugged. You always have to train, even on days like this. Well, I might end up in a fight, and it could be raining. The last thing I'd want is to slip while using the rushing bull step and meet my demise because of it. The old guy appeared unimpressed. But he was never impressed, so that wasn't saying much. We both know that's a lie. You just enjoy frolicking about in the mud like a child with too much unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Damned, he knew me all too well. This old codger was remarkably perceptive when he chose to be, and it was easy to overlook his ability to read people like an open book. From what I had seen, he likely wasn't some secret elder, but he wasn't entirely harmless either. Sheep had their own ways of surviving. He was the sort who could access the library's second floor simply because everyone perceived him as harmless. If this old codger decided to steal something from the library, I doubted anyone would intervene, especially not the librarian, who was practically his best friend. He was living the life I dreamed of, with access to everything simply because nobody cared. I packed up my belongings, leaving my backpack with notebooks and supplies behind so they wouldn't get wet. Before I left, the old man called out, "Try training piercing Fang Fist. It might help in the rain. Don't get too lost in your own world, and remember that these martial arts were developed for more than just your enjoyment." His tone was serious, which was unlike his usual self. An uncomfortable feeling settled in my gut as he continued, "These martial arts are the legacy of those who devoted their lives to them. Many sacrificed family and personal pursuits for their craft. These techniques are all they left behind." His words struck a chord within me. He was right, these martial arts were often the culmination of years of dedication, perhaps even lifetimes. Sure, it was disappointing that they were only mortal-grade techniques. Yet these individuals poured their hearts and souls into something they believed in. Also, it's unsettling to see you grinning like a fool when you think nobody is looking at you. I know you like martial arts, but please, stop embarrassing me. I'd rather not have people think I know someone like that. The old janitor ruthlessly sliced through my contemplation as if it were nothing. Then stop looking at me so much, old man. I retorted as I strode out into the rain, receiving a nod from the librarian as he stowed my belongings under his counter. It was our silent agreement that he would look after my things. As my clothes soaked through with rainwater, I pondered whether my decision not to carry an umbrella stemmed from a desire to feel the barrier around the library dry my clothes. Carrying an umbrella would be cumbersome, and I'd still get wet during training. Besides, with a cultivator's body, the risk of falling ill from water exposure was negligible. So an umbrella was unnecessary. But life wasn't always governed by logic and reason. What made life truly fulfilling were often the smaller, intangible moments that accumulated over time. Just because someone's spouse had shown love at one point didn't guarantee a happy marriage. In my previous life, I was never married. Yet in this life, there was something I lacked in my past existence of something Liu Feng possessed, a fiancé. They had last met as children, and Liu Feng hadn't necessarily found her pretty back then. However, he respected her, coming from a well-off cultivation family. Midst pondering these peculiarities, I arrived at the training ground as usual, casting a side glance at where the buried spirit stones were meant to be. I hadn't even touched the accursed things, or used them for anything meaningful. They proved more troublesome than beneficial, even causing me to question my best friend, whose name I had yet to learn. This charade was becoming tiresome. I resolved to shadow the chubby guy one of these days and learn his name. Drawing in a deep breath, I savored the sensation of damp air against my skin and raindrops tracing down my face. Everything felt remarkably clear. Piercing fang fist. My hands moved almost instinctively. How many times had I executed the same punch? In the same way thousands, tens of thousands of times, perhaps even more considering Liu Feng's relentless practice of piercing fang fist, this body might have thrown the punch millions of times. Motion was fluid and direct, executed with a grace seldom witnessed in reality. Though it was my own hand in motion, I couldn't help but admire its precision. My heart quickened its pace, akin to recalling a woman I loved. Okay, that analogy was a bit weird, comparing martial arts to women. I didn't even want to touch that thought with a 10-foot pole. Yet I couldn't describe the sensation any other way. Excitement bubbled within my chest, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach. The air around my arm twisted, as it always did. I had always felt the air move around my arm, but now, with the rainwater, I could actually see the way the air took shape, forming a spiral of water around my limb. In an instant, the moment passed, and everything returned to normal. The spiraling water fell to the ground, and I returned to my senses. The entire motion of throwing a punch had lasted less than a second, yet it felt much longer than that. Was I growing delirious, perhaps? The cold rain was affecting me after all. I had executed this punch countless times, so why was I so lost in thought now? Usually training felt like a game to me. But now it was as if I were painting a beautiful canvas. I was creating art. Being able to see something instead of just feeling it was groundbreaking. Some martial arts became visible only after someone awakened their chi. Once again, I pulled my fist back and executed the martial technique. The water started to twist around my arm, merging with the wind. At the peak of my knuckle, a fang-like protrusion of water burst forth and shot forward. I halted, hypnotically gazing at the water. So that's why the technique is called the piercing fang fist. I tried it again, this time in a barrage of punches, which formed water fangs around my arm. Though they dispersed a moment later and proved useful only for displaying the air movements. Still, I attempted to craft a more impressive water fang. Though it didn't enhance the technique significantly, it simply looked impressive. As I continued for some time, I lost track of the passing minutes, the dark rainy clouds obscuring any sense of time. Only when a distant leaf rustled under the wind pressure did I cease throwing punches. I tried again, ensuring it wasn't merely my eyes playing tricks on me. Somehow the pressure from my fists was sufficient to send a gust that caused leaves to rustle about 2 feet away. There was no mention of such a phenomenon in the piercing fang fist technique manual. Moreover, the technique wasn't some closely guarded secret. It was practiced widely by Liu clan cultivators as their introductory technique. It wasn't rare enough to be absent from the Blazing Sun sect library either. This meant that I had stumbled upon a new application of the technique. Granted, it could only produce a soft breeze at most, weaker than an electric fan, but it was still fascinating. Caught in my excitement, I began throwing punches, causing the surrounding leaves to flutter. Just when the Fire Nation attacked, though, I halted mid-joke, a realization dawning upon me. Somehow I had begun using the piercing Fang Fist more efficiently. Despite executing numerous punches, I felt no fatigue or soreness. Piercing Fang Fist wasn't typically stamina-intensive or prone to causing injuries with overuse. It was a basic technique, but that didn't imply one could use it endlessly without tiring. I was tempted to test its effectiveness when combined with the rushing bull step. Small improvements in technique could prove more potent when combined. However, such considerations ceased when another realization struck me. The old guy had been the one to suggest that I train piercing Fang Fist in the rain. Was it all merely a coincidence? How could he have known that training in the rain would enhance the technique's efficacy? Just when I thought there was no chance the old man was secretly a formidable cultivator, I muttered under my breath. After the recent eye-opening experience while training in the rain, I deviated from my usual routine. Typically, I would push my body until it could no longer bear the strain of training, but today was different. Instead, I returned to the dorm rooms, slipping in unnoticed as no one was outside to witness my arrival. However, my mind was not consumed by thoughts of training. It was fixated on the old janitor. The likelihood of his casual advice leading to a profound revelation seemed too far-fetched to be mere coincidence. Reflecting on the old bloke's demeanor, one might assume he wasn't the type to seek positions of Unlike the common Xianxia sense that those in were often arrogant and condescending, the old goat exhibited a genuine, amiable nature. In a world where spiritual roots determined cultivation potential, those with innate spiritual superiority often viewed themselves as such. Furthermore, the old guy never resorted to phrases like courting death. Perhaps I was mistaken in my assumptions, and amplified pre-existing traits. If someone was an asshole before obtaining they would likely become even more of an asshole afterward. I pondered how many years of indoor cultivation might lead to social ineptitude. While the old man possessed quirks, he didn't exhibit the extreme shootin' behavior common among longtime cultivators. I rationalized the behavior of certain higher-ups as a result of years spent in seclusion. Yet my encounters with such people were limited. Most interactions lasted mere minutes, leaving me with little insight into their characters. Even the old granny who interrogated me in prison revealed more about her granddaughter than herself. Despite my musings, it was unlikely for some old monster to do such menial things. While the notion of a secretive old master disguised as a janitor was appealing in Xianxia novels, it held little weight in reality. To ascend to such heights of one would have had to endure relentless effort and confront numerous life-and-death struggles. They no doubt had seen friends die and lovers wither in front of their eyes. So why would they squander their time laboring as a janitor? It would be like spitting on the sacrifices they made along the way. People didn't work that way. It was like working hard to make money and then returning to working minimal wage. If someone worked to become a billionaire, the last thing they would do was work as a cashier and be treated like shit. So many questions, yet no answers. Perhaps I was looking at all this wrong. These were not average people. While I could put myself in the shoes of an average person and see things from their point of view. A cultivator who spent most of his life in indoor cultivation was a different kind of creature. I stretched out on the bed, strategically placing alarms around my room, the chair near the door, and the books by the window. They were both tipped to the side so that any movement from the door or window, the chair and the book would fall down and create some noise. Should anyone attempt to break in, I would at least receive a warning, giving me the chance to defend myself. Perhaps I was overly reading into things too much, and Shan Shah had merely offered sensible, friendly counsel. I could put myself in his shoes, a regular janitor, doling out such advice devoid of hidden mastery. That was when the cold wetness spreading through my bed woke me up from my thoughts. Damn it. I had laid on my bed in wet clothes. The following day greeted me with the gentle caress of morning light upon my face and the soft singing of birds outside, with some disciples talking in the front yard of the dorm. As I stirred awake, sunlight flooded my senses. Thoughts of the old guy had nearly faded by now, and I got ready for the new day. As I was about to wear a fresh uniform, I noticed the scar on my forearm, a stark reminder of the battle I had survived. I didn't linger on it, swiftly donning the rest of my uniform, taking Speedy and leaving the dorm. New day, new beginnings. Yet, as thoughts of training and studying occupied my mind, I couldn't help but recall the spirit stones littering the training grounds. Currently, they held no value to me, mere worthless rocks. Accumulating wealth was futile for someone at the body-tempering stage, which only invited potential threats from thieves willing to kill to cover their tracks. No one had attacked me yet, so I should be somewhat in the clear. Perhaps buying access to the second floor would be a good move. There might be valuable techniques available. Possibly even an Earth-grade technique or two. Who knew, maybe luck would favor me someday. However, I was still cautious of the other disciples in the library, especially those who might be there to spy on individuals suddenly gaining access to the second floor. Such expenditures would undoubtedly raise suspicion, signaling newfound wealth. Few bothered with purchasing access to the second floor, most fixated on advancing to the inner sect. Also, I doubt the second floor was empty, and there were bound to be some other disciples that might speak. Thankfully, the surveillance should have decreased somewhat. The reckless had already been preyed upon, and the cunning were preoccupied with their newly ill-gotten gains. Perhaps I could persuade the librarian to grant me entry to the upper floors during off-hours when no one was in the library. When I arrived at the library, the place was empty. It was rare, as no matter how early I usually came, there would always be one or two disciples here. Those who had their dormitories closer to the place. A couple eager disciples would always rush in, select a technique, and leave. The weather grows colder with each passing day. The old man materialized from behind a shelf, notably lacking his customary cup of tea. Winter will soon be upon us. Where's your cup of tea? Have you been replaced by an imposter? Old goat, I jested. Usually someone brings me tea in the morning. But it seems like they no longer care if the elderly grow cold or even die on the side of the road. I realized I had forgotten to bring him tea, a first for me. Yet he seemed overly dramatic about it. There was complimentary tea on the second floor, as he had emphasized countless times. You told me not to bring tea when it was raining, so it slipped my mind today. Well, clearly it's not raining today. It seems the younger generation are less attentive these days, he sighed. I only told you not to bother bringing tea in the rain, because the rain would have ruined the taste. At this, the librarian in the distance wore a knowing smirk. I recall you expressing concern about him being out in the rain too long. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Shut up, you lying bastard. I never said such things, the old man retorted. Before the discussion could escalate into a shouting match, I intervened. Apologies, esteemed elder. I turned toward the librarian. Since we're alone, may I ask about something? The librarian nodded while the old guy huffed and climbed the stairs, deliberately emphasizing each step with his walking cane. He was quite a character. He was also some secret monstrous cultivator. But even knowing that, I could not see Shaw more than the old guy obsessed with tea. Either he was a good actor, or I was overthinking shit that had no need to be thought about. What did you want to know? The librarian redirected my attention to him. Unlike the old janitor, he exuded a no-nonsense demeanor. Since I already have the budget, I am thinking of using the spirit stones. How much would it cost to gain access to the second-floor library? At least now, I could use this wealth to do something, instead of just sitting around as I anxiously worry over it, I explained. Spirit stones might become a fortuitous encounter for someone else if I left them sitting there much longer. It would cost 10 spirit stones, he replied, and my face lit up involuntarily. Yet he promptly dashed my hopes. However, you don't qualify. What? The second floor houses some of our finest techniques, rare ones not found elsewhere. He cleaned his glasses methodically. Also, you don't qualify because except for training and eating, you haven't done much else to prove that you're worth the investment from the sect. As if reading my thoughts, he continued after donning his glasses, consider this. If access to the second floor were open to all, what's to prevent rival sects from sending representatives to steal our techniques, or some clans give one of their children 10 spirit stones, said disciples buy access to the second floor and send the techniques back home. The Blazing Sun sect didn't ascend to its position by being careless. That made a lot of sense. Where were the brain-dead sects? Why was everyone here acting so damn careful? Be a bit more stupid, man. It would help me a bunch. Come on, cut the kids some slack, the old janitor interjected as he descended with 2 steaming cups of tea. He handed me one and resumed speaking after a sip. He was out there during that entire ordeal that had the entire sect scrambling. That's practically equivalent to completing 10 missions for the sect. No, the librarian retorted, his voice resolute. Rules exist for a reason, and some have already shown blatant favoritism. Their gaze locked in a silent battle, the tension palpable in the air. Eventually, the old guy relented with a sigh. Wells, you are not entirely wrong. Rules are in place for a purpose. Ironically, despite his occasional chiding, the old janitor often stood up for me in these situations. He was correct about the librarian showing me significant favoritism. He had allowed me to linger beyond opening hours, permitted me to store my belongings here during inclement weather, and the entire debacle with my spirit stones. Well, it looks like it's time for Plan B, kid. Plan B. He cocked his head, feigning confusion. You know, do what your generation does best and steal the books. That would be foolish, I countered. It wasn't a joke. Attempting to steal books from the second floor would be unwise. The Blazing Sun sect had shown they were careful, and I had no wish to discover the extent of their security measures against theft. I would not be surprised if each tome on the second floor had intricate arrays safeguarding them, which made sneaking one out a task that requires extensive knowledge of arrays. If someone possessed the expertise to bypass such protections, it likely would not be worth their time to steal from the library. The logistics of implementing such safeguards seemed tedious. Yet, as our local librarian showed, there was a reason why the Blazing Sun sect was still around after many thousands of years. You could always buy something, the old man suggested. Did your tea finally short-circuit your brain, old man? I retorted with mock concern, but the old cod had thick skin and shrugged off my insults. I let go of the petty beef and returned to the problem at hand. If I bought anything on the market, the news is bound to spread, and people will be coming for my head soon after. Besides, it's not like the market even has anything good to offer. It wasn't like I needed cultivation pills or anything of the sort for now. I'm not talking about the unregulated scam hive that is the outer sect market. You should buy something directly from an individual. He glanced at the librarian. I'm sure there is someone here who could spend 100 spirit stones and no one would bat an eye. A middleman, so to speak. No, the librarian shook his head firmly. That would be beyond simple favoritism and dancing on the line of treason. If Liu Feng here decided to go against the sect's interests, my head would be the first to roll for aiding someone like that. It reeks of blatant favoritism, once again. The old man seemed unperturbed by this and suggested, how about you just sell him something of your own? An elder selling something isn't against the sect's laws. Since you lay a stick in the mud, we can even make it, so you only sell something that is yours and at a fair price. The librarian scrutinized me, as if seeking an answer to some cryptic question only he knew. I refrained from saying anything. It was clear the old janitor was persuading him, and I didn't want to jeopardize that. I don't have many items that would be useful to an outer disciple. Those that would cost more than 100 spirit stones, the librarian pointed out. Since when do you outer elders get paid so much? I always thought that 100 spirit stones would be quite a bit, even for you, the old man mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It is a substantial sum, but not something too large, the librarian replied before trailing off. Anyway, about what he could buy. Just think of something that you could give him. I don't exactly know what you have on you, the old man suggested with a shrug. Suddenly, the librarian crouched under the counter, and after rummaging around for a bit, he found what he was looking for, a book about as thick as a dictionary, making a loud sound as he set it on the table. The book had a black cover and appeared quite old. This is something I studied back in the day. I saved for 6 months as an inner sect disciple to acquire this, and missed out on a lot of opportunities, the librarian sighed, gazing at the old book with a melancholic expression. Yeah, we don't need your crybaby backstory, the old janitor retorted, as brusque as ever, but the librarian didn't seem to take offense. It was a bit peculiar for a cultivator at that stage, but it indicated the depth of their friendship. Anyway, how much would it cost? I bought it for 30 spirit stones, and I'm offering it to you for the same price, the librarian stated. The book was old and likely outdated by now. But one thing was certain, an outer sect disciple would find it nearly impossible to obtain such a tome, no matter how wealthy they were. The book wasn't related to martial arts, but I needed a fresh perspective regardless, and it seemed promising. I will go and get the spirit stones right now, I replied before the librarian could retract his offer. Since it was a bright sunny day outside, I swiftly rushed to the training ground and retrieved the spirit stones. Thankfully, they remained undisturbed. Upon my return to the library, less than 20 minutes had passed. I was adorned with leaves and carried the scent of grass. Nonetheless, I arrived early enough that no one else was around, fulfilling my intended goal. I counted the 30 spirit stones while the librarian waited for me silently, and I placed them on the counter. He retrieved them and they vanished from his hand, likely stored in a storage ring. How much does one of those cost? I gestured toward the ring. Way out of your budget, the old janitor interjected. The librarian nodded. They're quite rare. Perhaps you will receive one for free if you catch the eye of any inner elders. He handed me the book and added, if you need a secure place to keep the book. Bring it here. Thank you, I replied, placing the book on the counter, clasping my fist with my palm, and bowing my head as a sign of respect. The old coot and the librarian had treated me well since my arrival. I owed much of my success to them. Thus, by purchasing the book from the librarian, I ensured that no information would spread. Yet had the benefit of using the spirit stones to acquire something I would never have accessed otherwise. Okay, kiddo. Now give me my 10%, the old man demanded, extending his hand. Well, we hadn't discussed anything like that. Despite my usual inclination to refute him, he was right. 10% fee would be customary since I would never have acquired the book without his assistance. I reached into my pouch and withdrew 3 spirit stones, prepared to hand them over when the old janitor poked me in the chest with his cane. I was joking, couldn't you tell just how slow are young people nowadays, he sighed. What would an old man like me need spirit stones for? Smiling, I returned the customary gesture of respect, clasping my fist and palm and bowing. Thank you for everything, too. The old guy waved me off, a smile lingering on his face. Glancing at the book, I read the title, A Beginner's Guide to Arrays and Formations. The new book on arrays opened up a new world of techniques. Initially, I had assumed arrays were merely barriers and convenient tools in Xanxia stories. That only scratched the surface of what arrays could do. Arrays were a branch of cultivation itself, akin to alchemy. If alchemy was similar to cooking, arrays could be compared to mirrors and windows or microwaves or an all-purpose key for problems. After purchasing a bag of salt from the servants at a higher-than-market price, I slung the bag over my shoulder and proceeded to my training spot, which was just some land beside a boulder and surrounded by broken trees. Simon, little guy, I coaxed Speedy out of my pocket and settled him on the rock, ensuring I always had a clear view of him. The last thing I wanted was for him to wander off into the grass. Speedy had grown a bit since I acquired him and could move around a bit faster. He was now almost the size of my fist. Stay put and try not to doze off. Too much of anything is bad for you, even sleep. He glanced at me, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, as if he comprehended my words. But then he leaned against the rock and promptly drifted off to sleep. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I opened the salt bag, scooped up a handful of salt, and distanced myself from the rock where Speedy was. This way, in case of mishaps, Speedy would not be caught in the crossfire. Carefully sprinkling the salt on the ground, I formed a circle around me, dusted my hands, and clasped them together as if in prayer. Shield of sunrise, 4 directions of defense, hungry beasts of howling. Barrier. Ritual hand seals and chant. These were the fundamentals of array making. Once someone mastered the basics and attained a high enough level, they could add inscriptions to maintain arrays even when they were absent. Despite following the instructions outlined in the book, I felt nothing. There was no buzz or movement around me, only the rustling of leaves in the air. Perhaps I had made a mistake in some way. It was my first attempt, and learning required more than a single try. So I wasn't too disappointed. Before I could reset the ritual, the salt scattered around me sizzled, and a dark slime emerged from the ground, came together, and formed into a dark mass of stretchy liquid that enveloped me in darkness. This world never ceased to amaze me. How did such a phenomenon work? It defied all conventional understanding. There was no drain on my energy. How could the simple act of sprinkling salt, reciting prayers, and uttering random words conjure such an effect? How did someone even discover this sequence would yield such a result? So many questions, yet I hadn't felt this satisfied in a long while. Once again, the laws of this world proved to be utterly foreign. What was commonplace here, such as the formation of a barrier through chanting and ritual, was as natural as gravity on Earth. If I dropped a ball, it fell to the ground. Here, chanting and performing a ritual could create a protective barrier around me. One day, if I had the luxury of more free time or attained immortality, I decided to try and understand this nonsensical phenomenon. Basic level 1 barriers didn't require chi. They utilized the chi in the surrounding environment to materialize. This suggested that even non-cultivators could erect them. Allegedly, the barrier could also ward off evil spirits, whatever that entailed. By this point, the existence of ghosts wouldn't surprise me. As I stood, the dark barrier nearly reached twice my height. Taking a step forward, I reached out and encountered something stretchy. The space around me shifted, and I grasped what felt like elastic black slime. A failure. The barrier is meant to be solid, I muttered to myself, seizing the barrier with both hands. I stretched it to its limits, akin to a piece of rubber, until it burst like a balloon. As the barrier began to dissipate, the dark remnants in my hand disintegrated into ash and then nothingness. Mastering the simple barrier technique meant creating a translucent spherical barrier around oneself. I was far off from that. How could one control a process they couldn't sense or comprehend? Would relentless repetition eventually lead to mastery? Such questions plagued my mind as I grappled with the fundamentals of array making. For now, I focused on creating simple barriers, a process requiring nothing more than salt. Specialized salts could enhance the barrier's strength, but I didn't need them for now. What I really needed was guidance from someone experienced in the craft, someone capable of demystifying the complexities inherent in array conjuring. But for the moment, I reveled in the newfound at my fingertips. Following the familiar sequencelling a circle of salt, assuming a prayer-like stance, and reciting the chant I conjured another barrier. Like before, it materialized as a murky sludge-colored mass, albeit now taking on a semblance of spherical form rather than a writhing mass. Ripping the barrier apart with my hands was enjoyable also, akin to realizing childhood fantasies of breaking through imaginary obstacles. Yet this was no fantasy, it was tangible and true. Repeated iterations of barrier creation and subsequent dismantling ensued, each cycle refining my technique. Gradually, the barrier transitioned from a murky mass to a translucent semblance, resembling frosted glass in a bathroom window. How was I improving? I had no idea. Despite the progress, how I was improving was still a mystery. I wasn't learning anything new. Yet with each repetition, my chants flowed more fluidly, and hand movements became second nature. I stopped training only when the crimson hues of the setting sun kissed my face. The barrier was now a pale smudge color. Though not yet fully translucent, it was still pretty okay progress. I punched at the barrier and felt the crystal-like harness on my knuckles as cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Yet it held firm, a testament to its resilience. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Oh, nice. I smiled. Although I hadn't exerted full force in that punch, it still packed considerable strength. The cracks on the barrier started healing, releasing a strange sound like grinding glass as it mended. After some time, it ended up returning to how it was before. I retracted my fist and this time unleashed a piercing fang fist. My fist effortlessly tore through the barrier with minimal resistance, creating a hole surrounded by countless cracks that spread across the dome until it shattered like glass. Amazing! Yet I had only scratched the surface of what it meant to be an array conjurer. While the simple barrier was elementary, mastering it would require time and effort. Moreover, delving into other arrays would demand additional ingredients and intricate rituals. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, a smile crept onto my face. This aspect of the world was what I cherished, simple joys amidst a world of chaos and bloodthirsty cultivators. Contemplating the practicality of arrays in battle, I couldn't help but find them cumbersome. Battles unfolded swiftly, unlike the leisurely pace of array preparation. My enemies wouldn't wait patiently as I traced circles of salt and chanted incantations, let alone performed more complex rituals detailed in the book. Did I need to carry a pocket full of salt at all times? It was moments like these when I wanted a storage ring. Becoming adept at array manipulation in combat demanded meticulous preparation. For now, adopting the same approach I had with martial arts seemed prudent. Immersing myself in memorizing arrays would be futile, requiring months, if not years, to master the intricate chants and rituals. In this body, I had a pretty good memory. But even that would still take a long time. I secured the bag of salt under the shade of a nearby tree, ensuring it stayed dry in case of rain. The bag was now half empty, but still good for another training session. Like martial arts, indulging in the mastery of every array would prove impractical. However, one particular array had piqued my interest that complemented my fighting style. The array I had in mind was called Bind. A relatively simple array, yet very useful for my fighting style. It also sounded like something fun to learn. But to have a chance at learning the bind array required skill, past just creating plain barriers to the point of being able to change their shape. After gathering everything I needed, I made my way to the library. Upon entering, I headed straight for the counter and greeted the librarian with a polite smile. "Can you give me some advice on arrays?" "What makes you think I would know anything about that?" he countered with a question. "Because you literally gave me the book I am learning from right now, and it looks like you know things," I replied. "What do you want to know about?" Despite his usual demeanor, I sensed that deep down, he welcomed any diversion from his monotonous day. Having worked in fast food before, I could relate to his plight. "Well, the bind array caught my eye. I wondered if there was any advice you could give me on it," I explained, detailing what I knew about it. It was hard to tell whether he was not impressed or just generally bored with the nonchalant look on his face. "And why are you so interested in the bind array?" he asked, in the most monotone voice imaginable. "Because it would help me a bunch and work very well with the rest of my techniques," I replied with a generic answer. "Also, it sounds cool as hell, it is cheap to practice, and the ritual isn't complicated." The librarian suddenly pointed at the ceiling without a word, prompting me to follow his gaze. But as I attempted to move, I could not and found myself frozen in place, unable to speak or even blink. It felt as though I was encased in transparent, hardened concrete. Strangely, I could still breathe. "I'm currently using a bind array on you," the librarian said, anticipating my unspoken question. When had he performed the ritual, executed the hand seals, or chanted the incantation, did he whisper the chant? Regardless, it defied logic. Foundation establishment cultivators may be fast, but they were not the Flash. I should have seen his hands blurring if he went through the hand seal and complete ritual. I wanted to ask, but unable to move. I could only breathe heavily to indicate my desire to ask something. People who can make arrays are called array conjurers, though the slang term for it would be something like array master. But that would be very incorrect, he started explaining. Array conjurers are ranked from level 1 to 9, with the latter being the highest rank. From levels 1 to 3, one is called an array practitioner, from levels 4 to 6 is an array expert, and from 7 to 9 is an array master. As you can see on that last one, people call array conjurers as array masters, but that would be wrong in a professional environment. Then the old guy joined us with 2 cups of tea and put one on the counter. "This is not for you. It is for the brat," the old janitor clarified. The librarian glanced at the tea and then at the old goat. He was too used to talking with the old janitor to fall for any of his tricks. Instead, the librarian continued speaking as if nothing had happened. "Basic arrays might seem too complicated to learn for the meager results. However, they are the building blocks for stronger arrays in the future." I would trust his word on this. He made all the arrays here. That's why he has this job. He was the only one qualified to keep a lookout on the arrays. The old janitor added some context. Though if that is a blessing or a curse, well, I would lean more toward the latter. Someone being at a higher cultivation stage doesn't necessarily mean they're a better array conjurer. Though it does help to be at a higher cultivation stage, since one can make up for the lack of a ritual, chant, and hand seals by just using a lot of chi. The librarian glanced at the old man and narrowed his eyes. They seemed to be having a silent conversation between each other. "Of course, you also need to be skilled. The better one gets, the more they understand that chants, rituals, and hand seals are just crutches. If I wanted to stop someone stronger than me, I would have to go through the full ritual and use high-level materials as a sacrifice. Using the first level, no complex rituals are needed, as the level 1 arrays are nothing groundbreaking yet." That was such a detailed explanation. I would have to write that down later, just in case I forgot something. I wished someone would explain cultivation like that. It would make things so much easier. "This is the definition of favoritism," the old man whispered, breaking the moment. The old guy said such things silently enough that no one else would have heard him. But we were both Zin Ma and I were cultivators, so we easily heard him. But despite the pointed look the librarian sent him, the old man shrugged. "What you are teaching him, like the kid, is your personal disciple, and I just had to point that out." In response, the librarian removed his glasses and started cleaning the lenses. Something I had learned he did when angry or stressed at something, or someone. By now, I could move my head somehow, so I signaled the old goat with my eyes that maybe he should try and keep it down. But the old janitor shrugged and said, "The reason this guy," he pointed at the librarian, "even keeps me around is because I'm honest." If he wanted someone to kiss his ass and lie to his face, he would only have to take one step out of the door and people would line up. But he knows better than that. The old man sipped tea and continued as if he wasn't talking to an elder. If it wasn't for lies and deceit, Zin Ma wouldn't be stuck in this deadened position. He would probably be an inner elder. Enough, said the librarian, putting on his glasses. Though he hadn't raised his voice when he spoke, the look in the man's eyes made it clear that was enough talk about the subject. Despite the old janitor usually liking pushing people's buttons, it seemed like even he had a limit as he sipped on his tea silently. However, I was a bit curious about what the old man meant by deceit, leading to the librarian being here. Yet I was also socially competent enough to know that sometimes asking these questions wasn't the best idea. It was clearly a sore spot for him. Still, at long last, I was fully released from the bind. I grabbed the tea the old guy had brought me and drank it as we sat in awkward silence. I think it was kinda cool how you were able to use the bind array so seamlessly, I admitted out loud. Sometimes people only need a compliment from someone to get out of their bad mood. But it was hard to tell whether it worked on him since he always had a strict look on his face. It took days to learn how to use some more basic arrays, and I had to say, it was a lot of fun. Progress was steady since the librarian acted like a pseudo-teacher. Sure, he kept saying he wasn't showing favoritism, but as the old guy pointed out, Zin Ma said one thing and did another. Today was like any other day, with the librarian and I discussing the binding array. While the old janitor looked at us from the sidelines, shaking his head with disappointment, youngsters these days. Drowning themselves in books and forgetting how to live. Back in my day. He stopped and rubbed his chin. Actually, back in my day we were killing each other for such books. So yeah. But still, it's very disappointing seeing you both like this. Both the librarian and I knew the old goat was trying to get a rise out of us, so we didn't respond in any way. While some might hate to admit it, the old janitor had a way with words. No matter what, he would always drag us to his level, and there he had the advantage. The ritual part of an array is the hardest step to skip, but usually the one that is most convenient to cut off. While some can handle doing the hand seals and chants during the midst of a fight, the ritual is next to impossible. But there are some ways to circumvent this and improvise on the spot, the librarian explained while drawing a circle on a blank piece of paper and noting down 4 points. For example, the bind array you're so fond of requires 4 points in the array, forming a cross with the target in the middle. Yes, the 4 points being candles, I said. Well, you will understand more if there comes a time when you can sense chi. But what if, let's say you are fighting inside the building? You do a chant and don't have candles around. While the candles serve as points and are easier to use in the array. The array only needs the 4 points, and the opponent being at the point where the 4 points form a cross, he smiled. So if you were fighting inside the building, you could use the pillars as points. He then pointed at the library around us, but contrary to what he said, there were no visible pillars. I looked at him for an explanation, but he only cracked a small smile. It was unusual for him to do that since it was working hours, with a couple of disciples still around. That's enough for today, he said, closing the book to his side and handing it to me. It was the same book he had sold me, and we often used it as a reference. Try to think of ways you would use the bind array in the right conditions. Perhaps try to guess what you can't see. Those 4 points to erect the array could be anything. Well, the 4 points couldn't be air. The 4 points had to be tangible and theoretically destroyable for the bind array to work. It felt like I was back in high school studying chemistry, but now I actually liked it. I grabbed the book and walked toward the old janitor, and he took it off my hands. The librarian in the distance frowned, but there was little he could do about it. Technically, he only had jurisdiction on the first floor. Also, he didn't actually want to stop me. Holding the array book on my person would be dangerous. But if the old guy took it to the second floor and kept it where he apparently kept his secret tea stash, then nobody would find it. I had no idea if the secret tea stash was something that existed. But I trusted the old guy not to screw me over and protect the thing he had helped me get. How legal was this? Probably not very much. Whatever the situation was, the librarian had turned a blind eye to this and wouldn't pay too much attention to it. The old man had already done his job and spoken his ear off about favoritism. Thankfully, the librarian was used to these things and hadn't even blinked. After taking the book to the second floor, the old janitor returned with a hot teacup and looked at me with a bewildered look. What, you're still here by now, shouldn't you be out there, indulging in debauchery? I frowned. What do you think I do when I leave the library, old man? Probably read the books you borrowed for the day, or something else as lame as that, he said. Okay, that was a surprisingly good guess. Nope, I train. While I was actually joking, the old man muttered under his breath, and he knew damn well I could hear him when he did that. This kid really has no friends or anything going on for him. What a loser. The young generation these days are really pitiful. This old goat. Actually, for today, I'm going to stay in the library and rest for a bit, I said. Since progress had been a bit slow with training, I had to push my body beyond what I could recover in a day's rest. Every so often, I had to take some break days, which was a perfect time to study arrays. These days, I was able to be a bit more stress-free, especially since the murders around the outer sect had been dying down after that whole Spirit Stones fiasco. Things should soon settle down somewhat. There was even some news of the inner sect getting involved due to how many people who used to be prisoners went missing. Amongst the missing people were likely even some innocent guys who only aroused somebody's suspicion. Someone would have to take responsibility for those deaths. Some of the deaths had to have been disciples from clans. The paranoid core elder who started this mess would have to do a lot of apologizing and bowing to absolve all this. It had all started with him being paranoid. Though the sect leader had likely been worried about spies too, otherwise he would not have approved such a thing. Perhaps the paranoid elder was being used as a scapegoat. Well, at least that was how it could have gone. It wasn't like I had much interest in what was happening in this whole mess. As time passed and evening came about, the disciples left, leaving only the librarian, the old guy, and me lingering about. This was another one of those days where I would not sleep in my dorm room. But just then, someone came in. The guy had on a blue uniform, unlike the other disciples who usually hung around these parts, indicating he was an inner disciple. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Didn't the inner disciples have their own library? I doubted this library had anything that an inner disciple would be interested in at this time of the night. So now the question was, what was this guy doing here? He had long dark hair that went just below his shoulders. But his face adorned a scowl, and his eyes wandered around like an angry alcoholic stepfather looking to take out their anger on something. Then his gaze landed on me, and the rage behind his eyes ignited. He approached me with a heavy stomp on each step, and the closer he got, the tenser the atmosphere. Are you Liu Feng? Yes, I answered. How dare you? He scowled. What did I do this time? Whatever it was, it felt like another headache. You dare make this young master wait for you. I waited for 2 days in front of your building and made a fool of myself. Mere outer disciple trash, like you dare to humiliate someone like me. He yelled and was almost within arm's reach. But despite how he got closer, I was more surprised by something else than him looking ready to my face in. People like this existed. He even spoke about himself in the third person. Was this the so-called young master? I had never encountered someone like this yet, and even the inner disciples I had met until now were nothing less than polite. So it was only a matter of time until I met someone like this. But still, holy shit. It felt like I was looking at those Karen YouTube videos. These people couldn't be real. Despite his threatening manner, I didn't move from my place even as he approached. Once he was close enough, he threw a punch at my face without a second thought. Just from the wind shifting around the attack, I could tell it would probably knock out all the teeth in my mouth. As expected of an inner disciple and someone at the chi gathering stage. Even without using chi, he was probably many times stronger than me. A couple of inches before his fist made contact with my face, it halted into place and lost all momentum. Yeah, as expected. There is no fighting allowed in the library. The librarian confronted him, his grip steel-like on the inner disciple's arm. Explain yourself. Do you know who I am? The disciple frowned. No, the librarian answered without hesitation as his eyes slowly turned colder. Even if I did, no important inner disciple would wander about the outer sect or be sent here to do chores. I'm Elder Wrong's grandson. The wannabe young master snorted in distaste. Unlike you, he is an inner elder. Elder Wrong, the librarian's face remained impassive. He has many grandsons. You must be one of his unimportant ones if he was willing to send you here. No fights allowed in here, young guns. The old janitor finally appeared. Whatever conflicts you have, take it outside. The inner disciple grit his teeth, huffed, and tried to pull his arm away from the librarian's grip. But the librarian used his other hand and took off his glasses, tightened the grip on the inner disciple's arms, and warned him. Just in case you forget. If you come here with the same attitude again, I will appropriately deal with you. He let the inner disciple go, and the inner disciple rubbed his arm without making much noise. He got ready to walk out. However, the librarian interrupted him. You think you can leave my library without telling me why you're here? The inner disciple didn't even turn to face him and hurriedly muttered, every prisoner now has a guard from the inner sect, both in case they're attacked or are actually spies. But it was impossible to find Liu Feng. After that, he hurriedly walked off. The librarian's gaze sharpened, and he had murder in his eyes. There was a tense feeling in the air radiating from the usually calm librarian, a tension I couldn't simply put into words. So this was what he was like when he was actually angry scary. You sure you should have done that, I asked. It was already late, and the librarian could have kicked me out of the library and left me with the inner disciple. There was no need for him to make enemies. This elder Rong could cause problems for you. Rong is an old man with one foot already in the grave, the janitor answered this time. First of all, I don't care who he is. If someone causes trouble in my library, they will be dealt with, the librarian put on his glasses, which softened his looks and made him return to the harmless-looking but strict librarian. True. Back in the day, he was someone who barely qualified to become an inner elder. He spent his new wealth and the long life offered when someone reaches the foundation establishment to enjoy sinful activities. He has more children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren than he can count. Nowadays, someone like him just regrets what he wasted his youth on and tries to increase his cultivation, the old janitor chuckled. I bet if his grandson tried to come to him with a complaint, the kid would end up with a head for wasting his time. He is the kind of man who just realized no prostitutes or excessive drinking mattered now that he is about to die. There were all kinds of cultivators out there, even ones who wasted their extra years offered by being at a higher rank. The more I looked at these cultivators, the less they seemed like wise figures beyond their years. They were not monsters, nor were they creatures beyond understanding. They were just humans who lived much longer than they were supposed to, and some changed very little as they grew older. Oh look, he is waiting outside, the old janitor pointed out while glancing over the door. I followed his gaze, and the inner disciple was in the distance, in front of the stairs going down. He had his arms crossed and stared at the entrance of the library like a damn hawk. How long is he going to wait there, I asked, and turned toward the librarian. Unless he is doing something like preparing to attack the library, I can do little against him, the librarian said as he cleaned the lenses of his glasses again. The old man stared at the librarian and shook his head. You have one of the weirdest and confusing moral codes of conduct ever. One moment you are willing to let things be or look the other way, and in the next, you become a damn tyrant. I somewhat agreed with that assessment, but now was not the best time to discuss this. Because there was a chi-gathering disciple outside just waiting to teach me a lesson. He probably would not kill me. After all, he was technically here to make sure I didn't die. But at the same time, he looked like the kind of guy who would beat the shit out of me to let go of his aggression. Yep, this is a battle you can't escape, the old man chuckled. He turned toward me with an odd look in his eyes. I know you enough to understand what you want in this situation, brat. But I also know you are smart enough to understand that this is not something you can run from. He walked closer to me with his cane rhythmically clicking against the ground, and he continued speaking. This is someone stronger than you, who wants to beat the shit out of you. Why for fun? Because he just can. There is no logical plan here, and no way you can reason with him. Yeah, I already saw that. However, while the situation might seem like there were few reasonable choices to make, it wasn't like I could just charge out there without a plan. You want to live a quiet life, learn techniques, and train without the outside world bothering you. But the world doesn't work like that. There will be people who can uproot and destroy your life just because they feel like it. The old man's gaze intensified. I hope you weren't stupid enough to think you could live the rest of your life quietly while becoming a cultivator. Because that would make you more foolish than a fool. I stared him back in the eyes and didn't look away as a small smile made its way onto my face. I know all that already, old man. Now can you stop yapping so I can think a bit? Ever since I had come here, there was always a thought at the back of my mind that I would meet someone unreasonable. But just like those videos on YouTube where people acted crazy, meeting such people was quite rare. People usually restrain their basic desires, thoughts, or instincts of lashing out. Even if, for one moment, someone felt like wanting to kill someone, they would usually not do so. Now flip that on its head. What if someone were strong enough to do whatever you wanted? They were Urful, and there were no restraints on their behavior. The laws that were stopping the average crazy guy from acting out were gone in an instant. It was only a matter of time before I would meet a young master like this. Ironically, it was someone supposed to protect me. Shan Shah was right. If I wanted peace, I would have to fight for it. Not only this once, but for the rest of my life. How troublesome, I muttered under my breath. That's how life always is, brat, the old man smiled. Why did I get the feeling he was enjoying this way too much? Fighting with superpowers sounded amazing on paper and something I could enjoy. But whenever I thought of that, my mind wandered toward the moment when I killed that young man. It was gruesome. I could recall that feeling like it was yesterday. What would be the chances I would get into a lot of trouble if I killed him? I asked the librarian. At least I needed to know what I was getting into. If I was fighting someone this arrogant, it would be stupid to hold back. He looked like the kind of guy who would kill me and act like it was an accident. No, he was more likely to proudly claim something like this. That would be a troublesome situation, the librarian stated. Though the chances of that happening are slim to none, the old man chuckled. Who do you think you are, young man? This is no minor stage difference of a star or two. This is a whole other stage, where the cultivator's understanding of chi itself develops. So it is arrogant of you to even think you can win. I just like to be prepared, and I know my chances, I reassured the old man, but he still looked unhappy for some reason. Whatever. You can't stay holed up in the library and let your opponent come up with plans on how to deal with you. The old man snorted and pointed at the guy outside. Even someone as dumb as he looks can come up with a plan given enough time. Probably will need a lot of time for this one. But that works in your favor. He was right. No matter how I looked at it, there was no other way. What do you think would stop him from coming back? I asked the old man. Just make sure to show him that you are not easy pickings, and no matter what happens he will only end up in a world of pain, the old man reassured me. Just go out there and show the world what you're made of. Stop dawdling already. I had many more questions, but there was no more time to think. Now was the time for action. Putting Speedy on the counter, I walked out. Take care of the little guy for me. Zinma stared at the back of the young man walking out and turned toward the goat-like old man, Shan Shah. What are you planning? Why send the kid to a battle he can't win and make it sound like he has a chance? Zinma came out with it and said it as soon as Liu Feng was out of earshot. Some lessons are better learned on broken bones than a missing head, the old man huffed. Clearly, the inner sect is in some turmoil of some kind, and this rule to keep an eye on the ex-prisoners was just a political move meant for the children of the elders who went outside. But they had to extend the policy to everyone to save face. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Shan Shah used his pinky to pick his nose and looked nonchalant. Liu Feng meeting someone like this was just pure bad luck. Although maybe the elders tried to send their own people to keep an eye on the ex-prisoners, he was bound to end up with someone who grew up with a silver spoon and always saw the outer disciples as trash. So maybe it was more common than one might think for something like this to happen. Zinma didn't respond to such a lengthy explanation, which to him sounded more like an excuse. It was clear as day that the old man wanted to help Liu Feng, but he didn't exactly have all the time in the world to do that. While Zinma would have stayed by the sidelines and observed the situation, Shan Shah didn't have the luxury. Who knew how much time he had left to teach the kid about life? I think you're just pushing him needlessly, Zinma said. What do you know about raising someone? Even though the young brat acts all cordial and nonchalant, even a blind man can tell Liu Feng doesn't have the stomach for certain things. He doesn't like fighting. There's no need for a lengthy explanation that somehow turns into an excuse. Zinma intervened before Shan Shah could go into another one of his rants. Whatever had happened to Shan Shah in the past, maybe in his younger years, it was affecting him now. Only the notion that Zinma could read the old goat so easily was a testament to how much this had affected Shan Shah despite how little he tried to show it. I'm just trying to prepare the kid for the world out there, Shan Shah said, but it sounded more like he was trying to convince himself than anyone else. Kids die too easily. He should fight here where we can keep an eye on him than out there. He almost died last time. Last time did he mean for the battle he had outside Zin, Ma had read the files reported to him and had asked around a bit. But everything was a bit convoluted when it came to those reports. It seemed like Shan Shah was letting his emotions get the better of him. Maybe it was for the best this way. Zin Ma would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the fight. Liu Feng had come quite a long way in arrays and barriers. However, it was hard to tell whether the kid had a talent for arrays or it was just his pure stubborn passion. But he was doing better than average, which could give him an edge in this fight. With each step I took outside, it felt like my feet grew heavier. The inner disciple had a furious look in his eyes and looked like he was ready to rip me apart. But his gaze kept wandering behind me, where the librarian and the old guy likely were. It seemed like the memory with the librarian was still a bit too fresh for him to act recklessly. But as my steps grew heavier the closer I got, my mind also grew lighter at the same time. Thoughts were moving faster. Not everything was so clogged with what I should study next, array, exercise plan, worries about what would happen after all this, etc. Maybe there was some choice out there I hadn't seen. Perhaps I could have called some officials or something. No, who was I kidding? This was a cultivation and martial arts sect. Fighting between two students wasn't forbidden. I had little to no chance of beating him, and almost every part of me was terrified. Even though all I had to show him was that I was no easy pickings. My heart thrummed in my ears, and a very small part of myself was curious about this fight. I wanted to test how well my strength would hold up against someone stronger than me. Would my techniques work at all? How much progress had I made? Despite getting closer, the inner disciple's rage grew and veins crawled on his forehead like worms, but he still didn't attack. Many things were brewing in the background that I was not aware of. So to me, this guy was like someone who came out of nowhere. I held no hate for the young man, so I asked one last time, is there any way we can solve this peacefully? The man's features softened, and for a split second I had some hope before he said, kowtow to me 100 times and take 10 slaps from me until your cheeks swell up like a bunny. Oh, I was getting the protagonist treatment, but without any of the benefits. There was no doubt in my mind that even if I were to follow his commands, he wouldn't stop humiliating me. Probably push me around in public too. How annoying everything nowadays has become so troublesome, I muttered under my breath. Of course, I was overreacting a bit with everything being wrong, as weeks had passed with nothing happening. Without much to say, the wind around the man shifted, and he threw a slap my way. I leaned back and dodged the lackluster attack. Oh, you dare dodge this young master's move. He looked annoyed. Man, this guy was so annoying. Even hearing him talk was like listening to a ink chalkboard. Without warning, I lashed out and met my fist on his chin. It was a picture-perfect hit where it would cause someone's brain to rattle in their skull and knock them out. The inner disciple's head leaned to the side, and a smile made its way onto his face as he turned back to face me. Is that it? There was not even an injury on him. From what I understood of this situation, this guy was supposed to come and keep an eye on me. But when I had not returned to the dorms for days, he had asked people around for me. He finally found me and was angry due to wasting time on someone he considered below him. These people and their egos. I could see where they were coming from. But this was not the kind of place where I would put up with such things. He cocked back his fist and looked ready to throw a punch at me, and the air around him shifted. Despite not having much experience in whatever technique he was planning to use, I understood how the air shifted around a fist and the technique that might come out. Those countless hours practicing piercing Fang Fist were not for nothing. We could have been friends if you weren't so violent. Would an apology be enough? I really feel bad for wasting your time, I said, and a smile came to my face. Though there were no mocking intentions in my words. Times like these reminded me of certain habits this body had that I had also inherited. Do you think this is a joke? The man cursed under his breath and threw his punch. Even if you lick the bottom of my shoes, there is no way you're getting out of this without a beating. Well, then I can't say that I didn't try using Toknajutsu on you. I used rushing bull steps and leaped to the side as he swung his fist where I stood before. You dare dodge my fist. For a split second, I was high in the air and got a good view of the sect with the full moon shining behind me. Then next came the weightlessness, and I started falling. I hated the fight that was coming, especially when I knew the chances of me winning were slim to none. But at the same time, I loved it. This was just another experiment with my techniques, and I was the emotionless scientist through it all. There was a behind me, and my heart leaped. But I did not turn around, since even a millisecond of wasted time like that could be devastating. The noise of ing trays grew closer. Then it was followed by sounds of someone yelling, and this time even nearer. The difference in pure speed was too big to cover with a head start. I wasn't running around aimlessly. But maybe it would be better to stop for a bit and buy some time by injuring him or something. It would be pretty bad if the guy somehow sneaked up on me and landed an attack on my back, knocking me out instantly. There was still some time until I reached my training ground. Many rituals were already set up during my training time there. I planned to use arrays against him, since with only pure martial arts, it would be difficult to close the gap. I had no earth-grade techniques, nor artifacts to make up for that kind of difference in Soon enough, I heard some rustling behind me. Without hesitation, I turned around and stopped in my tracks. Within an instant, a shadowy figure was upon me. I raised my arms to block something swift heading straight toward my face. It was dark, and the big trees covered the moon and didn't make it easier to see anything. Even with the enhanced sight of a cultivator, it wasn't like I had night vision. Something landed on my chest. I went flying and ed against a couple of trees. My back ached, but it wasn't the kind of pain where I would be worried something broke. Breaking something didn't feel like a dull ache and could best be described as a sharp pain. I had experience with that when fighting against the girl with the brass knuckles. But I didn't have much time to think about the pain as the man pounced on me again. This time he used a technique as the air around him shifted. I raised my arms again. His fist blurred and moved past my guard like a snake. He struck me on the cheek, and it felt like my head was about to pop out of my shoulders. I went flying and ed into a tree head first. What? Pain filled my senses. My vision went completely black for a second, and it was hard to form coherent thoughts. When I came to my senses and looked around, catching sight of my opponent getting closer. I hadn't completely gone unconscious, and that was only a split-second blackout. Yet as I looked at his hands, his arms twitched and moved in a weird rhythm. Despite how strong cultivators were, they still had human-like anatomy. Someone's arms couldn't move like it was a boneless worm unless they used a technique. Before I got hit, I could have sworn there was an afterimage of a snake pouncing on me. So the technique had to be something like imitating a snake. There was no use blocking something like that. It was a good technique since it made defending against him useless. The worst part was that I couldn't handle getting hit by him, while my attacks seemed to do little damage if any at all. I can see them, I stated, brushing off my clothes of any debris. I moved around to see if there were any splinters in my flesh. While I still kept my eyes on the opponent, I hoped adrenaline wasn't going to fuck me here and make me ignore the pain. Because if I were more injured than it seemed, it was a very dangerous spot to be in. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. What are you talking about? He halted, looking bewildered. Your punches, I can see them, I answered, brushing my tongue along my teeth, making sure none were loose. Since there is a large realm between us, I thought even seeing you move would be impossible. The difference between us is less than I imagined. This felt like fighting a Dark Souls boss for the first time and expecting to win. Not necessarily impossible, but extremely unlikely. The worst part was I doubted this was all he could do. Chi gathering disciples were known for their ability to use chi. The book said sending chi made them a whole other world from body-tempering disciples. Rapid punches came toward my face. I crouched to a ridiculous degree, and my face was almost to the same level as the inner disciple's knees. For some reason, I was reminded of the boxing advice from Mike Tyson. Despite his shorter height and reach, he could dominate people bigger than him. Because people were usually trained to punch at their eye level and not below. Even if a punch landed on me when I was in this position, it would be much weaker due to being thrown from such an awkward position. There was also the chance that he could try and kick me in the face. In that case, I would have to try my best and cripple his leg no matter what. Even if I had to give up and risk one of my arms being broken. With a crippled leg, even if he was in a higher realm than me, he would have a hard time keeping up. But despite my expectations, no hits came, and I used my piercing fang fist to hit him in the liver. Which was supposed to be a weak point, but despite the critical attack, the young master only skidded back, left a track on the grass, and grunted. He stared at me with bloodshot eyes and looked ready to kill me. Barely any sign of injuries. That was the reward I got for putting my all into an attack. Trash like you. Daring to touch me. I zoned him out and no longer bothered paying attention to his words. He continued yapping a bit longer, and I used this time to look for any signs of him charging at me. When he finally showed signs, he didn't even bother hiding them, and his charge was almost telegraphed. There was no scheme or hidden strategy there. Was he looking to overpower me with raw strength? His moves were too telegraphed. If he kept moving like this, then his superior speed and strength were less advantageous to him. His snake-like arms again shook, and his nails glowed green as his hands were like whips aiming for my face. I didn't bother dodging this time and went on the attack instead. The wind eddied around my fist, and he looked uninterested. Taking this same attack twice had left him unimpressed, and he thought he could take it. Instead of aiming for the face, ribs, throat, or liver, which would be considered weak points, I aimed for his snake-like elbows, which seemed boneless. It didn't seem like this point would be a weakness. But after reading up on enough techniques, I could roughly guess some places that might be a weak spot. He winced, and his arms no longer swished about uselessly as he stepped back and frowned. There were bruises on his forearms. Your technique is good and makes defending useless. It allows you to change the direction of your attacks without any problems, I said. But it has a weakness. Doesn't it? To move like that, you have to turn your arms soft. Those same arms that. Why was I explaining what I was doing like a two-bit villain? Because I wanted to buy some time and show him I was not an easy target. Also, his technique was flawed. It was deadly at first sight, but even techniques like turtle shell body would be useless on his hands, as there was little he could do about softening those arms. His technique required him to create a weakness in his arms. His frown deepened, and my reasoning seemed to have had no effect. He kept attacking as both of his hands turned into whips. Let's see if you can hit this then. His arms swished around with cracking sounds, breaking the sound barrier. One of his fists landed on the tree next to him, and it looked like someone had used a baseball bat to shred the middle of said tree. In this case, speed equaled in its own way. Despite the move seemingly not making his attacks stronger, it seemed like the young man had some handle on his technique and had circumvented that weakness. No doubt his grandpa taught him something like this when he was young. This guy didn't seem like the kind who would figure out things like this on his own. Or maybe he was the best way to do this was to test each other's mastery of our techniques. He rushed me with a smug smile and said some words I bothered not listening to. It was probably something rude. But such things no longer mattered and never even entered my mind. I was in my own world, and the only thing in front of me were those whip-like arms. The way he moved those upper limbs was more than just joint dislocation. This move was at the level of my turtle shell body technique. Average mortal grade techniques never caused such drastic changes in the limbs. The way he approached me was rigid despite how fast he moved. In the middle of the whip-like arms, I threw a punch, and immediately gashes formed around my arms. I kept my gaze on him, and my piercing fang fist landed on his throat. His eyes widened in shock, and for the first time since our fight started, he seemed to take damage as blood rolled down his mouth. He fell to his knees, clawing at his own throat, while looking around, confused. Perhaps he could no longer breathe. That was bad timing for him. But since he was my opponent, I was definitely kicking him while he was down. I threw another punch. This one even slightly aided with rushing bull step. Yet there was a sudden failing in the air. What was this strange sensation on my skin? The closest thing I could describe it to was like the heat coming off a metal stove. I could not see it, but there was something there. Dangerous. Despite having the perfect chance to give this bastard another beating, I listened to my instinct. Or more correctly, I was forced to listen to them, as my body moved on its own before I could even think things through, and I jumped back. Even 10 feet away from the coughing man, the hairs at the end of my neck stood up, and my heart started beating louder. What was this strange feeling? There was something in front of me I wasn't seeing. As the inner disciple stopped coughing, he stood up and stared at me with another emotion different from anger. He looked bewildered as he addressed me. How did you dodge that? Excuse me, dodge what? As if reading the look on my face, he frowned. No, you can't see it, just like every other body-tempering disciple. But what made you dodge there? How can you sense chi? Don't tell me. After each significant stage of cultivation, the cultivator's understanding of cultivation and the world itself changed. This explains the vast differences in among individuals at different stages, as elucidated in many books I have read. The transition between body tempering and chi gathering constitutes a considerable bottleneck. The inner sect places great importance on raw talent because, without it, the likelihood of naturally reaching the chi gathering stage is slim to none. Some regard the chi gathering realm as the stage when one truly becomes a cultivator, as it alters their perception of the world. Most people cannot perceive chi unless it condenses into a dense form. This is why legends speak of cultivators reshaping landscapes with a swipe of their hand. They used chi which was invisible to ordinary mortals. Chi becomes visible to normal people only when concentrated. It wasn't until someone mentioned it that I realized I had been instinctively sensing chi. Was I perhaps super talented? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I dismissed it. If there were such a significant change in talent, it would have been noticeable. The only plausible explanation is that due to coming from a world where chi didn't exist, I might be more sensitive to it than those born and raised here, constantly immersed in chi. Regardless, this revelation was irrelevant at the moment. I was engaged in a fight, and that demanded my full attention. Seizing the opportunity while my opponent was surprised, I charged at him, employing rushing bull step and piercing fang fists simultaneously. As I closed the distance, unleashing the devastating of my attack, his eyes widened in shock, barely managed to defend himself as I struck. Unlike previous encounters, I executed my techniques flawlessly in full combination. He staggered backward, through a multitude of trees before halting. Though he lowered his arms, there were no visible injuries. How unpleasant, the inner disciple muttered, strangely calm. Despite being an outer disciple, you remind me of those elites. No wonder something about you made me uneasy. You're just like those despicable core disciples, always looking down on us, treating us as mere toys. I understand them, they possess the to do so, being among the most talented in our sect. But what about you? What gives you the right to look down on me? For once, his young master's demeanor shifted, revealing glimpses of vulnerability. Just like bandits, individuals don't become arrogant overnight, circumstances shape them. Unfortunately for him, unlike with the bandits, I couldn't afford to show mercy. Only the strong could afford such luxury. Compared to an inner disciple, ensuring my survival was paramount, and mercy was a luxury I couldn't afford. His arms trembled once more, moving like snake-like whips. Whatever technique he was using, it was undoubtedly a good one, and much more versatile than my piercing fang fist, which was essentially just a superpowered normal punch. However, now that I had seen the technique in use multiple times, I was getting used to it. It was kind of like Xianxia novels themselves. If you read one, you had essentially read them all. As he charged at me, I couldn't help but think that his technique wasn't meant to be used like this. The way he used it showed no versatility, and only used to get behind someone's guard and land their attacks. What a boring way to use such a technique. At least he could have gone for lethality and held some daggers while using it. Perhaps the technique made his grip weak, but he should still try something like spiked gloves. This time I didn't bother blocking his attacks, or even moving out of the way. Instead, it became an exchange of blows as he aimed for my throat, likely to repay my previous attack on him. On the other hand, I aimed for his arms. As they got closer to me, a marriage of piercing fang fists hit his arms, and there was a blur of motion in front of me as this happened. Some of his attacks passed through and hit my forearm and the left side of my neck. But in the end, he winced and ended up backing away. The long sleeves on his arms were ripped to shreds and showed the dark and purple slips running from his wrist to his elbow. He looked surprised at this. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Couldn't he see why he lost that exchange? He was faster, stronger, and much more durable than me. Even his techniques were better than mine. However, even when it came to mastery over our techniques, the difference was like night and day. While he had only learned how to use his technique, I had mastered mine. Is this a bad dream? How could I be losing to some trash? He asked out loud. Don't tell me this was enough to break him. The dude talked a big game, and now with one little setback, he was going to start crying. But whatever notions I had about him before, there was that chilling feeling in the air that put me on guard again, and I quickly jumped back. But it was already too late as the man was already in front of me, his fist cocked backward, and it turned into a blur as it rammed into my side. This wasn't a normal hit, and I felt the wind knock out of me and something loud ped within my side, and I went flying away like a ragdoll. After through one tree, I righted myself and stood on my feet immediately, even though the pain to my side made me wince. No doubt this one attack had broken my ribs. The inner disciple walked toward me, and with the broken trees around us, his figure became visible in the moonlight. Unlike the broken look from before, he had a smile now. You see this. Trash, this is the difference between someone who can use chi and someone who can't. Even if you can feel when I am using it, there is nothing you can do. I imagined the gap would be wider if I faced a more competent opponent. Little doubt lingered in my mind that this guy reached his current level through pills, rarely breaking a sweat in training. Life or death battles probably never crossed his mind. Even with broken ribs threatening my lungs, I felt strangely devoid of tension. His attacks lacked the intent to kill. Arrogance was his only driving force. Despite mastering my techniques, chi seemed to be the decisive factor. Closing the gap in raw strength seemed impossible without resorting to underhanded means. Observing the arrogant young master, I searched for weaknesses. He breathed heavily. Was he truly tired or feigning exhaustion? If my theory held, his stamina might be lacking due to arrogance. Yet I couldn't shake the paranoia that he might be playing dumb. I had no room for error. How could someone be so foolish? What life led to such baseless arrogance? His cultivation lacked foundation, evident in his struggle against someone a stage lower. Physically, he outmatched me at least twice over. The gap between chi gathering and body tempering extended beyond chi alone. I had to cast aside the doubts and focus on testing my theories. Crouching down, I prepared for rushing bull step, noticing the inner disciple's guarded stance. Despite the rib injury, could I outlast him? His stamina seemed lacking, contrasting with my rigorous training regimen. When not attacking, I taunted, mustering a smile. His reaction sparked a shimmering aura, setting my senses on edge. Despite his tough fod, a bead of sweat betrayed his composure. Certainly, even he didn't possess an endless reserve of chi, especially since he appeared to be in the early stages of chi gathering. Though I lacked experience in gauging the strength of a chi gathering cultivator, if he surpassed one stat chi gathering, this encounter was embarrassing for him. You trash. He charged at me, repeating the same words like a broken record. Though I couldn't directly sense his chi, he likely enveloped himself in it, creating a shimmering effect akin to invisible steam. With him utilizing chi, the chances of me reaching the ritual place in the training grounds plummeted. I needed to improvise. The only way to gain an advantage against someone like him was by trapping him in an array. Fighting a chi user meant using chi myself, and the only chance I had was through arrays that utilized the chi in our surroundings. I hadn't mastered array techniques like the librarian, who could execute basic arrays to trap opponents. His last advice, vague as it was, urged me to observe my surroundings. The bind array required 4 key points, usually represented by candles, 4 key points. Surveying our surroundings, I noticed we were encircled by trees. 4 points. How hadn't I seen it before? In a moment of realization, in my eyes, each tree became a pillar of life akin to kindling flames. I no longer needed to reach the training grounds. The forest became my domain. Pointing 2 fingers at the inner disciple, I drew him closer. With all my might, I executed the rushing bull step, leaping backward for distance and a better view. 4 trees formed a cross, with the arrogant young master at the center. This is mostly improvisation from now on. Even I'm not sure how this will go, so go easy on me here, I warned jokingly, taking a deep breath before chanting. Climb the mountain, grab the sky, chain rocks. Bind. As I landed, the inner disciple stared wide-eyed, his body twitching uncontrollably as he attempted to move. He was now trapped by the binding array. For the first time since the fight began, I had the advantage. For a split second, I contemplated leaving this guy here and running away. However, it wasn't certain how long this bind array was going to hold him down. The guy could barely move due to the bind array he was under. But because it was hastily formed, there was no way to tell how long he would stay under its effects. So without much thought, I used rushing bull step and piercing fang fists simultaneously. In an instant, I was in front of the guy, and his eyes widened. I used the rushing bull step again and kicked off the ground. This increased my speed once more to impossible levels, where I could no longer see where I was going. However, my target was so close that I could no longer miss the target. For a second, my mind wandered toward whether I should have aimed for his legs instead, crippling him and giving me a chance to run away. But such a move would have been a gamble. He could have found the willpower within himself to move his foot away. My fist landed straight on his liver, below his rib cage, and I felt his squishy organs through the skin, despite my punch not piercing him. His bloodshot eyes stared at me, full of shock, and this time there was even a trace of fear as his body was flung away like a rag doll. He bounced off the ground a couple of times before ing against a tree, causing the leaves to fall as he lay there motionless. I looked at my hand and frowned. I for sure thought that would pierce through. This wasn't something one would brag about, but I had experience punching someone in the chest where there were more bones. It was my first kill and not something I would ever forget. Even now, it felt like I had pieces of flesh and organs stuck under my nails because of that guy. What was more worrying was how the guy was still breathing. Sure, I was somewhat glad he was alive, as killing someone like that sounded like something that would only bring trouble. I might not have wanted to kill the youngster, but every punch I had thrown was done with the intent to deliver the most damage and kill. It was a testament to how I couldn't afford to be merciful here. The chilling feeling in the air increased, even though it wasn't that cold. I kicked at the ground, creating a cloud of dust as I jumped back. While I couldn't see Chi, I could see everything else around it. As the dust shifted about, it resembled two intertwined snakes shooting toward me. Though the attack was coming toward me, it moved as if it didn't know where it was going, likely because of the dust screen where the inner disciple couldn't see where I was or where I was going and only judged by the rough position I had been in where to throw the attack. Maintaining such a technique no doubt took a lot of concentration, and by where the coiling of the dust snakes began, I could judge the rough position of the origin of the technique. I leaped into the dust cloud and closed my eyes. Then I stomped on the ground hard enough to create a sound, and immediately the dust in front of me shifted away, and I opened my eyes. Though I could not see the Chi, being able to see everything else around it was almost the same as being able to see it. Tendrils of dust shifted around and made to grab toward me. The whole front was covered in a wide net of Chi from what it seemed. It appeared that the inner disciple wasn't as naive as I had thought them to be. He had already realized that my technique could theoretically only move in a straight line and had formed a net of Chi. That was a good move, much better than one would expect from someone like him. Maybe he did have some fighting experience after all. But he was a bit careless as I rushed to the source of this attack, and there I found him, breathing heavily and blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. I didn't know much about medical matters, but when someone had a body shot and started bleeding out of the mouth, there was clearly some internal damage. He also had a look in his eyes that made it clear he wouldn't be going for non-lethal shots anymore. Well, time to use this in a real battle. I kicked off the ground, and it wasn't a stomp, but more like I was kicking myself forward. It was the usual execution of the rushing bull steps, and then I brought my knees high to my chest like a human cannonball. Then I used my right leg to kick out and immediately changed directions toward the left. Wincing as the pain spread through my leg, changing directions so abruptly was quite painful. This was me putting my own spin on this technique, so to speak. I clenched my teeth and kicked off with the right leg, changing directions once again. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Right, left. Continuously until it formed a zigzag pattern and slipped past the Chi wall, net, or whatever he had there. He looked at me, his eyes widening, but despite him being more than twice my speed usually, there was no time to react. By the time his pupils dilated and his mind seemed to catch up with what was happening, my fist was an inch away from his stomach. But suddenly the sound of ping rang out. My fist was an inch away from hitting him, but it could not move even an eighth of an inch more. It was like I was frozen in place. "You have pushed me far, trashy outer disciple," he snorted. "This will be a shame that I will carry for the rest of my life, and even 1,000 deaths from you wouldn't be able to wash this away." I tried to throw another punch at his face. However, the same happened, and my fist couldn't make contact. However, this time the distance grew thinner on both sides. Had he been concentrating the Chi to his stomach to be able to block my first attack, then he spread it toward his face, lowering the defenses on his stomach. But not like it mattered. Without significant momentum, I couldn't even scratch him. "You see, now this is the difference between a body tempering and a true Chi-gathering cultivator," he said. As he said that, he coughed a bit, and some blood came out of his lips. But he still straightened his back and tried to maintain an upright demeanor. He had grown serious, and there was no longer a chance I was winning this. I immediately disengaged and shifted my body midair. He saw both of my legs coming for his stomach, but he only chuckled. "Do you think 2 legs would be better than 1? I kicked off his chest, using it as a springboard, and shot away. Staying around any longer was just asking for a beating. How shameful, running away from a fight, the guy appeared next to me, his footwork leaving behind a trail that resembled the letter S. He threw a kick midair, and I raised my arm to block as I couldn't dodge out of the way. Immediately my arm shook, and I could have sworn something broke. But as I blasted away, I could only sigh in relief when realizing that my arm was likely only fractured. That last kick didn't seem like he had used any technique, just raw and probably a bunch of chi. So this was the difference between someone using chi and someone who wasn't. As expected, it was a vast difference. If I hadn't learned the turtle shell body technique, both my arm and head would be gone with that one kick. His kick threw me quite far away, and the darkness helped me hide. But I also realized that escaping from him when he was using chi was no longer an option. It sounded more likely that I would die first before he ran out of chi. I racked my brains to try to figure out another way. How could I get away from someone who could match me in speed? A certain memory popped into my head. One where the old janitor told me how stealth and scouting techniques were quite rare, since the sect didn't want disciples to kill each other. Now the question of the day was, how rare were they really? This guy chasing me was the grandson of an inner elder and an inner disciple himself. Did the same rules apply in the inner sect? Common sense dictated that they did. Techniques like this would be dangerous even when given to inner sect disciples. After all, they could kill each other too. But maybe there were some exceptions. This was such a gamble, I didn't like it at all. But I had no better choice but to take the chances. As soon as my feet touched the ground, a plan had already formed in my mind. Crouching down, I ripped grass, covered myself in it, and laid on the ground at a shadowy angle, away from the full moon. Hopefully the darkness might help hide me better. My heart beat in my chest as there were sounds of leaves crunching and branches shaking as someone got closer. The second loudest thing I heard was the heavy breathing from the inner disciple. Would he find out? I remembered the librarian mentioning that chi-gathering realm cultivators could sense chi. Everyone had dormant chi within themselves, even I probably did. Now the second question of the day was just how honed was the sixth sense of a chi-gathering cultivator. The tree above me shook, and then with a swish of wind, something moved past and went further and further away. I held my breath of relief and dared not move even an inch. Cold sweat drenched my clothes, and my pupils shook. Was that it after all that stressing about him finding me? Did he just rush past without even checking? I was worried he might notice my tracks ending here, and he would stop and search. But was he really so incompetent, or was he acting like he had gone far away, waiting for me to come out of my hiding spot and capture me then? Despite every instinct in my body telling me to run away from there, I stayed still and held my breath, taking in breaths only when needed. After a dozen minutes of a whole lot of nothing happening, I stood up and quietly rushed toward the library. Maybe he would be there too. After all, if he hadn't found me, then the next logical choice would be to wait for where I would be. I had to be prepared for another battle at the entrance of the library. I dashed through the maze of trees, fixating on the tower in the distance while the full moon illuminated my path. Upon reaching the front yard of the library tower, I halted, scanning for any potential ambushes. Finding none, the weight of the tension finally lifted off my shoulder as I stepped inside the library. The librarian and the old man were still there, whispering to each other. Despite my usual ability to eavesdrop, their words eluded my hearing. Was it the result of some sort of array? The librarian turned towards me, removing his glasses to clean the lenses. You are safe here. However, elders cannot meddle in student conflicts. Normally, the old janitor would have reminded me that the library should have closed by now. Yet he remained unusually silent, his gaze fixed on me until a smile crept onto his face. How was it? Did you have fun testing your skills against a superior opponent? What kind of guy do you think I am, old man? I retorted. My sole intention in confronting the adversary was to demonstrate the high cost of challenging me. It seemed logical that after such a display, he would reconsider his actions. Even in Xinxia settings, bullies typically back down when faced with potential danger. Yet this guy had a blend of stubborn arrogance and vindictive spirit. Of course, you're the kind of crazy guy who would risk his life to improve his techniques. The old man regarded me as if I were the anomaly. Why would I ever do reckless shit like that? I don't know. How am I supposed to fathom the mind of a training freak? He quipped. That's how he saw me. I massaged my temples, suppressing the urge to argue with the old guy. Shouldn't the sect intervene in such matters? I gestured to my bruised arm. I have the injuries to prove it. Unless someone dies, the sect views it as a mere exchange of pointers between senior and junior disciples, the librarian clarified. To put it bluntly, they prioritize logic over justice, the old janitor interjected. Consider this. Whom would they value more, a mediocre outer disciple or an inner disciple? Why jeopardize the loyalty of the latter to appease the former? Because allowing the strong to oppress the weak breeds chaos and eventual rebellion, I reasoned. It was a matter of common sense that unchecked only led to upheaval and dissent. There was a reason why monarchies were rarely a thing anymore in my previous world. As the janitor stared at me with confusion, a revelation dawned upon me, completing the puzzle. The concept of strength here wasn't merely rooted in political influence, it was tangible. If the outer disciples dared to rebel, it would take only a handful of Foundation establishment elders to quell the uprising. Similarly, any friction among Foundation establishment elders could be swiftly crushed by the sect leader or core elders. Their authority was backed by sheer might. If you were more talented, the sect might make an exception. However, if you were talented, you would have been in the inner sect or a personal disciple of an elder. But if that was the case, problems like the one you are in right now would never even come up, the old janitor explained, his tone matter-of-fact. In simpler terms, it was like an affair in the workplace between the manager and secretary, where the secretary would be fired because they would be easier to replace. So, I'm trapped either way, I remarked, surprisingly composed. My only conceivable escape route seemed to be advancing rapidly to become a chi-gathering disciple, an endeavor impossible to achieve in mere days. Not necessarily, the old janitor's smile held a hint of intrigue. Do you have any relatives in the sect? Yes, I had completely overlooked them. Do you maintain a good relationship with them? He inquired, his question implying that their status within the sect was assumed to be higher. It struck me how he didn't specify whether they belonged to the inner or outer sect, suggesting he already knew the dynamics. Despite my suspicions, I chose to trust his intentions. I'm not very close to them. They belong to the generation before mine, I admitted, inwardly chastising Liu Feng for his lack of social skills. He should have made an effort to connect with our relatives. The old man sighed. Then write a cordial letter to them. They may be inclined to help you. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Would they confront an inner disciple with ties to an elder? I questioned. It depends on whether they prioritize their honor over potential consequences, he replied. However, another obstacle loomed. How does that help with my current predicament? The old man rubbed his forehead. Kid, what do you know about inner sect politics and your clan's dynamics? Very little, I conceded. Pretending to understand matters beyond my grasp had proven disastrous in my past life. Well, let's consider this scenario. If you are mistreated here and your sect members fail to intervene, what message does that convey? The old man's expression was akin to speaking to a child. It suggests that anyone from the Liu clan is fair game without consequences. It's a bad reputation, as it encourages troublemakers. One troublemaker is manageable, but many are a problem. He could have simplified it by saying cultivators prioritized saving face above all else. While it might not align with how I would have dealt with things, I understood the essence of it. In a world where face-saving was paramount, wouldn't constant escalation be inevitable? Wouldn't it be wiser for the conflicting parties to apologize and end the dispute without further drama, sparing lives and injuries? But alas, this was a Xianxia world, a realm of murder hobos. What did I truly understand? Perhaps their approach was the most effective within their cultural context. Different worlds, different norms. Maybe they comprehended their reality better than I, a mere outsider. How will this letter reach the inner sect? I queried, as the librarian handed me a note and a thin brush. Are you bent on asking more needless questions? The old man arched a skeptical brow. Shaking off trivial queries driven by curiosity, I wrote a sincere letter. I ensured it was meticulously polite, explaining the circumstances leading to this dilemma. Is there a risk of interception? I voiced my concern. If you're worried about revealing your reward, your relatives might be the least of your concerns, the old man chuckled, gesturing towards the librarian. This man has connections to the inner sect and has agreed to deliver your missive. The bewilderment must have been evident on my face, prompting the old man's explanation. I simply presented him with an opportunity that aligned with his interests. Wasn't that persuasion with added complexity? I nodded in acquiescence, maintaining my silence as I finished the letter. The librarian deftly folded it into an origami and infused it with his breath. Suddenly, the origami's wings began to twitch, and the paper flapped its wings, soaring out of the library's door like a bullet toward the higher reaches of the mountain where the inner sect resided. I blinked and made sure I was not seeing things. But for now, I kept my mouth shut and my eyes at the entrance, waiting for a certain inner disciple to appear. Minutes passed, yet no inner disciple appeared. Finally, breaking the silence, I turned to the two older men. Can anyone explain why that just happened? If you explain why you went outside the sect, perhaps, the old man shrugged. He was clearly joking here, but I saw no reason to hide something like this. I went to buy a turtle. I muttered, the absurdity of the situation dawning on me. Had this entire sequence of events unfolded because of my quest for a turtle? Fuck me, it really had. Yeah, the old man winced for some reason. He cast uneasy glances around while the librarian shot him a glare. What was that about? The librarian sighed, removing his glasses to clean the lenses. His expression softened, a tinge of remorse in his eyes as he regarded me. You've become entangled in an unfortunate chain of affairs. He sighed, shooting another glare at the old man, who recoiled. Then, adjusting his glasses, the librarian focused on me once more. This time I will make an exception. Tomorrow I will post a job offer in the mission hall. I will need an assistant in the library. The pay will be minimal, just 1 spirit stone a year. Any applicant will discover that the position has already been filled by you. The only real perk of this job is that the assistant can spend nights in the library. Reading between the lines, I grasped his implication. However, I felt like this came out of nowhere and asked to confirm, are you offering me accommodation here for the night? This meant I could seek refuge in the library until the metaphorical storm blew over. For a moment, I questioned my hearing, as this decision displayed clear favoritism toward me. Despite occasionally turning a blind eye, the librarian was typically impartial. However, this gesture was undeniably biased. Yes, the librarian confirmed. You found yourself embroiled in unfortunate circumstances. It seems you inadvertently stumbled into some inter-sect politics. Recently, some of the elders' offspring or grandchildren were released, prompting opposing factions to call for surveillance on these individuals. Your involvement was merely collateral in their plays. In the grand scheme of things, I was merely a stray piece caught in a much larger game, likely alongside many other outer disciples. I was not even a pawn, I was completely outside the playing board. All because I wanted to buy a turtle. I began to question whether stumbling upon the turtle shell body technique was luck or sheer misfortune. Nevertheless, despite the chaos, acquiring the turtle shell body technique had been a boon, and having Speedy by my side was reassuring. Yet the gravity of the situation was such that even the old man refrained from pointing out the blatant favoritism shown by the librarian. Oddly, the librarian appeared irked with Shanshaw. Had something happened between them, they usually had an amicable relationship. The librarian turned toward me and handed me a talisman written in green ink. Here, this will help you heal from the injuries. It will last about a week, so make sure to keep it on you at all times. I stared at the talisman and flipped it around before placing it on my arm. This is inscription-level arrays, right? I didn't know you could use arrays to heal, I said. The librarian nodded. Usually, it isn't used for that. But array conjurers can be versatile. There are array conjurers who specialize in creating large-scale recovery arrays in healing halls. Wrong Zion wasn't having an easy day. He rushed through the forest as the sun rose, but found no one in sight. The outer disciple he sought had slipped through his grasp, fleeing like the coward he was. Determined to exact revenge, Wrong Zion planned to dispose of him discreetly, as he had done with many in the past. His grandfather, though indifferent to such matters, always covered up Wrong Zion's misdeeds. Yet this particular outer disciple had managed to shame him unlike any other. In truth, it hadn't been a difficult day. It had been a difficult week. Gritting his teeth, Wrong Zion punched a nearby tree, obliterating it in one blow. Wood fragments scattered, piercing nearby trees like arrows. If he were honest, it had been a difficult month. Despite being the grandson of an inner elder and expected to be treated like royalty within the Blazing Sun sect, he found himself assigned to menial tasks. To compound matters, the one he was supposed to supervise hadn't shown up, leaving Wrong Zion to track him down. His once pristine blue robes were now stained with dirt and terrs of blood from the long night's ordeal. His regal appearance was marred and his hair disheveled. Moreover, he felt an unfamiliar internal pain from the earlier confrontation with the cowardly disciple, adding to his humiliation. The thought of facing the healer and explaining his injuries filled him with dread. He would become a laughingstock. Grimacing, Rongziron turned toward the inner sect, vowing to return with a tracking artifact to hunt down and eliminate his target. As he attempted to straighten his rumpled clothes and rid them of stains, his efforts proved futile. The water from a nearby pond only worsened the situation, causing dirt to cling to his robe and bloodstains to spread. Damn it, reduced to menial tasks as if I were a servant. Liu Feng. I will make him suffer for this. Rongziron muttered, suppressing tears of shame. Unaccustomed to such chores, he reluctantly approached the towering silver walls of the inner sect. Though unremarkable in appearance, formidable barriers prevented unauthorized entry or exit. Even in his current state, Rongziron dared not attempt to breach the inner sanctum. As Rongziron approached a small gate set within the silver walls, the inner disciples stationed there greeted him with raised eyebrows and stifled laughter. Identify yourself, one guard demanded, while the other struggled to conceal his amusement behind a series of forced coughs. He swore he would have his revenge on them all. You already know who I am, Rongziron replied through gritted teeth. Yeah, we know, the poker-faced disciple acknowledged, but protocol is protocol. If you have any grievances, take them up with the Elder of Gates. I am Rongziron, grandson of Elder Rong, also known as the Elder of Drinks, he declared formally, recalling the youthful moniker his grandfather once embraced, now a distant memory in the face of his current stoicism. After enduring a barrage of inquiries about his presence outside the inner sect, his lineage, martial prowess, demonstrations of said skills, and other requisite formalities, Rongziron was finally granted passage, his sense of humiliation deepening. Unlike the outer sect's rustic charm, the inner sect exuded an ethereal beauty, its sparse buildings reminiscent of scenes from a painting. To those attuned to Qi, it revealed a hidden world. To others, it remained a simple forest. Thoughts of Qi spurred Rongziron's steps forward. Despite Liu Feng's status as outer sect trash, his Qi sensitivity indicated he was close to the Qi gathering realm. Any day now, he could make the breakthrough. Judging from Liu Feng's raw strength, Rongziron estimated him to be at the weaker end of the 9-star body tempering realm. Were it not for Liu Feng's Qi sensitivity to Qi, Rongziron might have placed him at 8-star. Nevertheless, the leap from 9-star body tempering to Qi gathering was challenging. Rongziron intended to eliminate him before Liu Feng could do that. Rongziron abhorred leaving matters to chance. Typically, a body-tempering cultivator stood little chance against a Qi-gathering cultivator. The ability to sense impending attacks was a game-changer. Despite defeating Liu Feng in their previous encounter, the coward fled as soon as Rongziron unleashed his full Rongziron mulled over the discomfort in his stomach. What was this unsettling sensation? Before he could dwell on it further, a swift movement caught his attention. A young man with sleek, dark hair and a stern face appeared, standing on a tree. His demeanor mirrored that of stern elders focused solely on duty. Though this guy was just an inner disciple. Leaping down, the young man landed before Rongziron. However, Rongziron brushed past him, disregarding the customary greeting. He was weary of others' disrespect, being the son of an inner elder entitled him to this. He was royalty amongst these losers. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. But his stride was interrupted by another dark-haired man emerging from behind a tree. This one sported spiky hair and a warm demeanor. Hey there, he waved, surprised to see you around these parts. Rongziron frowned. Do I know you? He restrained the urge to curse. Unlike outer disciples, inner disciples typically had affiliations with elders. Moreover, these two seemed acquainted. As a mere 1-star Qi gathering cultivator, Rongziron avoided unnecessary conflict, especially with an impending issue at hand. Yet their presence only complicated matters. Who were they to stop him, an inner elder's grandson? We haven't met, but your reputation precedes you. Being Elder Rong's grandson is quite a title, the spiky-haired man remarked with enthusiasm. We've heard about your fight with our cousin, the other, more somber man stated, advancing toward him. They encircled him. I don't know what you're referring to, Rongziron retorted, his brow furrowing. But if this is an ambush, you should have done better research. I'm an inner elder's grandson. Even if you were Qi gathering peak cultivators, which I doubt, provoking an elder's descendant isn't wise. These individuals, their disdainful glances betrayed their lack of regard. Wrong's iron seethed with frustration. However, they weren't ordinary outer disciples he could intimidate. Wrong's iron attempted to walk past them, but the spiky-haired man placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's start over. I'm Liu Bo, the man's friendly facade waned. And that brooding fellow with the long hair is Liu Heng. And the lady there is Liu Kaian. Liu Bo gestured toward a distant tree where a young girl sat, her shoulder-length dark hair framing a disinterested expression. As if this were merely a mundane task for her. How had she eluded his detection? She didn't even seem to be concealing herself. Furrowing his brow, Wrong's iron attempted to recall, gradually realizing that while the two men were unfamiliar, the young woman was someone he had seen somewhere. Though he couldn't quite remember where. If you haven't grasped it yet, the spiky-haired man redirected his attention. We're all part of the Liu clan. You, my friend, recently beat up one of our clan members. I'm the grandson of Elder Wrong. Wrong's iron asserted. We're aware, the girl spoke softly, gracefully descending from the tree, as if riding down on leaves before touching the ground. But the individual you assaulted for amusement happens to be the grandson of an elder within the Liu clan. This elder, aside from Liu Feng, has no descendants with cultivation potential. So it would be troublesome if any harm befell his grandson and we ignored it. You know, Liu Bo shrugged. It's safer to upset someone outside the clan than someone within. Approaching Wrong's iron with an eerie calmness, the girl's breath was quiet, akin to that of the dead, and her eyes colder than ice. Choosing Liu Feng was a grave mistake. He's cherished by his grandfather, his fiancée is an important ally's daughter, and he is deemed the most talented youth of his generation in the Liu clan. She shrugged, her nails emanating an intense and concentrated qi at their tips. The qi was so potent that it illuminated her nails and was dense enough for even a non-cultivator to perceive. Wrong's iron trembled, a bead of sweat tracing down his cheek. She was no ordinary inner disciple. To be frank, I don't recall much about Liu Feng, she admitted. The only memorable traits were his long hair and his obsession with jade-like beauties. He also threw quite the tantrum upon meeting his young fiancée. Liu Bo chuckled, that incident caused quite a stir. It was the talk of the year. He grew out of it eventually, Liu Heng remarked. We can't judge him based on tantrums he threw as a child. True, Liu Kaian agreed. Anyway, enough reminiscing in front of a stranger. Hold him down. Wrong's iron struggled to resist, but his efforts were futile. The two men gripped his arms with unyielding strength, capable of tearing them from his body. He had underestimated them, focusing solely on the enigmatic young woman. Yet these men possessed higher cultivation levels than him. Release me. I'm Elder Wrong's grandson. Wrong's iron yelled, attempting to break free. However, they restrained him effortlessly, treating him like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, the girl's hand moved swiftly, striking his abdomen with a burning sensation. Oh! Wrong's iron cried out, collapsing to the ground as the unbearable heat coursed through his body. The foreign qi within him spread rapidly, disrupting his qi center and spiritual roots. Panic surged within him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Tears welled up, something he hadn't experienced in years resurfaced. Please, no. Spare my cultivation. Please don't destroy it. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The three Liu clan members conversed amongst themselves, ignoring his distress. After we're done with him, won't the sect send another? Liu Bo inquired. That's why you should meet with our cousin on the other side, before returning to the family with the thing, Liu Kaian advised. Moreover, Liu Kaian and I will face our own challenges. Elder Wrong won't take this lightly, so we must be careful. Especially when Liu Kaian is so close to a breakthrough, Liu Heng remarked. They continued their discussion, oblivious to Wrong's iron's despair. The tables had turned on him. Despite having crushed the cultivation of others in the past, now he lay broken and defeated, in the same situation as his once victims. Even the ones who had destroyed his cultivation acted about as nonchalant about it as he had at the time. It hurts, he muttered, tears streaming down his face as he lay on the ground, feeling the sting of the foreign qi entering his dantian and exploding. This was the consequence of one petty fight. One small mistake had destroyed his whole lifetime's work. He would never be able to recover as his spiritual roots twisted and turned. For him, this was the worst day of his life. For others, it was just another day in this unforgiving world of cultivation. I spent a sleepless night in the library, with my only company being the librarian and the old man dozing off in a chair. There wasn't much talking or joking around like we usually did. The tension in the air was palpable, and there was nothing that could ease it. By the way, next time, can you give me less vague instructions during lessons? I almost died out there, I said, recalling how the realization that I could use the trees as points had been such a last-second discovery. But the librarian frowned. What are you talking about? You know how I could use 4 points anywhere, and should look around and anything that could substitute for a ritual to activate an array, I explained. Oh, you use the trees as points, that's nice, but what I had been talking about in the library was the pillars that hold this library up. Or even the chairs and bookshelves being used as the 4 points of the bind array. Though of course the pillars would be best since they were strong enough that it would be difficult to break them, he continued with his lesson, and I listened attentively. He made a good teacher, explaining many small details about certain level 1 barriers. He even criticized me on some points about how I could have used a different chant to make the bind stronger since last night was a full moon. By the way, what about Elder Wrong? I asked. Will he become a trouble in the future? I think you should worry more about whether your cousins cared enough to deal with the grandson. The librarian shook his head like a disappointed parent. Elder Wrong is a man who will die soon. He just doesn't want to be graceful about it. He wants to break through past foundation establishment and reach the next stage. He probably won't come after you and cause trouble, since a conflict with your clan would only take time out of his already limited supply. He would rather use that time to do something useful. That made sense. Even if someone has lived over a century, if they had the wealth of an inner elder and the like that, no doubt someone would want to live even longer. I was more used to old people caring about their grandsons or granddaughters, but in this world, maybe such a long life made people have a different perspective on things. Can you tell me more about this Elder Wrong? I inquired, because there was nothing better to do, and learning about someone who might end up becoming an enemy in the future didn't sound like a bad idea. Well, for one, if you were to go after anyone, then it would be your relatives in the inner sect. He laid that point out there before walking up to one of the chairs and sitting down. A frown furrowed his brows as he leaned back on the chair. When I was younger, Elder Wrong was already an inner elder and younger. There were rumors that he was quite talented. A hard worker too, if said rumors of his youth are to be believed. Some said he would become the next core elder. However, he took a step back once he became a foundation establishment cultivator and enjoyed life, having had over 20 wives, dozens of children, and hundreds of grandchildren. He explained many things about how Elder Wrong was much friendlier in his younger years, and the only downside was that he used to indulge his descendants with anything they wanted. He was a big spender, but as an inner elder, his spirit stones rarely ran out despite his lavish expenditures. However, in the last decade or so, things started to change as the man entered the final phase of his life. At the time, he had only been a 6-star foundation establishment cultivator, and he had little wealth saved to purchase the expensive resources needed for rapid advancement. This all sounded uncomfortably familiar to me, and a chill crawled up my spine. How confident are you that Elder Wrong won't resort to practicing demonic techniques to advance his cultivation? It was a Xyxia click in these scenarios, where the person in would use demonic techniques or pills to advance. That would be dangerous as hell. That's impossible. The sect keeps a close watch on such matters. Everyone keeps each other's in check, as too many sects were destroyed that way, he smiled. If you read some of the texts from the Century of Darkness on the 3rd floor, you'll find that it was a common practice for the poison demon saint to deal with rival sects by tempting the people in Just then a soft gust of wind brushed by, which was unusual as the library was surrounded by arrays designed to prevent such occurrences. A white flash flew in and landed on the librarian's shoulder, a paper origami figure that emitted a soft whistle before bursting into flames. A smile graced the librarian's face. Well, it seems like your cousins and clan do care for you. Or maybe your grandfather would have caused quite a stir if you weren't looked after. It's either one of those or perhaps a bit of both. I slumped into one of the wooden chairs and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this ordeal is over. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. I had no idea what was happening in the inner sect, but this entire situation had blindsided me. I was relieved that it had been resolved in a matter of days, although it felt like weeks had passed waiting for a response or for the inner disciple to arrive at the library's doors. I wouldn't be so quick to feel relieved, the librarian cautioned, dampening the mood once again. After all, I doubt you will be the only one whose person they put in charge who will either end up dead or with their cultivation shattered. The elders will send a replacement spy for whoever they're trying to surveil, and they will dispatch another inner disciple to monitor you, just to save face. I gazed around at the shelves of the first floor and briefly entertained the notion of staying here, reading and training indefinitely. Yes, I was momentarily ignoring reality. Finally, I ped back to reality and posed the dreaded question, what are the chances of this being yet another arrogant fool sent here? The librarian tapped his finger on the desk, pondering before finally reaching a conclusion and nodding. Higher than normal, that's for sure. All the inner elders will send people they trust to keep an eye on things, which usually means their descendants. It depends on your luck whether your partner ends up being some arrogant bastard or not. Damn it, I groaned and laid my head on the cold table. I know your opinion might be skewed due to your experiences. But some inner elders raised their descendants right and didn't spoil them rotten. The librarian attempted to reassure me, though it felt like empty promises. Just as I was about to voice my complaint, a small twitch appeared on the librarian's lips, which he tried to cover with a fake cough. Then he looked me straight in the eyes with the most serious expression he could muster. Was this guy messing with me? No, that couldn't be it. The old goat was more likely to joke around, while the librarian I knew was the serious, no-nonsense type. I straightened up and narrowed my eyes at him. Honorable Elder Zinma, I addressed the librarian by his name, something I had rarely done before. Are you messing with me? During working hours, of course not. This isn't exactly working hours. I leaned forward, resting my elbow on the desk and my head on my palm. Then yes, I'm having some fun with it, he finally cracked a smile. But before you misunderstand, I'm not laughing at your misery. You will no longer have to worry about someone keeping an eye on you. Instead, I will be the one to do that job. This guy could crack a joke that was a plot twist bigger than Darth Vader being Luke Skywalker's father. Also, how was he supposed to keep an eye on me? Wasn't he the one stuck in the library for most of the day? Aren't you curious how this happened? He asked, his face returning to normal, but the happy twinkle still dancing in his gaze. Yes, I was curious. No, not really. I don't question good things when they happen to me, I shrugged, feigning disinterest. If he wanted to take this to a petty place, I was already there. Suddenly someone snorted. It was the sleeping old man. He opened his eyes, looking around confused. Did someone say something? Then he looked at me and the librarian before wincing, as if he had swallowed a lemon. It seems like I'm still asleep. A nightmare, really. Who would ever want to wake up looking at you too? Closing his eyes again, he shifted in his wooden chair, trying to find a comfortable position. But that was hard to do since it was a damn wooden chair and not cushioned. After some grunting and cursing under his breath, he stood up and stretched before looking at me. You're still alive. The librarian's face returned to its usual serious demeanor, restoring a sense of balance to the room. Anyway, I have decided to take you on as my personal disciple, the librarian revealed. I guess the kid is still in shock that you're actually human and know how to joke around sometimes, the old man chuckled. I quickly regained my senses and bowed down to my waist as a sign of respect. Disciple greets master. This will be far from the average mentorship, so you don't need to start acting differently. I'm making you my personal disciple to spare you the trouble of dealing with the inner sect disciples or anyone else. From now on, if anyone has a problem with you, you can come to me, he narrowed his eyes. From now on, you're untouchable from internal sect politics or anything silly like that. That was more than I could ask for, and it sounded like something that would help me in the long run in more ways than one. I was buzzing at the thought of no longer having to deal with that kind of nonsense. Thank you, I didn't bow or my fist and palm this time. Instead, I just looked the man in the eye and expressed my gratitude. He had just offered to shield me from a tsunami of potential trouble. Any elders, disciples, or anything else that could cause me problems were now under his purview. Well, there's no need to thank me yet. The librarian took off his glasses and began cleaning the lenses. From now on, you will be my eyes and hands in places where it would be inappropriate for an elder to intervene. I helped you deal with all your problems, and we haven't even discussed the perks you'll receive as my disciple. However, my issues will now become something you'll have to help me with. I didn't bother hiding my wince, and the old man chuckled. But the librarian shot him a glare that silenced him, before putting his glasses back on and continuing his explanation. Don't worry, I won't put you in any danger or have you start conflicts with anyone. Just to make sure we are on the same page, my goal is to become an inner elder, and you're going to help me achieve that. Okay. I was okay with this. I scratch your back and you scratch mine. A mutually beneficial relationship for both of us. Zinma watched as young Liu Feng walked away, finally allowing the old librarian to reveal the wince he had been concealing. This is quite a mess. That was the understatement of the century. Tell me about it, the old man sighed, devoid of his usual quips. I thought there was a chance he might uncover the truth. The kid is usually very sharp, but it looks like he trusts us too much to hold suspicions. They were offering to fix problems they had started. The old janitor had inadvertently left the turtle shell body technique on the shelves, sparking this chain of events. While the main culprit was the old guy, without a doubt. However, Xin Ma acknowledged his own role in the debacle. He could have prevented Liu Feng from accessing or reading the book. Had he stuck to the rules, Liu Feng wouldn't have been outside the sect when the incident occurred, and this whole mess could have been avoided. Are you certain it was wise to guarantee Liu Feng that you would handle any trouble that came his way? What if Elder Wrong decides to become said trouble? Shan Sha questioned. Despite your reassurances to the kid, the likelihood of that old bastard causing problems isn't exactly zero. I'll take my chances, Xin Ma declared resolutely. He had caused the situation and was determined to resolve it. Leaving Liu Feng to fend for himself for a problem they had instigated didn't sit well with Xin Ma. This situation left a bad taste in his mouth and reminded him of how he had suffered a similar betrayal. Elder Wrong is already on his last legs, having indulged excessively in pills and elixirs to reach an 8-star foundation establishment. He stands no chance of reaching core formation. The sect will support those who offer greater long-term benefits, and that's clearly me. Moreover, despite the sect boasting an abundance of array conjurers, Xin Ma was a valuable level 4 array conjurer who single-handedly managed inscriptions in the library and numerous barriers within the outer sect. If it weren't for others passing their burdens onto him, Xin Ma might have ascended to the rank of an inner elder. He would sooner break both his own arms than subject someone to the treatment he had endured. Despite the potential risks involved, Xin Ma was unwavering in his commitment to treating others with the respect he had never gotten. Just contemplating what Liu Feng had endured the battles outside the sect, the imprisonment, and all the hardships made Xin Ma feel like he had burdened the young disciple excessively for his own mistakes. You have a look in your eyes like someone kicked your dog, Shan Sha remarked. Well, now I have a lot of responsibility to shoulder and certain things to deal with. Xin Ma acknowledged. Did you ever think about why I suggested you take Liu Feng as your personal disciple in the first place? Before all of this mess came to light, Shan Sha's guilt was palpable in his tone. Despite how the old goat acted, he had little going on for him. The two people he even talked to in the sect were Xin Ma and the kid. Yes, despite everything. Liu Feng is the only disciple I trust to have my promotion in his hands, so the plan remains unchanged, Xin Ma reasoned, confident that what he had in mind for Liu Feng posed no danger to someone at the 8-star body tempering stage. I still believe you owe him something for this whole mess, Shan Sha persisted. You're the one who handed him that technique, Xin Ma narrowed his eyes at the old man. Well, I don't have anything to repay him with, the old man gestured to himself, emphasizing his point. Also tried to help the kid. You think I would have done that if I had known he would end up in danger like that? Xin Ma sighed and rubbed his eyes, removing his glasses to clean the lenses for what felt like the 100th time that day. I'll find a way to make it right with him. Free from the stress of constant surveillance or the presence of arrogant young masters looking to assert dominance, life felt serene. Even the air seemed sweeter. Entering the dining hall, I savored my meal while chatting with my chubby friend. Our conversation drifted to mundane topics like the weather and the upcoming acceptance ceremony. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Do you think we'll see any arrogant newcomers getting put in their place this year? He queried. Probably, I replied with a nonchalant shrug. There were always a few newcomers who arrived boasting about being the most exceptional talent their clan had produced in a century, only to discover they were average at best among us. The acceptance exams were delayed this year because of that incident outside. You know that incident. Anyway, everything should be back on track by now. Do you think they've finished the preliminaries? I still remember the preliminaries like it was yesterday. They were nerve-wracking. The chubby guy sighed, his eyes betraying a sense of nostalgia. As he reminisced, I couldn't help but recall Liu Feng's attitude during the preliminary exams. He was unfazed, convinced of his destined greatness. I heard the outer disciples, who serve as obstacles for the newcomers during the acceptance exam, get paid handsomely. I'm tempted to apply, but I fear my cultivation is too low, he lamented. You should give it a shot. If you need help, I'll be there to help you sign up, I offered, partly because I genuinely wanted to learn the guy's name. You're a true friend, Liu Feng, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder and nodding. For a moment, I thought I saw tears welling in his eyes. Man, I was a lousy friend. It was too late for him to gain anything by attacking me and stealing my spirit stones. Now I knew he genuinely treasured our friendship. After finishing my meal, I considered training. But the fight with the inner disciple left me needing time to heal. Though the talisman the librarian had given me seemed to be doing a good job of speeding up the process, I decided to be cautious, planning to spend most of my days studying arrays for now. Though sleeping was also an option to hasten the healing process. I wasn't feeling drowsy, and a few sleepless nights wouldn't affect a cultivator much. Instead of returning to the library, I opted to explore the sect. Opportunities like this didn't come every day. Stone pathways stretched uniformly throughout the sect, and as I walked through them, I found myself at the arena where Liu Feng had suffered defeat. It was more like a coliseum, with a central stone ring where people fought and a high wall where Liu Feng had met into it. Now that I had experience with arrays, it was easy to suppose how there was an invisible barrier separating the arena and the stands. The place appeared deserted, unlike my previous memories. Settling onto one of the empty stone seats, I basked in the warmth of the sun rays hitting my face. The nearest structure to the arena was this world's equivalent of a hospital known as the Healing Hall. Choosing not to linger until any rivals arrived to settle disputes in the arena, I departed and wandered along random routes. Some paths led to places like the outer herb garden, where spirit herbs grew. However, access to this place was restricted, and I could only observe from behind the wooden fence guarded by sentinels. Though these guards weren't inner disciples, it was evident that outer disciples would inevitably attempt herb theft sooner or later. Occasionally, disciples smelling of ash and flames passed by and talked to the guards about specific herbs they needed. Wary of arousing suspicion, I decided against lingering near the garden, lest I be mistaken for a potential herb thief scouting the area. I had just dealt with a problem and didn't need another one anytime soon. After exploring various parts of the outer sect, such as the alchemy tower, I found it smaller than expected, though perhaps it had underground levels. The tower resembled a lighthouse, its apex adorned with a glass cube containing a trapped flame. Disciples bustled in and out of the tower, sparing me passing glances, but showing no inclination to inquire about my presence. They seemed absorbed in their own tasks, reminiscent of college hallways. The tower, constructed of pristine white marble, presented a striking sight, yet the air carried a faint scent of ash. Each passing alchemist emitted a unique medicinal aroma, indicative of their distinct pill-making endeavors. After looking around for a bit, I left the alchemy tower behind. Conversely, the mission hall exuded an ambience akin to an adventure guild from an isekai anime. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted, resembling a bank with receptionists stationed behind counters and a mission board drawing my attention. The mission board featured a myriad of tasks, from procuring exotic beast parts to retrieving herbs beyond the sect's cultivation capabilities. Most missions appeared dangerous, none of which piqued my interest until I noticed a request for library assistance tucked in a corner. The offered pay of 1 spirit stone per year. The disciples within the hall wore stern expressions, clad in sect uniforms. They exuded an aura of readiness and efficiency unmatched by any I had encountered. Some bore scars on their faces, chests, and arms, while one even sported a missing limb, though he carried a sword at his hip. These injuries served as a testament to the dangers inherent in missions outside the sect. They looked more like veteran warriors of a Middle Ages war than cultivators. Afterward, I visited numerous other sites, but many were left unexplored within the land of the outer sect grounds. I took my time traversing the terrain until midday, which was when I eventually returned to the library. Days passed, and as I healed, I began to experience the advantages of being a personal disciple. Although Xin Ma wasn't a formidable elder with significant influence, he still commanded respect from everyone. He was the kind of elder who would swiftly deal with anyone who dared to hinder me, making everything much more comfortable. Despite my lingering paranoia about using the spirit stones I had hidden, I doubted anyone would cause trouble if I used them now. The risk of my disappearance would prompt dangerous individuals to investigate, deterring any outer disciples from taking action. However, I wasn't sure how many people knew about my abundance of spirit stones. Depending on the commotion the arrogant young master had caused when I wasn't there, people might know. It was early morning, and the trees had turned various shades of brown, with leaves beginning to fall. One might expect the old janitor to clean leaves from the library's courtyard. But he seemed to like staying indoors more as it became colder, likely doubling his tea intake. As I entered the library, there were fewer disciples around than usual. With winter approaching, one would think more people would seek refuge from the cold to read here, but it was quite the opposite. Though I was not well-versed in such matters, my chubby friend had explained why this was the case. During winter, beast waves occurred frequently. Many of the sect's disciples were dispatched to handle these waves, so most spent their time training and preparing for the inevitable conflicts. Newcomer disciples were usually spared, but even they might be sent to places in emergencies. In any case, I relished the privileges of being a personal disciple when the librarian informed me, "You have access to any floor of the library tower in the outer sect. Just be cautious not to rush into things prematurely, or you might get hurt." Yes, I could explore the entire library tower in the outer sect. I concealed my excitement and nodded, of course. Now, I do not believe I have to warn you about this, but taking books out of the library and giving them to anyone else is forbidden. Among those forbidden acts is also sharing techniques learned here with your clan. He narrowed his eyes, and a spine-chilling feeling ran down my spine. Because if you do that, I will be the one in charge of chasing you down and killing you. I will also take the E for anything you do. If it comes to that and your clan tries to take revenge, the sect will exterminate them. So be very damn careful. The Blazing Sun sect is not here to act as a stepping stone for any other clan or sect to rise higher. Yes, I understand, I nodded. The sect doesn't like creating unnecessary enemies, but when they do, they make sure to eliminate them root and stem. He warned me once again before waving me off. Anyway, you can now go and study whatever you want. I will come by later and teach you what I can, and I also have something you need to do for me. After that, there was no more room for talking out here, and the handful of disciples already here had their eyes on me as I climbed the stairs toward the second floor. However, I worried little about their gazes, and instead had a hard time stopping my racing heart. With each step I took, I felt butterflies in my stomach, and when I finally reached the second floor, a strange feeling washed over me. Likely I had passed another array. Calling the second floor a floor would be an understatement, as some bookshelves were as high as a two-story house. There were ladders around if someone wanted to reach higher, and there were more books here than one could count. Even a lifetime might not be enough to read all this. It was more than I had ever imagined. The whole floor was like a maze of books, and I could have sworn it was bigger inside than it looked from the outside. Maybe it was some kind of array. I ran my fingers along the spines of many books as I walked past them. Unlike the first floor, there was no librarian here, which was a bit unexpected, and it seemed like Zin Ma was the one who managed this whole library. Just him and his countless arrays. Unlike the first floor, there were no chairs or tables here, so if I wanted to read something, I would have to do it on the floor. Which I didn't really mind, as it wasn't like I would get back problems with a cultivator's body. Such things were old news, and even cramps were non-existent. I know you think nobody's watching, but please quit acting so weird. And stop rubbing the spines of the books like some pervert. The old man's voice ped me out of my thoughts. Turning around, I saw the old goat in all his glory, cane in hand, and a disgusted grimace on his face. Maybe it would have hurt my feelings if it were anyone else saying those things. But this was the old goat. It would be weirder if the guy didn't throw verbal jabs somehow. You said you have a secret tea stash around here. I don't see it anywhere. I called the old guy out on his many quirks. Despite what he might think, I remembered all the small things he had told me since we met. He smiled and gestured for me to follow him. We walked toward a corner of the library, and Shan Sha chanted under his breath before grabbing a couple of books. Then a line of light formed around the bookshelf in the shape of a door, and the old guy pulled it open. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. On the other side was a small, time-worn room with a bed, desk, and a tea set with 2 sacks of tea. The room wasn't well lit, so it was hard to see many things despite my good vision as a cultivator. How did you even find something like this? I inquired and touched the walls to confirm they were actual stones, similar to the stone used to build the library. I think it was one of the descendants of the Blazing Sun immortals who built this. It was constructed many thousands of years ago, the old man explained. I stumbled upon it while looking for a place to sleep and hang out. Since my place used to be quite far away, and all that climbing up and down the stairs didn't sit well with my body at this age. It was interesting, but I just wanted to dive into the endless sea of books waiting to be discovered. No, I wasn't buying the old janitor's excuse that he stumbled upon this place. The door required a chant to open, which was like a super strong password. Someone couldn't just accidentally say the chant and open the door. Unless the chant was him bullshitting me, trying to make this look cooler than it actually was. Either way, I wanted to get back to reading. Nice place, I said, turning around and leaving. Shan Shah approached the table and activated a crimsonrid array beneath it with strange writings. He placed a teapot atop the crimson array, and in seconds the tea was ing. It was almost done instantaneously. Was the array that good, or was it some array specifically made to boil tea? What kind of madman would waste time developing a tea array? I glanced at the old guy while thinking of how many things just perfectly lined up. Here, enjoy yourself, he offered me the first cup of tea. If you feel like drinking tea, then no need to go all the way to the dining hall. You can come here and make some for yourself. Just touch the array under the table, and it will draw chi from the arrays around the library to heat anything placed on top of the red writing. Thanks, old man, I smiled, taking the still hot cup of tea. It was a bit too hot for my liking, so I let it cool down. Just don't take too much, or we'll have trouble, he frowned at me. I know how you young people are nowadays. So don't develop strange tea addictions or anything silly like that. I looked him straight in the eyes, trying to keep a serious face. Really, have you ever looked in the mirror before? Does it look like there is a mirror in the library, he asked, looking confused. For a split second, I almost believed my insults flew over his head. Nothing escaped this old goat's attention. His mind was sharper than a razor, the latter of which he needed desperately to cut his goat-like beard. Okay, get out now. A man my age needs his midday naps, he said, closing the door behind me. I was already out, I grumbled under my breath. However, my annoyance dissipated as I laid eyes on the library before me. So many books and so much to learn. The biggest problem I faced was where to even start with all this. First, I should focus on subjects I already had some knowledge of: techniques, body strengthening methods like the turtle body shell, and movement techniques. After that, I would delve into arrays, information on monstrous beasts, history, alchemy, sword techniques, and whatever else piqued my interest along the way. I took out my notebook and began jotting down topics one by one, preparing to delve into them. Damn, I forgot to ask the old man if there was a way to get food here. There probably is, since he was living here. Also, wasn't there supposed to be some kind of free tea thing, or was the old goat only referring to his own tea maker? Shaking my head, I resolved to focus on one thing at a time, starting with the. I spent hours scouring the books in the library. But because of its vastness and lack of organization, I only gathered about 40 books on fist techniques and a dozen more on the theoretical knowledge of throwing punches with maximum There were probably many similar books scattered around, but continuing the search would consume the rest of my day. So I found a secluded corner, piled the books, and settled down, leaning against one of the sturdy bookshelves. Usually, I would worry about toppling a shelf by leaning on it. However, the shelves were tall and looked immovable, likely secured by some inscription array. So far, I had only skimmed the first pages of some books to get a rough idea of their contents. Some contained very peculiar techniques, requiring unconventional training methods. Among them, the weirdest was one I was called Iron Tiger Body, which hardened the skin like iron, but demanded the consumption of tiger hearts during training. Yet none of the defensive techniques had stood out enough to replace the turtle body shell technique, which had shown remarkable progress with no discernible weaknesses. I considered myself extremely fortunate to stumble upon such a treasure trove. Even before I had entered the second floor. Then I heard footsteps approaching the second floor. I immediately tensed, dropping the book from my hand and preparing for anything. Turning toward the stairway, I saw it was just the librarian carrying a book. He met my gaze and raised a questioning brow. It seems like you have already started. I couldn't resist, I admitted. Well, I don't you, he said, handing me the book of fist technique. As your teacher, it's my duty to help with your training. For now, this is the best technique I could find for your level. It complements the piercing fang fist quite well, and it seems to have been developed by a skilled martial artist who completed the piercing fang fist to the next level. That is the advantage of widespread techniques like piercing fang fist. There are many variations to be found, and some people have even improved it. I read the title of the book, Sonic Fang Fist. Yes, it's more of a shockwave attack. Techniques like this are usually found on the third floor, so you may need to progress from the fist techniques on this floor before mastering something like this, the librarian explained, launching into one of his typical informative lectures. While all mortal grade techniques are considered at the same grade, there are vast differences among them. The Sonic Fang Fist can be considered as close to Earth grade as a mortal grade technique can get. He explained things so clearly, he was born to be a teacher. My opinion might be skewed now that he had given me a technique like this. I was about to thank him, but he spoke before I could. Oh, before I forget, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. His expression shifted, his tone serious. I want you to participate in the acceptance ceremony, the librarian said, interrupting my studying session. His gaze was as unyielding as steel, showing that negotiation wasn't an option. However, I knew the man too well for his tactics to work. Why, I asked, flipping open the Sonic Fang Fist technique book and skimming through the first few pages. I need you to observe the new participants and recruit a talented disciple before other elders can get their claws on them, he explained. So this was what they meant by saying an elder's personal disciples were like extensions of themselves, reaching into areas where direct intervention from an elder would be inappropriate. All right, I'll do it, I agreed. I owed the man too much to refuse. Since most new disciples rarely surpass the 5-star body tempering realm, it should be relatively safe. His demeanor softened as I accepted, and he nodded. You can stay in the library as long as you need. Just be cautious on the third floor, and don't attempt learning anything too advanced without grasping the basics first. With those words, he departed, watching him ascend to the third floor with a satisfied smile. I understood his motive. He sought a talented disciple to invest in, potentially elevating him to an inner sect elder. Though he hadn't explicitly stated his intentions, he hadn't tried to hide his intentions. It seemed like a reasonable and safe way to repay him. I wasn't fond of combat, but it wasn't something a cultivator could avoid all their life. If I wanted that kind of life, I would have run away and started a farm or something. The chances of a new disciple rejecting an elder were slim to none since they knew all the benefits. Though it might seem exploitative, Zin Ma was a good man. Disciples under his guidance wouldn't suffer the fate of becoming mere servants to elders. A frown creased my brow as I finished perusing the technique book he provided. It was one of the most intricate techniques I'd encountered, surpassing many mortal-grade methods in complexity. The technique resembled the piercing Fang Fist, likely an improved version. However, its learning curve was significantly steeper, requiring familiarity with the original technique for any hope of mastery. Given the delay in the acceptance exams, I was uncertain when they would start. Nonetheless, I trusted the librarian to inform me. For now, my only worry should be mastering this technique. After an entire week, the librarian finally approached me for another discussion. It was after another day's work, and for a moment, I thought he might have news about the acceptance ceremony date. However, he sighed and settled beside me, wearing a contemplative expression. Apart from meals and occasional trips to the ponds for training, I had scarcely left the library. I even slept on its floor, surrounded by towering shelves of books resembling a king on a throne. Needless to say, I wasn't exactly a sight to behold. We sat in silence for a couple of minutes, during which I delved into the theoretical knowledge of the perfect punch. The author had never progressed beyond the 3-star body tempering stage, yet his insights were remarkable. I wouldn't have fancied being a personal disciple, he remarked abruptly. It seems confining, limiting your options. Typically, it's a two-way street, a mutual relationship, where the disciple aids the elder, and vice versa. Like a carrot and stick approach. He appeared melancholic, but such conversations weren't my forte. To lighten the mood, I interjected, "Do you happen to have any Earth-grade techniques here?" The librarian's expression shifted to bewilderment, as if he had been caught off guard. Guilt flickered in his eyes, as though he had wronged me. Though he was usually a stale dude, he was smart enough to catch on when I was joking. He might have felt remorseful for assigning me tasks, such as the matter with the acceptance exams. But there was no need for him to feel sorry. Yet I refrained from broaching the subject, fearing it might escalate into awkwardness. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. I began, intending to address the matter, when the old man suddenly emerged from around the corner, balancing 3 teacups with practiced ease. It resembled a precarious pyramid, about to collapse with each step. "Can't you ask for help? You practically live 2 bookshelves away," I grumbled, reaching for the teacup he held above the other 2. The old man handed the remaining cup to the librarian, and we settled down side by side, with me in the middle. "Anyway, has my hearing started to fail me, or did the brat ask for Earth-grade techniques?" the old man interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Does he think Earth-grade techniques grow on trees or something? I swear, this new generation is so entitled. Back in my day, we fought to death for these kinds of things." "Fought to death? Why say it as if it's any better?" I pondered. Using his cane, the old man nudged aside some books surrounding me. "This library was originally established for kids without clan support to access techniques. But later the clans intervened, claiming it was unfair. Now the elder of books is tasked with preventing clan-affiliated children from accessing the second floor, citing their lack of qualification. It's a form of equality in its own twisted way. Besides, clan kids pose a risk of leaking information about techniques to their clans." "That's not information we should discuss," the librarian interjected, his tone devoid of its usual steel when he was actually annoyed, merely stating the facts. "Well, it's high time the kid learned to dig beneath the surface and not take things at face value. Always assume people aren't being truthful. It's safer that way." The old man jabbed his cane in my direction. "Besides, he needs to grasp the advantage he has over others now." Sipping my tea, I offered a smile. "If you have something to say, just say it, old man. You're not one to beat around the bush. I think you're too relaxed about all this. Instead of honing lethal techniques and broadening your skills, you're wasting time on trivialities like the theory behind the perfect punch, deemed a joke by most." The old man scowled, his expression serious. Yet it softened gradually, and he sighed. "Then again, you work hard for reasons only you understand. Perhaps I'm being too harsh. But don't assume that being weak and keeping to yourself will always work out, even with the protection of your favorite bookworm here." I harbored no irritation toward the old man's words. He spoke his truth unvarnished, and that was preferable to sugar-coated niceties. After a subdued tea session with the librarian and the old guy, they seemed to tiptoe around me, occasionally betraying guilty expressions. What was weighing on their conscience? When it was time for my training, I turned to the old goat. "Where should I leave the teacups?" "Just leave them here. Or sometimes in my room, if you see it open," he replied. Curiosity struck me, and I asked, "Wait, I didn't see a water source in your room, and there's no pond near the library. How do you wash these teacups?" "I wash 'em with spit," the old man quipped. Even the librarian grimaced, shooting the old man a disapproving glance. But the old man sighed, shaking his head. "Damn, why do I even bother with you guys? Can't take a joke." He then leveled a pointed glare at me. "And Liu Feng, you ought to think more instead of questioning every little thing. If there's a heating array in my room, don't you think the creator would have thought to include a water-producing array too?" "Well, no need to be a dick about it, you old goat. I had only asked a harmless question. Guessing and knowing the truth are different things." With that, I set the empty teacup down and hurried out, before the old man could deliver a cutting retort. He had a knack for using words that hit home and hit right in the feels. Once outside the library, I felt a sense of relief. The old man might talk tough, but he was too lazy to chase after me. The crimson rays of the evening sun embraced my face, casting a comforting warmth upon my skin that contrasted the chill of the weather. In that fleeting moment, I basked in the tranquil beauty of nature's embrace, grateful for the simple yet profound joy of the evening sun's embrace. As I descended the stairs leading to the library, a young man blocked my path. His dark, spiky hair and friendly smile struck a chord of familiarity, despite us never having met before. Clad in a blue robe denoting his status in the inner sect, he carried a brown leather pouch tied to his side, possibly containing projectiles or other items of significance. "I knew I'd find you here, cousin," he greeted me with a smile, advancing toward me. Rummaging through Liu Feng's memories, I identified him as Liu Bo, a member of the Liu clan and an inner sect disciple. Known for his amiable nature, he often kept a low profile among his peers. The question loomed, was he genuinely friendly or hiding something beneath that smile? "And what brings you here?" I inquired cautiously. "By the way, we took care of the guy who was bothering you," he announced abruptly. His words sent a shiver down my spine. Who starts a conversation like that? "Okay," I replied, unsure how to react. You had to lie low for a while in case the guy's grandfather retaliated, hence the delay in contacting you, he explained. Still didn't explain Dick why he was here. Meeting my cousin turned out to be more awkward than I had anticipated. Despite his friendly demeanor, his casual attitude towards crushing someone's cultivation made quite an impression. Still, I was grateful for their help in dealing with the arrogant young master. Thanks for helping me handle that inner disciple. He attempted to kill me multiple times and even sought to degrade me, I remarked, recalling what I had already mentioned in the letter. Also added a little extra to make them act, because I thought they wouldn't care otherwise. Liu Feng knew little about his relatives in the sect. So what was there to talk about? It wasn't like we were going to high-five for crushing the cultivation of an inner elder's descendant. Anyway, enough with the pleasantries. Liu Bo's smile widened as he continued. How much do you know about what our clan is trying to achieve here in the sect? Next to nothing, I admitted. Well, the gist of it is that the Blazing Sun sect is one of the best in the continent, and our clan is striving for a foothold here, he explained, nodding proudly. While that sounded promising, wasn't this the same goal every other clan pursued by sending their children here to access better resources and secure opportunities for future generations, sir? Liu Kaiyan recently broke through, giving us a better chance than ever, as she's become an inner elder's personal disciple, Liu Feng said, his fond smile reflecting a glimpse of the journey they had gone through. Undoubtedly, the entire group felt a sense of pride in their accomplishments. Sadly, as inner disciples, we are restricted from certain activities. However, there's an upcoming event with newcomers from the Liu clan. You've heard they've made it through the preliminaries, and now only the elimination part of the exams remains. Liu Feng wiggled his eyebrows, a playful smirk on his lips. Do you see where I'm going with this? You want me to enter the exam as a tester and help our clan members pass, I concluded. He nodded eagerly, his eyes shining like I had just solved a complicated math problem. As expected from a member of the Liu clan, our family seems to have a knack for understanding each other without words, he chuckled, his happiness bordering on eerie. What was he talking about? There was no silent understanding between us, and we did speak about the situation. But I wasn't about to confront him in case he turned out to be a smiling psychopath. There were a couple of concerning aspects to consider. Undoubtedly, the Blazing Sun sect had measures in place to counter situations like this. They had demonstrated great caution in such matters before. While I'm willing to help, my help might not be enough. I'm only an 8-star body temper. Congratulations, he interrupted, patting me on the shoulder. I recall you were only at 5 stars when you joined. That's remarkable progress. Encountering such a supportive figure in the Xianxia world was unsettling. While it might have been common in my previous world, it was far from typical here. I couldn't shake the feeling that there might be something hidden beneath Liu Bo's facade of kindness. Anyway, as I was saying, I pressed on. While I may be among the top in the outer sect, there are 9-star disciples and those nearing Qi gathering. They're not opponents I can easily overcome. To say I had zero chance against them would be a stretch. I had managed to hold my own against the arrogant young master, even though he mostly toyed with me. My survival was largely due to my ability to sense Qi, a skill beyond the average body tempering disciples' grasp. I have just the solution for that problem, he began, reaching into his uniform's inner part as if retrieving something. Suddenly his expression paled, and panic flashed across his face. He frantically searched before finally locating a pouch at his side, pulling out a book with a look of relief as if it were a precious gem. It seemed like I had just witnessed the Xianxia equivalent of searching for your phone, only to realize it was in your hand or pocket all along. Moments like these reminded me that despite their extraordinary abilities, they were still just people. Leaning closer, Liu Bo whispered, this technique was discovered during a mission outside the sect. His cautious glances around suggested he was wary of being overheard. After an uncomfortable silence, he continued, I'll take this book back to the clan. But for now, you can read it. Accepting the book, I quickly flipped through its pages, realizing it was unlike anything I had encountered before. Even the introductory sections delved into topics like Qi, far beyond my current understanding. Meeting Liu Bo's gaze, his nod confirmed my suspicions. We exchanged no words aloud as I handed the book back to him. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. It was undoubtedly an Earth-grade technique. The question lingered, how had our relatives obtained something so rare? Though I had countless questions, voicing them now would be perilous. Even in solitude, possessing such knowledge was a risk that could provoke the ire of elders. Liu Bo displayed remarkable courage in shouldering the responsibility of returning the book to the clan. Could our clan safeguard such a treasure? Our leader, as far as I knew, stood at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Our clan, barely 3 centuries old, was still growing. Our founder, a core formation cultivator, remained a mystery whether alive or not. How? I treaded carefully with my words. How will this aid me against opponents stronger than myself? In other words, lacking chi, I couldn't use such techniques. These techniques, Liu Bo spoke cautiously, avoiding overt references to its grade. Even someone who can't sense chi can utilize them. While one may not unlock their full potential, even a fraction would suffice. Those attuned to chi can tap into the energy around them for their techniques. He hinted that even someone at the peak of 9-star cultivation could utilize Earth-grade techniques with only partial efficiency, which was still a significant advantage. He likely entrusted me with this book because there would be no other opportunity to read it after it was sent to the clan. It seemed they aimed to equip all the Liu clan children in the Blazing Sun sect with a substantial edge over their peers. But before delving further, I needed assurance. You didn't take this from the sect, right? Xin Ma, the librarian, had warned me about the consequences of removing techniques from the Blazing Sun sect. Though they preferred avoiding enmity, their retaliation spared no one, extending even to everyone related to the clan who might brew in revenge. Of course not. We respect the rules and really did find it outside, Liu Bo replied, appearing genuine. How long can I have with the book? 1 hour in seclusion with me present, he stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. I know the perfect spot, I announced, leaping off the stairway to land softly on a nearby tree branch. Liu Bo followed suit effortlessly as we traversed from branch to branch, our movements silent, disturbing neither the foliage nor the tranquility of the autumn day. Silence prevailed until we reached my secluded training grounds. Remember, 1 hour. No exceptions. I have obligations to fulfill, Liu Bo reminded me as he handed me the book. Opening the book, I absorbed every word, striving to commit the text to memory while racing against the hourglass. By the time I finished the book, Liu Bo retrieved it just before dashing off. However, I halted him with a call. Hey, wait a second. I have something to show you. Since they had entrusted me with an Earth-grade technique, something I wouldn't have discovered on my own, I felt compelled to reciprocate by aiding him. The book broadened my perspective considerably. Approaching a tree marked with my fist, I unearthed a pouch nestled beneath its roots, containing around 6 to 9 spirit stones, not exactly overflowing, but a substantial sum nonetheless. Opening the pouch, I revealed its contents to Liu Bo, whose eyes widened in surprise. Comprehension dawned on him quickly, and he remarked, "Ah, I see. So you were indeed imprisoned. It was odd when people inquired about you, so we suspected something of the sort. Take as many spirit stones as you need. Just leave me a few for emergencies," I offered, laying out my terms. While 100 or even 1,000 spirit stones couldn't purchase an Earth-grade technique, this gesture was the best I could manage. We had to pool resources for Liu Kai's breakthrough, leaving me short on spirit stones for the journey. This will be more helpful than you realize, reducing the need for frequent rest stops, he acknowledged, taking 10 spirit stones. Do you need the talisman? It suppresses chi signals, I offered. No need. The natural chi emitted by the spirit stones won't pose a problem. In fact, it might deter some who sense my chi, as long as they remain unaware of the other matter, he replied, glancing into the distance before departing. However, he paused once more, turning back to me. Remember, the Liu clan youths you're assisting are twins. And if anyone witnesses you fully using the technique you just learned, make sure they speak of it to no one else. Essentially, Liu Bo meant I had to kill them. But as long as I didn't use the technique to full no one should notice it was an Earth-grade technique. I nodded as he vanished into the distance. With him gone, I secured the sack of stones and decided against stashing it under the tree roots, opting to carry it with me. There was no scheduled training for today, so I hurried to the library. By now, the sun had nearly set, and nighttime offered the best opportunity for training. However, circumstances had shifted considerably. Upon reaching the library, I approached the librarian and placed the dirty sack on the counter. He arched an inquisitive brow at me. What should I do with this? He asked. Glancing around to ensure we were alone, I replied, since you're my teacher now, it wouldn't be too much favoritism to ask you to keep my spirit stones safe. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. Feel free to approach me whenever you need spirit stones to purchase something. With a nod of gratitude, I ascended to the second floor, where I found the old man seated, sipping tea just as I had left him. Hopefully, none of my books had fallen victim to his tea spills. You're back already, weren't you supposed to be training? He grumbled. Now I have even less private time. It's a nightmare. I might go insane any day now. Ignoring his complaints, I replied, I need to write something. Grabbing one of the empty notebooks scattered about, which I often used to jot down anything of interest, I began transcribing the Earth grade technique from memory. The old man leaned in to peer at my writing and asked, "What's with the strange scribbles?" "It's a foreign language," I quipped, finishing the transcription. I doubted even someone proficient in English could decipher my atrocious, chicken-like writing. Zinma had taken his first personal disciple, someone he had never thought he would mentor. Becoming a personal disciple was restricting, especially since he rarely had any time to teach Liu Feng personally. Looking toward the library's entrance, Zinma observed the dimming light outside. It was already night and time to close down. By now, no one else was in the library except his dedicated disciple, Liu Feng. Usually, this would be the time for Zinma to cultivate until morning. However, today was different. Seeing Liu Feng engrossed in studying on the second floor made Zinma feel compelled to fulfill his duties as a teacher. "Liu Feng, meet me at the entrance," he called out, sliding his hand under his desk to activate the night arrays. It was a precautionary measure, although theft was unlikely in the library. "Did you need me for something?" Liu Feng asked, balancing a towering pile of books effortlessly. "I'm going to personally teach you some arrays today," Zinma declared, observing Liu Feng's enthusiastic reaction. "Cool," the youngster replied, setting down the books and dusting his hands. "When are we going to tangle?" Zinma sometimes found Liu Feng's metaphor-laden speech amusing. He typically spoke this way only around those he trusted, as far as the librarian had observed. As they left the library, Shan Sha didn't pop up out of nowhere to interfere. This was either a miracle or the old goat simply sleeping. The latter seemed more likely, given Shan Sha's age. Entering the forest, Zinma stopped once they were deep enough. "This is far enough," he said, as the moonlight bathed them. Thinking of how to teach Liu Feng, who lacked a mentor like himself, Zinma shrugged and proceeded with what felt right. "I will show you how to cast some basic arrays. Memorize the process, and you can train on your own later," he advised. "Except for one of those arrays, it's dangerous to activate it alone unless you use your own chi to erect the array." As primarily a defense-oriented array conjurer, Zinma showcased half a dozen level 1 arrays for defense. Throughout the demonstration, Liu Feng nodded attentively. "Good, show me the blinding array," Zinma instructed. Liu Feng nodded and promptly began, "White eyes, evil mist, declaration of madness. Blind darkness." Feeling the array taking effect, Zinma allowed the dark mist to form, suppressing his chi's natural inclination to resist foreign influences. As a foundation establishment cultivator, such arrays would never affect him, but he allowed the process to proceed. Not long after, the dark mist covered Zinma's eyes. The activation process seemed a bit slow, understandable since it was Liu Feng's first time using the blinding array. He had likely only seen it moments before. Was this an indication of monstrous talent for arrays, or something else entirely? Liu Feng's learning speed was already unnatural, resembling someone who had trained since youth to become a scholar of some sort. Perhaps the disciple Zinma had been in front of his eyes all along. No, it still made little sense how Liu Feng was advancing so rapidly. Becoming an array conjurer required being good with numbers and a good memory, but this surpassed mere aptitude. Zinma narrowed his eyes as he observed Liu Feng. The youngster was still at body tempering. "Can you sense chi?" the librarian suddenly inquired. That was the only thing that made sense. "Yeah," Liu Feng shrugged. "I wasn't keeping it a secret from you. There just wasn't a good time to mention it." Zinma cared little about such secrets, everyone harbored their own. However, this revelation sent his mind reeling. So Liu Feng was one of those special cases, born with unusual abilities. Some possessed unnaturally strong bodies or could perceive things others couldn't. While Liu Feng's chi sensing wasn't akin to extreme physiques, it was still a good head start in cultivation and explained his ease at learning level 1 arrays. Except for the lightning dome array, which is used for imprisonment, you can practice with the others on your own, Zinma explained. The lightning dome array is highly volatile, requiring the user to be nearby to activate. One wrong chant could result in lightning shooting everywhere as the array collapses. Liu Feng nodded, though his thoughts appeared elsewhere as he rubbed his chin, a slow smile forming on his face. What was this brat scheming Xin? Ma wondered. That's a good array, Liu Feng remarked. What do you mean by that? The librarian frowned. He hadn't anticipated Liu Feng would be the type to experiment with dangerous techniques independently. Perhaps some discipline was in order. No, he would rather leave such things to Shan Sha. Days passed and the forest slowly transitioned from deep green to brown, with the ground littered with fallen leaves. My feet shuffled through the foliage as I made my way toward the training grounds. If anyone were to spot me now, they would undoubtedly think I was some weird guy. Especially with the turtle perched on my head. Speedy was no longer small enough to fit comfortably in my pocket. He had grown to the size of my head, his weight belying his deceptively small appearance. Without my cultivation, carrying him on my head would have left me looking like a hunchback with all this weight. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the brown leaves carpeting the forest floor to swirl like a tidal wave. There should be an array to assist with leaf cleaning, don't you think, Speedy? For such a prestigious sect like the Blazing Sun sect, it's surprising they don't have something like that. I mused as the approaching leaf deluge resembled a sandstorm, albeit less dangerous. I extended my hand toward the leaf storm, mimicking a tiger swiping at its prey. Falling moon claw. Initially, nothing occurred until a sudden pierced the air, and the leaf storm parted before me, akin to Moses parting the sea, leaving my clothes untouched as a deep gash cleaved through the foliage. Employing an earth-grade technique felt as awkward as ever. At times, I could sense the intricacies of its workings, while at others, it was akin to a blind person trying to describe a painting. Having a semblance of chi sensitivity granted me an advantage over many others at the body tempering stage. With an earth-grade technique like this, I manipulated the chi around me for attack, albeit without complete control, relying on the technique to guide the chi toward my target. It was not the same as projecting my own chi. Using a technique like this still posed a threat to a chi-gathering cultivator. Unlike before, where I could barely inflict any damage. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. As the wind subsided, I located the boulder that marked my training ground. Brushing aside some leaves, I settled onto it, placing Speedy beside me as I retrieved a notebook and a thin brush. Inhaling deeply, the earthy scent of the forest filled my senses as I began recording my stats. Name Liu Feng. Age 16. Talent C53 Spirit Root Branches. Cultivation Body Tempering 8-star. Strength 8.28.9. Agility 8.28.9. Endurance 8.9. Chi 0. Techniques. Piercing Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Sonic Fang Fist Mortal Grade. Rushing Bull Step Mortal Grade. Turtle Shell Body Mortal Grade. Falling Moon Claw Earth Grade. Skills. Array Conjurer LVL 1 Practitioner. During this period, I had maximized my stats and made slight adjustments. Through practice using a cultivator's enhanced senses, I understood my body's condition, including muscle density and skin texture. My stats hovered at 8.9, teetering on the brink of breaking into the 9-star body tempering realm. I had pushed my agility to 8.9 just the previous week. This was my first bottleneck. While tempted to change my movement technique, none of the techniques on the library's second floor seemed as compatible with the upgraded form of the piercing Fang Fist, known as the Sonic Fang Fist. The sun began its ascent. While I could have lingered in bed, I had grown accustomed to my training ground and felt more at ease there. Today wasn't designated for training. Neither was the previous day, nor the one before that. I'd had 3 days of rest. Rising to my feet, I stretched and placed the turtle back on my head before strolling toward a tree sporting a small square backpack. Crafted from leather, the backpack contained the essentials, including a spot for Speedy. Placing the turtle inside, I walked away at a leisurely pace. If you need to look outside and do something other than sleep, there's a small pocket where you can pop your head out. Rather than heading directly to the library, as was customary, I veered toward the daunting exit gates. However, I felt a bit hesitant. My apprehension stemmed from a prior unpleasant experience associated with passing through those gates. A crowd of a few hundred people congregated at the gate's entrance. Most conversed spiritedly and didn't seem to have started creating any blood feuds yet. I couldn't fault their enthusiasm. While my motivations differed, outer disciples assisting with the entrance exam received 5 spirit stones, each a lucrative opportunity equivalent to almost half a year's worth of resources for outer disciples. "Listen, everyone," called out an elderly man from atop the towering wall. With hands clasped behind his back, he appeared older than time itself, sporting a bald head and a long white mustache. Rubbing his mustache, he began speaking in a raspy voice that surprisingly carried despite the distance. "I am Elder Yuju, and I will now outline what you will be doing from now on outside of these walls." He wore the dark green robe of an outer sect elder, yet each word he uttered made it increasingly challenging to listen. He was like a drone, babbling a textbook's worth of information with a monotone voice. Turning my attention away from him, I scanned the area, noting some extra disciples in the distance, some gazing on with envy at those with this job opportunity, while others appeared bored and like they were here to see a show. Among them stood a handful of outer elders, their expressions unreadable as they observed specific participating disciples, likely either to offer encouragement to their personal disciples or ensure others followed orders. Amidst the crowd, leaning against a tree, stood the old goat, his gaze fixed on me with an enigmatic expression. When our eyes met, he offered a brief nod, which I reciprocated. Despite the absence of the librarian, who was likely occupied with duties in the library, the old Shan Shah had made the effort to show his support. With a fleeting glance, he turned and walked away. Whether his presence was solely to offer encouragement or to subtly remind me of the librarian's mission was unclear. Nevertheless, I appreciated the gesture, acknowledging the effort it must have taken for someone his age to travel to this location. The mission now dominated my thoughts, prompting me to keep a vigilant eye on talented individuals and attempt to recruit them for the librarian's cause. "Ah, Liu Feng, you're here too," exclaimed a familiar voice, interrupting my thoughts as I turned to see the fatso approaching. His face resembled a ripe tomato, flushed with nervous energy. "Hey, how are you holding up?" I greeted him with a smile. Having a familiar face amidst the group provided a sense of comfort. Amidst a crowd where everyone seemed to know someone, I had initially felt somewhat isolated. "I'm a bundle of nerves, to be honest. Barely made the cut to be here. Had to undergo numerous tests, needed to be at least a 7-star body tempering cultivator, and they even evaluated my demeanor and potential impact on the group." He sighed, exhaustion evident in his voice. However, his spirits lifted quickly. "How about you? I didn't see you at the exam grounds for this mission. Given that you're the personal disciple of an outer elder, you must have undergone different assessments." "Nope, there was no exam for me." This showed how much the elders had pulled strings to get their people in there. However, I wasn't here to complain or pass judgment on people like the librarian. I owed too much to the guy to engage in such things. "I can't speak for others, but Master Zin Ma needed to ensure I was prepared," I replied, keeping my response intentionally vague. Aware of my chubby friend's youthfulness, I understood the potential blow to his morale upon realizing the extensive effort required compared to someone who simply appropriated achievements for personal gain. It mirrored the disappointment of seeing a scholarship awarded to a wealthy individual who sought to embellish their resume, regardless of their actual merit. Such revelations had the to demoralize individuals, casting doubt on the value of hard work. "By the way, how many passed the exam?" I inquired. "Roughly 40 or so. However, thousands participated, including outer disciples in their 20s and 30s, he sighed. They were formidable competition, with years of experience taking the same exams. While my chubby friend fretted over the performance of fellow exam takers, my concerns diverged elsewhere. Observing the surrounding crowd, I estimated around 200 disciples designated for participation. However, only 40 had earned their places through official exams. The remaining 160 were either beneficiaries of elders' influence or personal disciples of said elders. This pervasive strimpling signaled not merely corruption, but rather an accepted norm. Behind-the-scenes maneuvering served dual purposes, securing 5 spirit stones for favored disciples equating to a significant resource advantage and potentially fulfilling ambitions akin to the librarian's recruitment strategy. Perhaps it was a combination of both motives. I might not be the only one with the same mission. "You will now be divided into teams of 20, each led by an inner disciple," the elder atop the wall proclaimed. My discomfort intensified at his announcement, prompting me to glance upward as 10 disciples clad in blue robes materialized behind the elder. To describe my encounters with inner disciples as unpleasant would be an understatement. "Your seniors will select team members," the elder continued. Without delay, one of the 3 young women perched atop the wall leaped down. Her dark, silky hair billowed upward as she descended, landing with a resounding that cracked the ground beneath her. Despite the impact, she appeared unfazed, her wild gaze scanning the surroundings. She possessed blue eyes akin to diamonds, yet her conventional beauty was marred by the unsettling gleam in her eyes and her predatory grin. Even without knowing her, it was easy to tell she was dangerous. As her frenzied gaze roamed the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone, my heart sank when her eyes lingered on me longer than usual. "Hey, is she looking in our direction?" my chubby friend inquired, sporting a sheepish smile. "I don't think she's the kind of woman you want showing interest in you," I sighed, attempting to blend into the crowd and evade her notice. Crouching slightly, I maneuvered behind a tall figure, aiming to vanish into the throng when a hand suddenly gripped my shoulder. Could it be my chubby friend if he felt concerned? It was likely due to the intense scrutiny directed at me by the girl with the captivating eyes, not him. Turning around, I confronted the most piercing gaze I had ever encountered, sending a shiver down my spine. What? How had she closed the distance so fast, it seemed she reached me in the blink of an eye. One thing was certain, this woman was stronger than the previous young master in leaps and bounds. "Are you Liu Feng?" she demanded, her grip tightening with enough force to elicit discomfort and action, difficult to achieve unintentionally given our resilient bodies. Upon closer inspection, her intense gaze and toothy grin, accentuated by sharp canines, revealed a primal edge. Should I deny my identity, it seemed futile considering she had already singled me out amidst a crowd of 200. "Yes," I responded tentatively, mustering a polite smile. "How may I help you, honorable senior?" Her only response was a widening grin. "Fuck me. Maybe this exam wasn't worth the trouble after all." Neither Liu Feng nor I had ever met this girl. I had no idea who this girl was, but experiences from both of my worlds, and even my instincts, hinted that she had a screw or two loose. Even without said experiences, she had not bothered hiding her craziness. My first thought immediately moved toward her, being related to the inner disciple who had bothered me. It would fit well also the arrogant young master and his eccentric sister. "I want you in my group," she stated aloud, then leaned in and whispered, "Do not worry, your cute cousin sent me. She convinced me I should recruit you and give you some leeway." I breathed a sigh of relief, and the girl released her grip on my shoulder. She had no reason to lie. The difference in strength between us was too big for such games. As she scanned the surroundings, she introduced herself. "By the way, my name is Song Song. You can call me Little Song if you want. That's what people used to call me back in the day." Back in the day, how far back were we talking when she was a kid? "Yes, honorable senior," I answered politely, performing the customary bow, clasping my palms and fists together in respect. It seemed I also had to keep an eye out for my fellow Liu clan members participating in the entrance exams. It appeared even the Liu clan had pulled strings to involve me in these matters. "Fatso, you're my next team member," she called out. "It seems like you two know each other." My chubby friend mirrored the same respectful bow, saying, "Thank you for this opportunity, honorable senior. Yes, you should be glad I have allowed you to amuse me." "Fat cultivators are rare," she chuckled, her laughter sounding like a crazy cackle. "It would be quite amusing to see some monstrous beast eat someone as fat as you." I have never seen a monstrous beast get so full they could no longer eat anymore. My chubby friend trembled, a bead of sweat rolling down his brow. He looked ready to cry, and when Song Song noticed, her smile widened even further, a nasty gleam crossing her face. Even the bystanders took a step back, realizing that sticking around might be dangerous. Before the situation could escalate, I stepped between my friend and the crazy girl. Putting on one of the politest smiles I could muster, I intervened, "Honorable Senior Song, I believe we should have the opportunity to select the rest of our team members. We wouldn't want to end up with the weakest team, would we?" The smile slipped off her face. Though she no longer bared her teeth, the intensity of her crazed gaze multiplied severalfold, sending a chill down my spine. Perhaps I shouldn't have intervened. "Do you think that if I desired someone for my team, another inner disciple would dare to take them?" She chuckled, as if amused by the notion. "Whoever I want, I can have. If anyone intervenes, as soon as we are beyond these walls, I will deal with them permanently." Did she just hint she would kill someone with everyone around us as witnesses? With the heightened senses of a Foundation establishment cultivator, the elder atop the wall likely heard her mention killing inner disciples. While outer disciples might receive some leniency in killing each other, inner disciples were an entirely different matter. They were the future of the sect. She scanned the surroundings, her gaze settling on some inner disciples who were already forming teams. Song Song smiled at them and asked, "Would any of you dare to take what I desire?" Some met her gaze, while others averted their eyes. Regardless, it was evident that even the inner disciples felt discomfort with her attention. After an uncomfortably long silence, during which one could hear a pin drop, Song Song sighed and pointed at several individuals around her. "You and you. You're all on my team now." She selected 18 other people randomly. Many winced upon being chosen, though half a dozen appeared excited. That was a facet I preferred not to delve into. Were some individuals so desperate for attention from an attractive woman that they ignored obvious red flags? Who was I kidding? Of course, some were. In my previous life, I encountered individuals with a penchant for eccentric partners. Often it stemmed from a lack of experience. Given the opportunity to date someone crazy, they'd soon realize they'd signed up for potential car keying or stalking. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. After that whole debacle, everything returned to normal, and the entire crowd was divided into 10 teams of 20, each with an inner disciple as their leader. Your team leaders will explain what you have to do. Now you can set off, announced the elder, and one by one the teams dashed away. Every team except ours moved, and Song Song turned around, raising a questioning brow before a displeased look clouded her face. "Most of you are painfully average, and there is little among you who can entertain me." Our team walked out of the gates and into the grassy lands, the trees in the distance no longer as lush or green as I remembered them. As we neared the forest, Song Song looked at me and called out, "Liu Feng, come with me for a second. There's something I want to discuss." A handful of disciples eyed me with jealousy. What did they expect, that she would engage in something inappropriate with me here? But most sighed in relief that they weren't chosen, while my chubby friend looked ready to cry, praying for my well-being under his breath. "Come on now, I don't have all day," she gestured for me to follow as she walked away. I trailed behind, keeping a cautious distance. While it wouldn't necessarily prevent her from acting impulsively, it offered some reassurance against sudden aggression. Sure, she was attractive, but she was undeniably unstable. Once we were far enough, she stopped, and without any prompting, I pointed a finger at the ground, immediately conjuring a translucent array around us. She frowned, but soon a small smirk played on her lips. "Aha, an array conjurer. I don't know much about arrays, but casting one without chance, hand seals, or a ritual. You're quite skilled at this, aren't you?" "I'm mediocre at best," I replied. It seemed displaying these abilities had the intended effect. While she appeared indifferent to any I might possess, Song Song was evidently self-centered, caring only about her own inclinations. I had shown her that if she ever entertained the urge to harm me, she should reconsider. An array conjurer could make things a whole lot more convenient. "What level are you?" she inquired while touching the array, but her hand slipped straight through it. "Barely level 1. I only started learning about it recently," I explained. She walked out of the array and looked at me. "Oh, this is interesting." Then she walked back in. A silencing array skillfully cast so I can still hear what's happening outside, but no one can listen to any sounds inside. Casting such a thing while skipping rituals, hand seals, and chants. You're way more interesting than I thought. Yeah, so please don't try to kill me on impulse. It was clear that my relatives in the inner sect and this crazy individual had some kind of deal. But I would have to be a vegetable not to see that she wasn't the type to keep her end of the deal at even the slightest inconvenience. Also, what kinds of people were my relatives associating themselves with? Anyway, this is all very interesting. But that isn't the reason why I called you here. Relief washed over me. For a moment, I thought Song Song would ask how someone like me could skip so many steps of the ritual. That would have opened a can of worms I would have had to wriggle my way out of. Under normal conditions, casting a silencing array like this would be next to impossible for me. But in this silent forest, with little noise and dead trees, the chi around here was different and almost perfect for creating this kind of array. Now that I could sense chi, the whole array conjuring thing made a lot more sense. Array conjuring was the art of preparation, and with the right environment, one's arrays would appear on a whole other level depending on where they were. Liu Kaian told me to give you some leeway in this mission. So I will turn a blind eye to certain things you will do, and if you need to kill anyone, try not to make it so obvious where I will have to take responsibility, she stated with a cold look in her eyes, more serious than usual. For us inner disciples, this mission is to showcase our leadership qualities. to prove to the sect that we're worthy of leadership positions in the future. She wanted to be a leader that didn't match her demeanor at all. But people often had hidden depths beyond what was shown on the surface. I don't really give a shit about leadership or anything like that. The most important thing here is becoming irful enough where others won't dare say anything, even if I decided to step up as the sect leader, she stated confidently, shattering all of my assumptions. But my teacher will complain if I do something terrible. So try and keep your murders unseen, and if you kill someone, make sure I'm nearby so I can take the E for it. Nobody will think I'm lacking leadership qualities or can't control my team. After all, me killing someone is not that weird. People who often talked about killing were usually just trying to show off. If someone wanted to really kill, they would do it silently and be done with it. Despite those preconceptions, as I looked at the girl, there was something about her so wild that it shattered all my preconceptions about people. Yeah, it would be better if I never got on her bad side. I understand, honorable senior, I nodded. From now on, I give you my word that I will never shame you while we are on the same team. Wow, you're such a stick in the mud, even with all that skill, she shook her head in disappointment. What's with the official-sounding speech? I would rather stay boring than become her version of exciting. After that peculiar exchange with Song Song, I tried to maintain my distance from her. However, despite my attempts to manage our interactions, her behavior remained as erratic and unpredictable as ever. For instance, it would have been logical to stock up in Greengrass Town before embarking on our lengthy journey. We could have procured rations or necessary supplies, as commodities like that were unavailable in the sect's market. However, instead of following this sensible course of action, we found ourselves charging through a leafless forest, accompanied by disciples who wore worried expressions and exhibited signs of fatigue. Even my chubby friend, though not the most physically fit among us, was still better than most here who had gained their position due to their connections. Keep up the pace. Anyone lagging behind will get their pinky finger cut off. Song Song's voice pierced through the air as she noticed the struggling disciples. It came as no surprise that she proved to be an ineffective leader. It was evident to anyone with even a modicum of sense. Why my cousins believed it wise for me to be under her guidance baffled me. Nearly 24 hours elapsed before the first disciple collapsed with a resounding, prompting Song Song to glare at the group. The said disciple who had fallen attempted to rise, but it was already too late as the crazy girl was already looking at him coldly. This is precisely why I hate teamwork, she muttered under her breath, a shadow crossing her face as she gazed skyward, the darkness enveloping us completely. While I was accustomed to training the rushing bull step for tens of hours, the others were tired and looked ready to fall over any second. I believe a brief rest would be good for all of us, I interjected before Song Song could act impulsively. The entire group is exhausted, and it would be regrettable if we arrived at our destination too exhausted to be useful. Though my suggestion was reasonable, a peculiar gleam flickered in her eyes. Maybe questioning her was not such a good idea. However, instead of reacting angrily, she sighed and gestured dismissively. From now on, you will assume the role of vice commander and oversee logistical matters. With that, she settled beside a leafless tree, assuming a meditative posture. Oh, was she cultivating nice. While body-tempering cultivators primarily focused on physical training, chi-gathering cultivators were regarded as true cultivators, as they had to increase their chi to progress further. Turning towards the group, I ped my hands to draw their attention. All right, everyone. I understand that most of you are exhausted. But since Song Song has put me in charge, I will make sure we take care of each other. Even the envious guys, previously too captivated by Song Song's beauty to recognize her flaws, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Typically, a leader needed to be fair and assertive, the latter serving as incentive for the team to fulfill their responsibilities. However, with Song Song present, the poor fellows had more than enough motivation to comply with my orders. I know you're all eager to rest, but teamwork is essential for setting up camp, I announced, organizing them into teams based on their fatigue levels. The least exhausted would forage for food and gather wood, while the more fatigued ones would assist in setting up camp. To ensure fairness, I instituted a policy where those who worked the hardest would receive a larger portion of the food. What about you? One of them inquired. What will you be doing? The others nodded in agreement with the question, and just as I was about to respond, a twitch in Song Song's finger indicated she was awake and had heard everything. While the cultivators had appeared on the verge of complaint moments earlier, they now averted their gazes, and their faces paled. I'll be erecting a protective barrier around the camp. We can't afford to be ambushed by monstrous beasts, especially as autumn sets in, I explained, crouching down and touching the ground with my palms. While monstrous beasts are more apparent during winter, autumn is still a season where they wander about looking for food. Closing my eyes, I sensed the chi coursing underground. It felt murky and tainted. Ordinarily, one could purify it with salt and a specific chant to use said chi to create a barrier. However, that wasn't my intention. Dancing moon hiding shadows. Yellow mist. I whispered, and 4 beams of light shot from my hands, forming a translucent rectangular barrier around us. Standing up, I explained to others what this was about. This will help us conceal our presence. Barrier will emit a bell-like alarm if anything larger than a certain size breaches it. Typically, such a barrier would require the souls of monstrous beasts as fuel, but I lacked such resources. Trapping souls in beads was far beyond my capabilities. Even though array conjurers technically could perform such feats, imprisoning arrays constituted a specialized branch and was hard to learn. Ultimately, after everyone completed their tasks, we constructed a stick tent large enough to accommodate us all. We started a fire and dined on cooked rabbits, with me taking the initiative to cook the meat for everyone's convenience. I had to use an array to make a fire as we had no resources on us. Afterward, they all settled onto the rough ground and drifted off to sleep so swiftly that one might have assumed they were resting on the finest beds. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Meanwhile, I took a thorough walk around to ensure the alarming array I had set up functioned correctly and that no small monstrous beast snuck through. Satisfied that everything was in order, I returned to camp to rest. At the same time, Song Song had finished her cultivation session. She scanned the surroundings, her gaze settling on me like a hawk eyeing her prey. You'd make a good lighter. I doubt it. I'm too soft-hearted for such a role. Leadership demands making decisions where the greater good outweighs the individual's interests, I replied, finding a comfortable spot against a tree to settle down for the night. Why worry yourself with others? Needs a cultivator does as they please. They eat when they wish, kill when they wish, and roam wherever they desire. Cultivation represents the epitome of freedom, she remarked, a faint smile playing on her lips as her gaze intensified. Her words might have resonated with me had I been uncertain about my path in life. She certainly had her own kind of charisma. I preferred to savor quiet moments and delve into books. That's all I want, I stated plainly. If I were to ever gain a level of cultivation where I have immense that's all I'd ever desire. What sort of man settles for so little? You should aspire to conquer the world, etch your name into history as an immortal, she proclaimed. No, thank you. I'd rather enjoy a peaceful night's rest than fret over betrayals, uprisings, adversaries, and the like, I shrugged, closing my eyes. It was unlikely she would understand my simple dreams, so I refrained from delving into the details of my goals. She murmured, and suddenly, I sensed someone beside me. Cracking an eye open, I confirmed it was the crazy girl. With a pensive expression, she rubbed her chin and turned toward me. You're right. Betrayals and deceit are quite bothersome. Well, she was accepting my advice. That was surprising. I had initially presumed she would sooner resort to violence than heed my advice. But with peculiar characters like her, trying to understand what they would do next was like trying to grab air. Now that you're my second in command, why don't we get acquainted? Share something about yourself, she suggested. Second in command, I had assumed it was a temporary title until we established camp. Apparently, she had other intentions. Opening my eyes, I faced her diamond-like gaze. I had no desire to be her second in command, but one could hardly argue against a gaze like hers. Dealing with unpredictable individuals was akin to walking on eggshells. I enjoy reading and prefer to distance myself from worldly conflicts and affairs as much as possible, I stated in a monotone voice. That's nice and interesting, Song Song nodded, though even she struggled to feign enthusiasm for my rather mundane hobbies. But her presence shifted when she began speaking about herself. Well, I believe in absolute justice and that everyone can be forgiven. I believe we can both agree on the latter. Everyone can be forgiven. That sentiment clashed starkly with my own beliefs. Certain transgressions were unforgivable in my eyes. It was strange that she thought like that. To say the least, Song Song was no Mother Teresa. As my curiosity piqued, I inquired, why do you believe everyone can be forgiven? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she seemed genuinely engaged as she shifted into a more comfortable position on the ground. Before she began speaking, I believe that the death penalty or mere imprisonment is insufficient punishment for crimes. Death is too quick and prison too lenient. Instead, criminals should face appropriate punishment. You should employ methods like torture, gouging out their eyes, severing fingers, or even removing an ear or two for less severe offenses. This way, not only will the public know the individual's status as a criminal, but the offenders themselves can atone for their sins. I stared at her incredulously, and she returned my gaze with an excited smile, seemingly awaiting my approval of her idea. What in the world? This girl was unhinged. In my previous world, individuals with such beliefs would have probably gone places, likely a prison or insane asylum. She could even impose her twisted rules on the world if she gained sufficient strength, which made her extremely dangerous. So don't keep me waiting. What do you think of this idea? She prodded my shoulder, and the sensation felt akin to a hot needle, jolting me from my thoughts. Do you want me to speak honestly or lie? I countered. While lying might have been the prudent choice to prevent her from flying into a fit of rage and potentially ripping my head off, it would also lead her to believe that I endorsed her deranged ideas, thereby entangling me in her malformed path. The truth, of course, she insisted. Gazing at the stars in the half-moon, I wrestled with my thoughts, striving to formulate an explanation that wouldn't endanger my life. If we were to treat criminals in such a brutal manner, how would we be different from them? I met her gaze squarely, refusing to display any hint of weakness. While some might find satisfaction in the gruesome punishment of criminals and even lend their support to it, the purpose of the laws extends beyond mere retribution. It reflects how civilized societies handle transgressors. Even the death penalty isn't solely about punishment. It serves to eliminate individuals deemed too dangerous in a manner that society perceives as humane. Why should I concern myself with the opinions of others if I possess the strength to enact such laws? The weaklings may protest, but they'll be earless to resist, she retorted, her expression morphing into irritation. Consider this scenario. What if we mistakenly convict an innocent person? We would be subjecting an innocent individual to torment unjustly. Law like us is fallible and imperfect. I paused briefly before adding, justice may be blind but not heartless. Though laws and justice were sometimes not the same. But I doubt Song Song wanted to hear a rant about how laws were filled with loopholes to benefit those who came up with the laws. Her face softened, and she resumed her smile, momentarily relieving the tension. Then she turned to me. Do you think I am heartless? Did she compare herself to justice itself? A good leader may sometimes appear heartless, I responded, deftly evading the crux of her question akin to Neo dodging bullets in the Matrix. While technically not lying to her, I managed to sidestep the question. In that case, I'll assume the mantle of heartlessness on your behalf. You can handle the mundane tasks and play the role of the benevolent figure, she remarked, her smile suggesting a revelation. I retract my earlier statement about your leadership potential. As you said, you may not excel as a leader, but you'd make a well-liked second in command. How she arrived at such a conclusion was puzzling. In my experience, when a leader was despised and the second in command was adored, it often led to rebellion. However, such dynamics might differ in this world, where individuals possess the tangible to quash people instead of just meager political Regardless if she chose to perceive me in that light, so be it. All I wanted was a night of uninterrupted sleep. Just because a cultivator's body could handle a lack of sleep, it didn't mean it was a good idea to not get some shut-eye. After a good night's rest and a hearty breakfast of cooked boar that someone had caught, we were all ready to set off once again. Unlike yesterday, the team members had become more accustomed to being around each other, and even as we ran, some of them were engaged in conversation. Teams had naturally formed, consisting of those who had helped in the camp, those who had gone hunting, and others who had specific duties the day before. As expected, young people always make friends more easily. It almost made me smile. This was how youngsters were supposed to spend their time, not worrying about life or death or which elders they shouldn't offend. I was at the forefront of leading the group, since I was the fastest and technically the second in command. Song Song was a step ahead of me. She slowed down and walked beside me, saying, "We are going too slowly. This pace is for the best." After all, this long journey isn't a race but a marathon, I replied. Marathon, she queried. If we run faster, we will get tired faster too. But by maintaining a steady pace, we could run all day long, I explained. She frowned, seeming a bit confused, but she nodded nonetheless. I will trust your decision. She then smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth with canines that looked unnervingly like those of a half-vampire. I must have inadvertently shown my thoughts on my face because she looked at me and tilted her head, confused. What is wrong? Do you want the truth or a polite lie? I asked, ensuring it was her decision to make. The truth, of course, she replied, her frown returning. Also, you need to tell me only the truth from now on and stop asking for permission. I almost remarked that her smile was creepy, but the situation called for tact. How could I convey this without hurting her feelings? People who claimed they wanted the truth often preferred a softened version. Then a memory from my past life surfaced: a YouTube video where a fashion critic started with compliments before giving criticism. Everyone smiled in the end, even when they received a low score. So why did you smile back there? I asked as we swung under a tree and pushed a bit ahead. She effortlessly matched my pace, and while still within everyone's sight, they shouldn't hear us. Her face was unreadable, and I could see the gears turning in her head. Finally, Song Song's shoulders slumped, and she said, I saw you do it when talking to the others. I assumed it would be a good approach to becoming a good leader and putting them more at ease. Hadn't she previously stated she didn't care about leadership? What prompted her change of mind? Just because someone has a nice smile doesn't make them a good leader, I asserted, recalling all the politicians in my previous life who had pleasant smiles. You have nice teeth and a pretty appearance. But a good leader doesn't necessarily need to be all smiles. Contrarily, being a strict commander with subordinates doesn't make them a bad leader. I see, was all she said before surging ahead of me, and I wisely chose not to follow. Philosophy wasn't my forte. In my previous world, I was just an ordinary guy. Yet here I was, grappling with individuals wielding excessive while straddling the fine line between honesty and not provoking the girl who could rip my head off. After some time, we finally emerged from the forest and encountered a rocky terrain. In the distance loomed deserted mountains, devoid of even a blade of grass. It appeared as though someone had sheared away all vegetation, leaving only rocks and rock formations in its wake. Rocky hills dotted the landscape, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was likely the battleground of past cultivators. The abrupt transition from forest to rocky wasteland seemed unnatural. Before venturing further, I caught up with Song Song and inquired, are there any food sources in these rocky lands? She shrugged. How would I know? I am not a hunter. As the leader, she should have familiarized herself with the terrain we were traversing. However, the sect seldom entrusted outer disciples with such information. What about the length of this rocky path? Do you anticipate spending days traveling through it? I pressed. While cultivators were resilient, most of us were at body tempering stage and vulnerable to thirst or hunger. She shrugged again, producing a piece of paper that she revealed. Observing the silver ring on her pinky, I realized it must be a storage ring. Taking the paper, I perused it. It was a map of our surrounding area, with a location marked by a red X akin to pirate's treasure. Our destination is an island. Liu Feng's memories indicated that the entrance exam usually occurred near the sect. After a recent incident, the sect has decided to thoroughly screen all newcomers to prevent any from slipping through to wreak havoc in the inner sect, she clarified. Meaning they also won't allow anyone close to the sect gates without making sure there are not enemies. Examining the map, I noted the absence of measurements and discrepancies in distances between landmarks like Greengrass Town and the sect. The forest also seemed wider in reality than depicted on the map. Clearly, this was an unreliable map. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. I believe we should rest and gather food. We have no idea how lengthy the journey through this barren wasteland might be, I suggested. Are those your orders? She inquired, her eyes strangely calm. No, it's merely my suggestion. As the team leader, you make the final decisions, I affirmed. She sighed and played with her hair for a moment before nodding. Sure, well, go with that. I returned to instructing everyone on what to do and how to search for food. It was autumn, so there might be fewer animals out and about as in summer or spring. The knowledge I had gained from books in the library proved helpful at this moment. Everything progressed smoothly as I went about my tasks, except for Song Song's persistent stare from a distance. Even when I turned towards her and our gazes met, she continued to stare, her expression unwavering. Usually, catching someone staring would elicit at least a hint of embarrassment or a quick look away, but not with Song Song. To be honest, her stare was a bit unnerving, but I kept my composure and acted as though I hadn't noticed her looking, all the while inwardly hoping she wasn't plotting my demise. Once the instructions were given, everyone dispersed to their tasks. I set up the usual alarm array and then settled down to peruse my book containing cultivation discoveries. While I understood that certain arrays were more effective in specific environments, the disparity between learning about them on the second floor and utilizing them in real life was apparent. Just as I was jotting down my findings, a hand adorned with a silver ring on its pinky finger suddenly grabbed my book. It was Song Song, and she started reading before I could even react. What's with the weird writing? It's a language known to some of my clan members. Perhaps my ancestors developed it as a form of code, I explained. In reality, the language was just English, albeit with rather poor handwriting. Using a brush didn't improve my handwriting, it only exacerbated them. What's written in this book? I notice you also have another one close to your chest, she remarked matter-of-factly. I record my insights on cultivation in this one, while the other contains my personal status page. It's reassuring to track my progress and maintain data for the future, I replied. A status page. Think of it as a progress report on myself. Also, you document your strength and such. Isn't that risky? What if an enemy were to obtain it from you? She raised a skeptical eyebrow. Or do you trust that no family member would become your adversary? In many respects, she had a point. Perhaps there had even been a previous reincarnator who had introduced English somewhere in this world's corners. It wasn't as though I hadn't contemplated such scenarios before. I always keep the books close to my chest, quite literally, I quipped. Song Song chuckled at my feeble attempt at humor, prompting me to continue. If someone were fast and skilled enough to slip their hand down my clothes and retrieve the book from the inner pockets of my robe without my notice, then they would likely have the skill to easily kill me. In that case, knowing my abilities becomes insignificant. Of course, that was assuming any English-speaking individual from another world would be strong and skilled enough to decipher my chicken-scratch handwriting. When I was younger, my friends and I used to joke that I would become a doctor with that kind of penmanship. Still, a warrior must always be on guard, she remarked as she handed the book back to me. Well, let me share the most important reason why I write these things down, I replied, smiling as I met her expectant gaze. Because I enjoy it and I don't care. I don't consider myself a warrior, and conducting this research is enjoyable for me. Her excited demeanor swiftly dampened, and she frowned. It seemed my words hadn't aligned with her expectations. What did she anticipate me saying? Something profound? You're crazy, she declared. But I appreciate that kind of madness. I too want to live life on my own terms. To kill anyone I want, eat anyone I want, and savor all that this world has to offer. Did she just mention eating anyone she wanted? Was that a slip of the tongue? Well, mistaking words happens to the best of us. I wasn't touching that with a 20-foot pole. I decided to act as though I hadn't even heard it. Would you like to hear about what I've learned about cultivation? I can translate it for you. Her frown deepened, and she regarded me as though I'd uttered the most outrageous statement. I could somewhat understand her reaction, since cultivators typically didn't share such information with others. Before she could respond to my offer, I began recounting my discoveries. Well, that took some time, and by then everyone had already set up camp in the distance, started a fire, and begun drying the meat of the animals they had caught. Without Song Song around to intimidate them, they were enjoying themselves. So I selflessly entertained the curiosity of this crazy girl by translating. As I concluded my explanation, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I've learned a few new things, but nothing groundbreaking. These might be details one could find in books I didn't bother reading before. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? Nope, I replied, shaking my head and leaning against a rock to find a comfortable position to sleep, occasionally checking to ensure the array was still functioning. Song Song narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing my expression for any discrepancies, but found none. You're so strange. Now it was my turn to chuckle. Tell me about it. Sometimes I am a mystery, even to myself. In my previous world, scientists shared knowledge with one another. If Einstein had kept his formulas to himself, and other scientists had done the same, the world would never have progressed. In my view, each scientist built upon the knowledge of others, much like Einstein relied on Newton's findings, and so forth. Later in my life, I will publish all these discoveries in a language everyone can understand, I informed her. What I didn't vocalize was my likelihood of doing so only after my death. Just in case sharing this knowledge caused widespread chaos, or if hidden forces were already aware of such information and sought to eliminate me. Spreading knowledge about cultivation to the broader populace seemed preferable to hoarding it among the Urfel elite who often abused their authority. Even if the rest of my life was mundane, the era following my demise would be interesting if I learned something worth sharing. Unless, of course, I perished as an anonymous figure in the wilderness. Perhaps by that time my perspective might shift, as I wouldn't want my descendants or loved ones to navigate a world in turmoil. Especially not one I started. With these ruminations swirling in my mind, I opted to not contemplate grander matters. With my eyes closed, the world became clearer to my other senses, particularly the sixth sense that detected chi. Unlike the blazing sun sect, the chi here felt rigid, unyielding, and stagnant. This terrain was ideal for constructing stable barrier arrays. I used to sense chi only in moments of high concentration, like during battles. However, since then, I've been able to perceive it more easily and understand how arrays functioned. Arrays operated like a cryptic code, manipulating the surrounding environment to achieve desired outcomes. Coding might be too literal a comparison, but it resembled a complex language where each character held significance when combined with others. Additionally, environmental factors such as high concentrations of water, chi near the sea, or fire chi around volcanoes played roles, while ritual components like salt expelled impurities to fortify shields. The mere contemplation of these concepts filled me with excitement. There were countless experiments I wished to conduct now that I had ventured beyond the sect's confines. Suddenly, I pressed my ear to the ground, attempting to rest my head and catch some sleep. It was not the most comfortable position, but I would make do since it would be easier to keep the barrier up with. A tremor rippled through the underground, followed by a rumble before silence engulfed the surroundings. What was that? Why did it sound as though something was crawling underground? The sound of something crushing and scratching against rock resonated beneath my ear. Something was moving underground, and the noise was growing louder. It meant one thing: whatever it was getting closer. No longer wanting to sleep, I opened my eyes and took Speedy out of my backpack. Placing the little creature on a rock in my backpack beside him, I settled down and ceased movement. Closing my eyes, I attempted to sense the chi around me, but it proved challenging. Although I could perceive the dreary chi in the vicinity, my senses weren't honed enough to detect deep underground. "Everyone, wake up!" I yelled out loud. There was a possibility the sound was merely something passing by, but I wasn't willing to take chances. I'd rather face the embarrassment of being wrong than the consequences of being right. The other disciples woke up and gathered together, looking startled but displaying little panic. It wasn't unusual for the White Tiger continent, locked in a perpetual struggle between humans and monstrous beasts, to face attacks from such creatures. What concerned me was the underground threat, a vulnerability of my detection array. It couldn't warn us against subterranean assaults. Glancing toward our leader for guidance, I was about to speak when I noticed Song Song's smile as she met my gaze. "Congratulations, your senses are exquisite for someone at the body tempering stage." Before I could respond, an explosion occurred about 20 feet away, sending rocks flying. I leaped back, dodging the projectiles, while squinting to discern the source within the dust cloud. Yes, I could sense it now. Song Song acted swiftly, her palm generating a strong wind that dispersed the dust, revealing a scorpion-like creature with 3 tails and the head of a bull. Its scales resembled unpolished rocks, emitting strange clicking noises. This was a monstrous beast. Before I could recall the information I had read about scorpion-like monstrous beasts, Song Song darted past me like lightning. I could sense her chi, but I could barely see anything more than a flash of her form. She halted in front of the scorpion-like creature and delivered a Urfel kick, causing half of the creature to disintegrate into a red smudge on the ground. "Well, aren't you a tough one?" she chuckled, as the scorpion still had 2 tails left, which shot toward her. Though immobilized, the monstrous beast attempted one last-ditch attack. However, it was futile. Song Song caught the pincers on the tail, swinging the creature around before ming it onto the ground. The rocks beneath cracked, forming a crater around the monstrous beast's body. Unlike humans, monstrous beasts possessed greater resilience. Despite enduring relentless punishment, the scorpion-like creature twitched until Song Song delivered her final blow by stomping on its head, crushing it with a wet. "Be careful. What if it had acidic blood or venom?" I cautioned Song Song. She arched a questioning brow, implying whether a body-tempering cultivator with no experience should advise her. She had a point. I smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of my head. Apologies, that was thoughtless of me. While I had picked up bad habits from this life due to Liu Feng, I also retained habits from my previous life, like cautioning youngsters against dangerous things. Despite her eccentricities, Song Song was likely 19 or in her early 20s at most, still too young in my eyes. During those years of my previous life, I had engaged in numerous reckless acts. Despite my apology, Song Song continued to regard me with expectant eyes. What did she expect me to do? I had already apologized. I thought you could sense the others too, she suddenly remarked, glancing into the distance. For a moment, I forgot you weren't even a chi-gathering disciple. Yet you're more skilled than most of them. I was momentarily perplexed until the translucent alarm barrier turned crimson red and the sound of ringing bells filled the air. Soon, many more bells chimed incessantly, signaling the intrusion of numerous enemies into the detection array. Now this is interesting. Finally, something exciting during this dull journey, Song Song muttered before launching herself into action. Wait, I called out, but she departed without a care. Despite my enhanced vision, it was still dark and difficult to see into the distance. However, our adversaries soon showed themselves stone scorpions akin to the one Song Song had dispatched effortlessly. Although she had made it seem easy, each of these creatures was at least stronger than the average 7 to 8-star body tempering cultivator. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Damn it, exclaimed one of the team members as he drew his sword. Others followed suit, with one inquiring, where did the leader go? She's battling the creature leading these things, I replied, opting not to disclose that it was merely my guess. For all I knew, Song Song could have run away to get a better view of us getting slaughtered. More concerning than the ongoing battle was the realization that something was orchestrating these monstrous beasts. Why was there only one scorpion-like monstrous beast underground? It seemed as though they were testing the capabilities of my array. Their synchronized attack indicated they had waited just outside the barrier. Perhaps the leader possessed considerable chi sensitivity, discerning the zone when there was an array. An intelligent entity leading such a dangerous enemy. A bead of sweat trickled down my brow, and my heart quickened its pace. This was dangerous. They might have even laid a trap for Song Song. During winter, monstrous beasts tended to be more ferocious and dangerous, as they became hungrier and formed hordes to attack human settlements for food. During autumn, they were less hungry, with smaller groups and a more cautious approach. The thought of chasing after Song Song crossed my mind for a fleeting moment. Yet just as quickly as it emerged, I dismissed it. After all, the rest of the team was equally at risk, and Song Song seemed capable of surviving whatever trap lay ahead. Flesh is my stone, I muttered, half-chanting, as the tips of my fingers ignited and white blobs shot out, ensnaring my teammates. Before they could panic, I reassured them, these will aid you in the fight. The translucent white liquid expanded and enveloped them, forming a mucus-like armor around their bodies. Due to the stony environment generating a certain kind of chi, these protective barriers were sturdier and more resilient than usual. However, these miniature shields were inherently unstable. I clasped my hands together, and a translucent white pulse emanated from my chest, coalescing into a large spherical barrier-like construct. The scorpion-like monstrous beasts hesitated momentarily before ing against my barrier. Yet their efforts were in vain. Instead of encountering resistance, they passed right through. This wasn't a containment barrier. Rather, it served to stabilize the armor worn by my companions, a remote method of chi manipulation. Though imperfect and likely to falter within minutes, it was among the best arrays the librarian had taught me. While intelligent monstrous beasts might be among our adversaries, I doubted they possessed knowledge of arrays or how to break this particular one, given its intangible nature. We face this together as a team. My arrays show we are surrounded, with no room for escape. I proclaimed, seeking to bolster the resolve of my fellow disciples. Though I couldn't confirm whether we were indeed encircled, we confronted a dozen monstrous beasts before us. The last thing we needed was for someone to succumb to fear and break formation, endangering us all. As the stone scorpions collided with us, most disciples were sent flying. Fortunately, thanks to my array, no blood had been shed thus far. However, the ominous of bodies ing against rocks in the distance hinted at dire consequences. I had no opportunity to assess the others. A scorpion stood before me, its bull-like head aiming to impale me. Seizing the monstrous beast by its husks, I used the rushing bull step at maximum. The ground beneath us cracked like a spiderweb. Typically, I would have surged forward like a bullet, but this time, our momentum stalled, leaving us locked in place. The stalemate didn't last long, as its 3 scorpion tails shot toward me. Chain diverged, dancing sunlight. Thunder dome. I chanted. 4 pillars rose from the ground, trapping us both within their midst, and lightning crackled along the stone pillars. Hopefully you're ready to get the shock of your life, big guy. I had no idea if the monstrous beast in front of me understood human language. But one thing was for sure, it could instinctively tell it was in danger and tried to move back. Even though it was difficult and my arms shook, I held it tight in place by its horns. The stone pillars shone brightly, charged with resident chi. I specialized in defensive arrays, since that was what the librarian had experience with. But that didn't mean I was horrible at attacking. If there had been a lightning storm around lightning dome array, would have been more effective. But it wasn't like I had many options here. The stone pillars began cracking, and even though this was my array, I felt a bit nervous. This electricity that was about to come out would harm me too, and I had no control over it. This was the downside of not using my own chi to form these arrays. Without the electricity being controlled by my chi, it would move in its own natural way. Suddenly, the 4 pillars exploded, and the wild electricity shot out in the middle. There was one interesting thing about electricity. It was a very lazy energy and wouldn't move through something non-conductive. Instead, it would follow the path of least resistance. A simple barrier, one without chant or hand seals, formed around my body. Technically, barriers didn't conduct electricity, so the lightning moved past me and hit its target, the scorpion-like monstrous beast. There was a loud of electricity, a bit too loudly for my liking, and the horns in my hand twitched. But I held on to them to keep the monstrous beast from moving away. Horns were non-conductive to electricity, so I held on to them without trouble. When it was all over, there was a smell of burning flesh, and the monstrous beast collapsed to the ground. That was when I let go of the horns and punched the monstrous beast. Sonic Fang Fist. I gently tapped the beast's head, and not even a second later, it exploded into a shower of gore. After the blood and guts fell to the ground, I released my basic barrier, with my clothes still clean. Turning toward the others, both monstrous beasts and disciples were looking at me. While the fight had felt like an eternity, in their eyes, it had happened in a split second. "Come on now, what are you all waiting about?" I asked the monstrous beasts. There are many arrays I still need to test out. As expected, these monstrous beasts didn't understand human speech and charged at me. Instinctively, they had deduced that I was the biggest threat to them. Although my arrays were shoddy at best when used mid-battle and nowhere near the level the librarian had taught me, chi was still chi, and the battle against the monstrous beasts attacking our group ended with only some slight injuries on our side. After the battle was over, I surveyed the corpses of the monstrous beasts. Using one of the swords a disciple lent me to hack apart the bodies and inspect their anatomy. 17 species of monstrous beasts resembled scorpions. Those were all I had read about in the Blazing Sun sect library. There were probably more out there, but those mattered little on this side of the world. Given the proximity of this place to the sect's territories, there should be records about these creatures. Among them, 2 species of scorpion-like monstrous beasts possessed 3 tails, and I was attempting to identify which one this was. Shouldn't we go and help Lady Song?" asked one of them, though he didn't seem worried about her, but rather frightened. "If she finds out we didn't bother helping her, I will take responsibility for it." "Now let me work in silence, please," I called out. "Just make sure everyone patches their wounds for now." As far as I remembered, there was no mention of them having a bull's head. Was it some kind of new species usually? Crossbreeding between monstrous beasts to create a new creature was a miraculous affair. That was how one got a scorpion with 3 tails and a bull head. A bizarre cow-like monstrous beast mated with a scorpion monstrous beast, yielding a mutant freak. But the more likely scenario was that I might have forgotten the bull head part. After all, there weren't any pictures in the books I read. Even if this were a new species, there should be some weaknesses in common. After checking around, I found a strange heart-like organ where the tails and body met. "We can go now," I called out, putting my backpack on with Speedy inside. We set off and followed the path Song had taken. While my chi senses weren't developed enough to sense chi from afar, as we ran past a couple of rocky hills, we heard explosions in the distance and saw dust clouds rising as rocks flew about. Some in the group appeared as though they would rather be anywhere else. However, we couldn't simply abandon everything to Song's fate. If whatever was attacking her won, they wouldn't let us escape. "Slow down a bit," I told the others, and we transitioned from running to a leisurely walk as we peeked over the rocky hill. Beyond the hill lay a field of rocks, stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them were over 100 scorpion-like monstrous beasts, with two said creatures bigger than the others. One had the upper body of a man with a bull's head, and the lower body of a dark grey scorpion with three giant tails. The other was similar, except it had a woman's body. The male monstrous beast attempted to stab Song Song with one of his tails, but she managed to evade by jumping back. As the tail struck the rocks, it created a crack accompanied by a loud gunshot-like sound. The female monstrous beast swiftly followed up on her partner's attacks with faster strikes. Despite their speed, Song Song effortlessly deflected them and retaliated by aiming for the female monstrous beast's neck. However, her assault was interrupted as the male monster re-engaged in the fight, his three tails aiming to skewer Song Song once more. She was forced to dodge, and as smaller monstrous beasts charged at her, she countered with a wave of her hand. Earthful wind pressure emanated, creating holes in any creature that ventured too close, likely a piercing attack invisible to the normal eye. Before taking further action, I set down Speedy and my backpack. We observed as Song Song dispatched any monster that approached her, dismembering the smaller ones as inconsequential. Her method of dispatching them lacked flashiness, but was methodical and cold, akin to a surgeon's precision running a scalpel through a patient's skin. My initial impulse was to intervene and aid her, but I recognized it as a product of my ego. We stood no chance against the swarm of smaller creatures. I composed myself and began counting the monstrous beasts, crucial for what would come next. "This isn't a battle we can engage in," I announced to my team, met with silent agreement. A single attack from the larger scorpions could shatter any barrier I could muster, and their strength would rend through us effortlessly. Our sole advantage lay in our knowledge of arrays and alchemy, knowledge foreign to the monstrous beasts. Yet they surpassed us in strength, resilience, and possibly even raw speed. We owed our survival in the initial battle to my arrays. Here, however, there was little we could do. Engaging the weaker monsters would only result in our demise. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Contemplating the weaker monsters harassing Song Song, an idea came up. Perhaps I had been approaching this situation incorrectly. We didn't need to deal significant damage. We already had our damage dealer. Crouching behind the rock with only my eyes visible, I addressed my team. "We may need to draw some of them. Follow my signal, and whatever happens, don't panic." Maintaining focus on the female beast, I began murmuring a chant under my breath. This was going to be challenging. It was a technique I had relentlessly practiced, well-suited to my fighting style, but the librarian was unfamiliar with these branches of arrays, so I had mostly studied them alone. White eyes, evil mist, declaration of madness. Blind darkness. Instantly, the female monstrous beast froze in her tracks, her head swiveling in confusion. Despite its name, the blinding array could be cast over a wide range with the right ingredients, or used as a talisman, once one reached a certain level of proficiency with inscriptions. Unfortunately, I lacked the necessary skill and resorting to the most basic form of the array, targeting a single figure. Moreover, the terrain was unsuitable for this array. The dark chi from nighttime helped, but not by much as it was a half-moon. For a weak array like this to hold effect, the user had to maintain visual contact with the victim. While arrays were versatile, none were invulnerable to raw The blinding array sounded formidable, but concentrated chi in the eyes could easily break through. If someone possessed ample reserves, the array would collapse before reaching them. I had wagered on the monstrous beast's ignorance of arrays, which proved correct momentarily as the female monster appeared surprised. Yet instinctively the female scorpion washed her body with chi, shattering the blinding array instantly. If only I had been more proficient, perhaps it would have succeeded. But dwelling on what-ifs was futile now. Optimistically, I had underestimated the intelligence of these beasts. But at the same time, I had underestimated Song Song. In that fleeting moment, while the female monster was paralyzed, Song Song seized the opportunity without hesitation. Unlike me, she didn't ponder why the creature had stopped or consider it a ruse. She relied solely on instinct and attacked. The male monster reacted swiftly, defending his mate as his three scorpion tails lashed out towards Song Song. Unexpectedly, instead of evading, she charged forward, her hand striking the scorpion woman's abdomen. Instantly, a blast tore through the monster as a chi attack pierced it. Male monster Ed, and his strikes closed in on Song Song, forcing her to raise her hand as three stingers from the monstrous beast's tails pierced her arm. "Shit," I cursed under my breath. If those stingers were poisoned, we were in serious trouble. Song Song's eyes widened as the scorpion man swung its three tails again, ming into her and sending her flying, into a distant hill. My heart sank at the sight, dread washing over me as the scorpion man turned our way. My array had exposed our position. Everyone get in formation. I yelled and they quickly surrounded me. Normally I might have felt pride or nostalgia, but there was no time for such sentiments now. I will cast a raise for all of us. The swarm of smaller scorpions crawled up the hill, heading straight for us. The odds were overwhelming. If they reached us, we were doomed. Was this how it would all end? So much left undone, all lost in one reckless gamble. Biting down on my tongue, I ped back to reality, dismissing my fears. The people around me looked just as terrified. There's too much I haven't seen. I will survive. I shouted, distracting them for a second from their fear, and they turned to face me. Scanning desperately for any means of escape, I found nothing but the advancing horde of monstrous beasts. In the distance, the male scorpion crouched near his fallen wife, his bull-like head betraying no emotion. None of it mattered now. Then something shifted. The male scorpion turned towards where he had thrown Song Song, but it was too late. Her hand had made contact with his face, and she wore a victorious smile. As if struck by an invisible force, the monstrous beast's visage contorted into a spiral until it burst into gore, leaving behind a headless corpse. Sensing their leader's demise, the monstrous beasts ceased their charge, turning towards the fallen scorpion man's corpse in the distance. In that battle, I learned a crucial lesson from Song Song. Sometimes, one must seize opportunities without overthinking. Attack! I bellowed to the others, offering no time for hesitation as I charged forward. With no time for preparation or array casting, I relied solely on my fists. Sonic Fang Fist. My punch connected with the first creature I reached, sending it hurtling backward, blood streaming from its eyes and mouth. Yet it still twitched, indicating it remained alive. Unlike when I used the lightning pillars to weaken the scorpion monstrous beast, these creatures proved physically resilient. Monstrous beasts, in general, boasted superior strength to humans, making my attack less effective. Even a shockwave aimed at their internal organs failed to kill them. Attempts to utilize arrays amidst the chaos proved futile. The pervasive chi emitted by the surrounding monstrous beasts rendered control impossible. Remember, focus on the area where their body meets their tailets, where their hearts are. I shouted, hoping to impart crucial knowledge to my comrades. While my tactics might have conveyed strength, such as the lightning pillar ruse. But in a straight struggle, I would struggle against even one of these formidable beasts without the aid of others. Even with the beasts charging at us and the chi disturbance around, making it impossible for arrays to be erected, it showed just how crucial it was to have my own chi pool to create these things. This wouldn't be a problem otherwise. I knew about a dozen arrays, since learning new ones always took time. But since the chi was above ground, I crouched down and put my hands on the ground. This rocky terrain was best for defense arrays. However, as soon as I tried to do something, nothing happened. The chi gurgled about and returned to normal. Shit, I cursed under my breath. Arrays were the backbone of my fighting style and allowed me to punch above my weight. I had learned at least one array for each dangerous situation most likely to happen. But I had been learning arrays for a relatively short time compared to most, even though I had an amazing teacher. Taking a deep breath, I stood at the front with my team beside me, ready to meet these monsters head-on. Running was not an option since they were faster than us in long marathons, even though we could likely overtake them in short bursts of speed, depending on our movement techniques. We fight here. I yelled out loud enough to hopefully overshadow their fears. But before we could continue doing anything, something ed amid the beasts. Scorpions got crushed like bugs before I could see what had collided in their midst. As the dust cleared, it revealed Song Song. She had a dangerous look in her eyes as she swung her arm, and like an invisible scythe, it cut through the monsters like a hot knife through butter. Blood flew about, and the smell of iron filled the air. Before any of the remaining creatures could react, she blitzed through them, and drill-like holes the size of human heads began appearing on the monstrous beasts. Now that I was getting a better look at this, I could think clearer without worrying about what could happen. There was a good chance the technique she was using here was an Earth-grade technique. I wished she would try to be less brutal and not rip them all apart, since these monstrous beasts could be some new breed. While it might not be anything groundbreaking, it was still rare. Welp, the battle was done now, and there was nothing I could do anymore. I plopped on the ground, took out a notebook, and started writing everything I had learned today. I might need a new notebook to write things about arrays. Perhaps one for monstrous beasts also. While noting down everything about this kind of monstrous beast, my mind wondered what I might do with that kind of information. Perhaps in the future, I should make some kind of monster encyclopedia. This one would be with paintings of the monsters, since no one would confuse one for the other. It took less than a dozen minutes for Song Song to kill over 100 monstrous beasts, and she left the corpses scattered about and covered in monstrous beast blood. She looked at me and nodded, "Take care of things for a bit. I need to recover." She sat down in a meditative position, took out a dozen spirit stones, held them in her hands, and took a deep breath. Immediately, the chi I sensed inside the spirit stones started waning, and the bright crystal-like appearance of the spirit stones began dimming. This was why spirit stones were used as currency. They helped with the recovery of chi faster. Though I didn't know how large Song Song's chi pool was, it would, on average, take a lot of time to recover normally, at least days. But with spirit stones, such a process could be expedited in much less time than that. Additionally, they would allow someone to cultivate longer since they could recover chi and were even used in some arrays. But I was nowhere near good enough to withdraw chi from spirit stones. I took care of everyone else while Song Song recovered, and a couple of hours later, she opened her eyes and sighed. Then she looked at her arm, where her blue sect uniform was ripped, and there were 3 thumb-sized holes from when the male scorpion had attacked her. The wounds looked nasty, but they would have been much worse if the attack had pierced through, and she would probably be missing an arm with how big those stingers were. She looked around and nodded when she saw that we had cleared all the corpses and put them in a large pile. Then her gaze turned toward me, and while I didn't expect her to thank me for the help or anything like that, she still smiled and nodded. "Why isn't someone like you in the inner sect?" Aha, here comes the poaching. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. Because I am not in the chi gathering stage, I said. I didn't want to go to the inner sect for now, since I had too much to learn out here. I hadn't even entered the 3rd floor of the library. Also, I would go from being at the top of the hierarchy to the outer sect, where no one could tangle with me, to be just another bottom-off-the-barrel inner disciple. There are always certain exceptions, she refuted. When disciples with enough talent come around, they immediately enter the inner sect. You cover my weaknesses quite well, and I can cover yours. I think you're overestimating my abilities with arrays. I have trained to shorten the chants and hand seals, and have almost fully rid of the rituals. But if you haven't noticed, my arrays are usually laughably short in duration. I reasoned and tried to show Song Song that I was less impressive than she thought. Also, are you sure you don't need medical help? I dissected some of the corpses of these monstrous beasts, and they had poison in their stingers. While arrays could halt the spread of poison, that was something I wouldn't learn anytime soon, and it was way above my level. But I had some common herbs and other things in my backpack that should at least alleviate Song Song's pain. I took a pill when the male scorpion thing threw me away, she said. Oh, she had consumed a pill while covered in a dust cloud. It seemed like her moves were more calculated than what I had initially thought. Also, storage rings were such a cheat. She probably had so much useful stuff in that thing. Don't worry about me. While I might not be in my best shape, I can still fight at my full and my strength hasn't suffered. Song Song narrowed her eyes and walked closer while the rest of the team acted like they weren't seeing this and were looking around. But a smirk slowly made its way onto Song Song's face, and she stopped when she was within arm's length. Now we need to talk about you a bit more. Though your cousin recommended you, I think we can help each other. I as the leader and you, my second in command. Just think about it, nobody in the sect would ever cause you trouble, and you would have all the information and best teachers at your hand. What was she talking about? She was no inner elder. Was she actually someone high up in the sect after all? My clan members in the inner sect were looking for influence, and to have the Liu clan have a foothold within the Blazing Sun sect. Well, in this case, it would be better to show her than tell her what I meant. Can I use some arrays on you? I asked. It won't be anything deadly. She raised a questioning brow but shrugged and nodded. Go right ahead. Okay, she was trusting me a bit too much here. Just when I had started thinking that there might be more to her decisions. Either way, none of that mattered as I chanted under my breath, the same blinding array that I had used on the monster, and this time went through the whole thing and used it on her while looking her in the eyes. The close distance strengthened the array, and a dark mist formed on both sides of her head, about to extend and cover her eyes like a blindfold. However, before that happened, the mist dispersed. I was surprised by it and didn't stop there. I continued with the binding array, barriers, and many others that would restrict her in any way or stop her from moving. They broke before they could even take effect. As you can see, the reason why my barrier worked was that these monstrous beasts had no experience with them, and never a day in their life trained in any way to sense chi or control it. I explained while she nodded along, and surprisingly didn't interrupt me. If I were a betting man, I would bet that even more experienced monstrous beasts would be able to stop the arrays from taking effect. Still impressive for a level 1 array master, she complimented me. Using chi through arrays has its advantages against body-tempering cultivators, I agreed to a degree. But I was somewhat of a special case in this since I could sense chi and was better than the average body-tempering disciple at learning arrays. But while using the chi found in nature sounded good, it was like trying to move the sea by slapping it around. As the chi in nature would return to its natural form, earth chi would return to the earth and not stick to whatever barrier I used it in for too long. That was why a little nudge from foreign chi was enough to most of my arrays. "How long have you been learning arrays?" she asked, and the dangerous glint in her eyes made me really not want to answer her. While she was offering generous rewards for joining her side, I wasn't sure how many of her promises she could keep. Also, even if she could, becoming a part of her team meant that my enemies would become hers, and her enemies would become mine. Who knew what kind of enemies she had? Anyway, as a leader, you shouldn't have charged ahead without giving it much thought, and you ended up falling into some kind of trap, I said, and her eyes narrowed as she could clearly tell I was dodging the question. But in the end, she shrugged and decided not to point it out. You were here to take care of things, so I didn't worry too much. By the look on her face, it was clear that she hadn't cared at all. Despite that, she continued explaining, "My teacher has always said that I have to know how to play to my strengths and find people I can trust to cover weaknesses. I only believed in your ability to lead." By the look on her face, it seemed like there were some things she didn't want to talk about either, and I didn't press her any longer and shrugged. Either way, we need to gather our things and the food before getting off this place. It's only a matter of time before something else, possibly way more dangerous, is attracted by the blood. She nodded and we walked toward the camp where we had killed the monstrous beasts, the only ones that Song Song had no part in absolutely massacring. "By the way, how did your arm turn out okay?" I asked, while tucking Speedy into my backpack and making sure the little guy was comfortable. The male scorpion monstrous beast was quite strong and not the kind of attacks one could block. After punching the female scorpion, I knew that I wouldn't be able to move fast enough to dodge, so I brought my arm up and used all the chi in my body to the exact points to where he would hit, she declared as if what she had done was nothing impressive. While her body couldn't move fast enough, she had somehow moved the chi from her attack to defending in less than an instant. This girl had some monstrous fighting instincts. We arrived at a small town near the sea. The place had high walls, much bigger than the ones in Greengrass Town, and there were even some giant crossbow-like weapons atop the walls, dozens pointed at the front gates in case anyone wanted to cause trouble. The guards approached us and scrutinized our uniforms. Before one of them could speak, Song Song produced a silver badge, declaring, "We are here under Blazing Sun sect business." Having already healed, Song Song had changed into another uniform she had stored in her storage ring. She now looked the part of a Urful cultivator, and even had that look in her eyes like she saw everyone else's trash. "Yes, honorable cultivators, you can proceed at your behest," the man bowed and they let us pass through. As we entered, some townspeople glanced at us, some children had starry eyes, the adults looked cautious, and a few were even scared. Despite their varied reactions, none approached us. It was a peculiar feeling, being stared at with reverence as if I were something more than them. How odd it must be to be in their place. I suppose they grew up idolizing cultivators, not realizing that at the end of the day, these cultivators were humans too. Even though we lived long lives and often accomplished very little. Most leaders in had some kind of cultivation, which was probably the main reason progress in this world was slow. I averted my gaze from the people, trying to ignore their reverent stares. It was uncomfortable. Like any other person, I had daydreamed of fame or celebrity status. But this strange feeling in my stomach wasn't what I had expected. No, this was much more than just being a celebrity. These people looked at me like someone would when they thought gods walked the earth. At least the town was beautiful, with numerous bridges and streams running through it. A large fountain graced the town center, and the roads were well paved, with clear water flowing through the streams. "Next time, pay attention to these things," Song Song whispered when we were close enough. Some nearby disciples might have heard, but they likely wouldn't care. As my second in command, you're supposed to handle these menial tasks, just like you handled cooking in the camp. I shot her a bewildered look, and she frowned in response. Did she understand what a second in command meant? She made it sound like I was her servant. You have my sword, but not my broom. I drew the line on the sand, metaphorically. Then I met Song Song's gaze as she looked at me, confused. It was important to set boundaries, especially with someone like her. Song Song was strong and undoubtedly someone who could enforce her will on me. But if she expected me to be her second in command and loyal, we needed clear boundaries. The last thing anyone would want was a second in command who felt like a janitor. What's that supposed to mean, she said, her voice no longer a whisper, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Back there when we were fighting the scorpion monstrous beast, I didn't run. I even went to help you. I was ready to lay my life there, despite your questionable decisions, I clarified calmly, holding her intense glare. Do not take such actions lightly. I'm not suicidal, and it's not your prerogative to treat our lives as mere pawns in your war games. I was dancing with flames here. However, there had to be a clear line in our partnership. She couldn't continue taking our actions for granted and treating us as expendable. My questionable decisions, she inquired. She really couldn't tell I was bewildered for a second, before quickly regaining my composure and thinking things through. Let's start with what you did well. Despite your injuries, coming to save us was commendable. Those actions earned my loyalty, not because someone said you're supposed to be my leader, but because of what you did. I said, taking a moment to choose my words carefully, while Song Song's lips twitched upward, almost forming a smirk. It seemed she liked that. Now the next part would be the hard pill to swallow. I better be careful so I didn't end up as the one needing to swallow my teeth at the end of it. But the decision not to stop at Greengrass Town for supplies was foolish. We wasted so much time searching for food in the wild when a brief stop in town would have sufficed to supply us for the journey, I explained. Be mindful of how you address your superiors, Liu Feng, she warned. If you prefer suck-ups, you should have made it clear. I'm sure many people would kiss the ground you walk 1 second and then stab you in the back the next if someone more irful told them to. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. We halted on a stone bridge, locking eyes above the rushing water below. You know I could make your life hell in the sect, she stated matter-of-factly. I'm aware, I nodded. At least she said nothing about killing me yet. So the results were better than expected for now. She scrutinized me, daring me to show any sign of weakness. If I did, she would pounce. Very well, have it your way, she said, striding forward. Thank you, I smiled. From now on, you needn't worry about menial tasks. I'll handle them. She paused, her face showing bewilderment, as if questioning whether she had misheard me. Before she could respond, I continued, when I cooked for everyone, it was because I wanted to, not because I was forced. And I don't mind doing it again. You were willing to risk your life for something you'd still willingly do, she returned to her senses, gazing towards the docked ships in the distance, then back at me. You're the strangest person I've met. Explaining to her that my caution stemmed from past experiences where bosses took advantage of my kindness, and being unwilling to set clear boundaries wasn't an option. Instead, I mustered the nicest smile I could manage and said, well, you saved my life. So now you can rest assured, I won't hide anything crucial from you. She responded with a smile of her own, accompanied by that dangerous glint in her eyes that made some of my fellow outer disciples slow their pace. But ultimately, she said nothing and strode a dozen steps ahead, assuming the leadership role she was there for. When we reached the docks, Song Song led us to a corner where identical wooden boats with flags depicting a sun surrounded by cartoonish flames were docked. Song Song's mad laughter filled the air upon seeing the ships, unsettling us all. Had she finally lost her mind? As she turned towards us, genuine happiness lit up her face. See, it seems like none of the others have arrived here yet. Okay, and I thought she didn't care about leadership competitions or who won or lost. Regardless, this had nothing to do with me, and I was inclined to call her out on it. Though I just shrugged and followed along as she approached a man who looked like a bookkeeper, wearing a robe signifying his status as an outer elder of the Blazing Sun sect. He handed her a peculiar wooden block, and after Song Song tinkered with it for a bit, she passed it to me. Here, this is yours from now on. I examined the wood. It felt like ordinary wood by its weight. After fiddling with it for a minute, I turned towards her and asked, what is this for? The smile faded from her face, and she regarded me as though I were a primitive caveman, well, to control the artifact, of course. What artifact? The ship. She pointed to one of the 10 identical vessels, and we followed along. Don't tell me you've never been on an artifact ship, she furrowed her brows. Okay, I'll teach you how to handle this. From now on, you'll have to take care of it since I'll be engaging in indoor cultivation until we reach our destination. After a brief explanation, I understood that essentially it was like a remote controller. After infusing chi into it and making a specific motion, it would follow my commands. The vessel already had chi, so essentially, I had little to do except call for Song Song in case of an emergency. In the end, she said, anyway, the ship will navigate itself. So you don't need to worry. Why would she go through all this trouble just to say the ship was on autopilot? She disappeared into the captain's cabin, making it clear she didn't want to be disturbed. With her gone, I turned to the others, ready to give some orders. However, the sails unfurled themselves, and the ship began moving on its own. The docks receded until they were out of sight. I glanced up, and the flag flapped in the wrong direction. We weren't catching any wind at all. But the ship was still moving like it was. There was probably some intricate chi work involved in this, but sadly, I could see nothing. It was times like these when I would envy being a chi-gathering disciple. Well, at least we can spend this time resting. I turned toward the others. Also, let's ensure we're good on food and not going into this blind. Yes, understood. Sir? Don't call me sir. I waved them away as they headed below deck, their smiles evident. No doubt they were relieved to finally have some rest from constant running and only resting when sleeping. My chubby friend, whom I had barely spoken to during this journey, stood behind me, looked at me, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you're alone. It felt so strange with that woman around. It was like she would kill any of us for making the slightest mistake. During our hunting trips, we used to whisper about her. People couldn't say it in front of her, but they're thankful to you for dealing with her. We both know the doors leading to the captain's cabin are probably covered in silencing arrays so she can cultivate in peace. But please be careful what you say. I cautioned him but didn't dwell on it for long before returning the smile. Also, she isn't so bad. Maybe a bit socially awkward from all that indoor cultivation, but anyone could end up like that. Yeah, I bet you would think something like that, the chubby guy muttered under his breath. What's that supposed to mean? I raised a questioning brow and crossed my arms. You might be scared of her, but we're not blind, Liu Feng. The chubby fellow shook his head, a knowing smirk crossing his face. We see the look she constantly gives you, and despite what you say, she always listens. Despite the disparity. What was he getting at? It took a couple of seconds before everything clicked into place. Oh, wait. I get it now. Why would you even imply something like that? I cringed. Well, she actually listens to you, and even under threat of death, you look each other in the eye and support each other. Also, she picked you out of everyone else first. How did she even know your name? My chubby friend fired one question after the other, making it clear that this was the sanest option from his point of view. Also, the whole inner disciple problems, you had none of those ever. I bet she took care of them. Cool it with the fantasies there. I walked towards one of the stairs leading to the helm and sat down, looking toward the slowly disappearing town in the distance. First of all, I am an engaged man. To a fiancé you have probably never met, my chubby friend played devil's advocate. For all you know, she could be a 7-foot-tall ogre with big feet. We did actually meet when we were younger, and I doubt she suddenly grew to become a monster. I looked up at the sky, and the sun rays gently landed on my face. Despite the rough wooden stairs I was sitting on, it felt comfortable. A man is only worth as much as his word. I wanted no part in breaking off an engagement with anyone. That was asking for trouble in a place like this. If I was ever going to break off an engagement, I would ensure we both ended things on good terms. Also, Song Song was too crazy, and the last thing anyone would ever want was to date someone like that. It took a certain kind of crazy man to deal with that type of woman. Double so when said crazy woman could also slap you to death. Despite how my chubby friend here saw it, I doubted Song Song had any romantic interest in me. She was interested in my abilities and what I could help her with. This was not some lame romance drama where one character would like the other for no reason. Before long, the guys came from below deck. Some of them wore smiles and gave me the good news that there was more than enough food for all of us. I would go and check that later in person to make sure. Some others also showed some fishing rods and smiled. Without saying anything back, I smiled back at them. During our journey here, I had got to know these guys pretty well. They fought by my side, so there was no reason we couldn't have a little fun until we reached our destinations. "What's happening?" my chubby friend asked. "Have you never wanted to try fishing?" I asked. "No." Hours passed and we were just a group of men with sticks in our hands and nothing to show for it. There was no damn fish. Despite my inner turmoil, I maintained a cool facade. While I considered my relationship with these guys friendly, as the de facto leader, I couldn't display illogical emotions. I had to be the calm head in these waters. "You look angry," my chubby friend commented. "And you look like someone who would be easy to throw overboard," I retorted. "Can you swim?" "Nah, but I can float," he smirked. Also, the tidal wave I would create after Ming into the water would sink this ship. Despite my annoyance for not catching any fish, I couldn't help but crack a smile. My chubby buddy knew how to be funny when he wanted to. "Damn, you're probably right," I mock grumbled. "Just be careful not to slurp down all our food, fatso," another guy commented with a smile on his face. The smile that was slowly making its way onto my face slipped away, and I frowned, turning toward the guy who said that. Sometimes people got so absorbed into the mood that they thought they could just insult someone. Perhaps it was just the fatigue getting to him. This was going to be awkward as hell, but I would have to stand up for my chubby buddy here. "What the hell did you just say to my friend here?" He paled, realizing he had just gotten into deep shit. "I thought we were just joking." The guy didn't seem to have meant it to be offensive, so I wouldn't do anything drastic, but it was better to explain how things worked here. "I can say that because he's my best friend," I explained. "I can insult him, and he can insult me. But if some guy just comes around and calls my friend a fat slob, then we have a problem." He looked even more confused. Relationships like friendship were weirder here. Or more correctly, they were just foreign to me. But my chubby friend and I had our own thing going on. I was pretty sure his weight was just because of some martial technique he was practicing. But that was no reason I would tolerate someone else making fun of my friend. "Just keep in mind next time, okay?" I patted the guy who spoke on the shoulder. "We have been through a lot together on this journey, so I won't toss you overboard. But be more mindful of your words here. You could have hurt my friend's feelings. He is a good guy and has been with me through thick and thin. I can't let somebody insult him like that." Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The guy mumbled an apology and went on doing his own thing. He would thank me later in life because if I was the typical Xianxia guy, his cultivation would have been broken by now over a perceived slight. Despite the moment of awkward silence, we returned to joking about fish and other stupid things. What? Some more time passed, and someone finally caught something. It was my chubby friend who managed to hook a small sardine. He held the fish in his hands, stood up, and pointed it at the sky. "Bow before me, mortals. I am the king of fish. Oh ho, the fish king. Praise the fish king." It was an overall impressive performance, and would have been the perfect scenario to lead into more of the usual foolishness guys got into while hanging out. But sadly, at that exact moment, Song Song emerged with a calm look on her face. She looked ready to say something, but stopped and looked at what was happening. She saw my chubby friend parading a fish, and then her face scrunched in disgust. For some reason, she decided not to say anything about the fish and just added, "Soon, we will arrive at our destination. Everyone get ready." With that, she closed the door and went back inside. This was a pretty fast journey. I turned toward the others with a serious look, as if we were not acting like absolute fools just 2 minutes ago. We should hold a feast and eat as much as we can. Who knows when we will get our next comfortable meal? So go and get the food from the ship. It didn't take long before we caught sight of the island in the distance. There wasn't much to say about it from so far away. It looked like any other island. There was a beach and some jungle-like greenery in the inner parts. The island seemed big, and the trees looked like we had suddenly arrived in some land where giants lived. However, there was a worn-out dock for ships. As we got closer, an outer elder was there, and he waved us over. Song Song came out again, and the chi around her flowed smoothly. It seemed like she had spent some good time cultivating. "Do you want to try sailing the ship there, or do you want me to do it?" she offered. "Here, you do it." I handed her the wooden brick-like artifact used to control this ship. She touched something on the wooden controls and smirked. Do you think we could get away with acting like it was an accident and we ed into the old bastard? Excuse me. What? No, I answered before she could follow her wilder impulses. That would just be making unnecessary enemies for a not-so-funny joke. She shrugged and sighed. The ship slowed down, and the sails furled by themselves as we settled onto the dock. As we walked out of the ship, with Song Song leading the group, the outer elder approached us and bowed toward Song Song. Lady Song, you're the first here, as expected from someone of your caliber, he said, clearly trying to butter her up. I never thought outer elders could be like this. Just by the look in her eyes, she had already lost all respect for the elder, with the way he acted like a fool. While her words might suggest otherwise, Song Song didn't like people who were yes-men, no matter what. Also, what kind of background did she have to end up in a place where even elders shamelessly bowed their heads toward her? When will the exam begin? Song Song inquired. Lady Song, I'm sorry to say this, but without the other 9 inner disciples coming with their teams, the exams won't start. But you can get a look at the contestants. They're over that hill, he pointed in the distance toward a large peak. You can look down at all of them. Do you need me to escort you there? No need. She nodded and we began walking toward the hill where we could oversee the newcomers. On the way there, we entered the gigantic forest, and the average person would have had difficulty climbing over the root bumps that were taller than me. We jumped over them at a leisurely pace, and Song Song was leading us, so I followed behind her. Until I decided to quicken my pace a bit and catch up with her. So, you have even outer elders acting so polite with you. I don't think I ever asked before, but what exactly is your position in the sect? Song Song chuckled as a playful look danced in her eyes. I am just another core disciple. Oh well, that was something. Core disciples were a step above even inner disciples, and there were only a handful of them at a time. They usually ended up as core elders, or even the sect leaders if they survived long enough. She wasn't wearing the usual uniform a core disciple would wear, but that was understandable. Other rival sects always kept an eye on the core disciples and would be happy for them to have an accident so the next generation of the Blazing Sun sect wouldn't be so strong. How the hell did my relatives get in contact with someone like her? Before long, I asked her exactly that. How did my relatives even find someone like you? That would be considered a bit rude to ask. However, Song Song had already told me she was a core disciple, which was quite a dangerous thing to reveal to someone she had barely met for some days. Perhaps she thought I had cousins in the inner sect and wouldn't betray her. She was right, but this recklessness of hers could end up getting her killed one day. To make a very long story short, my master knows Liu Kai's master, she shrugged. Well, that was a short explanation, all right. Though it revealed pretty much nothing. So far, I could roughly guess that she probably had a core elder as a master, and that my older cousin Liu Kai, who from Liu Feng's memories was the personal disciple of an inner elder. So perhaps they met each other when their teachers were hanging out. At least this explained why my cousins had gone through the trouble of fighting that inner disciple for me. This connection with a core elder was probably what kept my relatives well and strong within the inner sect, and there had been no incidents about elder wrong reacting to anything. As we arrived atop the hill, we looked down, and there were hundreds, if not thousands of disciples down there. Some had set up some tarps on the grass and seemed to be trading, while the others were resting and talking between themselves. Most of these were going to end up failing the exam. My eyes wandered through them, trying to find anyone who stood out. While there were the usual guys around, it was nothing outside of expectations. The only one who really stood out so far was some red-haired guy. Red hair was quite rare here. It was not even ginger, just blood-colored hair that if this were on Earth I would have thought it was dyed. But I paid little attention to him after that and looked around for any other students who stood out in more than just their appearance. Finding someone talented based on appearance alone was an impossible task. But I kept an eye on interesting-looking people, like the red-haired guy. Weird hair plus the Xianxia world equaled someone having some strange bloodline thing going for them. There were cases where humans mated with humanoid monstrous beasts, and it was said to create monstrous talents. However, I wasn't exactly sure how true that was, as the books on the second floor hadn't gone into details about such things. Though it wasn't like I had read anywhere near all the books on that floor. We walked back down the slope to where we had docked our boat. Song Song had a knowing smirk as she looked at the sea expectantly. What are we going to do now? I asked. Despite how Song Song left most things to me, she was still the official leader. So whenever I had the opportunity, I would have her handle things. Well, we just sit around and rest while waiting for the other slowpokes to show up. Before everyone shows up, we can't even start the exam, her smirk widened. Go and eat all the food on the ship if you want to pass the time. She was clearly absorbed in her own world, so I just shrugged and played along. I called over the others and tried to think about how I would introduce soccer here. We were all cultivators, so kicking a wooden ball was probably okay. Do any of you have a sword? I asked, and not much later, half a dozen people took out their swords and showed them to me. Okay, I'm taking one of yours and going to make a ball from wood. They looked a bit confused as to why I would do something like that. So instead of talking more, I showed them by jumping up a tree and cutting off one of their branches. The branch was as thick as an average tree, and as it ate on the ground with a resounding, even song looked away from the sea, her gaze wandering over my body. You okay? She asked. Of course. Don't go hurting yourself before I can show you off. What was that supposed to mean? I was not a new expensive handbag she could show her friends. Did she even have friends? Well, I guess we could be considered friends in a way. I didn't bother thinking much longer about it and instead cut a rough ball-shaped wooden sphere. Then I showed the others how to play soccer. Not even 10 minutes later, as one of the guys kicked the ball, it shattered into 1,000 splinters. It seemed like a superhuman body, and the wooden ball did not fit well. No, Wilson. I murmured under my breath while looking at the broken pieces of wood on the beach sand. Fishing, running around, wrestling with some weird dolphin-like fish, and many other things. After all that, it was almost midday, and 9 other ships showed up on the horizon. Unlike our own, their ships looked worse for wear, like they had gone through a sea battle. Some had ripped sails and cracked hulls, and one ship had a large hole in the side. If I were a betting man, I would bet on them fighting amongst each other. The rest of my team and I stopped playing soccer and stood behind Song as she was ready to welcome her peers. As the other inner disciples and their teams landed, Song's smug look intensified as she puffed her chest with pride and did nothing to hide her happiness. Oh, what's this? She asked, with mock surprise in her voice. No matter how good her acting was, her eyes made her intentions quite obvious. We were almost about to fall asleep. Sorry, I thought you might have ended up a whole day behind me. I thought something might have happened to you down the way. The outer disciples frowned at the comment, but held their tongues and only angrily huffed away. But before they were out of earshot, Song wasn't letting them go without some humiliation. Did you see the mountain of corpses of scorpion-like monstrous beasts we left behind? We even killed them all for you, so my fellow inner disciples would not fall into harm's way, Song added, and the smile on her face was wide enough to almost split her face in two. She didn't stop and continued talking even after that, even as the outer elder who had waited for us at the docks looked worried that a fight might blow up here. I was not as worried as I should be. While Song was not the best at making certain decisions, we had built some trust between each other during this journey. The chances she would start a fight here were slim to none. Though for some reason, she was trying to tempt them into attacking. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Once they were further away, the mad smile on Song's face slipped off and left only the dangerous look in her eyes. I walked toward her and stopped when I was within arm's length, standing behind her, hidden in her shadow. What was up with that? Are you trying to goad them into attacking us? I calmly asked. Yes, she sighed. I saw the look in their eyes, and every pore in my body tells me that they want to attack us. If the elder wasn't here, at least 3 of them would have attacked. You think something happened on the way here that made them decide to band together? Who knows, they might have dreams that they could take my place as core disciples. Or perhaps someone else ordered them to do this. My master and I have many enemies, and some might have decided to finally try and take a shot at us. She rubbed her chin. Normally, I wouldn't worry about this. But with you here, it would be troublesome if they decided to attack while we were in the forest. She assumed they were already going to attack. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't trust them with this if they just said that they felt someone was going to attack them. But she had a good intuition when it came to these things. She had that killer instinct, so I made sure to try and memorize the faces of everyone else in the other teams and their leaders. Though I wanted nothing to do with this. Sometimes there was no other choice. Then the outer elder cleared his throat and announced, "Let me tell you all the rules of how this will play out. Unless in extreme situations, seniors are not to kill any of the exam takers. Infighting is also prohibited, and your goal is to ensure that we allow only the best to enter the Blazing Sun sect. The sect has believed in your abilities and trustworthiness to carry this through without deceit or envy." He continued spouting a bunch more empty words and promises. Instead, I glanced into the distance, atop the hill where we had been to see the newcomers. However, there seemed to be someone there, looking straight at us. But as I blinked, the figure was gone before I could even get a good look at it. That was definitely not my imagination or a trick of the light. Though the sunlight had cast a strong shadow and stopped me from getting a good look, someone was there. Also, with my vision, I should have been able to see through the light. Could that someone have used a technique to hide themselves from onlookers? Okay, since the outer elder in charge of this and the other official disciples were here. The most likely chance was that someone who had stared at us from far away was an outsider. It was either some other outer elder we hadn't seen until now, or there was some super skilled applicant. So far, not even Song Song seemed to have seen them. I barely caught a glimpse out of dumb luck. So the chances were that they were some other outer elder. Okay, now you can go and enter the forest. The applicants have already spread out, and their job is to survive without getting their tags taken for a whole week, the outer elder said. For those of the outer sect, for every 10 tags they get, they will earn 1 spirit stone. The outer disciples looked excited, while the inner disciples, who were the leaders of the teams, were nonchalant about it. No matter how one looked at this, the system was rigged and heavily favored certain people. Since the inner disciples would stop anyone from the outer sect from disqualifying anyone who showed potential, likely ending up with some inner elder getting the benefits of gaining a talented disciple. Not to mention those who had connections with the sect and all that. Let's go, Song Song brought me out of my thoughts. We followed along and moved into the forest, while in the back of my mind was that figure who I had seen at the top of the hill. For some reason, a chill went down my spine when thinking about it, like every instinct warning me against something. Had I met them before? I tried recalling such feelings before, and as far as I could tell, Liu Feng had never encountered such a thing. Liu Feng, I need you to wake up a bit. Song Song slowed down and moved next to me as her eyes wandered around. Sorry, there was something on my mind. Then think about it later. Because we are about to be bombarded right now. As soon as she said that, there was a shift in the air, and 3 chi signatures made themselves visible, while over 24 disciples appeared from behind trees. Some had heavy looks, while others seemed like they would be anywhere else but here. But what was worrying was the 3 inner disciples, leading all these disciples. The 3 guys had their hands between their backs and gentle smiles on their faces. One might mistake them as unthreatening if it weren't for all the people surrounding us. One of them opened their mouths to speak, but Song Song interrupted them. These days, guys seem to be growing bolder with each passing second. Where did you find the guys to get in my way? Song Song licked her lips as the chi around her flared, and since we were so close, I could feel her chi clearer than ever before. It felt like warm mucus proactively wrapping around me. Even the 3 inner disciples narrowed their eyes and brought their hands forward, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks. They no longer even played at trying to look like they weren't here to fight, and all the arrogance was gone in a split second. The man in the middle, who was the tallest and looked like the leader, clenched his teeth and said, "It seems like you must have recently broken through. Well, unlike you bastards in your mid-30s still trying to act and look young, some of us have actual talent in cultivation," Song Song shrugged. Then she nudged me and added, "No offense to you, Liu Feng." "I'm not old," I answered. However, with her nudging, I knew she was preparing something. So I went ahead and played along with her word games. "But you are not quite talented," she made a snide comment. "True," I admitted, sighing and putting my hands behind my back like an old man. At the same time, with my hands behind my back, I was going through the hand seals to activate an array. 2 thoughts were going through my mind in this situation. The first one was that Song Song had been scarily right. That gut feeling of hers was quite something. Second, what kind of array would work best in a forest? There was a time when I spared the 3 bandits, and I didn't regret it despite how things had turned out. There was no universal rule dictating that good actions would be rewarded. That simple act of deciding to spare 3 brothers led to a bunch of trouble. Regardless, I was dwelling on this too much. Why worry about complicated matters? Killing was never a complex act, it was simply snuffing out a life. With my thoughts settled, I had already made my choice. Song Song had assured me that if I ever killed anyone, she would take responsibility. Even someone like you can have that kind of look in their eyes. Song suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I turned toward her and she wore a pleased smile. Perhaps we were kindred spirits, both having walked further down this path of life. She placed a hand on my shoulder, and without speaking, something seeped into my body, feeling like hot lava coursing through my veins. Despite the pain, the energy moved with immaculate control, seemingly avoiding damage. Yet it was a bit dangerous because this was chi she was pouring into my body. If she let it rampage within me, it would cripple any chances I had at cultivation. Just the thought of that brought a chill down my spine. But if Song wanted to crush my cultivation, she could easily do it. Like when I used chance to push around the chi in nature, I did the same with the chi within me. Song had enough control to notice even the smallest changes. The chants I muttered under my breath were affecting her chi, guiding its movement. It was like I was laying the foundation, and she was pouring the concrete. Technically, the barrier should be somewhat as strong as if someone proficient in chi erected it. However, due to Song's lack of experience using chi to erect arrays, while the barrier might initially be strong, it would crumble quickly. Many thoughts about the kinds of barriers we could use ran through my mind. If I were alone, an array covering my tracks as I escaped would have been the best for this situation. But it was useless. I had to be on the same page as Song. We had to communicate without talking or even looking at each other, so our enemies wouldn't catch on. What would Song do next? That was the main thought I kept at the forefront of my mind while trying to make a decision. The answer was quite obvious. She would attack. Bind, I muttered, releasing the array's and using the trees as the 4 points. In an instant, the guy in the middle of the 3 inner disciples froze. His eyes widened, looking nothing like the man who had boasted before, or the one we met at the beach who had glared at Song. By the time my thoughts caught up with my actions, Song was already in the midst of the fray. By then his 2 friends on the side reacted, their eyes widening as they noticed Song was no longer by my side. Everything was so fast, yet so slow at the same time. One of the remaining teammates opened his mouth to speak, while the other's eyes wandered around. They both sensed the array simultaneously, turning toward their immobilized leader, who was on the verge of breaking out of the bind array. However, by the time they grasped what was happening, almost a whole second had passed, and Song was within arm's length. Her hand shot forward like a spear, her fingers stabbing into the leader's neck as if through tofu, barely meeting any resistance. But I lost track of the action as everything accelerated, and an explosion reverberated, enveloping the inner disciples in a dust cloud. Most of the outer disciples stood by, mouths agape. They were too scared to move, realizing that even if we all gathered together, there wouldn't be much we could do. As the dust settled, 2 guys jumped back, while Song walked out of the dust cloud, wearing a smile. She held something in her hand, dragging it by its long hair, leaving behind a trail of blood. It was the head of the leader. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Despite knowing Song was on my side, a chill ran down my spine as she smiled at the 2 inner disciples remaining. She threw the dead guy's head at their feet and tilted her head, a crazy gleam in her eyes. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Do you want to fight to the death, or shall we play cat and mouse? I enjoy both, Song said in a sing-song voice. One of the guys cursed under his breath, bolting off and running away. The other looked at his fleeing teammate and yelled, "Wait for me." Clearly, they had brains in their heads. While they might have had a chance against Song if they worked together, their plan was doomed from the start, as Song had recently broken through. My arrays were useless against those stronger than me due to my lack of chi, as they could easily brush off its effects. But that split-second Song could exploit heavily, allowing her to fight like never before. Song turned toward me, a crazy smile still on her face. Normally, I might have been paranoid that she would attack me, but I knew better. "Shouldn't you be chasing after them?" I inquired. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" She answered my question with one of her own. Before I could respond, she asked again, "Can you handle everything here?" "Yeah, I won't even need to take any pills," I chuckled, waving her off. She nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. When she ran chi through me, and even though she controlled it expertly, it came with drawbacks. Thankfully, we were both somewhat experienced with this. My nerves were fried for now, and anything with chi, like pills, had no place in my body. It wasn't much of a bother, since I never used pills anyway. Even then, I should be back in top shape in about a week or so. I turned toward the rest of the trouble, a group of outer disciples surrounding us. Most of them appeared uncomfortable, as if they'd rather be anywhere else. With Song Song present, they stood no chance against her. But her staying here for even a couple dozen seconds would be enough for the inner disciples to escape. Song Song could easily restrain the outer disciples, preventing any fatalities. Yet allowing the two inner disciples to escape would pose a significant danger in the future. Was I willing to endanger my life for these youths? I wasn't naive enough to see the world in black and white. Some may have been coerced or misled into joining. But despite everything that could be happening, the answer was obvious. No, I was not willing to risk my life for those trying to kill me. You can go, I told her. Don't worry, she nodded as if sensing my inner conflict. Whatever happens here, I will take responsibility. As she disappeared in a blur, I turned toward the remaining outer disciples. My decision was made, and it was time to solidify it. Surrender, and I promise to spare those who do. The tides are no longer in your favor. Initially hesitant, a couple slipped away from the back of the group. The rest seemed bolstered by their numbers, whispering amongst themselves, preparing. Good, those who wish to live have already left, I declared, taking a deep breath. From now on, I will do my best to kill you all. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't spare you. Being merciful toward your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Most enemies wouldn't reciprocate your kindness. Given the chance, they'd kill you without hesitation. Mercy was a luxury only the strong could afford. At least some had departed, making the battle slightly easier despite still being outnumbered. Nevertheless, this wouldn't be an easy fight. Surprisingly, the first to step forward, ready for combat, was my chubby friend. He had a determined look in his eyes as he said, "Come at me." Without hesitation, one of the disciples charged, likely aiming to reduce our numbers swiftly. They probably believed they could evade Song Song for the duration of the acceptance exam. I was poised to intervene, but seeing my friend's confident smile, I decided to trust him. He wouldn't do something like this for no reason. As the outer disciple threw his punch, his fist felt unusually heavy, using a technique I recognized well. Rocking fist was a technique designed to add weight to the user's fists for a more earful impact. It was a widely known technique, even more so than my piercing fang fist. However, my chubby friend seemed intent on taking the blow head-on, receiving it in the gut. Anticipating a significant impact or signs of pain, I was surprised by the absence of both. My friend opened his mouth, seemingly about to scream, but only a trail of steam emerged. Soon steam billowed from his orifices, and his body began to shrink, stunning even the attacker. However, the attacker's moment of reminiscence was short-lived, as he attempted to retract his fist, only to find a slender palm grasping his wrist. "Where do you think you're going?" questioned my friend, as the steam dissipated, revealing a young man with a muscular physique. Yang Cho will not forgive anyone here today who dared to approach us with ill intentions. In place of the chubby face and overweight figure, now stood a muscular man with a square jaw. Despite the unusual technique at play, for once, I found myself more intrigued by something other than combat techniques. Yang Cho. I finally learned my best friend's name. My chubby friend, Yang Cho, smiled as he tightened his grip on the other guy's wrist and tugged forward. With the same momentum, he delivered a punch to the guy's face, and a nasty crunching sound rang out as the disciple who had attacked first fell to the ground with a bloodied mug. But I couldn't let my friend stand alone, so I walked by his side, keeping an eye out for any sneak attacks. "Where did you even learn such a technique?" I asked. "My grandfather discovered it when he was younger. There has never been a cultivator in our family until me, and we've guarded this technique with our lives," he said, his smile seeming unfamiliar. Gone was the chubby figure I was used to. Now he had a square jaw that looked out of place. The glint in his eyes, however, remained the same. We might be a family of farmers, and this might be just a mortal-grade technique. But I will use it to honor all my ancestors who lived in fear of someone, discovering they possessed a cultivator's technique hidden in the attic. "It's a pretty effective technique," I commented. He didn't need to divulge his entire backstory here. Someone could target his family. But we were going to eliminate everyone here, and I would ensure he had no need to worry about such threats from our enemies. As my eyes scanned the field for the strongest opponents, Yang Cho whispered, "I'm not used to using this technique. Since it takes so long to build up fat stores, I've only used it twice before and can't quite integrate it with other techniques. Then you'll handle the raffle and lead, protecting the rest of the team. I'll deal with any troublesome ones," I decided. We both understood our strengths and weaknesses. I knew I was the only one who could punch above my weight class if necessary. Scanning the opponents, I looked for leaders those standing at the back of the group, not looking scared, with calculating looks. But I found no one fitting those descriptions. Suddenly someone shot forward and yelled, "Everyone, attack!" The guy leading the charge was a lanky young man who looked undernourished. There wasn't much else remarkable about his appearance. It was hard to determine if he was the true leader or just a figurehead meant to divert my attention. Regardless, there wasn't much time to think as I met his charge head-on. No one else on the team could react in time, so I went all out and unleashed the piercing Fang Fist. He was slightly faster than me, but compared to people like Song Song, he was dreadfully slow. With some maneuvering and utilizing the rushing bull step to zigzag, I slipped under his fist. The guy's eyes widened as I landed a punch straight to his chin, sending him sprawling. A piercing Fang Fist punch, aired by rushing bull steps, would have caved in the skull of any 9-star body tempering disciple. However, he flew away like a ragdoll and ed against a tree. Although it seemed like I had won that exchange, as I examined my fist, there was nothing but a bruised knuckle. This is quite interesting," I muttered, examining my fist for broken bones. That hadn't felt like hitting flesh and was more like hitting steel. That was quite a hit. Anyone else and they would have died. "You're really going for the kill here," remarked the other guy as he emerged from the tree he had ed into, brushing debris off his shoulders. "Sadly for you, unlike most others out there, I have an Earth-grade technique. I'm an investment from one of the inner elders." There was no sign of injury on him, and despite appearances, I was the only one injured in that exchange. This time I didn't hesitate and rushed at the guy. He stood in place, a frozen smile on his face. But as I approached, I slowed down to avoid injuring my fist in the next attack. However, despite my reduced speed, the guy remained frozen in place, with ample opportunity to react. Observing this, I halted my charge and jumped back, keeping my eyes on him. It took another whole second before he could move. "What are you waiting for? Did you get too scared when you heard Earth-grade technique?" he mocked. His provocative words had no effect on me. Instead, I smiled and responded, "I think I understand how your technique works. You have to use chi to make your body stronger temporarily. I doubt there is any outer disciple who can get through your defenses. However, to use it, you have to stay immobile. This weakness likely stemmed from the need to gather chi. There was a way to beat him by outmaneuvering him, but that was next to impossible for me. Perhaps if there had been 2 people attacking him, it would have been easier. Still, channeling nature chi into his own body was risky. There was a chance he could destroy his cultivation if a chi-gathering cultivator attacked him. The chi in nature was highly volatile and sought to return to its natural state. Just a little prick would be enough to break the dam. I knew that better than anyone else. "You're right," he admitted, gritting his teeth. "But no matter what you do, by the end of it, the only thing getting hurt will be your fist." He was quite arrogant for someone on the back foot. No doubt he believed that none of us possessed an Earth-grade technique. But using my Earth-grade technique for such an event would be a waste. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. After all, revealing such cards was dangerous, as it could put me in a difficult position if one of my teammates decided to spill the beans. I charged and struck him with a palm strike in the stomach. As expected, it felt like hitting metal. But this attack wasn't meant to cause damage. I just pushed him away. Then I gave chase like a mad dog. "Hiya!" yelled one of the disciples, appearing ready to intervene in the battle. But before he could do so, my now ripped friend grabbed him by the back of the head and ed him face-first into the ground. I nodded in thanks and continued my pursuit. Despite his seemingly unbreakable defense, I was not discouraged. Quite the opposite, actually. His defensive technique, which made him essentially invincible under certain circumstances, somewhat resembled my turtle shell body, albeit in a looser sense. People below a certain caliber of strength couldn't harm me in any way. I knew my own weaknesses best. Despite his seemingly invincible technique, this guy was one puddle of water away from drowning. Literally, as I just had to shove his face in there, and he would be finished. When I charged him again, he froze up and activated his defensive technique. But once within arm's length of him, instead of going for a punch, I went for a slap straight to his ear with all the I could muster. A resounding slapping sound rang out when my attack met his ear. I took a step back and waited for him to react. The guy's expression remained unchanged, but soon enough, blood trickled from the ear I had struck. In my previous world, there was a boxing match between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, and that was where I got this idea from. I remember in one of those fights, Wilder had his eardrum burst due to a punch, and he lost the fight immediately after. Even though he continued fighting due to sheer willpower, he lost his footing and no longer resembled a professional boxer. The announcer had explained why that was happening, and I remembered it vividly. As his technique wore off, my opponent tried to step back and create distance between us. But he was in for a nasty surprise when he slipped on the grass and lost his balance. He looked confused, his eyes widening. It was usually next to impossible for a cultivator to lose balance. This was the difference between active and passive defense techniques. The guy's eardrums would have been reinforced if his technique had been exactly like my turtle shell body. The eardrums in the human body aren't just for hearing, but also help the body maintain balance. Straightening my form, I used the guy's confusion against him and sent a punch toward his throat. This time with Sonic Fang Fist, his eyes widened as the shockwave passed through his body. Normally, Chi would have defended against something like a shockwave, but he no longer had that advantage. Blood burst out of his nose violently, and bloody tears streamed down his face as he slumped to the ground. Afterward, I raised my foot and violently stomped on his head, crushing it like a watermelon, ensuring he was dead. The rest of the disciples stopped fighting when they saw I had killed one of their own. My friend took advantage of the moment, leading the team as they began overpowering the remaining opponents. This left no chance for the opponents to recover. Those who attempted to resist were swiftly killed. After killing that guy, the rest of the opponents lost morale, and with our help, we slaughtered them all. Some pleaded or attempted to make deals to spare their lives, but we showed no mercy. No doubt they would have done the same to us if their masters had ordered it. I wasn't Urful enough to afford mercy at times like these. Once we finished off our enemies, Yang Cho turned toward me. What now? My previously chubby friend bore some injuries, and his hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. Some members of our group had died, despite my best efforts. Others were critically injured and unfit to continue fighting. As I surveyed their forms, some couldn't even stand up to greet me, and a handful were unconscious. Despite our battered appearance, we had emerged victorious against overwhelming odds. This victory with so few casualties was considered good. However, I couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in victory. While I had resolved to kill our opponents, I had also tried to protect my allies, yet some had fallen in battle. We could no longer afford to remain in the forest as a team, or we would become easy targets for other groups. Setting my backpack down, I rummaged through it and pulled out a wooden mask. Then I handed over the backpack to my previously chubby friend. Take care of my turtle in there, his name is Speedy, and he likes to sleep a lot, I instructed Yang Cho. Yang Cho was already familiar with Speedy, having seen me bring the little guy around. Nonetheless, he still appeared somewhat puzzled about why I was entrusting him with my belongings. I continued to explain, I still have some matters to attend to here. But you need to take care of the injured and deceased from our side and head to the outer elder on the beach. If possible, clean off the blood before meeting him. Otherwise, if he inquires, say that you acted under Song Song's directives. However, divulge as little as possible, as Song Song will manage this situation more effectively herself. From what I had observed thus far, the outer elder awaiting at the beach likely catered to Song Song. He was probably an underling of her teacher from the inner sect. Yet it would be unwise to place too much trust in someone of that nature. Individuals who acted fawningly and sought favor from their superiors lacked integrity. They performed actions solely for personal gain, not out of genuine regard. I understood this because I had been one of them in my previous life, someone who would grin at my insufferable managers, even when I wished they would tumble headfirst into a pile of shit. Yang Cho seemed poised to inquire about my intentions, but in the presence of others, he remained silent. With a determined gaze, he nodded at me while shouldering my backpack. I trust in your judgment, and I know you're not foolish. But exercise caution out there. With that, he instructed the others to gather the fallen and injured comrades as they withdrew from view, leaving me alone amidst the scattered corpses of our adversaries. Despite my earlier resolve, I couldn't bring myself to look at the individuals I had slain and walked away from the scene of carnage. Though necessary, it didn't mean I found pleasure in what I had done. Securing the wooden mask over my face, I ensured it was snug so that no enemies of Song Song would recognize me. Now I only needed to assist my cousins from the Liu clan in passing and find a promising candidate for my teacher. It sounded straightforward. Who was I kidding? It sounded like a tremendous hassle. But I owed it to those who had aided me. My cousins had placed themselves at risk by assisting me in dealing with the inner disciple, and the librarian had been instrumental in nearly everything. As my team departed, I adjusted the mask on my face, tugging at it slightly to ensure its secure fit. Only by touching a specific array under the mask on the right side of my face could someone remove it. This precaution was something I had obtained from the librarian in case I ever needed to conceal my identity while doing something. I leaped from tree branch to tree branch, the surroundings gradually blurring as I employed the rushing bull steps technique. Since the attack occurred so early in the exam, I was far from the center of the island where other participants gathered. However, with the speed at which I moved, it didn't take long before encountering some outer disciple teams and participants. Despite my efforts to remain unnoticed, I swiftly passed them by. Whether they were engaged in combat, conversation, or jesting, none of it concerned me. As I walked past some trees, there was a tall young man with a long, horse-like face sitting on one of the large tree roots. His gaze locked onto mine, tracking my movements. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be an applicant rather than someone from the sect. Finally, someone crosses my path. He smirked and stood up. Good. I've been eager to test the 100 mortal grade techniques I've mastered against someone from the Blazing Sun sect. He sprang toward me, moving like a leaf, then as light as a feather. Despite employing two techniques that seemed compatible, he didn't use them simultaneously. Even with the excited smile on his face, the young man exuded a scholarly air. I challenge you, stranger. Succumb to my techniques, for I am the son of the White Mane royal family scholar. My name. Before he could finish his sentence, I swiftly employed the rushing bull step technique and stood before him, delivering an elbow to his stomach. His eyes widened, ing for air as he collapsed to the ground with his eyes rolling to the back of his skull. Had he not pursued me, I wouldn't have retaliated so forcefully. He seemed talented enough to master many techniques. However, the number of techniques did not mean much compared to mastery and compatibility between techniques. His hundreds of techniques paled compared to only my rushing bull step. Next time, speak less and learn to use two techniques simultaneously, I advised, though I doubted he could hear me in his current state. But cultivators were weird, so he might. Ultimately, he had challenged me directly, so I showed him leniency, propping his body against a tree and covering him with leaves to shield him from wild beasts or hostile disciples. Then I resumed my journey. Recalling the faces of those I was tasked to assist in this exam, Liu clan twins. There was only a pair of those I could remember. They were roughly my age, and Liu Feng had encountered them previously. I continued past numerous other teams, remaining vigilant for any signs of suspicious activity. While I might not be able to intervene with inner disciples abusing their I aimed to steer clear of such people if they were anywhere close. Song Song's behavior hadn't left a favorable impression of how the inner disciples acted. Coupled with the issues involving the arrogant young master, it was hard to view the inner sect members as anything other than pompous. While pondering these thoughts, I stumbled upon a particular team of four engrossed in conversation. Two of them, Liu Lia and Liu Long, were twins who bore a striking resemblance. Liu Lia, the girl, sported long hair, while her brother had opted for a shorter cut. With dark hair, dark eyes, and slightly above-average looks, they seemed unassuming at first glance. Contemplating how to approach and retrieve them without revealing my identity beneath the mask presented a dilemma. Resorting to lethal measures to safeguard my secret wasn't a consideration, nor something I desired. The day had already seen more than enough bloodshed. Taking a deep breath, I crouched down, and in an instant swifter than even my own perception, the world around me blurred. I landed amidst their group. It took a moment for them to register my presence, their eyes widened in surprise. Swiftly, I seized the twins by the back of their uniforms and leaped away before their teammates could react. Wait, one of their companions called out while the other gave chase. The remaining teammate attempted to use a martial art technique, his palm gathering wind in a telltale sign of impending action. Observing their camaraderie with my younger cousins, I decided not to inflict harm upon them. A smaller team would prove more advantageous. Even if they united, their chances against the selected eliminators seemed slim based on their performance thus far. Despite the two troublesome youngsters in my hands, I swiftly created enough distance from the guy chasing us. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Release us. You coward. My cousins struggled in my grasp, attempting to strike my hands. Relinquishing my hold, they dropped to the ground as I perched atop a nearby tree. Assuming defensive stances, they prepared for a fight. That's unwise. With only 5-star body tempering, the best decision in your situation is to flee, I advised. Ignoring my counsel, they frowned and clenched their fists. Preferring action over further dialogue, I aimed to illustrate our divergence. Employing the rushing bull step technique once more, I blitzed past them and stood before them before their gaze could shift. Their widened eyes belatedly grasped the situation. I'm your cousin. Despite my declaration, they remained skeptical. The long-haired girl leveled an accusatory finger at me. Cousin Feng has long hair. Even if I wasn't him, they should have pretended to believe me, considering the overwhelming strength difference between us. Yet being youthful, likely no more than 15 years old, I exercised leniency and sighed. They could learn in the future. I was dumb during that age too. Leaning in close to them, I lifted my mask to reveal my face. Their eyes widened in recognition, and they nodded in unison, followed by clasping their palms and fists together and bowing deeply at the waist. Juniors greet senior cousin Feng, they exclaimed simultaneously. I scratched my head, uncertain of how to handle such deference. It felt awkward to receive such respect. You can just call me Feng, or Liu Feng at most. That would be disrespectful, asserted the long-haired twin. My sister and I would be showing too much disrespect to one who is our senior by acting like that. So the one with the long hair was the brother. Glancing at Liu Lia, the short-haired girl, I inwardly pitied her. Not only did she lack physical attributes to show the difference between them, but their resemblance made it challenging to discern between them. Yet having a twin with cultivation talent must be reassuring. Given the longevity of cultivators, friends and family often passed away early on, but having a talented twin was a constant source of support and trust. We are colleagues and fellow cultivators, and we will work together as long as we're in the outer sect. So there is no seniority between us, I reasoned. They appeared uneasy at the notion, exchanging a glance they likely assumed I hadn't noticed. With a slight nod, they seemed to acquiesce. Before they could respond, I put back on my mask. We should depart before encountering more trouble. If we encounter anyone else, refrain from addressing me as your cousin. I wear this mask for a reason, I whispered. They both nodded, the brother about to speak, until the sister hushed him with a finger to her lips, urging silence. He complied, casting a worried glance my way. They took my words too seriously, as if they were my subordinates. No need for such formality here, though it wasn't the place to discuss it. Let's go, I said, leaping onto a nearby tree branch, signaling for them to follow. Nodding, they glanced around anxiously. The sister spoke up, we don't have a movement technique. The sooner we left, the safer we'd be. So this wasn't a good thing, but we would have to do with this. Don't worry, I'll travel at a slower pace so you can keep up, I assured them, setting a manageable speed. As the sun dipped low, we encountered no trouble. However, I sensed movement about 100 feet away. In the fading light, I recognized the red-haired guy strolling past us. He glanced at me, our gazes briefly locking before he narrowed his eyes and continued on his way. What was that about? I shrugged off the momentary exchange and refocused on escorting my cousins, ensuring their safety along the journey. Before long, we reached the sandy beaches where my chubby friend and the rest of my team awaited. Swiftly, I removed my mask and stashed it in the inner pockets of my robe before drawing attention. Guys, I called out, catching their attention. My chubby friend now slimmed down, waved in acknowledgement, appearing to be in the midst of a meal. Without delay, I briefed them on the situation. These are my cousins. Please look after them for a while as I attend to other matters. Of course, Yang Cho nodded after swallowing his food. Your cousins are in good hands. Anyone who dares trouble them will meet my fist. Grateful for his assurance, I smiled and nodded. Thanks. I owe you one. What's there to owe? Friends help each other without keeping score, he chuckled. His words echoed sentiments he often expressed, yet they sounded more resolute in his current form. As I turned to leave, my cousins bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Thank you for everything, Honorable Senior Cousin Feng." This title seemed to lengthen with each exclamation. Rolling my eyes, I walked away, unwilling to correct them. However, before disappearing into the forest, I paused and called out, "Enough with the formalities. We're family, after all." Without waiting for a response, I continued on, the forest enveloping me in its familiar sounds. Fortunately, luck had favored me and led me to my cousins swiftly. Perhaps my mind, tainted by exposure to danger, had anticipated a struggle before getting them. Yet such scenarios were rare among disciples. However, a few bad apples tarnished the reputation of many others with their arrogance. The first mission was done, now it was time for the second one. I turned my focus to the next and final task at hand,